The primordial world stretched vast and boundless. After the opening of the Jiejiao Palace and 3 sermons, the Honghuang purple chi was bestowed, giving rise to the 6 great saints of the primordial realm. Thereafter the demon race and the Wu race each reached their zenith, both harboring ambitions to dominate the primordial world alone. Fortunately, Dao ancestor Honghuang of the Jiejiao Palace descended a divine edict, barely restraining the 2 great races and temporarily preventing the precarious brink of an all-out war. In the present primordial world, the Wu race and the demon race contended for supremacy, and all other myriad races bowed their heads, daring not to meet their sharpened edge. Only the lineages founded by the primordial saints were exempt. Among them, the Jiao sect, personally established by Lord Tontian, flourished, most splendidly renowned as the sect of 10,000 immortals. Eastern Sea, Jiejiao Island. Immortal mist filled the air with auspicious clouds and 10,000 rays of celestial light, the very essence of a sacred immortal grotto. On a certain day, Lin Chen, the eldest senior sister of the Jiao sect, brought back a rarely seen junior brother from outside Zhao Gongming. "Senior sister, what is this strange person doing?" Zhao Gongming looked at a youth whose legs were disabled, who clumsily performed the motion of drawing a sword over and over, persisting stubbornly. He asked, quite puzzled. The cultivator before them did not seek to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth like ordinary cultivators. Instead, he drew his sword again and again. Even if practice made perfect, it was only the form without the essence. There was no advancement in cultivation. Merely honing technique was a futile endeavor. Moreover, observing the youth's movements, they were nothing more than simple actions. Was this not pure wasted effort? Lin Chen glanced with a complicated expression at the youth immersed in his self-tempering state and explained, "That is the youngest junior brother whom our master brought back 100 years ago. Unfortunately, his aptitude is ordinary and his perception of the 3,000 Daos is far too dull. Moreover, he was born with a crippled leg, making even basic walking a problem. For 500 years, the 3 basic sword-drawing forms that master imparted to him in a moment of inspiration are still being practiced with no sign of significant progress. This youngest junior brother practiced swordsmanship with great diligence tirelessly, yet his roots were poor, destined for a life of mediocrity." Lin Chen felt anxious for this junior brother in her heart, yet did not know how to help him even slightly. Even Master Tontian could not change his aptitude, let alone Lin Chen, who was far inferior. In the primordial world, bloodline and roots could be said to determine a cultivator's entire life. Those of pure bloodlines, such as the 12 ancestral witches, could subdue all races of the primordial world by virtue of their powerful bloodline alone, without even cultivating. Roots, like the 6 saints of the primordial world, whether in comprehending the Great Way or practicing supreme divine abilities, were far faster than their peers. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gongming could not help but feel pity for the young junior brother before him. This junior brother is also a person of deep, blessed fortune. Only by joining our Jiao sect does he have a place to dwell and cultivate. The saint lineages apart from the Jiao sect always valued a disciple's background and roots. Lord Tontian of the Jiao sect never valued such things when accepting disciples. As long as one had the heart to cultivate and by chance received a thread of good fortune, one might be taken into the Jiao sect by Lord Tontian. However, such fortune was not something everyone possessed. It was only a pity that as a disciple of such a renowned master, a precious quota had been wasted in vain. Do not speak ill of junior brother. Though Zhao Gongming's words were true, the Jiao sect had always been one that taught without discrimination, and its disciples came from a wide and varied range of origins. Moreover, among Jiao sect disciples there was always a strong sense of protecting one's own, and no words sowing discord between fellow disciples were permitted. Even though Zhao Gongming possessed exceptional talent and profound magical power, he could not speak ill of junior brother behind his back. As fellow disciples of the Jiao sect, one absolutely could not undermine each other. "Senior sister, I was wrong." Zhao Gongming apologized repeatedly with utmost sincerity. There was no trace of contempt whatsoever, only a pure feeling that this junior brother's path of cultivation was too difficult. Lin Chen did not pursue the matter further and hurried away with Zhao Gongming. Lin Chen remained immersed in his cultivation, his eyes firm and resolute. His hearing was sharp, and since Lin Chen and Zhao Gongming had not deliberately concealed their auras, he naturally heard their entire conversation with perfect clarity. However, he was utterly indifferent to the matter. He had heard such words too many times, so many that his nerves had long gone numb. The Jiao sect disciples had merely spoken a few frank truths without a trace of humiliation, only a hint of novelty. Lin Chen appeared utterly calm toward everything happening around him. No one knew that Lin Chen harbored a secret in his heart. Lin Chen was a transmigrator, and moreover the kind that began with a tragedy. He had transmigrated into the body of a member of the human race, the weakest race in the current grand environment. At any moment, he could become blood food in the mouths of powerful demon beasts. As if the disastrous beginning were not enough, the further tragedy was that he was a crippled-legged member of the human race with extremely ordinary roots. Even the great Saint Lord Tongtian could not change all of this. If he had not once possessed a keen eye and witnessed Lord Tongtian wandering the clouds, and, by leveraging the advantage of being a transmigrator, spoken some words about the Jiao sect's 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage, resonating with Lord Tongtian, then with his background as a crippled, clumsy individual, there would have been no hope whatsoever of entering the Saint's Gate. However, the identity of a Saint's disciple was merely an additional layer of safety. It could not change his fundamental mediocrity. Lin Chen had complained more than once about how unjust the Heavenly Dao was. All transmigrators were the same. Why did others either begin with a heavenly hand or possess a powerful system by their side? But now, it was about to become different. Sword drawing technique. Starting stance. Lin Chen cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart, focused his entire being, and drew his sword. A humming sound rang out, and faintly the mysterious rhythm of the sword Dao emerged. Congratulations to the host for completing 50,000 sword draws. Sword intent accumulation 100 sword Dao level advanced to entry level. Reward mysterious gift package. A mechanical system notification sound rang in his mind, causing Lin Chen's heart to tremble. The next moment he fell into a state of wild joy. A full 500 years had passed. The system reward every transmigrator must have finally arrived. Lin Chen had long since awakened the primordial ultimate sword Dao system. As long as he kept drawing his sword, accumulating day by day, he could continuously receive improvements and rewards. For 500 years day and night tireless, he practiced only the simplest few forms of the sword drawing technique. Even though the system reward had arrived belatedly, it was still enough to be proud of. His comprehension of the sword Dao had reached the entry level in merely 500 years. The speed of such progress was in no way inferior, even when compared to those brilliant and exceptional senior brothers and sisters. Each of the 3,000 Daos of the primordial world required countless trials and accumulated contemplation to barely glimpse a fragment. If following the normal pace, reaching the entry level would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. And that was a level only the topmost disciples of the Jiao sect, whose roots were among the finest, could achieve. Countless beings of the primordial world to the end of their lives would likely never break through the entry-level bottleneck. The contrast between the two revealed how great the difficulty was and how powerful Lin Chen's system was. So long as he kept drawing his sword, he could grow stronger. Even the most ordinary sword drawing technique could in a single stroke cleave the very heavens. Of course, no casual draw could accomplish this. Each draw demanded an immense expenditure of mental and physical energy. When the system had first activated, Lin Chen could only endure drawing his sword once per day before his energy was utterly spent. As his cultivation advanced, the number of daily draws increased slightly, though only within modest limits. As his realm advanced, the energy consumed with each draw multiplied. The rewards from the system, however, grew ever more generous. Lin Chen entered his consciousness and opened the system panel. Instantly, a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Chen Realm Heavenly Immortal Sword Dao Achievement Entry into the Dao Sword Dao Comprehension 0 Divine Ability Sword Drawing Technique. 500 years and 50,000 sword draws had finally brought him to the entry level of Sword Dao. Looking across the vast span of the primordial wilderness for millions of years, Lin Chen was the first to achieve such a feat in merely a few hundred years. Even those great beings with the most exceptional innate roots would typically require tens of thousands of years. What made it even more astonishing was that Lin Chen had never truly comprehended the laws of Sword Dao. He had merely drawn his sword every day, plain and unremarkable. Yet such a simple action had effortlessly carried him to the entry into Dao level. If the Saint Tongtian were to learn of this, he would surely feel that even his lofty saintly sight had misjudged. I wonder what exactly is inside the grand gift pack the system has rewarded. Lin Chen regarded the system's first ever reward with considerable importance. So he pressed down his excitement and slowly opened it. Congratulations. System acquired a Dao level technique, Brahma Sword Art. Acquired innate supreme treasure, Immortal Slaying Divine Sword. Acquired the Chaos Transformation Dao Pill. Acquired supreme innate spiritual root, Divine Ginseng Fruit Tree. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. These rewards were far too generous. The Immortal Slaying Divine Sword possessed boundless might and unrivaled sword intent. With a swing, it could strip away half of a foe's defenses. Combined with sword techniques, it granted a tremendous amplification to combat power, allowing one to battle above their level. Innate supreme treasures numbered only a pitiful few throughout the primordial wilderness, long since divided up among those lofty saints who sat at the pinnacle. The Immortal Slaying Divine Sword in Lin Chen's hand was a supreme killing treasure, its might in no way inferior to the God-slaying spear famed as the primordial wilderness's foremost weapon of slaughter. The Immortal Slaying Divine Sword possessed 49 layers of prohibition seals. To completely refine them all would, given the current pace of cultivation, likely require hundreds of thousands of years. Fortunately, with the heaven-defying system, the cumbersome refinement steps were removed, granting him complete mastery at once. The Chaos Transformation Dao Pill was a celestial pill capable of reforging one's origin and wholly sublimating the immortal body. It was truly rare in all the world. Even his master Saint Tongtian possessed no miraculous elixir capable of altering a disciple's innate roots or sublimating their natural spiritual root. Innate roots were completely fixed from the moment of birth. Even great saints could not defy the heavenly Tao to change them. It was simply impossible. If this Chaos Transformation Dao Pill were to be known to the outside world, it would likely trigger a storm of bloodshed, dragging even many great saints into the conflict. After all, this was a pill capable of altering the very balance of power in the primordial wilderness. Even if he could not use it himself, he could let his disciples take it, cultivating one outstanding disciple who would outshine all peers and bring honor to his master. Lin Chen had transmigrated tragically into an ordinary member of the human race with roots so poor they were practically the worst. Now everything was different. With the Chaos Transformation Dao Pill, he could nourish his origin while sublimating his innate roots. If his luck held, perhaps he too could transform like Pangu's 3 pure ones, becoming an innate divine spirit. He believed that when that time came, his comprehension of the laws of heaven would rise to an astonishing level. The supreme innate spiritual root, the divine ginseng fruit tree, was one of the primordial wilderness's top 10 innate spiritual roots. It could extend lifespan and elevate cultivation. Any single one of such treasures, if it leaked out into the world, could make even great primordial beings green with envy and start a great battle. But the most precious of all was the Brahma sword art. This was a Tao-level technique, a supreme technique capable of cultivating all the way to the Tao realm. The techniques cultivated by the primordial saints and their personal disciples, the Shangqing immortal art, the Yuqing immortal art, the supreme celestial immortal art, and even the 9 turns mystic art practiced by the 12 ancestral witches, all fell slightly short in comparison. Such a technique could condense a domain of Sword Tao. Within that domain, Lin Chen would be the sovereign and omnipotent existence. He could effortlessly achieve invincibility within the same realm, and even battle above his level. This system is simply perfect. After reviewing the grand gift pack, Lin Chen was filled with excitement. With the support of these treasures, even slight practice would bring tremendous improvement. Next, he would properly make use of these rewards, refining and absorbing them to perfection. East Sea Golden Ao Island, within a quiet ancient stone cave dwelling. As Lin Chen continuously began refining the Chaos Transformation Dao Pill, throughout the cave dwelling and beyond, immortal mists swirled, heavenly flowers rained down, and golden lotus flowers surged from the ground. 3,000 Daos of laws descended around the cave, manifesting various law phenomena. When the last wisp of the pill was refined clean, Lin Chen's very roots underwent a transformation. Countless ordered divine chains and shackles shattered within his body. Divine light of 10,000 zhong surged around him, flooding the entire cave. Countless strands of sword qi crisscrossed around him, slicing through yin and yang. When all fell silent once more, Lin Chen felt an astonishing transformation within himself. Chaos Dao Body. He had not expected that a single pill could bring about such a tremendous change to his previously worthless roots. Before consuming the Chaos Transformation Dao Pill, Lin Chen had thought that simply being comparable to Panga's 3 pure ones, or even slightly inferior, would already satisfy him. Yet the effect of this immortal pill turned out to be extraordinarily good. What was the Chaos Dao Body? It was innately aligned with all 3,000 laws of the primordial wilderness. Cultivation knew no bottleneck, advancing 1,000 miles in a single day. Compared with the present roots, even Pangu's 3 pure ones were slightly superior at most. He could even rival the roots of the innate primordial chaos demons. A single divine pill had wrought such an astonishing transformation. From a mediocre post-heaven lower life form root, he had become comparable to the roots of primordial chaos demons. There were no words but monstrous genius to describe it. With such roots, ceaseless cultivation might well lead directly to the proof of the primordial chaos Tao. Truly a supreme immortal pill. Lin Chen muttered excitedly to himself. However, Lin Chen quickly calmed himself. Comparable to the roots of primordial chaos demons only meant there was hope of proving the primordial chaos Tao. The vast primordial wilderness held countless living beings, but those who could prove the primordial chaos saintly throne were numbered, and most of them relied upon the boost of the primordial violet qi, proving just how arduous the path of proving the Tao truly was. Possessing this chaos sword body could only make Lin Chen's cultivation path smoother. To break through to the saintly throne in a single stroke would still require his own painstaking cultivation to have any possibility. Now that there was hope, he should cast aside impatience and cultivate steadily. After calming himself, Lin Chen seized the momentum and began cultivating the Brahma sword art. Comprehending a Tao-level cultivation technique is profoundly difficult, But the grand gift package rewarded by the system spared Lin Chen much trouble. Without needing to spend vast amounts of time on enlightenment, he could cultivate it to perfection. As the technique slowly circulated, infinite sword intent was deduced profound and mysterious. Surging sword chi tore through the heavens. Brilliant sword light shook the 8 directions. The power of endless sword Dao laws transformed into countless Dao runes continuously converging into Lin Chen's spiritual platform. Surging sword intent coalesced into a sword wreathed in shimmering purple light. Boom! Terrifying sword chi erupted from Lin Chen's body, shooting straight into the clouds. The sword Dao domain had taken initial shape. At this moment, Lin Chen's comprehension of the sword Dao reached a new height. Regarding the laws of the sword Dao, a single glance sufficed to see through their essence. The time required to comprehend sword Dao laws would also be greatly shortened. With his foundation elevated and the chaos sword body formed, Lin Chen clearly felt that cultivation had become much easier. In the past, it would have taken thousands of times longer just to barely break through a bottleneck. An ordinary primordial cultivator would need tens of thousands of years of relentless, sleepless study to master the sword Dao laws, but now Lin Chen could obtain them effortlessly with a casual glance. This was the heaven-defying nature of the chaos sword body. Cultivating a Dao-level technique is truly exhilarating. Compared to the Shangqing immortal art he had practiced before, it was immeasurably superior. Even if it were the current foremost being under the heavenly Dao Honghuang Daozu, what could he do? The technique he cultivated through the creation jade butterfly was utterly unworthy to be compared. It could not even hold a candle. After all, this was a supreme technique that could directly cultivate to the Dao realm something not even Honghuang Daozu had ever mastered. If one day he achieved cultivation success and proved the Dao to attain the primordial saint position, he would not need to rely on slaying the 3 corpses like Panga Sanqing and the Western 2 saints Jane and Juni, nor use the method of proving the Dao through merit assisted by the primordial purple chi to ascend to the great Dao saint. The Dao-level technique was completely free of such troubles, allowing one to achieve the primordial saint fruit in a single step. Moreover, relying on the immortal methods granted by Honghuang Daozu during the 3 openings of the Jiejiao Palace came with immense drawbacks. The dignified heavenly Dao saints, majestic before others, looking down upon the myriad heavens of the primordial world, yet behind the scenes they were pitifully reduced to puppets of the heavenly Dao. They were constrained at every turn by the coercion of the heavenly Dao, and even Honghuang Daozu was merely a pawn and spokesperson of the heavenly Dao. The times when he could act without restraint were pathetically few. Everything was developing in a positive direction, which greatly lifted Lin Chen's spirits. He then casually plucked a few heavy human-shaped ginseng fruits from the ginseng fruit tree and began to continuously chew and refine them. Vast immortal power continuously surged and clashed within his body, gradually breaking through the shackles of the great Dao, causing his aura to rapidly ascend. Early Heavenly Immortal, peak Heavenly Immortal, late Golden Immortal, peak Golden Immortal. With his cultivation level continuously rising, Lin Chen effortlessly broke through to Taiyi Golden Immortal. In the blink of an eye he broke through a major realm, yet showed no signs of stopping. He finally halted at mid-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal. Having broken through nearly 2 major realms in one go, Lin Chen forcibly suppressed his momentum. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit. If one were to break through normal cultivation methods, even with an outstanding top-tier foundation, it would probably take tens of thousands of years to surpass a single major realm. Yet Lin Chen accomplished it effortlessly in just a few breaths. What if one's innate foundation is lowly? One only needs to repeat the simple act of drawing the sword day after day to become stronger. I want to blaze a completely new path of proving the Dao through the sword Dao. Proving the primordial Dao through the sword Dao was not impossible. At this moment Lin Chen's heart was filled with domineering spirit that reached the heavens. Thousands of sword lights swirled around him, as if he himself had transformed into an indestructible sword. Terrifying sword intent reached the 9 heavens, shattering the void and breaking through the universe. Since he had the opportunity to come to the primordial world, a forest of powerhouses, he naturally could not live a mediocre life. With greatly increased confidence, Lin Chen secretly vowed to become the supreme being of the primordial world. With the system's assistance, he believed all this was not a dream and success would come one day. Just then the system's pleasant notification sound rang out again. Sword Dao comprehension reached 8, acquired innate divine ability, peerless sword intent. Lin Chen's heart was overjoyed. This seclusion could be said to be full of gains. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his sword intent had also increased considerably. An innate divine ability was also an opportunity that only those above the Luo Golden Immortal had a chance to awaken. Moreover, the hope was quite slim. Only cultivators with profound cultivation, top-tier foundations, and deep karmic fortune had such an opportunity. This ability could transform the sword into all things, revealing its sharp edge. It intimidated opponents and struck the primordial spirit unexpectedly. Lin Chen could not wait to practice it once. peerless sword intent erupted. Boom. In an instant, Lin Chen transformed into countless indestructible sharp swords, leaving only terrifying sword chi crisscrossing the vast heaven and earth. Exceedingly powerful. Lin Chen could feel that with this ability he could contend even against a cultivator at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. If he used the innate supreme treasure, the immortal slaying divine sword, combined with this ability, he could easily slay them. When he broke through to a higher realm, the power of this ability would increase exponentially. Lin Chen's current foundation could rival that of a chaos demon god, and his ability to comprehend the 3,000 Daos was far stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Cultivating a Dao-level technique was even more efficient. What other cultivators required hundreds of thousands of years to comprehend, for him, it would probably take only 1,000 years. However, Lin Chen did not become complacent. After all, his current cultivation was merely that of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, which was not even considered noteworthy in the primordial world. Those with higher cultivation than him were as numerous as hairs on an ox. His current level was only enough for self-preservation. Without the protection of his master Tongtian, if he ventured into the primordial world alone, he could fall into the belly of a demon at any time. For now, the priority was to rapidly increase his own strength. After all, Lin Chen, who was well versed in the development of the primordial world, knew in advance that the good days of the Wu and Yao clans would not last long. Sooner or later, they would be replaced by the rising forces under Panga Sanqing. As a disciple of the Jie sect, he would not be comfortable for long, and then the investiture of the god's calamity would descend. When that time came, countless disciples of the Jie sect would die unnatural deaths. Their true spirits would be forced into the Fengshen Bang under the control of the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court. The remaining fellow disciples of the Jie sect fared no better. They all became mounts for the people of the Western Buddhist school, forever slaves within Buddhism, with no freedom or dignity left. Even the arrogant heavenly Dao Saint Tongtian Jiaozhu did not escape his fate, and was imprisoned in the chaos by the Daozu. As a member of the Jie sect, if he could not increase his strength before the great calamity, he would likely be unable to escape the fate of being enslaved or killed. As for turning the tide and rescuing the Jie sect disciples from their dire straits, Lin Chen had not yet considered it. After all, the most important thing right now was to gain the ability to protect himself. Although the time for the arrival of the Fengshen calamity was still far off, Lin Chen also felt unprecedented pressure his heartstrings taut, and he wanted to become stronger. The system gave him a shortcut to rapid breakthroughs and improvement, but ultimately his own efforts were needed to reach the shores of success. In the following time, Lin Chen returned to his previous state, drawing his sword day and night without ceasing. Congratulations, host, for completing 1000 sword draws. Sword Dao Insight 8. Congratulations, host, for completing 1300 sword draws. System reward: postnatal spiritual treasure. The sun and moon revolved the vast sea like a dream. 100 years slipped by in an instant. During this period, although Lin Chen's number of sword draws did not achieve a major breakthrough, he obtained extremely bountiful system rewards. With the enhancement of his Sword Dao Insights, Lin Chen's strength also ascended to a higher level. Although he was only at the mid-stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, he was confident that he could instantly kill cultivators of the same realm, and even dealing with a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal would only require some time. In the primordial wilderness, there were not none who could kill enemies above their own rank, but most relied on the power of treasures. At this moment, Lin Chen was an exception. He also gained many spiritual treasures and spiritual roots, including several primordial spiritual treasures, which made Lin Chen excited for days. Without modesty, the fellow disciples of the Jie sect did not have as many stored spiritual treasures as he did, nor did they match Lin Chen's progress in cultivation. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that while drawing his sword, circulating the blazing heaven sword art brought him closer to the comprehension of the great Tao. Sword drawing technique, starting stance. By a mountain stream on Jiejiao Island, Lin Chen tirelessly repeated the sword drawing motion. The void trembled continuously, and rolling sword Dao aura loomed faintly. Congratulations, host, for completing 15000 sword draws. Obtained primordial spiritual treasure. Absorbed in his cultivation, Lin Chen seemed to forget everything around him, completely merging into the sword Dao, with no time to spare, even for the highly valued system rewards. One day, several graceful figures suddenly appeared beside Lin Chen. Junior brother, why not rest for a while? You have worked hard enough. These graceful figures were none other than the renowned Sanxiao sisters of the Jie sect. The three sisters had vastly different temperaments. Yunxiao was dignified and elegant, Xiongxiao was gentle as water, and Bixiao was lively and active. Greetings, three senior sisters. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Chen also stopped his cultivation. Since joining the Jie sect, Lin Chen, who only knew how to draw his sword, was seen as a freak by the other disciples. Moreover, he was pitted as a dullard with extremely slow cultivation and poor talent. Lin Chen did not want others' sympathy, nor did he wish to waste time with them. Lin Chen only wanted to become stronger quickly within the limited time. However, the Sanxiao sisters treated Lin Chen differently. They truly wanted to help this unremarkable junior brother improve. To this end, whenever they had free time, the Sanshao sisters would seek out Lin Chen, accompanying him to share insights on cultivation and techniques. If there was any spiritual treasure that might be useful to this junior brother, the Sanshao sisters would find ways to give it to Lin Chen. This care surpassed the usual bond between senior and junior sisters. Because of this, Lin Chen, whose cultivation had made no progress for a long time, managed to get through that difficult and harsh period. Lin Chen always kept in his heart the kindness of the Sanshao sisters, hoping to repay them one day in the future. Junior brother, your sword drawing technique is already extremely proficient. Would you be interested in practicing some other powerful divine abilities? A hint of complexity flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. This junior brother before her was too stubborn. With poor foundation, ordinary talent, and tirelessly practicing the mundane sword drawing technique, day after day without any progress. The entire Jie sect sympathized with this junior brother's situation, yet he himself remained calm and composed. It was as if he had completely sealed his heart, determined to force a path of cultivation out of a dead end. The Sanshao sisters were initially attracted by Lin Chen's tenacious character of holding on steadfastly, and they began to want to get closer to this unusual junior brother. However, as time passed, the junior brother's cultivation progress seemed to stagnate, yet he appeared completely unconcerned, still unwaveringly practicing the sword drawing technique every day. This perseverance and determination made the Sanshao sisters feel inferior. Hearing their words, Lin Chen was calm inside. He understood the kindness of the Sanshao sisters, but he did not want to reveal his secret. Drawing his sword made him stronger. This was too heaven-defying. Which divine ability in the primordial wilderness could compare? Diligence compensates for stupidity, while my sword drawing technique still has room for growth. One cannot give up halfway. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, speaking calmly. The great Tao is simple, and great skill appears clumsy. Specialize in the sword Tao, and one day you may be able to suppress all heavens and realms, breaking all Taos with a single sword. Hearing this, the three sisters were briefly stunned. How could such a mundane introductory sword technique, no matter how deeply practiced, possess any real power? However, the perceptive Sanshao sisters did not point it out directly. The junior brother was dull in talent with poor foundation, but fortunately, he was steady-minded and not overly ambitious. They could not undermine his Tao heart. But they could not let him continue practicing this sword drawing technique, which would be of little use in the future. To make the junior brother give up his current practice, they first needed to change his thinking. What the junior brother said is not wrong. Yunxiao nodded, slightly expressing agreement. Then she changed the topic. Junior brother, you have confidence in reaching great mastery of the sword Tao, but why not also cultivate some other divine abilities during this process? With the assistance of other supernatural powers, wouldn't you become even stronger and gain the opportunity for enlightenment faster? Bixiao beside her could not help but nod repeatedly. Junior brother, with your perseverance, while practicing the sword drawing technique, you can also cultivate other sword divine abilities. Learning by analogy might yield unexpected results. Feeling the sincerity of the Sanshao sisters, a warmth arose in Lin Chen's heart. However, reason made him decline their kindness once again. The system was the foundation of his survival in this world. Even if the Sanshao sisters were kind to him, he could not reveal a trace of it. Seeing the junior brother's stubborn and unyielding appearance, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Sanshao sisters. Of course, it was not disappointment in the junior brother himself, but in the injustice of the heavenly Tao, which made him dull in talent and unable to adapt. Since the junior brother has made up his mind, we three sisters cannot say more. We can only look forward to the day when your sword Tao reaches perfection and astonishes everyone. Yunxiao, unwilling to let the youngest junior brother lose all confidence, refrained from revealing her disappointment. Before departing, she gifted him some medicinal herbs that could aid in cultivation, and then they left one after the other. Lin Chen felt that the three senior sisters had come primarily to deliver the cultivation-assisting herbs, not to dissuade him from his own path of practice. Having realized this, Lin Chen silently accepted the herbs, then cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused entirely on drawing his sword. Strengthening himself was the most important task at hand. Meanwhile, as the three Xiao sisters departed, they encountered their elder brother, Zhao Gongming, along the way. What brings you three to the island? Did you come specifically to see me? Zhao Gongming had always shared a close bond with the three Xiao sisters. Meeting an old friend again naturally brought great joy. Brother, we were just about to visit you. We met on the road. The ever-playful Bixiao stuck out her tongue and said. Hearing this, the other two sisters, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao, quickly chimed in to cover for her. Exactly, sister. We were passing by together and happened to come across the youngest junior brother. Then the three Xiao sisters recounted some matters concerning the junior brother. Zhao Gongming also showed considerable concern for this unremarkable junior disciple. The junior brother may have mediocre talent, but his temperament is resilient. Lend him a hand if you can. With such a low foundation and poor aptitude, he was unlikely to achieve great success in this life. After hearing about the junior brother, Zhao Gongming sighed deeply. However, the path of cultivation ultimately depended on one's own comprehension, who outsiders could offer little assistance. That the three Xiao sisters could still spare time from their cultivation to care for this junior brother showed their kind hearts, and Zhao Gongming naturally did not interfere. Seeing that their elder brother's attitude remained unchanged, the three sisters were completely relieved. They then spoke of the troubles the junior brother faced during his cultivation. The junior brother is good in every way except he's too stubborn. We sisters have subtly suggested that he switch to a different divine ability, but he simply refuses. Bixiao clenched her small fists in frustration. The junior brother is too obsessed. The art of drawing the sword is merely the entry level of the sword path. Even if he cultivates it to the extreme, what can it achieve? Its power cannot even reach 1/10,000th of a great divine ability. Zhao Gongming tilted his head, slightly unimpressed by Lin Chen's approach. This junior brother's insight was too shallow. He had not even a glimpse of the comprehension of the 3,000 Tao principles. That was why he had strayed onto the wrong path of cultivation. By the stream of Jiejiao Island, Lin Chen, as usual, tirelessly continued drawing his sword. The misunderstandings or pity from his fellow disciples of the Jie sect were in his view utterly pointless. Lin Chen knew his own situation well and paid no heed to others' opinions. While other Jie sect disciples would go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years, abstaining from food and drink, sleepless and relentless, desperately seeking to comprehend the 3,000 Tao principles, only to emerge with no progress and a shattered mindset, Lin Chen merely needed to draw his sword daily to enhance his cultivation and gain various fortuitous opportunities. With such a simple, direct, and effective method of cultivation, did he need anyone's sympathy? In just 500 years he had attained the Tao level in the sword principle, and his cultivation had risen from Golden Immortal to the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Among the countless disciples of the Jie sect, how many could achieve this? Even looking at the entire history of the primordial world, how many could boast of being comparable to Lin Chen? Calling Lin Chen a freak would not be an exaggeration. To pity a freak of cultivation could only be described as short-sighted. Swish, swish. Lin Chen gripped the sword hilt and drew the long sword out of habit. The blade flashed, reversing yin and yang. Congratulations, host, for completing 15000 sword draws. Obtain the top grade innate spiritual treasure, 5 elements pearl. This treasure contains the power of the 5 elements, elevating the essence of the spiritual treasure to its peak. Truly a fine treasure. Lin Chen was extremely satisfied with the system's reward. The 5 elements pearl was unmatched in offense and invincible in defense. It could also be used as the array to set up simple formations. Killing arrays, trapping arrays, and illusion arrays all excelled. At present, this spiritual treasure was very useful for Lin Chen. Although he possessed the innate supreme treasure Zhanxian divine sword, with his current Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, it was impossible to unleash its earth-shattering power. Moreover, with such low cultivation, possessing a treasure without the strength to protect it would invite trouble. Once an innate supreme treasure was revealed, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes and bring unnecessary complications. After all, the 2 Western saints Jane and Zhuanti had searched the primordial world and even the outer chaos in vain for an innate supreme treasure, only to have it suddenly appear in the hands of an ant. How could that not provoke envy? The Zhanxian divine sword could only be used as a last resort, a final trump card. Lin Chen decided to temporarily halt cultivation and spend some time enhancing the power of the newly acquired 5 elements pearl. Jiejiao Island was located in the Eastern Sea. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, water was the easiest to obtain. He would first go to the Eastern Sea and activate the 5 elements pearl to absorb the water attribute. To be safe, Lin Chen did not start his plan immediately upon leaving Jiejiao Island. Instead, he quietly slipped away, entered the seabed, and swiftly moved in a certain direction. Only when he was 30 million li away from Jiejiao Island did he stop. At this distance, even his master Tongtian Jiaozhu would not deliberately extend his divine sense to investigate. Lin Chen first offered up the water attribute pearl and activated his mana. The sea surged violently, waves reversed, and towering waves 100 zhang high rose as the power of water was rapidly extracted and continuously infused into the water attribute pearl. The treasure radiated a hazy divine light, with various Tao runes swirling around it, illuminating a range of 10,000 li. The boundless seawater trembled violently, evolving myriad phenomena. Lin Chen could easily perceive that the power of the water attribute pearl was rapidly condensing and strengthening. The process was brief. When it ended, the pearl's brilliance dimmed, yet its power had increased several-fold. Truly worthy of being a spiritual treasure rewarded by the system. Its power is formidable. After absorbing enough water attribute, Lin Chen was very satisfied with the pearl's transformation. Boom. Just then the calm sea stirred again. The waters parted to both sides, and from the center emerged a massive head. Sensing the change in the environment, Lin Chen became highly alert. A flood dragon roaming nearby had detected the disturbance and approached to investigate. Now it stared fixedly at the unadorned pearl in Lin Chen's hand, its 2 vertical pupils glowing with a brilliant green light. He, an innate spiritual treasure. The Jiao Long stared at the spirit pearl before him, his expression brimming with extraordinary excitement. Such a treasure was a monumental stroke of fortune. He never imagined he would have the chance to encounter it. With a treasure of this magnitude appearing, one might only get a single opportunity in a lifetime. How could he let it slip away? The Jiao Long, his mind now clouded with covetous thoughts, immediately sought an excuse to claim the artifact as his own. Who dares to disturb my slumber, you insolent wretch? Put down that spirit pearl at once. This belongs to the Eastern Sea, and you, Emir Jr., have no right to take it. The Jiao Long erupted with a murderous aura, issuing his threat. At the same time, his cultivation at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm was laid bare, and an overwhelming pressure radiated in all directions. He sealed off every possible escape route for Lin Chen. The sea water boiled violently, churning into massive waves one after another. Is this a robbery? Faced with the Jiao Long's outrageous demand, Lin Chen nearly laughed out loud. The Jiao Long harbored a faint trace of draconic bloodline within him, making him nearly invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. If it were any other disciple of the Jiejiao, they would likely find themselves in a dire predicament today. They might even be forced into a bitter struggle, or worse, fall into a passive position due to the Jiao Long's home field advantage. But for Lin Chen, this was all child's play. You say this spirit pearl in my hand is a product of your Eastern Sea. Then take a closer look. Are these 4 others also from your Eastern Sea? Lin Chen said calmly. At the same time, 4 more spirit pearls, shimmering with divine radiance, appeared in his hand. The Jiao Long across from him could not help but swallow hard. Of course, no matter how many you produce today, they will all be mine. Such treasures should rightfully belong to the strong, so that their true potential can be realized. Truly greedy beyond measure. What if I refuse to hand them over? Lin Chen asked coolly. Refuse? Then I'll take them myself. The Jiao Long, burning with rage, refused to allow any mishap with the spirit treasure he had set his sights on. Not snatching it outright was already a show of face. Since he had offered courtesy in vain, there was no need for further restraint. I'll take the spirit treasure and your life along with it. The Jiao Long sneered with contempt, and a terrifying pressure rapidly spread outward. Facing the Jiao Long's threat, Lin Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. He did not even deign to use the primordial spirit treasure, the immortal slaying divine sword, in his hand, instead holding only an ordinary longsword. You vile Jiao, to die under my sword is an honor you should be proud of. This was the very first battle Lin Chen had ever fought since beginning his practice of the drawing sword technique. As a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu, the spirit treasures in his possession were naturally no ordinary items. The long sword he now revealed before the Jiao Long was a postnatal supreme treasure. Though its grade was somewhat low, ordinary cultivators did not even possess such a treasure. The drawing sword technique had always been a foundational method for sword cultivation, a rather crude and simple divine ability. No other disciple would invest as much effort and time as Lin Chen had in painstakingly studying it. With the support of the system, Lin Chen had cultivated his swordsmanship to the Daoentry level. He had never yet used it in actual combat. When the unremarkable drawing sword technique was imbued with Daoentry level sword insights, just how formidable would its power become? The Jiao Long, who had voluntarily delivered himself to Lin Chen, was the perfect test subject. Seeing that the young man before him not only showed no submission but dared to assume a fighting stance, the Jiao Long grew even more furious. Damned wretch! The Jiao Long, now utterly enraged, struck directly. A torrent of dragon breath erupted, instantly vaporizing 100 miles of seawater. His sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light as they lunged forward. This Jiao Long possessed no spirit treasure to protect himself, but his physical body was exceptionally powerful, serving as a convenient, innate treasure. Mindful of the 5 spirit pearls, the Jiao Long only used half his strength. Facing the ferocious attack, Lin Chen stood aloof, as if he had transcended the constraints of time and space. His hand on the sword hilt, he entered a state of complete self-forgetfulness, channeling all his focus onto the hilt. Yet this calm demeanor appeared to the Jiao Long as utter despair. Faced with a powerful enemy, he could not even muster the will to resist. Such cowardice only deepened the Jiao Long's contempt. Perish! A flicker of mockery passed through the Jiao Long's eyes as his sharp claws tore through the void, intent on ripping the figure before him to shreds. Drawing sword technique, opening stance. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had remained still and composed for so long, finally moved. Boom! The sword left its sheath, and countless sword auras soared across the heavens, annihilating everything. The calm sea surface was instantly split open, creating a gap tens of zhang wide. 10,000 miles of seawater were severed in an instant, divided into 2. As the sword's radiance swept past, the Jiao Long's pupils shrank. How is this possible? As the sword descended, the Jiao Long's body was frozen, unable to move even a hair, as if trapped in a quagmire. His body was burdened with a weight of billions of pounds. The drawn sword seemed to have eyes of its own, impossible to evade. This was a strike imbued with supreme sword Dao. The law force contained within far exceeded the Jiao Long's imagination. Could this truly be the terrifying power unleashed by a mere ant-like human? With his body restrained and unable to budge, countless sharp, sword beams reflected in the Jiao Long's eyes. His faith shattered, he wanted to beg for mercy, but under the overwhelming sword might, he could not even open his mouth. I am not willing to accept this. The Jiao Long cried out helplessly in his heart as his soul was swiftly torn away, his Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation rapidly dissipating until his presence faded into nothingness. Where the sword edge passed, everything was obliterated. The once arrogant Jiao Long was annihilated in both body and soul. Beneath his feet, a gargantuan rift stretching for 10,000 miles had formed on the seabed, filled with terrifying sword chi that lingered for a long time. With an ordinary sword stroke, he had slain a Jiao Long of equal cultivation with effortless ease. If the three Shao sisters had been present to witness this, they would have been stunned into opening their cherry lips wide. In their eyes, even if Lin Chen's drawing sword technique had been cultivated to the perfection stage, it would yield nothing extraordinary. But in Lin Chen's hands, the unremarkable sword technique was imbued with infinite possibilities. When executed, it displayed devastating power, even capable of a one-hit kill. Lin Chen now proved with his actions that the words he had spoken to the three Shao sisters were no boast, but the truth. Even ordinary sword cultivation, when mastered, could unleash earth-shattering might, and even touch the great Tao. Moreover, the three Shao sisters had claimed that more powerful divine abilities would be required. But could they truly achieve such power? Not necessarily. Alas, this Jiao Long's cultivation level is too low. Lin Chen sheathed his sword calmly, and could not help but sigh. Before he had even exerted his full strength, the Jiao Long before him was already immobilized and forced to passively endure the assault. Far too weak. It seemed that opponents of the same cultivation level were insufficient to force Lin Chen to unleash his full power. Lin Chen had originally intended to use this flood dragon to test the power of his peerless sword intent in the domain of the sword Dao. But what happened instead? A rather ordinary sword strike, merely infused with a wisp of sword Dao principles, had killed him in an instant. I have never encountered such worthless trash. With this paltry strength, he dares to learn from others how to kill and plunder treasures. Well, look at this now. Seeking to steal another's wealth, but paying with his own life instead. Lin Chen quietly gathered his spiritual treasure and departed. This was his first battle, yet he revealed no excitement whatsoever, remaining utterly calm from beginning to end. In the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevails. Every moment sees lives cut short by unnatural deaths. Especially during the heavenly tribulations that descend at regular intervals, countless living beings perish, their numbers beyond estimation. The ancient saying that the way of heaven is impartial, treating all things as common dogs, is vividly realized in the primordial world. Since Lin Chen had arrived in this unfamiliar and ruthless realm, he naturally prepared himself in advance for any unforeseen circumstances. The flood dragon's skills paled in comparison, and his untimely death was a matter of cause and effect. At nearly the same moment, within the Bo Palace atop Purple Cloud Cliff, Tongtian, who had been sitting upright with eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them, a flicker of astonishment passing through his gaze. Sword intent. Heaven's shaking sword intent. It had occurred within a million-li radius around Golden Turtle Island. The Tongtian creator's figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. Rolling sage aura stretched across hundreds of millions of li of the Eastern Sea. Tearing through the void with mastery over spatial laws, Tongtian instantly appeared at a seabed abyss where sword intent swirled and permeated. This sword intent contains the great Tao. The cultivator's power has transcended to saintly levels. Frowning as he sensed the residual sword chi here, Tongtian muttered to himself, who could be behind this? Shaken to his core, Tongtian began weaving hand seals to divine heavenly secrets. As a supreme sage of great power, no cultivator at his level could escape his scrutiny. For Tongtian, there was no heavenly secret he could not fathom. Yet after a brief moment, a trace of bewilderment flickered across his eyes. The heavenly secrets were shrouded in chaos. Tongtian had miscalculated. When had such a peerless master of sword Dao risen to such cultivation? How was it that he of all people knew nothing of this? Tongtian was both a grand master of sword arts and formation techniques, though his mastery of the sword clearly surpassed all else. Upon encountering a being with such profound sword Dao today, a sudden urge overcame him to meet this person face to face. What he never expected was that even as a sage of heavenly Dao, he could not divine this person's origins. The inability to meet and discuss sword Dao with such a remarkable individual filled Tongtian with deep regret. A step too late. Scanning the emptiness around him, Tongtian let out a faint sigh before departing in disappointment. Golden Turtle Island Bo Palace. Just as the despondent Tongtian returned from the Eastern Sea, his eldest direct disciple Duobao walked in from outside. Duobao, who had encountered a minor bottleneck in his cultivation, had come seeking his master's guidance. Yet upon entering, he was startled to find his master with brows slightly furrowed and mind clearly troubled. His master was a sage of the great Tao, one of the highest beings in the primordial world. Could such a mighty entity truly have something beyond his ability to resolve? "Master, what troubles you?" asked Duobao, unable to restrain his curiosity. In low spirits, Tongtian replied casually, "While I was comprehending the heavenly Tao, I sensed a heaven-piercing sword aura appear near the eastern seashore. Alas, by the time I arrived, the one who drew that blade had long vanished." From the seabed abyss carved by that terrifying sword aura, Tongtian could discern the approximate truth. The other party's comprehension of sword Tao rules had likely reached the stage of entering the Tao. The distance to attaining the Tao was not far either. To comprehend sword Tao to such a profound level, one's future achievements will certainly not be modest. Tongtian could not help but praise. To display such prowess in sword Tao was to possess talent that could only be described as monstrous. If he could be welcomed into their sect, he would undoubtedly carry forward the lineage of sword Tao. Tongtian's mastery of sword Tao ranked among the very best in the primordial world. And yet he had only reached the level of attaining the Tao. The legendary level of mastering the Tao remained beyond his grasp. Despite his divine origins from birth and the cultivation base of a heavenly Tao sage, his sword Tao comprehension had only touched the threshold of attaining the Tao. Though Jie's sect counted thousands of disciples with no shortage of those bearing profound spiritual roots, few caught Tongtian's interest in sword Tao cultivation. To speak of entering the Tao was unrealistic, barely a handful had even brushed against its surface. This was proof of how difficult it was to reach the stage of entering the Tao through sword cultivation. Alas, what a pity! That promising disciple of sword Tao had concealed his heavenly secrets, leaving Tongtian unable to discern his identity. Having heard the full account, Duobao's heart thundered with shock. How could this be? Was there truly a being whom even a great sage could not fathom through divine deduction? Sages stand equal to the heavenly Tao itself, omnipresent and omniscient. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, so do sages. Yet even under such conditions they could not deduce the identity of the swordsman. What manner of existence could this be? It was beyond imagination. Moreover, among the sword cultivators withstanding in the primordial world there were but a few notable ones, fewer still who had ever caught his master's interest. For his master to look upon someone with new eyes and praise them repeatedly, it was unprecedented. As the eldest disciple of Jie's sect and the most favored pupil at Tongtian's side, Duobao felt his position facing an immense challenge. The situation weighed heavily upon him, while simultaneously stirring intense curiosity. "Master, is there truly no other way to locate this person?" Duobao asked, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. He longed to witness for himself what sort of extraordinary talent had left his master so deeply impressed, and whether such a person might rival him in strength. Tongtian too was eager to find this cultivator. However, as a sage of the great Tao, he understood one thing above all: everything unfolds according to karmic fate. Nothing should be forced against the natural order. The fact that the heavenly secrets were inexplicably concealed could only mean that sword cultivator shared no karmic connection with him. "When fate has not yet brought you together, do not strive in vain," Tongtian said with a gentle shake of his head. He then collected his thoughts. "You came seeking me. What matters bring you here?" Instead of dwelling further on the sword cultivator, Tongtian turned his attention to Duobao with genuine concern. "Master, I have encountered a minor bottleneck in my cultivation and would greatly appreciate your guidance." Seizing the opportunity, Duobao quickly spoke. "Being and non-being give rise to each other. Difficulty and ease complete each other. Length and shortness define each other." As the sage delivered his teaching, numerous prodigies manifested. Auspicious colors flashed continuously, purple light coiled and shimmered, chains of divine order descended from 10,000 paths, golden lotuses sprouted in abundance, and brilliant golden radiance cascaded forth. Taoist Duobao stood with straight spine and hands hanging naturally at his sides, his spirit fully concentrated as he closed his eyes to perceive the rhythms of the Tao. At this very moment, Lin Chen, constantly on Tongtian and Duobao's minds, had finished his work and returned to his cave dwelling. His divine sense turned inward, entering the depths of his mind. The system panel opened, and he saw that the information displayed had undergone some changes. Host Lin Chen, Cultivation Realm, Taiyi Golden Immortal, Sword Tao Achievement, Entering the Tao, Sword Tao Comprehension, 8 Divine Abilities, Sword Drawing Technique, Peerless Sword Intent. In less than 500 years he had risen from a mere Earth Immortal to a Taiyi Golden Immortal, a truly astonishing speed. With numerous spiritual treasures and insights into the Sword Tao, Lin Chen had gained much. Lin Chen resolved to redouble his efforts and advance even further. Then a 3-leaf spirit grass appeared in his hand. As its leaves gently swayed, dense sword chi burst forth. This herb was named the 3-leaf sword grass, a gift from the Sanchao sisters to Lin Chen. Since Lin Chen cultivated the Sword Tao, it was only natural for them to gift him a spiritual root that could nurture and elevate his sword path. The 3-leaf sword grass, containing a trace of Tao resonance, could directly integrate Sword Tao laws upon refinement. This was immensely beneficial for Lin Chen at his current stage. Soon after, within Lin Chen's cave, dwelling Dao resonance permeated the air, transforming into streams of Sword Dao law runes that continuously converged into his spiritual platform, enhancing his Sword Dao comprehension. After the three-leaf sword grass was fully refined, Lin Chen's body erupted with an incredibly pure and terrifying sword chi that pierced through the clouds. Thousands of sword chi crisscrossed their sharpness, laid bare, tearing through the void. Just a single herb containing Sword Dao laws had increased Lin Chen's Sword Dao comprehension by 5. I must thank the Sanshao sisters this time. One herb is worth 10,000 draws of my sword. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The three-leaf sword grass was not particularly rare. Disciples with some status in the Jie sect could still obtain it. There were many disciples in the Jie sect who cultivated the Sword Dao, some of whom had even refined more than one three-leaf sword grass, yet none had ever heard of such a great boost in Sword Dao comprehension from the herb stimulation. It seemed there was only one plausible explanation: the improvement of his foundation. It had been merely 100 years since he broke through to Taiyi Golden Immortal, and his Sword Dao comprehension at the Dao achieving level had already reached 13, a truly astonishing speed. It seems that the transformation of my foundation has greatly enhanced my comprehension ability. Before elevating his foundation, his cultivation progress and understanding of Sword Dao laws had relied entirely on the system. Now it was clearly different. Even without the system, the improvement was equally remarkable. The foundation foretells the height of future cultivation. This saying proved true. If not for his current foundation comparable to that of a chaos primordial god relying on just a mere spirit grass, even an increase of 1 in Sword Dao comprehension would have been quite good. However, Lin Chen did not slacken his cultivation. Due to the transformation of his foundation, he continued to draw his sword daily, as usual. His current cultivation was still too weak. Even a small flood dragon dared to harbor thoughts of murder and robbery upon seeing him. If he encountered even more powerful cultivators at the Taiyi Golden Immortal, Jiejiao Golden Immortal, or even quasi-saint level, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Even if he could cultivate carefree on Jiejiao Island forever, he would eventually have to face a calamity, like the conferred god cataclysm. By then, even Tongtian would be unable to protect himself, let alone the low-powered Jie sect disciples around him. Only by strengthening oneself could one ignore everything. As for how to escape the conferred god cataclysm and rescue his suffering Jie sect brethren, Lin Chen currently had no solution. He could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, the great calamity was still far off. Lin Chen had enough time to plan. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation, otherwise everything else was pointless. As for whether to directly seek out his master Tongtian and reveal everything, Lin Chen would not do such a stupid thing. In the eyes of the Jie sect disciples, he was still a junior brother with poor talent and mediocre achievements. Even if he informed them, what could he do? With little influence, he would only become a laughingstock. Congratulations, host, on completing 1600 sword draws. Sword Dao Comprehension 15 obtained postnatal spirit treasure, leaf fire cover. Over the following period, Lin Chen continued drawing his sword as before. Although there was no great leap forward, his cultivation steadily improved. The news that the junior brother of the Jie sect tirelessly and day and night only practiced the simple drawing sword technique spread ever wider within 500 years. Now and then, Jie sect disciples would pass by Lin Chen's cultivation spot and stop to watch from afar. Some offered encouragement, others expressed sympathy, making Lin Chen want to find a quieter cave dwelling to continue his practice. Although these Jie sect disciples meant well, Lin Chen truly didn't need it. Time flowed like water and years passed like a shuttle. Lin Chen, fully focused, drew his sword from its sheath, and the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, on completing 1700 sword draws. Sword Dao Comprehension 10 obtained Sword Dao Divine Ability, Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. He had gained another powerful trump card divine ability. Ever since he entered the Jie sect, Tongtian had only taught him the rudimentary drawing sword technique at their first meeting. After that, he hadn't even shown his face. Lin Chen even wondered if Tongtian still remembered his unaccomplished disciple. The Sanshao sisters, however, were very fond of their little junior brother, often visiting with gifts. They had also thought of gifting Lin Chen some powerful divine abilities, but he always politely declined with various excuses. In Lin Chen's view, it was more beneficial to steadily draw his sword here than to spend a great deal of time studying other divine abilities. As long as he kept drawing his sword, he could obtain a steady stream of system rewards. Moreover, the divine abilities rewarded by the system could be used with consummate skill, without any extra training time. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall, when unleashed, swept like a dragon, splitting yin and yang, shattering the heavens. It was several times more powerful than the drawing sword technique he currently mastered. Compared to the well-known Sword Dao divine abilities of the current primordial world, it was like the bright moon versus a firefly. This system reward came just in time, although the drawing sword technique performed well in Lin Chen's hands. In his first battle, he had dealt with a flood dragon, and that without activating his Sword Dao domain. However, that victory was also due to the dragon's arrogance and carelessness. If he encountered a being of the same level with a deep foundation, merely relying on the drawing sword technique to defeat them would be quite difficult. The drawing sword technique was very practical for accumulating system rewards, but it was clearly lacking when used against powerful opponents. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall, on the other hand, was unmatched in killing power and unrivaled in sword intent. Moreover, it required no time to comprehend, a timely help for Lin Chen at this moment. However, Lin Chen, who didn't want to attract trouble by being too sharp, did not wish to display this divine ability just yet. He could only suppress the urge to try it out. Since completing the system's initial task of drawing the sword 500 times, the system had been granting rewards very frequently. If he continued to persevere, there would be even more rewards. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen began his repetitive sword drawing once again. Each sword draw was a tremendous drain on his mental energy, but after breaking through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, his recovery speed had increased many-fold. Sword drawing technique, opening stance. A sharp, icy sword gleam flashed and vanished, leaving only the vast, unrestrained essence of the sword path. Duobao, passing by chance, suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chilling sensation flooding from head to foot. In that instant, he sensed a soul-seizing, sharp, radiant streak across his heart. What is this? His vigilance aroused. Duobao immediately turned his head, but after a thorough search he found nothing. Around him, there was no movement save for the junior brother standing rigidly by the mountain stream, repeatedly drawing his sword. Duobao could swear that the overwhelming palpitation he felt was no baseless illusion. Could it be caused by the junior brother by the stream? The thought had barely arisen in his mind before it was extinguished. As the senior brother who helped Master Tontian manage the daily affairs of the Jie sect, Duobao knew the situation of all the disciples of the Jie sect like the back of his hand. He knew this junior brother, mediocre in talent, eccentric, and all too well. Born with an ordinary foundation, exceptionally poor innate roots, and a stubborn, inflexible nature, his future achievements were truly limited. To have quietly accumulated and broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm after so long was likely his limit. It was not that he looked down on this junior brother, but such was the harsh truth. With a complex expression, Duobao searched everywhere, but found nothing. Then he voluntarily approached Lin Chen. Duobao, usually busy with cultivation and numerous affairs, had paid little attention to this junior brother. A day is better than 1,000 days. Today, he would spend some time offering proper guidance to his junior brother. It was the duty of the senior brother. Junior brother, how goes your path of cultivation lately? Duobao approached with a gentle smile, asking with concern. Alas, interrupted again. A trace of irritation flickered in Lin Chen's heart, but he still stopped the sword-drawing motion out of respect for the senior brother. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am well. Lin Chen replied calmly, without fawning over the senior brother, who was the master's most favored disciple. His own path could only be sought by himself. Neither the Sanxiao sisters, nor senior brother Duobao, nor even Tontian himself. He needed none of their pity. Truly well. Is that really so? Having been a disciple of the Jie sect for nearly 500 years, he was still practicing the introductory sword-drawing technique. Apart from praising his astonishing perseverance, no other words could describe it. This junior brother had a commendable persistence, but was too rigid and inflexible. Enough. After all, he was the senior brother of the Jie sect. Guiding the junior brother was his duty. Junior brother, the path of cultivation lies in perseverance. You have performed admirably in this regard, worthy of praise. For 500 years, he had never ceased practicing a single sword art. Regardless of the achievement, this perseverance alone deserved commendation. But that said, persisting in cultivation is the foundation of a cultivator's advancement, yet persistence does not guarantee results. If you have any confusion in your cultivation, speak up now. Your senior brother happens to have some free time to guide you a bit. The beings of the primordial are countless, each cultivating diligently, yet those who truly achieve greatness are exceedingly rare. The reasons lie not only in limitations of innate roots and talent, but also in the lack of a wise teacher. Even the once renowned 6 saints of the primordial only advanced by leaps and bounds after receiving the guidance of ancestor Honghuang, eventually attaining the Honghuang saint position. This was why countless primordial beings would spare no effort to join the lineage of a saint. Take for example the junior brother Lin Chen, in others' eyes, a postnatal being with an extremely ordinary foundation. Relying solely on his own cultivation, it would be fortunate if he could advance one major realm in a million years. Duobao, as the disciple most favored by Master Tontian in the Jie sect, often had the privilege of listening to the saint's teachings at close hand and could seek answers from Master Tontian whenever confused. Even though Duobao's cultivation was not yet high, it was more than enough to guide the junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Chen said sincerely. Duobao was very pleased with the junior brother's attitude. Poor innate roots and dull talent were not his fault. As long as he worked hard and had a good teacher, he might not achieve great things, but at least his realm would not remain stagnant. Junior brother talent is mediocre. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. No one else can intervene. Duobao sighed inwardly, then began to impart the Tao. Knowing that the junior brother was slow-witted, Duobao only taught relatively shallow principles. Yet even so, in Duobao's view, it would be quite impressive if the junior brother grasped even a tenth of it. After all, Lin Chen's foundation destined him for no great future. Lin Chen was unaware of Duobao's thoughts, yet at this moment, he was fully immersed in comprehending the Tao. Tao patterns radiated brilliantly around him, transforming into the purest insights of the Tao, which Lin Chen absorbed rapidly. Ever since his foundation had undergone a transformation, his speed of Tao comprehension had soared dramatically. With his current foundation, not only could he absorb Duobao's teachings, but even Teng Tian's teachings would be mostly comprehensible. What is this? Noticing the changes around Lin Chen, Duobao's heart trembled, and a glint of wonder flashed in his eyes. The Tao techniques Duobao taught were shallow, yet even several junior brothers with deeper foundations could not absorb them all in such a short time. But this junior brother, who had always been underestimated, had comprehended everything in an instant. Wanting to see the true level of the junior brother's talent, Duobao deliberately began to expound more obscure Tao techniques. What followed left Duobao stunned for a long time. No matter how profound and abstruse the Tao technique, Lin Chen would comprehend it effortlessly after just one recitation. How strange. The junior brother's innate roots and talent were clearly extremely low. How could he suddenly comprehend so quickly? It was not that Duobao was arrogant, but even he had not fully mastered the last Tao technique he taught. He had merely recited it from memory as Teng Tian had dictated. Yet the junior brother before him could comprehend it instantly. What had happened to this junior brother? How could such a startling change occur? Duobao, having finished imparting the Tao, was filled with doubt. Thank you, senior brother, for teaching the Tao. Lin Chen immediately emerged from his enlightenment, perfectly calm. This was nothing remarkable. With a foundation comparable to a chaos demon god, even a saint's teachings could be comprehended with ease. And Duobao, having discovered the junior brother's astonishing cultivation talent, began to treat him with a slightly changed attitude. As fellow disciples of the Jie sect, there is no need for such courtesy. Should you encounter any confusion in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out at any time. Duobao harbored some curiosity within his heart, yet he refrained from prying too deeply. The youngest junior brother has undergone such a profound transformation in a short span of time. As long as it leads to growth, that is all that matters. Everyone possesses their own unique destiny. All right, senior brother. Lin Chen nodded gently. Though Duobao's teachings had not directly advanced his cultivation base, they had deepened his comprehension of the great Tao. Moreover, you have already mastered the sword drawing technique sufficiently. There is no need to continue practicing it further. Rather than leave it at that, let me bestow upon you a more powerful divine ability. As Duobao spoke, he presented Lin Chen with a jade talisman. This jade talisman contains a sword technique divine ability known as the Severing Currents sword method. Though not among the most profound and unfathomable techniques, if cultivated to its absolute peak, even a golden immortal could not escape unscathed. The sword drawing technique merely serves as the foundational art for new disciples in the Jie sect's sword cultivation path. Even at its utmost perfection, it would only pose a threat to cultivators of equivalent rank. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Chen accepted the jade talisman. After exchanging pleasantries, he continued speaking. Senior brother, although I have studied the sword drawing technique as an entry to the Tao of the sword, because I believe my foundation remains weak and must be solidified so that I may one day attain profundity in swordsmanship. Duobao was visibly taken aback by the young disciple's counterargument, but seeing Lin Chen persist in his decision to continue with the sword drawing technique, he could only shake his head in resignation. This junior brother truly embodied the stubborn determination for which he was known. Very well, junior brother. If you believe this path is correct, then follow its natural course. Duobao let out a soft sigh, abandoning any further attempt at persuasion. He had spoken all he could and offered all the help he was able to. As for how far his junior brother would ultimately progress in cultivation, that depended solely on his own Tao affinities and destined opportunities. Sensing his senior brother's faint disappointment, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He possessed a heaven-defying cultivation method, yet he could never share this secret with others. Such was life, it would be better to simply bury himself in cultivation once more. With a sense of resignation, Lin Chen awaited Duobao's departure before beginning to meditate upon the Severing Currents sword method. Given his current comprehension of the sword Tao at the entry level, he grasped it almost instantly. This technique may not be overwhelmingly powerful, but when wielded through Lin Chen's exceptional sword Tao achievements, none within his cultivation realm could hope to match him. Lin Chen resumed his daily routine, repeating his sword drawing practice as he always did. Meanwhile, Duobao strolled leisurely toward his junior sister Wu Dang's cave dwelling. Junior sister, this is the magical artifact you had long asked me to forge. It is now complete. Duobao casually produced a rank numerical spiritual treasure and handed it to Wu Dang. Though Duobao was among the most outstanding disciples of the Jie sect at present, he had failed to inherit Tang Tian Jiaozhu's supreme sword Tao lineage. He held great enthusiasm and remarkable achievement in the path of artifact refinement. Had it not been for the ancient division of Pangu's three pure ones, Duobao's talents in refining artifacts would have made him a natural fit under Yuanshi Tianzuan's guidance. Thank you, senior brother. Wu Dang accepted the spiritual treasure with heartfelt gratitude. The two then conversed about the recent circumstances of fellow disciples within the Jie sect. After all, both of them were direct disciples of Tongtian within the Jie sect. Ordinarily, their master rarely had the time to oversee the multitude of disciples under his care. As direct disciples, it was their duty to share concerns for matters across the Jie sect. Junior sister, have you noticed that Lin Chen, our youngest junior brother, seems different lately? Recalling Lin Chen's transformation, Duobao could not refrain from asking, what could be different about him? Wu Dang replied with little interest. In everyone's eyes, their youngest junior brother possessed ordinary roots and mediocre aptitude from birth. Aside from his unwavering dedication to cultivation, there was little else to draw special attention. Though Wu Dang herself was diligent in her own cultivation, she had also kept watch over this junior brother from time to time and found nothing unusual. Just moments ago, when I imparted teachings to him, he comprehended everything within an instant. He must have encountered some great opportunity. Lin Chen's mediocre aptitude was common knowledge throughout the Jie sect. Even their master Tongtian had found no means to alter it. Yet the depth of Lin Chen's present comprehension of the great Tao far surpassed that of most disciples within the sect. The only plausible explanation was that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Wu Dang's bright eyes lit up. This is truly good news for our junior brother. Their junior brother had joined the Jie sect many years ago, yet his cultivation had seen no progress at all. Now that he had encountered an opportunity, Wu Dang felt genuine joy on his behalf. As for the changes, Duobao had emphasized, Wu Dang did not place much importance on them. It would be natural for their junior brother, after such extensive practice with the sword drawing technique, to experience some sudden enlightenment. However, his humble origins and mediocre roots meant that his future achievements would inevitably be limited. Beyond offering words of encouragement, Wu Dang was fully aware that these senior brothers could offer him little tangible assistance. You speak truly, junior sister. If our junior brother has such an opportunity, it is his blessed fortune, and I am happy for him as well. Duobao sighed softly and chose not to press the matter further. His thoughts mirrored Wu Dang's. He found the situation easy to understand. Their junior brother had finally found his opportunity, but that was all. It would not change the fundamental reality. On his way back after bidding farewell to Wu Dang, Duobao's mind began to wander once more. He recalled his earlier conversation with their master and unconsciously connected it to that inexplicably sharp sword intent he had sensed. Could it be that young junior brother who had accomplished this? The thought flashed through his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. Absolutely impossible. The notion was entirely unrealistic. While their junior brother was indeed diligent by nature, possessed astonishing perseverance, and maintained an unshakable Tao heart, it was still impossible for him to achieve such greatness in sword Tao overnight. To captivate their master's attention and draw such repeated praise, one must be a person of extraordinary innate talent and noble origins. But this junior brother was merely a late-born human cultivator. He had only recently joined the Jie sect less than a millennium ago. Even with some fortuitous opportunity, it was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate the sword Tao to such breathtaking heights. During the period that followed, Lin Chen returned to his familiar routine. His comprehension of the sword Tao gradually continued to deepen. Congratulations. The host's sword Tao comprehension has reached 15. Reward top grade, innate spiritual root, Tao understanding, tea tree. Lin Chen was quite pleased with the system's reward. This spiritual root proved extremely valuable in aiding his comprehension of the great Tao. The leaves, when brewed into tea, possessed the efficacy of refreshing the mind and aiding in the understanding of the Tao. After his roots had undergone transformation, Lin Chen's ability to comprehend the laws of the great Tao had become considerably swifter than before. With this spiritual root assisting him, his comprehension of the Tao left onlookers amazed. Keep up the excellent work. Such a spiritual root ranked just below the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Even ordinary quasi-saints did not possess it. Filled with motivation, Lin Chen now swung his sword with even greater vigor. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Chen never paused for a moment, and the number of times he had drawn his sword accumulated to 3500. Congratulations to the host for completing 3500 sword draws. Sword Tao comprehension progress reached 18. Reward Chaos Demon Ape Essence Blood. Chaos Demon Ape Essence Blood. Lin Chen was thrilled. Since Pangu created the heavens and earth, chaotic demons had almost all died out, let alone the so-called chaotic demon essence blood. This item can strengthen the physical body and instantly boost combat power. Lin Chen, who had just raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, would need some time to settle, even with the system's assistance, to break through again. To enhance overall strength and unleash powerful combat power in a short time, besides spiritual treasures and divine abilities, strengthening the physical body is also crucial. and the Chaos Demon Ape Essence blood perfectly suited Lin Chen's current needs. After strengthening the physical body, the number of sword draws should increase again. Lin Chen temporarily gave up continuing his sword draws and turned back to his cave dwelling, preparing to refine the newly obtained Chaos Demon Ape Essence blood. Boom! Violent blood energy instantly burst forth, causing his physical body to disintegrate, then immediately reformed. The process of recondensing and forging the body was agonizing, repeatedly cycling between disintegration and nirvana. Even though Lin Chen's Dao heart was extremely steadfast, he couldn't help but let out a low muffled groan. Each time the physical body recondensed, it grew stronger. When the last drop of Chaos Demon Ape Essence blood was completely refined, Lin Chen's physical body had undergone earth-shaking changes. A simple, unadorned punch with a fierce wind instantly shattered the void. Perfect. Feeling the strength of his physical body, Lin Chen estimated that he could rival the great shamans of the Wu clan. Although his cultivation realm had not advanced, the benefits from the physical enhancement were not few. A terrifying physical body combined with an unmatched sword Dao of slaughter could be said to be invincible. Of course, this conclusion was only drawn in comparison with enemies of the same realm. A Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation would still be somewhat strained against a Daoyuo Golden Immortal. With no hope of advancing cultivation, even the most trump cards would be useless. Enhancing strength was the top priority at the moment. To exhaust one's life for the primordial saint position, otherwise one would always be an ant. After strengthening the physical body, the most direct manifestation was that the daily number of sword draws increased from the previous 3 to 9. This was the immense benefit of increasing physical strength. The number of sword draws per day tripled. Lin Chen's confidence soared, and he began to practice sword drawing even more diligently every day. Every time the sword was drawn from its sheath, it seemed as if the profound essence of the great Dao flickered faintly, and the comprehension of the sword Dao was constantly improving. One day, while Lin Chen was practicing sword drawing incessantly by a mountain stream, he sensed a group of disciples from the Jie sect heading his way. The leader was Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal, followed by Yixian Ma Yuan, and the two were chatting and laughing. He vaguely heard Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal mention a cultivation method of yin-yang coupling and debauchery. This made Lin Chen's brows furrow involuntarily. Familiar with the course of the investiture of the gods' catastrophe, Lin Chen knew that this Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal was no good person. At the critical moment, it was this Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal who betrayed the Jie sect and took away the Six Souls banner, the Jie sect's last hope to turn the tide, thus causing the Jie sect to suffer a miserable fate. In the end, he traded the betrayal of his fellow Jie sect disciples for fame and fortune. He became the notorious Dingguang Joyful Buddha in the Western Buddhist sect. He was most fond of plundering the yin essence of living beings to enhance his own cultivation, committing numerous karmic sins and tarnishing the reputation of his sect. However, at present, this Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal was skilled at flattery and had actually gained a good reputation within the Jie sect. When Dingguang Immortal arrived nearby, he had already spotted Lin Chen, but he was completely ignored by him. A creature of the acquired realm with such a poor foundation, how could he be worthy of being a personal disciple of Tongtian, the leader of the Jie sect? This greatly lowered the overall strength and image of the Jie sect disciples. He didn't know what Master Tongtian had been thinking to whimsically accept such a character. While inwardly full of complaints, he pretended to look very concerned on the surface. He proactively approached Lin Chen and asked with a smile, "Junior brother, you are really hardworking in practicing the sword, but this kind of cultivation method is useless. Innate deficiencies cannot be compensated by later efforts. For the sake of the sect, you should practice in places with fewer people so as not to cause outsiders to misunderstand and underestimate our Jie sect disciples." Facing Long-Eared Dingguang Immortal's ridicule, Lin Chen was filled with contempt. This kind of time server who betrays his own sect dared to be so arrogant. For the future of the Jie sect, he absolutely could not allow him to continue staying here. But on the surface, Lin Chen showed little emotional fluctuation, only calmly saying, "Two senior brothers, it seems you have gained quite a lot this time." From their conversation and Lin Chen's understanding of Dingguang Immortal's character, he knew that this fellow had often engaged in murder and robbery. This Dingguang Immortal had a low moral character. Lin Chen had no chance to encounter him on ordinary days and didn't want to ask for trouble. But this damn traitor actually dared to provoke him on his own. Did he really think Lin Chen was easygoing? A dark light flickered in Dingguang Immortal's eyes, while his lackey Ma Yuan showed a flash of fear. They had never expected that the matter between them would be known to a third person. This was not a good sign. To cover up his own disgrace, Ma Yuan directly began to threaten the junior brother in front of him. "Junior brother, no matter what you know or how much, you'd better keep your mouth shut, or you'll be in deep trouble." If it weren't for the fact that they were currently on Jiejiao Island within the range of Master Tongtian's saintly might and concerning their own Dao path, they would have already thought of silencing him. "Junior brother, just focus on your sword drawing and don't meddle in other matters. I am the most favored disciple of the Master. Do you think the Master would believe me his favored disciple, or you an obscure disciple?" Honghuang Immortal might not have other skills, but his ability to calculate human hearts was unparalleled. Otherwise, even a saint couldn't escape his schemes at the critical moment. Now he was one of the famous 7 attending immortals of the Jie sect, deeply favored by Tongtian. If the two of them went to Master Tongtian, it was obvious who would have the advantage. Because of this, Honghuang Immortal's attitude towards other senior and junior brothers in the Jie sect became increasingly overbearing and unscrupulous. Except for a few senior brothers whose strength far exceeded his, he looked down on all other Jie sect disciples. Facing the threats of Honghuang Immortal and Ma Yuan, Lin Chen remained unmoved and said again, "Man proposes, heaven disposes. Look after yourself." Outrageous. I'm giving you face. You have no respect for your elders, you don't know hierarchy. Today I will teach you a good lesson. Ma Yuan was instantly provoked by Lin Chen's demeanor, raising his hand to deliver a domineering punch. A mere lowly postnatal creature should simply draw his sword and wait for death here. How could such a worthless existence dare to meddle? The aura of a late-stage golden immortal erupted instantly, unleashing a terrifying force that could split mountains and shatter rocks, hurtling toward Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight, neither dodging nor employing any divine ability. He merely relied on his physical strength and calmly struck out with a single palm. Bullying the weak. Utterly delusional. Bang. The two terrifying forces collided, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Ma Yuan, who had thought he would easily prevail, immediately saw his expression collapse. In an instant he felt a weight of 10,000 June pressing down upon him, while fierce energy currents relentlessly tore at his flesh, causing his body to crack and dissolve inch by inch. Instant kill. The late-stage golden immortal Ma Yuan had his physical body shattered by a single palm strike from the despised Lin Chen. What kind of constitution is this? Without any divine ability to assist, the sheer force of Lin Chen's palm wind shattered his body. Fear overwhelmed Ma Yuan, and an expression of disbelief flickered across his face. Wasn't this junior brother a weak human whom no one respected? How had his physical strength suddenly become so ferocious? What a supreme humiliation, too disgraceful. A dignified late-stage golden immortal cultivator couldn't even prevail over an ordinary human cultivator. Where would he hide his face if this got out? Lin Chen remained utterly composed, as if obliterating a golden immortal's body was a trivial matter. "Senior brother, are you certain you wish to continue sparring with me?" Lin Chen looked at Chang'er Dingguangxian and asked coldly. With his current physical toughness, he could even clash head-on with innate spiritual treasures, making Ma Yuan clearly inadequate. A mere golden immortal couldn't even breach Lin Chen's flesh. What was there to fight? As he spoke, Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword hilt. If the two of them continued to press aggressively, Lin Chen would not hesitate to use Ma Yuan to test his sword. At this moment, Lin Chen's sharpness was fully revealed, and his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Though the sword remained sheathed, surging sword intent billowed around him, its piercing sharpness rending the heavens. Dingguangxian, who had been calm until now, was completely stunned, a flicker of astonishment rising in his heart. This sword aura, so terrifying. As a late-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal, he even felt the urge to flee. The omnipresent, terrifying sword intent left Chang'er Dingguangxian without a shred of fighting spirit. When had this human cultivator become so formidable? A dignified Taiyi Golden Immortal intimidated by a mere Earth Immortal. What a joke. No, wasn't this fellow always stuck at the Earth Immortal realm? When had he risen to the level of a Taiyi Golden Immortal? If memory served, Lin Chen had only joined the Jie sect a few hundred years ago. In such a short span, he had leaped across several major realms, nearly catching up to them. Was this still the junior brother everyone dismissed as mediocre and with inferior roots? Dingguangxian gazed at Lin Chen, gradually shedding his contempt while the shock within him lingered long. "You vile creature, you dare to ambush and strike down a fellow disciple." After the shock, Ma Yuan's fear was swiftly replaced by fury, and he roared loudly. He had been wounded by the junior brother whom no one had ever respected. He had to reclaim his dignity no matter what. Today he must teach this fellow a lesson, or his resentment would never be appeased. Though astonished by the opponent's physical strength, Ma Yuan did not believe he was outmatched. The destruction of his body was merely due to carelessness. When he had struck at Lin Chen, he hadn't used any formidable divine abilities, exerting less than 3/10 of his power, which gave the other an opening. "Still want more?" Lin Chen sneered in mockery. Ma Yuan, a mere late-stage golden immortal, clearly hadn't grasped the situation. Seething with rage, Ma Yuan channeled his immortal energy, unleashing his treasures and abilities without holding back, intent on crushing Lin Chen in a devastating display and salvaging his pride. "Junior brother, Ma, stop." Dingguangxian hastily intervened. Ma Yuan, in the heat of his fury, was blocked and glared with indignation. Being wounded by an insignificant junior brother and then repeatedly humiliated was unbearable. If he couldn't reclaim his standing today, how could he face anyone once word got out? He had acted on behalf of his friend Dingguangxian. Instead of helping, the latter kept obstructing him. What was the meaning of this? It was clear how immense the resentment festering in Ma Yuan's heart was. Junior brother, we must take a long-term view. Do not lay hands on the junior disciple. Sensing Ma Yuan's grievance, Ding Guangxian transmitted his voice to explain. At this moment, Ding Guangxian also wished to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but the current Lin Chen was unfathomable. Even if Ding Guangxian himself stepped in, victory was not assured, let alone Ma Yuan, who was slightly inferior. Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself. Ma Yuan, blinded by rage and unable to see the reality, would only be further enraged if told the truth, and would likely act recklessly regardless of consequences. Junior brother, I've suffered such a great loss. Are we just going to let it go? Ma Yuan's face was full of fury. A sliver of reason remained in his anger, but he could not swallow this affront. Of course not. There will be plenty of opportunities, we need not rush now. Ding Guangxian offered a few words of comfort, but this karmic debt would not be so easily dismissed. How dare you? Who dares to target the junior disciple? At that moment, a sharp sound of tearing through the air came from afar. The three Xiao sisters appeared together. Ding Guangxian and Ma Yuan wilted at the sight of the newcomers, a hint of relief also washing over them. The three Xiao sisters were powerful and had always been protective of the junior disciple, a fact known to all disciples of the Jie sect. Had it not been for Ding Guangxian's timely restraint, the three sisters would have indeed thought they were being bullied by the seniors. The three Xiao were notoriously protective, they would not hesitate to strike at the slightest provocation. Ding Guangxian and Ma Yuan quickly adjusted their attitude, knowing when to yield. Greetings, three senior sisters. For his own safety, Ding Guangxian hurriedly explained. Ma Yuan and I happened to pass by and wished to offer some guidance to the junior disciple's cultivation. Perhaps due to his limited comprehension, a minor misunderstanding arose between us. Hearing Ding Guangxian's blatant lies, Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but said nothing. Without solid evidence, and among fellow disciples, arguing further would be pointless. However, he resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate these two great scourges of the Jie sect early on. Given Ding Guangxian's vengeful nature, that day would surely come soon. The three Sanchao sisters cast a suspicious glance at Ding Golden Immortal, seemingly unconvinced by his words. Lin Chen did not speak again, and the Sanchao sisters had no choice but to let him go. Three senior sisters, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Ding Golden Immortal said with an awkward smile. With that, he quickly led the injured Ma Yuan away and vanished into the distance. The three Sanchao sisters cast a meaningful glance at Ding Golden Immortal, who was hastening to leave. Yunxiao turned and said, "Little junior brother, if you encounter any trouble, remember to tell us." They knew that their little junior brother, with his low cultivation strength in the Jie sect, was too conspicuous and could hardly avoid attracting trouble from those with ulterior motives. Feeling the sisters' meticulous care for him, Lin Chen's heart swelled with warmth. "Thank you for your concern, senior sisters. I am quite fine." Lin Chen was naturally a strong-willed person, and now that he possessed ample strength, he had no fear of Ding Golden Immortal. As for seeking the protection of the Sanchao sisters, Lin Chen had never considered it. Still, he kept this friendship close to his heart. The Sanchao sisters then spoke many more words of concern to Lin Chen, sincerely wanting to persuade their little junior brother to switch to a different divine ability. However, recalling their previous failed attempts, they had to abandon the idea. "Little junior brother, we three sisters are going out to seek opportunities. During our absence, make sure to cultivate diligently." Before departing, Yunxiao earnestly admonished him, afraid that their little junior brother, unprotected, might wander off recklessly. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, "I am born with the heaven-deficient physique. Even if I wish to go out, I lack the strength. It is fine to stay here, practice swordplay every day, and await the return of my three senior sisters." Lin Chen's words were calm, but anyone could detect the deep sense of unwillingness imbued within them. The Sanchao sisters felt a wave of sympathy. Their little junior brother had lived in darkness all his life. Truly, heaven was unjust. Even the lofty Dao sages could not perform any miracle to restore his sight, completely severing all hope of regaining his vision. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Bixiao tilted her delicate head and couldn't help but say, "Little junior brother, why not come with us on our journey? Experience a different world beyond. Would it be inconvenient to have me along?" Lin Chen felt a flicker of temptation, but was still somewhat embarrassed. "Little junior brother, rest assured our strength is considerable." Helping their little junior brother was but a small effort, and they could certainly fulfill this request. "Thank you, senior sisters." Since coming to the Jie sect, Lin Chen had rarely had the chance to leave Jiejiao Island. Now, with the prospect of stepping off the island and experiencing the outside world, his heart was filled with anticipation. Yunxiao flicked her jade hand, and before them appeared a treasure ship, a low-grade flying spiritual treasure. As her mana continuously poured into it, the ship expanded with the wind spanning across the void. On the treasure ship, Lin Chen stood aloof, unable to see the surroundings, yet still felt a sense of exhilaration. This land had witnessed countless invincible legends. One day he too would write a glorious chapter all his own. The might of his sword would overwhelm the universe, looking down upon all beings. Lin Chen, whose heart was surging with emotion, soon calmed down. All visions required absolute strength to safeguard them. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his mind, Lin Chen tirelessly resumed drawing his sword. Little junior brother is truly tenacious. Who can match such perseverance and endurance? But, as the Sanshao sisters marveled at their little junior brother's astonishing willpower, a sense of sympathy arose within them. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. One's foundation and talent had long determined a cultivator's fate. Have you noticed that little junior brother seems different from before? Although Lin Chen was still practicing the sword drawing art, as before, it now gave off a profound and mysterious feeling. In truth, all three Sanshao sisters had noticed this, but they paid little attention to it, thinking that some peculiarity in an ordinary divine ability, after 1,000 refinements, was normal. Lin Chen was unaware of the Sanshao sisters' observations, and even if he were, he would not care. With each sword draw, his sword Dao achievements continued to accumulate, spurring him on with even greater effort. Time flowed without measure in the primordial chaos. The treasure ship drifted through the sky for 100 years before finally arriving near a human tribe. Little junior brother, isn't this the human tribe where you once lived? The Sanshao sisters reminded him with a smile. How time flies. It has been nearly 1,000 years since I left the human tribe. Ever since he was taken away by his master Tongtian, Lin Chen had been cultivating on Jiejiao Island. In just a few hundred years he had broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Now returning to this familiar place, it felt like a triumphant homecoming. Senior sisters, why don't we visit the human tribe? Lin Chen suggested softly. Very well, as you wish. Stay with the humans for a while. We will visit the Queen Mother of the West, and then come back to pick you up. Sensing their little junior brother's emotional turmoil, the Sanshao sisters readily agreed. After the Sanshao sisters left, Lin Chen walked alone on the human land, feeling the smoke and fire of mortal life, his heart filled with deep emotion. If not for the fortune of being taken as a disciple by Tongtian, I would have long turned to dust. Lin Chen quietly opened his sword Dao domain, determined a direction, and returned to his former dwelling. Where his sword domain extended, the grass grew lush, leaving only broken walls and ruins. Several hundred years had flown by. For humans with a lifespan of only 100 years, everything had changed. People and things were no longer the same. The seas had turned to mulberry fields. All that was once familiar had vanished. Everything he perceived was utterly strange. He had left as an ignorant youth and now returned as a Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator. For a moment, Lin Chen's emotions were complex. Are you Lin Chen? At that moment, the human patriarch Shuairenqi arrived, studied Lin Chen for a long while, and asked with some uncertainty. The three human patriarchs were Shuairenqi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi. At present, the strongest among humans was at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Shuairenqi had been one of the witnesses when Lin Chen was luckily taken away by Tongtian. Several hundred years had passed, and now this most outstanding human youth had returned. Patriarch, it is me. Lin Chen nodded calmly. His sword Dao domain could easily perceive the joy in Shuairenqi's heart upon seeing him. Lin Chen, why have you returned? Shuairenqi was overjoyed to see Lin Chen and asked politely. Becoming a disciple of a sage's lineage was the dream of countless beings in the primordial world. From then on he would be a lofty cultivator. Why would he leave the Jiejiao island where so many experts gathered and return to this human tribe where everything had changed? Patriarch, I was passing by and wanted to come back and take a look. Lin Chen felt a certain closeness to Shuairenqi before him. Had it not been for Shuairenqi's care during his time among the humans, whether Lin Chen would have lived to meet his master Tongtian was uncertain. Upon learning that Lin Chen had returned to the human race intentionally, Shuairenqi became even more amiable. Especially when he further discovered that Lin Chen's cultivation had reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Shuairenqi was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Our human race finally has hope for rejuvenation. Shuairenqi could scarcely contain his excitement. The innate spiritual bodies of the human race were far too weak. Only with the support of the faith power of the three human ancestors did their cultivation speed improve slightly, yet it was still insufficient to alter the precarious situation of the human race. Peak Golden Immortal cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers among the human race, but in the primordial world they were utterly inadequate. The demon race and the Wu race were overwhelmingly powerful, with countless Golden Immortal and above cultivators among them. Shuairenqi and the others had very limited self-defense capabilities, let alone the ability to protect the human race at all times. Now the human race had finally produced a promising talent. Lin Chen was a disciple of a sage, and in just a few hundred years he had cultivated to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm with a bright future ahead. Even more remarkable was that Lin Chen was born with a missing leg. Reaching this level was truly no easy feat. The effort he had exerted must have far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Such perseverance was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, after achieving success in cultivation, Lin Chen did not forget the human race, and specially returned to visit, showing that he still held the human race in his heart. Truly a blessing for the human race. Given more time, Lin Chen's strength would surely grow even greater. Even if he was not present among the human race, occasionally guiding the younger generation could produce a batch of powerful cultivators. Sui Rinshi did not intend to force Lin Chen to stay and guard the human race. He only hoped that Lin Chen would offer a little care. Lin Chen congratulations on becoming a Taiyi Golden Immortal, who said the human race was mediocre in talent. Lin Chen, born with a disability, had broken through to Taiyi Golden Immortal in less than 700 years. Across the entire primordial world, even those with deep roots and lofty backgrounds, how many could achieve this? Lin Chen was the pride of the human race, and also their hope. Chieftain, how fares the human race? When Lin Chen had left, the war between the Wu and demon races had just ended. To restore their strength, the demon race was aggressively expanding, forcing neutral races into their conflict. We still struggle and fear every day. Recalling the plight of the human race, Sui Rinshi's expression grew deeply complex. The demon race has become increasingly brutal, often capturing humans as laborers or prey. The human race's status is low. Although the Tai Ching sage has passed down the golden elixir great path, this cultivation method focuses too much on spiritual aptitude, and very few can meet its requirements. Moreover, its upper limit is low, only allowing one to become an immortal. Its most notable effect is prolonging life. Even Sui Rinshi, as the chieftain of the human race with the blessing of fate, was merely at the peak of Golden Immortal. Once faced with a large number of demon beasts or a great demon, he could only be at their mercy. This human teaching really knows how to cut corners. Lin Chen could not help but complain. The Supreme Elder Laozi had passed the golden elixir great path to the human race, occupying the vast fortune of the human race. Truly a petty act. The golden elixir great path sounded impressive, but in reality, any random cultivation method from the primordial world was superior to it. Later, to suppress the human race, they even repeatedly prevented Nuwa from aiding them. Such behavior was utterly shameless. Even the disciples he took from the human race were the same. Xiandu, the first sage disciple from the human race, had been under the Tai Ching sage for tens of thousands of years with profound cultivation and widespread fame, yet he never returned to the human race even once. It was assumed that he had long forgotten his identity as a human. As Lin Chen was lost in thought, a commotion arose not far away. Sui Rinshi's expression instantly turned grave. The hateful demon race had come again. At that moment, a great calamity was unfolding on the land of the human race. A demon saint with only the early Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation suppressed all living beings. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire human tribe. Countless humans were terrified, their legs trembling. If it is your greatest honor to become my food. The demon Saint Jimeng looked down from a height at Yu Chaoshi, who was vaguely confronting him, and laughed wildly. In the eyes of the demon race, the weak human race was only fit to be prey. Such ant-like creatures daring to flutter before him would only become a pathetic joke. As long as I have breath, I will protect the human race and resist to the end. Yu Chaoshi glared angrily, showing no fear. The human race might be weak, but they would not allow others to trample upon them freely. Even if he was no match for the demon Saint Jimeng, he would not let him slaughter the human race unchecked. Boom. Yu Chaoshi attempted to strike first, unleashing his peak golden immortal aura. Combining his innate spiritual treasures and divine abilities, he attacked the Jimeng before him. You are truly seeking death. Killing you is as easy as cutting vegetables for me. Jimeng sneered disdainfully, then swiped a claw. Yu Chaoshi's fierce attack vanished instantly. The terrifying power of his innate divine ability sent Yu Chaoshi flying, causing him to cough up blood. Even with all his strength, the peak golden immortal Yu Chaoshi was no match for the early Taiyi Golden Immortal Jimeng. The three human ancestors were protected by merit, so ordinary demons dared not kill them casually. Otherwise, the previous strike would have reduced the human chieftain to ashes in an instant. But killing ordinary humans required no such restraint. With one claw, Jimeng annihilated over 1,000 humans, devouring their rich blood energy. Jimeng, you are asking for death. Sui Rinshi, who had arrived at the scene, was so enraged that his eyes nearly split. 1,000 of his clansmen had been wiped out so easily, and as chieftain, he was powerless to stop it. A towering fury surged in his heart, and Sui Rinshi was at the peak of his anger. Lin Chen's expression was also exceptionally grim. Although he could not see the surroundings clearly within his domain of the sword, he could perceive everything distinctly. This demon race was truly arrogant beyond measure. They had sent only a single demon saint of early Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation to rampage freely among the human race. Jimeng licked his lips with lingering satisfaction and taunted again. You only make noise in my ears. Better retreat to the side. With his current early Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, this statement was not arrogant. Within the entire human race, he was indeed invincible. Like a tiger descending a mountain, the human race before him were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. The current threat in his view was nothing but futile rage. The arrogant words echoed in the ears of many humans, causing Sui Rinshi and Yu Chaoshi even greater resentment. But the two chieftains could only endure. The gap between them was too vast. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the demon Saint Jimeng. Seeing the two clan leaders of the human race clench their fists, their faces flushed red, yet utterly helpless. The demon Saint Jimeng wore a sneer on his face. If you obediently offer 1,000 tender young boys and 1,000 tender young girls as blood sacrifices, I will not trouble you further. Otherwise today the human race will surely be drenched in blood. In the eyes of demon Saint Jimeng, he was already being quite merciful. The opportunity was given, it now depended on how the two human clan leaders would choose. You wished. Shuairenqi directly refused. Not to mention offering 1,000 young boys, not even a single young girl would be given. Although Yukashi remained silent, his furious expression showed that he shared Shuairenqi's thoughts. Even Lin Chen's face was as dark as water. Jimeng's wanton slaughter of humans was already a capital offense, and now he had the audacity to make such arrogant demands. His crime was worthy of death. The crime of killing my people is unforgivable, Lin Chen said coldly, his icy tone seeming to freeze the entire space. Jimeng was clearly startled, but when he noticed that the speaker was just a cripple, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, this is utterly preposterous. A stinking cripple dares to speak arrogantly. Even if the three of you combined, you couldn't contend with me. Jimeng, at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, was incomparable to the three humans before him in terms of magical treasures, divine abilities, and origins. Moreover, one of them was a stinking cripple who was even less worthy of his attention. Lin Chen stepped forward a few paces and said calmly, I am lame, but my heart has a divine eye, and I can still comprehend the mysteries of the sword. A mere cripple, you want to become a sword saint. I'll stand right here without moving, and you cripple can't even crawl in the right direction. Demon Saint Jimeng burst into laughter, turning a deaf ear to Lin Chen's threat. The primordial world was filled with countless beings. Those with deep origins and excellent talents emerged in endless succession. Yet few could truly cultivate the laws of the sword to the pinnacle. A mere acquired being, and a cripple at that, dared to boast before him, delusionally attempting to comprehend the mysteries of the sword. It was sheer lunacy. Facing the mockery of demon Saint Jimeng, Lin Chen disdained to explain to a dead man, his expression remaining calm. The Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm demon saint was an invincibly powerful existence in Shuairenqi's eyes, but to Lin Chen it was nothing special. Lin Chen, the opponent, is no easy foe. Don't act rashly, let's join forces, Shuairenqi said urgently from the side. Although Lin Chen was a disciple of a sage, he was ultimately a congenitally disabled person. The opponent was a dignified demon saint, not only with a natural advantage in realm, but also rich in combat experience. In one-on-one combat, no human could match him. No matter, he's just an arrogant demon. I alone am enough to handle him. Lin Chen gave Shuairenqi a reassuring smile, then slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. At that moment, Jimeng sensed a violent aura of slaughter and felt a trace of panic rise in his heart. Where did this powerful aura come from? After all, he himself was at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, while the Lin Chen before him was only at the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal and blind. Yet this aura made him sense a hint of danger. Lin Chen, whose eyes had been closed all along, paid no heed to Jimeng's feelings and said calmly again, since I began cultivating the sword path, this is the first time I have displayed my sword divine ability before outsiders. You should be proud. Hearing this, Jimeng, who had been somewhat alarmed, immediately relaxed. He couldn't help but sneer. So you're saying you want to use me as a sacrifice for your sword? The thought that he had been frightened by a mere fledgling youth filled demon Saint Jimeng with rage. He would have to kill this man today to thoroughly intimidate the human race. At the same time, Lin Chen drew his sword from its sheath. Instantly, thousands of sword chi burst forth, sweeping everything in their path like a devastating force. The terrifying sword intent pierced the clouds and shattered the void. Demon Saint Jimeng, who was about to strike, saw this, and his face turned as pale as paper. He never dreamed that the cripple before him could have achieved such mastery in the sword path. Sword chi, rolling dragon wall. The next moment, rolling sword chi like a flood dragon emerging from the sea suppressed the entire universe. With a life and death crisis upon him, demon Saint Jimeng abandoned all other thoughts, hastily summoning all his spiritual treasures, while his face contorted in fury, frantically activating various divine abilities. For a moment, precious treasures and divine abilities emitted dazzling lights of all colors, and his trump cards emerged one after another. Yet under the overwhelming sword chi, all of Jimeng's measures were shattered. The flood dragon, formed by thousands of sword chi, let out a roar growing larger in Jimeng's shocked and despairing gaze, then charged through, annihilating his primordial spirit and true soul simultaneously. He was instantly killed outright. Watching this terrifying scene, Yukashi and Shuairenqi's eyes were filled with horror. This sword strike contained great terror. The sword chi gradually dissipated. At the spot where demon Saint Jimeng had stood, no aura or trace remained, as if he had never existed at all. Yukashi and the countless humans behind him stood like carved statues, long unable to recover from the earth-shattering sword strike. Lin Chen's cultivation was 2 realms lower than that of the opposing demon Saint Jimeng, yet the latter had been utterly defenseless. They could not fathom how it was done. They had heard of many geniuses who could fight beyond their level, but the shock of seeing one truly appear among the human race was beyond measure. The visual impact and psychological shock brought by the scene before their eyes to all the humans present could not be described in any words. What was even more unbelievable was that Lin Chen, who was congenitally disabled, had effortlessly annihilated his opponent, making it even harder to imagine. When they came to their senses, all the humans looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratitude and awe. If not for Lin Chen's presence, the human race would have suffered heavy losses today. Lin Chen, your sword strike was too powerful. Slowly recovering from the shock, Xuerenshi hurried over to Lin Chen and said excitedly, "It wasn't just powerful, it was utterly domineering, as if it descended from the heavens." Yukashi quickly chimed in. That was a demon saint at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm with deep origins and astonishing defenses. To kill him with a single blow shows how astonishing his sword cultivation is. The appearance of such a brilliant figure among the human race was the glory of the race, and the hope of their rise from the chaotic world. Lin Chen, we owe you this time. Please accept our bow. Yukashi, filled with gratitude, then led the humans behind him in bowing respectfully to Lin Chen. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your great life-saving grace. Countless humans knelt on the ground, tears streaming down in gratitude. At this moment, Lin Chen was like a deity in their hearts. We are all of the same race. This is my duty. There is no need for such courtesy. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. He had not acted to earn their gratitude, but simply because he could not stand by, and it was a mere effort. Even as a Taiyi Golden Immortal, his attachment to humanity remained. Lin Chen, what are your plans now? Xuerenshi wished to keep Lin Chen with the human race, but knew the hope was slim. After all, he was a disciple of a sage, and the resources and divine abilities backing him were beyond what humanity could provide. I will leave when my senior sisters return. Lin Chen's journey this time was not planned, directionless. Now with humanity in peril, he felt uneasy leaving them behind. The conflict between the Yao and Wu clans grew increasingly brutal. Around this time, the Yao clan's plan to forge the demon-slaying sword consuming vast resources was about to commence. Without his protection, humanity would suffer catastrophic losses. 9 out of 10 would perish, countless humans reduced to ingredients for the demon-slaying sword. As a member of the human race, Lin Chen was not so indifferent as to stand idly by. The human religion, which many humans worshipped, was unreliable at best. Usually ineffective, it would become utterly useless when the Yao clan invaded. His heart tightened. He suppressed the tangled emotions. The most urgent matter was to enhance his strength. Thus Lin Chen casually carved out a simple cave dwelling in the human territories and began his daily practice of sword drawing. Sword Insight 8. Sword Insight 10. With each draw, his sword insights accumulated slowly. Xuerenshi and Yukashi visited a few times, but saw Lin Chen immersed in cultivation and refrained from disturbing him. They also instructed the humans not to bother Lin Chen's practice unless it was a major matter. Xuerenshi and Yukashi were deeply impressed by Lin Chen's unwavering dedication. No wonder his cultivation advanced so swiftly. Few cultivators possessed such persistence. Inspired by Lin Chen, Xuerenshi and Yukashi also immersed themselves in cultivation. Congratulations, host. Sword Insight increased to 25. Reward, 500 years of cultivation. This reward came at the perfect time. Lin Chen mused that the only thing he lacked was cultivation time, and this reward precisely filled the gap. Accept. Instantly, the vast power of 500 years flooded his body, and Lin Chen's aura became immensely profound. The next moment, the aura of the late Taiyi Golden Immortal soared through the clouds. Absorbing 500 years of cultivation instantly elevated his realm by one level. 3,000 years were but a fleeting moment in the primordial world. For ordinary beings of the primordial world, they might not even grasp the rudiments of a single law, let alone break through a realm. Yet Lin Chen, relying on the system, directly ascended to the late Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, a testament to the system's and his innate talent's extraordinary nature. Even so, reaching the late Taiyi Golden Immortal level still made him an ant in the vast primordial world. Lin Chen quickly calmed down from his joy and continued cultivating. During this period, a few Yao clan incursions occurred, sparse with only a handful of intruders, all easily slain by Lin Chen's casual sword strikes. His swordsmanship slowly improved. With each draw, an ineffable Dao resonance faintly emerged around him. Congratulations, host. Sword Insight reached 27. Reward, Divine Dragon Technique. The familiar system prompt sounded again. A martial arts technique. The Divine Dragon Technique could be cultivated up to the quasi-saint level and was exceptionally suited for human cultivation. In the primordial world, even the 12 ancestral Wu favored by the Heavenly Dao only reached the quasi-saint stage with their 9 revolutions mystic art. The 9 revolutions mystic art was more of a Wu clan innate divine ability. Only the 12 ancestral Wu and a few pure-blooded great Wus could practice it. Ordinary Wu clan members had no qualification to cultivate it. Lin Chen's system reward, however, had no such restriction. Any human could practice it. Lin Chen promptly summoned Swirenshi and Yukashi. Lin Chen, why have you called us so urgently? Swirenshi asked with concern. Chieftain, I have prepared a cultivation technique specifically for humanity called the Divine Dragon Technique. With sufficient talent, one can cultivate all the way to the quasi-saint realm. Today I pass this technique to the human race. Learn it, enhance your strength, and protect yourselves. Hearing this, Swirenshi and Yukashi were overjoyed. Lin Chen, this technique is too precious. Humanity may not be worthy of it. A technique capable of reaching the quasi-saint realm was undoubtedly a legacy from a Dao saint. Ordinary beings of the primordial world had no chance to cultivate such a method. Do not worry. I have my reasons. As a fellow human, I cannot watch humanity wither before my eyes. Humanity must stand strong. Swirenshi and Yukashi were filled with reverence. Lin Chen's gift of such a cultivation method demonstrated his deep regard for humanity. Truly commendable. Thank you, Lin Chen, for bestowing upon us the quasi-saint cultivation method. Lin Chen spoke sincerely, and Swirenshi did not decline further, as that would seem distant and constrained. In the following period, the three ancestors of humanity began propagating this divine technique across the human territories. This technique was far superior to the Golden Core Dao. Even humans with average talent could easily get started. As more and more humans began practicing the Divine Dragon Technique, Lin Chen, who had passed it down, received feedback. Humanity's fortune began to converge around him, making his cultivation twice as effective. Meanwhile, at Honghuang Mountain, the 8th Scenery Palace, Taishang Laozi, who was contemplating the Dao, suddenly opened his profound eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Humanity's fortune is leaking massively, yet I cannot deduce the cause. As a heavenly Dao sage of the primordial world, Laozi immediately sensed that the vast fortune of humanity was being stripped away, thread by thread. Though only for a brief moment, Laozi was certain that something major had happened among humanity. Who dares to do this? Taishang Laozi frowned slightly, light swirling in his eyes. He had attained the position of a primordial sage by swearing a great vow establishing the human religion, enjoying humanity's fortune, and receiving heavenly Dao merits. If humanity's fortune changed, it could endanger his own cultivation. Unable to deduce the perpetrator, Taishang Laozi would not let the matter rest easily. He summoned his disciple Xiandu and shared his suspicions. Xiandu, being of human origin, was the most suitable to investigate. Disciple, obey your decree. Xiandu took his leave and hurried off. Little did Lin Chen know that his casual act would cause such a stir. The upheaval of humanity's fortune had even alarmed the sage. Lin Chen was unaware that this journey to the human race would not only attract the scrutiny of Saint Xiandu, but also prompt the demon race to gather strength for a major move. Lin Chen's successive slayings of demon clan members finally drew the attention of the demon race, and this time a demon saint with the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal was stirred. Reporting to the demon saint, Shangyang Jimeng and several subordinates went to the nearby human settlement for a feast, and all perished. The human tribe is filled with soaring sword chi. The perpetrator is very likely a sword cultivator. A member of the demon clan at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm reported respectfully, Such audacity to dare to slaughter my demon clan. No matter who did it, the nearby humans have no need to survive. Kill them all. The demon saint Shangyang said with murderous intent. As the overlord of the primordial world, the demon race commands the submission of all races. Such a trend of daring to slaughter demon clan members must not be encouraged. They must deliver a powerful deterrent, making the humans feel fear from the depths of their bones. At the same time, at Kunlun Mountain, the three Xia sisters finally completed their visit to Kunlun Mountain and departed lightly, treading on auspicious clouds. I wonder how the little junior brother is faring among the humans, eh? So much time had passed, and Bixiao said with some concern. Now the Wu and demon races had long been locked in a bloody conflict with immense casualties on both sides. To quickly recover their strength, the two races did not hesitate to slaughter all other races to nourish themselves, thus making the human race extremely unsafe. Nothing will happen. The little junior brother is blessed by heaven. Yunxiao, who was also worried about Lin Chen's safety, offered comfort. Even if the little junior brother is not the most capable, he is still a disciple of a saint. Neither the demon nor the Wu race, even in the heat of their blood feud, would add trouble to their own clans by provoking a saint at this moment. Even if the little junior brother is in danger at a critical moment, he can reveal his sect. Who would dare to act recklessly? In this delicate period, if a saint intervenes and joins either side, the balance of victory could easily tilt. Nevertheless, the three Xia sisters did not delay at all and swiftly flew towards the human settlement. 10,000 li away from the human territory, the sisters all felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They clearly sensed a place in the human territory where dense sword chi surged occasionally, tearing the void. It was precisely the sword path traces left behind when Lin Chen killed Ji Meng with a single strike. Such formidable sword chi, intermixed with traces of Dao rhythm, it left the three Xia sisters all stunned. Such sword achievements suggested that the other party's strength was at least at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. They wondered when such a powerful sword cultivator had appeared here. If fate allowed, they could befriend such a talent of extraordinary brilliance. Their master Tongtan was a grandmaster of the sword path, yet among his many disciples no one could be said to have mastered the profound mysteries of swordsmanship, and no one had inherited Tongtian's sword legacy. In front of the cave-dwelling Lin Chen had opened in the human territory. Lin Chen, with a heart as calm as water, was continuously drawing his sword, accumulating insights into the sword path. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal swept over, overwhelming the entire human region. Honghuang, surrounded by terrifying aura, descended upon the human race with unparalleled dominance. Humans, I give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to hand over the murderer of my demon clan. Otherwise, the human race has no need to continue existing. Rolling pressure spread continuously, and countless humans trembled in fear. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they could not muster a trace of resistance. What? The demon race actually dispatched a demon saint at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. The three human ancestors, seeing the figure approaching in the sky, felt immense pressure, and their expressions changed drastically. Currently, the strongest beings in the human race were the three human ancestors, at most at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Any random demon at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level was beyond their ability to contend with. This time the demon race had overestimated the humans, actually sending a demon saint with great Luo Golden Immortal strength. How could they respond? Seeing that the demon saint's attitude was aimed at Lin Chen, the three human ancestors became even more panicked. No, Lin Chen must not be lost. Thus Swearin Shi hurriedly transmitted a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, flee quickly. The opponent this time is too strong. Only by returning to Jiejiao Island can you have a chance of survival. The demon race had always been arrogant and domineering, never having suffered such a loss. They would certainly retaliate wildly. Although Lin Chen had exceptional talent, facing a demon saint a full major realm higher in cultivation, he had little chance of victory. Once one condensed the great Luo Dao fruit, they could freely use the power of laws, which was incomparable to the Taiyi Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal realms. A great Luo Golden Immortal has come. Instead of sneaking away, Lin Chen directly walked out of his cave dwelling. The three human ancestors had mixed feelings. They were moved by Lin Chen's sense of responsibility, yet afraid that he would truly meet with trouble in the human race. Lin Chen's willingness to disregard his own safety and face the threat of a demon great Luo Golden Immortal showed the weight of the human race in his heart, but it was somewhat reckless. The incomparably powerful demon, Saint Honghuang, seeing Lin Chen approaching slowly with a long sword on his back, narrowed his eyes slightly. It was actually a crippled human, a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, even lower than Ji Meng by more than one level. How could he have killed Ji Meng? But he still needed to inquire in detail. Was Ji Meng killed by your hand? It was me. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Bold and decisive, admitting directly. He had misjudged. It really was this crippled human. He had guts killing a demon clan member and still peacefully cultivating here. But he must die? The demon race's reputation must not be insulted. Interesting. You killed a demon and didn't flee. It seems you're ready to pay with your life. I'll grant your wish. Honghuang let out a cruel laugh, and magical treasures and divine abilities emerged around him, surging forward with a skyward wave of killing intent. Facing such a raging demon saint, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. Lin Chen held a primordial supreme treasure, unafraid of the opponent's threats. In the entire primordial world, there were only a few famous primordial treasures, and he himself possessed unmatched sword intent, a sword heart, and the enhancement of the sword domain. Even if he could not defeat the opponent in a full-force battle, he could still handle it calmly. You want to kill me? With you? Fight me. Lin Chen sneered coldly, remaining as calm as ever even though the opponent was a great Luo Golden Immortal. Hearing this, Honghuang instantly flew into a rage. A mere cripple dared to be so arrogant. Fine then, die. Bang. The terrifying cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal instantly erupted, intending to crush this arrogant crippled human with overwhelming power. Bold one. Who dares to harm my little junior brother? Withdraw at once. At that moment, the three Xia sisters descended from the clouds. More people coming to die. Staring at the suddenly appearing three Xia sisters, Honghuang's ferocious head paused, and he felt immense shame and anger. A cultivator at the Daoyuo Jingxian realm was already considered among the foremost combat power in the demon race, a figure worthy of reverence wherever they went. Yet upon arriving in this insignificant human territory, he was first openly provoked by a crippled human, and immediately thereafter three individuals came to rebuke him with loud shouts. Does he take me for some showy but worthless fool? Just a few Taiyi Jingxian practitioners. Do they dare to overturn the heavens? With a profoundly darkened expression, Honghuang cast a chilling glance at the three Xiao sisters and asked in a frigid voice, "Who are you?" Honghuang still retained some wisdom. The figures before him were likely not merely ordinary humans. The casual use of the term junior brother had already revealed that these individuals also possessed a master's lineage behind them. Having reached the Taiyi Jinxian realm themselves, and yet still daring to linger near the battlefield where the demon race and the Wu race were locked in great war, their backing could not possibly be insignificant. Better to first ascertain who their patron was, lest he provoke a powerful enemy at this delicate moment and bring unnecessary trouble upon the demon race. We are disciples under Saint Tontian of the Jie sect. The three Xiao sisters stated their origins without servility or arrogance. A disciple of a saint's orthodox lineage. Indeed, upon learning the identities of these humans before him, Honghuang was genuinely startled. A saint's disciple. The karmic implications encompassed by such a title were enormous, truly far beyond what a mere Daiyuo Jinxian like him could afford to provoke. He had originally sought some pretext to devour the humans en masse to satiate his cravings, never expecting to encounter three saint disciples at once. These three beautiful women before him were indeed saint disciples. He could sense their aura and cultivation were formidable. But then, did this crippled human among them also count as a saint disciple? Honghuang was reluctant to abandon his ambitions. However, the three Xiao sisters' next words quickly crushed any remaining hope. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Junior brother. Such an intimate form of address. Honghuang could scarcely believe his ears. How could such a crippled wretch become a saint's personal disciple? This world was growing ever more incomprehensible to him. When had the threshold for entering a saint's orthodox lineage become so astonishingly low? Regarding the demon Saint Honghuang before them, the three Xiao sisters had not spared him a single proper glance from beginning to end. Only after confirming Lin Chen was unharmed did they finally regain their composure. All three fixed their gaze upon Honghuang, filled with hostility. Do you intend to strike against disciples of the Jie sect? Yun Xiao asked coldly. The demon race, already pressed to the brink by the Wu race and scarcely able to protect itself, still dared to provoke an orthodox lineage of a saint. What audacity! Did they truly believe the Jie sect had no capable members? Sensing the tense atmosphere thickening toward confrontation, Honghuang felt a flicker of unease. He hastened to explain. Misunderstanding, I was merely passing through. Despite his inner discontent, Honghuang lacked the courage to provoke disciples of the Jie sect. Master Tontian of the Jie sect was notorious for fiercely protecting his own. Should a conflict arise today and the Jie sect be offended, even the supremely exalted two demon emperors might not be able to save him. The Jie sect has never interfered in our disputes with the Wu race. Saint Tontian is deeply revered by our demon race. This is all a misunderstanding. Honghuang lowered his posture considerably, deliberately avoiding any mention of avenging Jimeng. He wanted to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. The demon race has pressing matters elsewhere. I shall not disturb you further. The once formidable Honghuang now sheathed his banners and retreated, speaking no more before fleeing in disgrace. Witnessing this scene, the three chiefs of the Swearing clan and the humans behind them felt a profound sense of having escaped calamity, yet also a lingering frustration and resentment. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. The three Jie sect immortals had merely announced their identities, yet they had terrified the once arrogant demon Saint Honghuang into fleeing in terror. This was the privilege afforded to saint disciples. If even one saint presided over the human race, would the demon race still dare act so recklessly? The three Xiao sisters paid little mind to Honghuang's escape. Their concern remained fixed on their junior brother before them. Junior brother, what precisely transpired here? The three Xiao sisters did not believe Honghuang's thoroughly flawed explanation, but at least their junior brother was unharmed. Nothing of consequence. Merely a minor altercation with the demon race. Lin Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the three Xiao sisters furrowed their brows. Yun Xiao in particular pondered for a moment before offering patient counsel. The primordial world currently stands at a critical juncture in the final confrontation between the Wu race and the demon race. Though as saint disciples we command respect wherever we go, Master has repeatedly cautioned us against being drawn into the karma of the grand tribulation without justification. Otherwise our path shall be obstructed, or worse, our very souls scattered to nothingness. We saint disciples must absolutely avoid entanglement in such matters. This is a profound taboo. The Wu demon great tribulation was predetermined by heavenly mandate. Even saints themselves lacked the power to intervene and dared not lightly become involved. And what of their junior brother who had only reached the Taiyi Jinxian stage through sheer fortuitous circumstance? Should he become too deeply entangled, even the status of a saint disciple would prove insufficient to preserve him. As for the tribulations befalling the human race, they fell within the same category and could not be interfered with lightly. Although Lin Chen had risen from among humanity, he was now a saint disciple, well removed from mortal affairs. Thank you, senior sister, for the reminder. I am fully aware. Lin Chen nodded calmly, not contesting the words of the three Xiao sisters. After all, the heavenly tribulation was no trifling matter, and their counsel came from genuine concern for his well-being. Upon hearing Lin Chen concede the point, the three Xiao sisters finally felt at ease. Their greatest fear had been that their junior brother would stubbornly insist on arguments about his human origins, claiming he could not stand idly by. Junior brother, we have been away quite some time. Shall we return? The three Xiao sisters, unwilling to let their junior brother remain further entangled in human sentiments, desired to make their way back. Lin Chen did not refuse. Before departing, he took care to offer further instructions to Swearin, Yichao, and the others. Only then did he leave the human domain. Even if Lin Chen wished to remain among the humans, there would be little purpose. With Demon Saint Honghuang now aware that Jie sect disciples protected them, he would not return in the near term. The human race would enjoy a period of peaceful development. What Lin Chen now needed to do was rapidly strengthen himself, striving to possess sufficient power to protect humanity when the Great Tribulation inevitably arrived. Swearin and the other humans respectfully bid farewell to Lin Chen and the three Xiao sisters. Only when the figures overhead had completely vanished did Swearin allow himself a bitter sigh. To establish a foothold in the primordial world, one must ultimately rely upon one's own strength. This principle had never felt so profoundly evident as it did today. In ancient times, the human race's foundation had been wretched, their talents insufficient, lacking appropriate cultivation methods and peaceful conditions to nurture themselves. Now everything had changed. Before departing, Lin Chen had passed down cultivation methods and bestowed upon humanity at least a century of peaceful respite. During this period, the human race would undoubtedly achieve a tremendous advancement in power. After undergoing a profound baptism, the human race began to cultivate with even greater diligence. Every human understood that only through relentless self-improvement could they remain free from any threat. Time flew by, and several years later an immensely terrifying aura descended upon the lands of humanity. Xiandu, a disciple of the human sect, finally arrived long after the fact. The three ancestors of humanity were instantly roused. Upon seeing the newcomer, they were struck with astonishment. This was the very first human to have entered the lineage of a sage, and within the human sect he held the position of eldest senior brother. Yet since he had taken his place as a disciple under Saint Taiyi, he had completely vanished from contact, making his sudden return all the more bewildering. While Su'er Yichao and the others wrestled with confusion, Xiandu surveyed his surroundings with an expression that darkened progressively. Wherever his divine sense extended, he discovered that all of humanity had abandoned the golden core Dao, instead turning to cultivate an unfamiliar martial arts technique. No wonder his master had reacted so strongly. The foundation of the human sect's existence rested upon the fortune of humanity. By imparting the golden core Dao to the human race, they alone would reap its blessings. Now that humanity had collectively forsaken the golden core Dao, the sect's fortune would inevitably suffer. Xiandu, you have finally returned. Swearin and Yichao were the first to snap out of their daze, eagerly approaching Xiandu to offer their greetings. From the perspective of the three ancestors of humanity, Xiandu's return at this moment clearly mirrored Lin Chen's previous homecoming, returning in glory to give back to the human race. This would be entirely consistent with expectation, for after all he originated from humanity itself. No matter the circumstances, a bond remained, and some affection for the human race must persist. Yet, Xiandu's expression grew increasingly grim as he turned his cold gaze upon the three ancestors. Why has humanity abandoned the golden core Dao, and why turn to cultivate some unknown martial arts technique? His voice rang out cold and devoid of any emotion, instantly dampening the enthusiasm of the three ancestors. The expressions on their faces froze instantly. Before the three ancestors could utter a single word, Xiandu spoke again, with the same chilling detachment. The decree of Saint Taiyi commands that humanity shall not forsake the golden core Dao. The golden core Dao is the orthodox path of cultivation bestowed by a saint, tailor-made specifically for humanity. All other paths are mere heterodox techniques, and those who persist in them will only lead themselves astray. What do you mean by this, Xiandu? We humans are not disciples of the saints. Why should we be prevented from cultivating other paths? Swearin was the first to voice his dissent. The barrier to entry for the golden core Dao was simply too high, and even those who managed to enter the path would find their achievements pitifully meager, limited to nothing more than ascending to immortality. Compared to the cultivation method left behind by Lin Chen, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. As for what path humanity chose to cultivate, the human sect had no right to interfere whatsoever. Saint Taiyi had not appeared since that single instance when he imparted the golden core Dao. Yet humanity, grateful for the saint's teaching, had continued to honor the human sect and allow it to monopolize their fortune. Humanity owed not a single thing to Saint Taiyi. Moreover, they were not vassals of the human sect, so what right did the sect have to dictate their choices? The three ancestors of humanity would not yield, nor would the billions of humans standing behind them. This is a direct decree from Saint Taiyi himself, and humanity must not defy it. Xiandu remained entirely unmoved by the resentment radiating from humanity, his stance uncompromisingly firm. From this moment forward, humanity is to abandon all other paths and revere only the golden core Dao. Any deviation will be considered disrespect towards Saint Taiching. Choose your own fate wisely. With a cold face, Xiandu uttered those harsh words and drifted away. That hypocrite! Traitor to humanity! How tyrannical! The three ancestors of humanity were utterly disillusioned by Xiandu's conduct. Both had come from the same sage lineage, yet Lin Chen stood leagues above Xiandu in character and virtue. The difference between them as people was simply staggering. While Lin Chen traveled the world after descending from the mountain, he still kept humanity in his thoughts, eager to visit his people of old and offering swift aid whenever they faced crisis. Before departing, he had even left behind supreme cultivation techniques tailored for humanity's practice, asking for nothing in return. Meanwhile, Xiandu had completely vanished from sight ever since taking up his place among Saint Taiching's disciples. To disregard the kindness humanity had once shown him was one thing, but to return only with anger and accusations was another matter entirely. Such behavior amounted to no different than betrayal from within. How should we respond to this, my lords? The now composed Swearin began consulting with Jiejiao. Though bitter resentment churned within, they could not escape the harsh reality when a saint issued such decrees. Humanity had no choice but to comply. Saints dwelt far above all beings, and beneath them every creature was but a mere ant. Even the most arrogant demon masters would step back in trepidation at the mere mention of a saint's name. Based on Xiandu's demeanor, if humanity truly abandoned the Golden Core Tao entirely, it would be interpreted as disrespect toward the saint, and the consequences would fall heavily upon all of them. Already the predatory demon race kept humanity in constant fear, and now with the human sect added to the equation, their precarious position had become even more dire. Humanity has no other choice. To survive in this primeval world, we must cultivate the celestial dragon divine technique. Swearin declared with iron resolve, each word weighted and deliberate. So what if they abandoned the Golden Core Tao? Would a saint of such magnitude truly deign to obliterate humanity outright? At the same time, Honghuang, who had fled in panic from the human lands, had now limped back to the demon court. His face twisted in indignation as he began reporting to Donghuang Taiyi. Your Holiness Honghuang, the disciples of the Jie sect have bullied us beyond tolerance, slaughtering countless innocent members of our kind, and even daring to threaten us under the pretense of being disciples of a saint. I implore your Holiness to uphold justice for us. Enraged and humiliated, Honghuang embellished his account of the events in the human realm, exaggerating greatly. On one hand, he sought to absolve himself of any blame. On the other, he simply could not swallow his pride, and wanted the demon emperor to restore honor to the demon race. What? These Jie sect disciples are truly this reckless, utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Taiyi was consumed by fury, his expression dark as storm clouds, as surging immortal energy rose around him. Yet the Jie sect was a lineage of saints, and not something to be trifled with. He could not act recklessly and risk losing more than he gained. After all, Saint Tontian was notorious for fiercely protecting his own disciples. Nevertheless, for the sake of the demon race's dignity and morale, this matter could not be dismissed so easily. Are you certain that the Jie sect disciple who killed Jimeng was a crippled? A flicker of surprise crossed Donghuang Taiyi's face. Was the Jie sect really so lax in its disciple recruitment? Your Majesty, that fellow indeed bore the marks of a congenital disability. Honghuang nodded with absolute conviction. Donghuang Taiyi's formidable aura began to rise once more. Merely a cripple. Even as a disciple of a saint, he would be nothing more than an expendable figure on the fringes. If he were to die accidentally, I doubt Tontian would give it a second thought. As long as the act was carried out discreetly, it could be done without leaving any trace. Tontian would not constantly shield a forgotten, crippled disciple with his divine sense. Although the Jie sect boasted of 10,000 immortals paying homage, only a handful truly caught Tontian's eye. In fact, many disciples of the Jie sect spent their entire lives without ever having the fortune to meet the venerable Tontian in person. Moreover, the demon race was backed by a sage Nuwa. The two sides would not truly engage in a full-scale war. Upon hearing Donghuang Taiyi's words, Honghuang instantly grasped the unspoken meaning. The next time they encountered that cripple of the Jie sect, there was no need for any superfluous words. Just strike covertly and be done with it. For now this matter was settled, and Honghuang continued his report. Your Majesty, the Donghuang of Zifu Island in the Eastern Sea, relying on his status as the foremost male immortal bestowed by the Tao ancestor, has been secretly amassing strength with the intent to harm the celestial court and the demon race. After the war between the Wu and Yao tribes was temporarily halted by the Tao ancestor, Honghuang, the demon race embarked on a path of frenzied expansion, forcing all races in the primordial world to join the celestial court. Those who refused faced mortal peril. Some primordial beings, unwilling to become cannon fodder for the celestial court's demon race, fled calamity by joining the forces established by Donghuang. From then on, the demon race bore a deep grudge against Donghuang. This Donghuang grows bolder by the day. He cannot be allowed to continue developing unchecked. Gather enough demon soldiers, and we shall soon set out to raise Zifu Island. Donghuang Taiyi let out a contemptuous laugh not bothering to take Dong Wenggong seriously. On Jiejiao Island after Sanshao brought Lin Chen back, they first went to the Bixiao Palace to report to their master Tongtian. The main purpose of this expedition was to request some 3 light divine water from Zhuangmu on behalf of Tongtian. Was everything smooth on your journey out of the island? Tongtian waved his sleeve accepting the 3 light divine water, and then inquired. Now with the war between the Wu and Yao tribes raging across the entire primordial world, even the disciples of sages faced certain risks outside the 3 Immortals Island. Master, everything went well. Sanshao quickly reported. However, Bixiao immediately recalled that during their journey they had discovered a region within the human domain that harbored astonishing sword aura. Knowing that their master Tongtian had long sought a successor to inherit the mantle of the sword path, she spoke again. Master, while traveling through the human domain, we found an incredibly astonishing residual sword aura imbued with profound sword principles that even we 3 could not fathom in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Tongtian furrowed his brow unconsciously, recalling the vast sword aura he had seen in the abyss of the Eastern Sea. Could these 2 sword auras originate from the same person? Tongtian casually spoke a few words dismissing the Sanshao sisters, and then left the 3 Immortals Island shortly after. Before long he descended upon the human region and indeed discovered a sword aura there. The residual power of the sword aura remained, and with a slight comparison, he could confirm that it was indeed from the same hand. This discovery astonished Tongtian immensely. Who exactly is this sword cultivator? It seemed that his attainment in the sword path had grown even stronger than before. Little did he know that the very person he had been searching for in vain, Lin Chen, had already returned to his own cave dwelling. After a brief rest he began to draw his sword repeatedly, as was his habit. With each accumulation of draws his comprehension of the sword path soared rapidly. Sword comprehension 8, sword comprehension 10. Congratulations, sword attainment has reached 30. System reward Huanyuan level divine ability. Sword opens heaven's gate. This divine ability, when wielded at the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm, had an exceptional effect, allowing its full power to erupt. The system is incredible. It actually bestowed a Huanyuan level divine ability. In the primordial world, Huanyuan level techniques were extremely rare, all originating from the few exalted sages. Now there was one more, Lin Chen. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen calmed his mind, and soon immersed himself once more in cultivation. For any other primordial being, mastering a Huanyuan level divine ability would require no less than 1,000,000 years of effort. But the system's reward had no such limitation. There was no need for comprehension, and he could directly achieve mastery at the level of perfection. After half an incense stick's time, Lin Chen had fully grasped the sword opens heaven's gate divine ability. He could not help but secretly rejoice. This divine ability is truly profound and unfathomable. A single sword's light chills the 9 heavens. Sword opens heaven's gate. Although his current strength and realm restricted him from unleashing its full might when activated, it would still be devastatingly powerful. Once a Huanyuan level divine ability was deployed, the commotion it caused would surely shake heaven and earth. Inevitably, it would create a stir within and beyond the 3 Immortals Island. Thus Lin Chen decided to go to the Eastern Sea, to a sea area far from the island, to practice. Given his current situation, the Eastern Sea region was suitable. After all, Lin Chen's legs were still inconvenient, making long journeys difficult. The primordial world was undergoing a cataclysmic calamity, and it was not yet time for him to emerge. After leaving the 3 Immortals Island, Lin Chen ventured deep into the Eastern Sea, traveling westward. Even as he walked, he never forgot to draw his sword, and this time he did not deliberately restrain his sword aura. Each draw of the sword sent forth a burst of sword aura tearing through the void. Sword opens heaven's gate. The divine ability unfolded with myriad sword auras intertwining, and the blade's edge severed endless seawater in its path. The seabed instantly cracked and split, spreading for hundreds of thousands of miles, with countless deep, profound ravines extending in all directions. The power of a single sword strike was so terrifying that it raised towering waves 100,000 zhang high across millions of miles of sea, blotting out the sky and cascading into the 9 heavens. This is a genuine Huanyuan level divine ability. Lin Chen currently possessed only the cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, yet under the enhancement of the divine ability, the might he unleashed rivaled that of an ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal. It must be noted that the power displayed now was less than 100,000th of what a sage could wield at their peak. Lin Chen felt confident that if he encountered Shangyang again, he would not need to use any other trump cards. He could hold his own in battle and might even be able to overwhelm his opponent. Congratulations, host, sword attainment has reached 30. System reward 3,000 years of cultivation. Lin Chen promptly accepted, and vast spiritual energy surged into him, causing the barriers of his realm to gradually thin, until he fully broke through. Late-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal. Lin Chen was in good spirits. This improvement exceeded his expectations. Although it was merely a minor realm advancement for any other primordial being, even those with deep roots and extraordinary talent, it would likely take 10,000 years. Yet Lin Chen, while rapidly advancing in divine abilities, also saw his cultivation improve, a rare combination. Those who prided themselves as peerless cultivation geniuses among the various primordial races, as well as outstanding sage disciples, all paled in comparison to Lin Chen. As for so-called innate talent and foundation, Lin Chen could proudly say that they were like fireflies competing with the bright moon, utterly incomparable in caliber. At this moment, Zifu Island in the Eastern Sea was completely sealed off by terrifying demonic aura. The demon race had silently deployed 1,000,000 demon soldiers surrounding it tightly inside and out. Honghuang Taiyi personally took command with the demon master Kunpeng and the demon god Xiongqi also stationed there. The dreadful pressure spread, causing countless billions of beings to tremble involuntarily, not daring to breathe. Such a formidable lineup demonstrated the demon race's unwavering determination to capture Dongwangong. It was enough to suppress nearly all forces except for a few orthodox lineages. Such a massive disturbance erupted over the Eastern Sea that all nearby primordial beings realized that Purple Mansion had encountered a grave calamity, from which it could scarcely retreat unscathed. After all this time, the demon clan was led personally by Honghuang Taiyi, with the demon master Kunpeng assisting from the side, and a host of great Luo Golden Immortals arrayed in formation. Honghuang Taiyi was now at the peak of his power, having reached the late stage of quasi-sage, and with the Chaos Bell in hand, he was even more formidable. In contrast, the master of Purple Mansion, Dongwangong, was at best a mid-stage quasi-sage, and moreover, beside Honghuang Taiyi stood the demon master Kunpeng, also a quasi-sage. In terms of top-tier combat power alone, Purple Mansion was outmatched. 1,000,000 well-trained demon clan soldiers were far beyond the capabilities of the hastily gathered unfamiliar cultivators that Dongwangong had just taken in. Dongwangong, unworthy of being the leader of male immortals, you dared to interfere in the course of the primordial world and secretly orchestrate attacks against the demon clan. Your crimes are unforgivable. The demon master Kunpeng began calmly, first pinning a heavy accusation on the master of Purple Mansion, Dongwangong. The demon clan, a formidable force seeking to dominate the entire primordial world, could not tolerate any threat beside its lair. Dongwangong was openly gathering power under the demon clan's very nose, challenging their authority. This time the demon clan came to make an example of him to intimidate all primordial beings. Though his intentions were laid bare, Dongwangong refused to yield. As the male immortal leader appointed by the Tao ancestor Honghuang, why should he not be allowed to build his own power? What audacity! Purple Mansion owes no allegiance to the demon clan. Since when have you stretched your hand here, trying to meddle in our affairs? Back then, within the Jiejiao palace, the Tao ancestor Honghuang, before the assembled primordial cultivators, issued a decree appointing Dongwangong as the leader of male immortals and Zhuangmu as the leader of female immortals, nominally granting them authority over all male and female immortals. If those unwilling to follow the demon clan sought refuge under Dongwangong's newly established Purple Mansion, what crime was there in that? Dongwangong, gazing at the terrifying array of the demon clan, felt a tremor in his heart, yet remembered that the Tao ancestor Honghuang stood behind him. Thus he maintained an outward demeanor of neither humility nor arrogance. Taiyi, other cultivators may fear your threats, but I do not. If you wish for war, then war it shall be. I am ready. Purple Mansion was no match for the demon clan. That was a fact. Yet as its leader, Dongwangong could not show a hint of weakness. He unleashed every fierce word that could bolster his side's morale, and his feigned uncompromising aura temporarily fooled the demon clans Kunpeng and Xiongqi. Could it be that Dongwangong had some hidden support? But the thought was quickly dismissed. No matter what arrangements he had, he was but a cornered beast. The doom of Purple Mansion was now unavoidable. The demon master Kunpeng gave a slight nod, and the demon god Xiongqi understood immediately. Brave sons of the demon clan stepped forward. Obey the Eastern Emperor's command, and raise Purple Mansion Isle. Boom. The terrifying aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal manifested without reserve. 1,000,000 demon clan members roared in unison, their might shaking the heavens. In an instant, half the sky was shrouded in a grim, bloodthirsty haze. Deep beneath the Eastern Sea, Lin Chen was tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship. Feeling that the moment was right, he prepared to unleash a strike of full power. He sought to test the extent of his strongest techniques when fully unleashed. Lin Chen's overall cultivation compared to the saints of the myriad worlds lacked only profound accumulation. His foundation, innate talent, divine treasures, and supernatural abilities were all at the pinnacle. Now that he had broken through to the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, could he employ all his means to slay a primary stage great Luo Golden Immortal? Perhaps it was indeed possible. Then Lin Chen drew his sword once more, simultaneously activating the great Tao blazing heaven art and unleashing his powerful sword Tao domain. The evolution of his unparalleled sword edge was almost without reservation. Terrifying sword Qi rampaged outward, stirring boundless colossal whirlwinds across the entire seabed. Sword opens the heavenly gate. The long sword pointed to the sky, its light dispersing the rolling clouds, reaching the 9 heavens above. Fully unleashing his divine abilities, the resulting power shook heaven and earth, comparable to a full-force strike from a great Luo Golden Immortal, even rivaling a casual blow from a quasi-sage. Above Purple Mansion, the demon god Xiongqi was leading a host of demon clan toward the ground, when suddenly a chill ran through his limbs and an overwhelming sense of dread shot straight to his crown. Disaster. A terrifying sword Qi burst from the seabed, splitting the sea in two. Its momentum undiminished, it rushed straight toward Xiongqi's face. The terrifying sword Qi shattered everything in its path, tearing apart the void. Xiongqi's pupils contracted, and he frantically deployed his divine abilities and treasures, straining every effort to resist the invasion of the dreadful sword Qi. His combat experience was vast, and he held nothing back from the start. Yet all was in vain. The defenses Xiongqi meticulously arranged were as fragile as tofu before the celestial sword light. The sword Qi swept past, breaking through every barrier. With a flash of the sword Xiongqi, a great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak, was split in two before he could even struggle, most of his essence extinguished. How could this be? The Demon Clan and Purple Mansion cultivators fighting nearby were all stunned. Whose handiwork was this? A single sword's cold light shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying sword Qi rampaged, shattering the void, easily cleaving Xiongqi, a great Luo Golden Immortal. Especially the threads of great Dao traces woven into this awe-inspiring strike filled the surrounding beings with dread. The achievement in the sword Dao was unparalleled. To unleash a sword strike of such terrifying power, the wielder must be at least a quasi-sage. Could it be that Purple Mansion had deliberately concealed its strength? When had such an extraordinary recluse of immense power appeared? The battlefield, once filled with killing cries and chilling intent, now fell into a hush of shock and confusion. Lin Chen, the cause of such a commotion, also felt a pang of fear. It seemed this sword strike had created too great a disturbance. To avoid any unforeseen consequences that might involve him, Lin Chen decisively chose to retreat, returning first to Golden Ao Island. Yet the immense disturbance he had unintentionally caused was far from over. Above Purple Mansion, the million-strong Demon Clan army, neither advancing nor retreating, hovered in disarray, appearing somewhat panicked. Xiongqi, the Demon Clan's absolute vanguard, had used every means at his disposal, yet still failed to protect himself. He was utterly severed by a single sword before everyone's eyes, blood scattering across half the sky. This overwhelming sword strike was likely unstoppable by anyone below the quasi-sage level. Even quasi-sage experts would be thrown into disarray. Honghuang Taiyi, his expression grim, stepped to the forefront to boost his side's morale. Which fellow Taoist has taken action to rescue Purple Mansion Isle? A single sword strike imbued with the laws of the great Tao. Clearly the swordsmanship had at least reached the Tao embodiment level. Such a formidable sword cultivator would not be an obscure figure in the primordial world. Before fully ascertaining the stranger's identity, and whether they were friend or foe, even a mighty being like Honghuang Taiyi would not rashly offend them. To avoid creating a formidable enemy for the Demon Clan. All around was deathly silent, long without an echo. Honghuang Taiyi's countenance grew increasingly grim. The master of this sword strike was indeed immensely powerful, but not to the extent of intimidating Honghuang Taiyi into retreat. Honghuang Taiyi's own cultivation had reached the late quasi-saint stage, and with the Chaos Bell as his aid, he could claim the title of the strongest under the sages. Before the countless members of the Demon Clan, severely wounding a general of the human clan in such a manner, without directly turning hostile, Honghuang Taiyi had already shown considerable respect. Yet his overture of goodwill was met with cold indifference, which was clearly a slight. Boom. The mighty late quasi-saint cultivation surged forth, and his divine sense drilled out from the square-inch spiritual platform enveloping the entire Zifu continent region. Not a single blade of grass or leaf was overlooked. After exhausting his spirit to probe every corner and finding nothing, Honghuang Taiyi grew even more irate, while a deep unease began to rise within him. As a distinguished late quasi-saint, great power to have searched with all his might and found nothing, truly uncanny. Noticing the subtle shift in Honghuang Taiyi's expression, Dongwangong's mind began to stir. His previous calm was merely feigned. He had nearly revealed his true form under the full force assault of the Demon Clan. Now with this little interlude, Dongwangong had been given an opportunity to continue his performance. Taiyi, you think you can raise Zifu continent? Do you really believe Zifu has no hidden foundation? Dongwangong bluffed, flourishing the borrowed authority. He cast a contemptuous glance at Honghuang Taiyi and spoke with great arrogance. Hearing this, everyone was stunned momentarily. Could it all be true? Did Dongwangong still have hidden combat power? No wonder he had maintained such an unruffled demeanor from the very start. He had already prepared a backup plan. Honghuang Taiyi, mocked to his face, instantly flew into a rage. Few who skulk and hide refusing to show your true face have the courage to come out and fight. Whether the one who struck from the shadows was indeed Dong Wenggong's hidden ace, or not, Dongwang Taiyi was undaunted. The title of the strongest under the sages was built on solid battle achievements. He feared no challenge. Your Majesty, please do not act rashly. Kunpeng, the demon master, known as the strategist of the demon clan, remained remarkably calm and quickly counseled restraint. Regardless of the opponent's background, our demon clan fears nothing. But our enemies are not only Dong Wenggong before us. There is also the formidable Wu clan. Once our campaign against Dong Wenggong becomes a stalemate, the Wu clan may seize the chance to attack. Then we would be caught between two fires. I beseech you to reconsider. Dongwang Taiyi had always been headstrong and reckless, but for the sake of the greater good, Kunpeng had to advise from the sidelines. In the rivalry between the Wu clan and the demon clan had always been at a slight disadvantage. Having only just recovered some vitality, they could not afford to create new complications. Subjugating the Zifu continent was important to bolster the demon clan's strength, but if the cost was too high, it would not be worth it. Though still fuming, Dongwang Taiyi recognized the wisdom in Kunpeng's words. After a moment of inner struggle, he chose to retreat for the time being. Dong Wenggong, you are lucky today, but you won't be so fortunate next time. I will see how long your Zifu continent can last. Forcing down his anger, Dongwang Taiyi left a cold remark and swiftly withdrew with the vast heavenly court demon army. Once they uncovered who was backing Dong Wenggong, the demon army would strike again, and that would be the day of Zifu continent's annihilation. In the primordial world, cultivators with such great abilities were few. They need only wait a while to discover who was causing trouble for the demon clan. Daring to sabotage the demon clan's plans, courting death. Apart from the sage lineages and the Wu clan, there was no force in the primordial world that the demon clan took seriously, not even quasi-saint grandmasters. Only after the entire demon clan army had vanished from sight did Dong Wenggong, who had been forcing himself to stand firm, finally let out a breath, immensely grateful to have escaped a deadly calamity. Yet the doubt remained which great power had secretly extended a hand to rescue him. This swordsmanship was on par with even that of Tongtian Jiejiao. Lord, was this the work of one of our senior experts? More than a dozen cultivators swiftly flew out from behind Dong Wenggong and surrounded him, starting to question. These were all trusted confidants who had long followed Dong Wenggong. Yet even they were learning for the first time that Zifu continent harbored such a great being. Dong Wenggong truly kept a tight seal on his lips, a deep schemer. If not for the demon army's descent and the peril of Zifu continent, this great power might never have revealed a trace. If they could seize this chance to behold the peerless presence of such a mighty figure, perhaps there would be unexpected fortune. Facing the expectant gazes of his fellow cultivators, Dong Wenggong deliberately put on an inscrutable air. This is the profound foundation of our Zifu continent, known only to me for now. Well, when the storm settles, you will naturally be able to meet him. For now, attend to your own affairs. The little demon clan can no longer threaten us. After soothing the emotions of his fellow cultivators, Dong Wenggong decisively disappeared from view. In his heart, he pondered how to find this mysterious sword master who had secretly aided him. Hearing this, the many cultivators were inevitably disappointed. Since Dong Wenggong was unwilling to say more, they could not press him, and they all departed dejectedly. A grand master naturally acted with secrecy and eccentricity. If the time was not right, one could only sigh. On Jiejiao Island, in the Bo Palace of the Purple Cliff, Tongtian gazed with a puzzled expression toward the Zifu continent in the Eastern Sea. Who on earth is this person? That sword strike had pierced the clouds and shaken the cosmos. Even Tongtian, a sage, was moved. This sword aura was clearly identical to the one discovered among the human clan. But the residual sword chi here was even stronger. In barely 100 years, such a terrifying speed of swordsmanship cultivation. Only the word monstrous could describe it. As Tongtian marveled, he also attempted a divination, but like the previous 2 times, everything was shrouded in chaos. The celestial mechanism grows ever more chaotic. Why is this? Tongtian yearned even more to know who had wielded that sword. As a dignified heavenly Dao sage, to have repeated failures in divination. This was the first time such a thing had occurred. Now Lin Chen, the one who had instigated all this, had returned to his cave dwelling. He was completely unaware of the various speculations among the cultivators of Zifu continent, the resentful retreat of the demon race, and the futile search of Tongtian. He looked inward with his divine sense, opened the system panel, and saw that the information display had changed slightly. Host Lin Chen. Realm Taiyi Golden Immortal Late Stage. Sword Dao Achievement 32. Divine Abilities, Sword Drawing Technique, Unrivaled Sword, Intent Chi, Rolling Dragon Wall. Seeing his own progress, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. In less than a millennium, he had already advanced to the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. He possessed top-tier divine abilities and techniques, and his supreme spiritual treasures rivaled the collections of the myriad saints, while his physical body was comparable to a great shaman of the Wu clan. Even more enviable was the transformation of his foundation. He had become a chaotic Dao body. This was a level that even Pangu the Three Pure Ones, the two sages of the West Nuwa and Hudu, had never attained. The profundity of his foundation was not necessarily unique in the primordial wilderness, but it could be counted on one hand. What of his originally incomplete constitution? Lin Chen grew increasingly confident that he could truly stand at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Of course, Lin Chen currently only possessed the potential to contend for the title of the strongest in the primordial world. There was still a long road ahead before he could ultimately claim the throne. After a brief excitement, Lin Chen continued drawing his sword, as before, unceasingly. He paid no heed to worldly affairs, but a small stir had arisen within the Jiejiao sect. Jiejiao Island was relatively close to Zifu continent, and the sensational news from there had already spread. A single sword strike had cleaved the demon god Qiongqi in two. No one had imagined that a peerless swordsman was hidden within Zifu continent. Have you heard? The once arrogant demon Emperor Taiyi was terrified by a single sword stroke from the mysterious swordsman. It is said that the mysterious swordsman, with just one sword, slew tens of thousands of demon clan members, tore apart the vast void of the Eastern Sea for millions of miles, and the once arrogant demon god Qiongqi, unable to move or resist, was cut in two. The disciples of Jiejiao spoke of this with longing, each fantasizing that they were that mysterious and powerful swordsman. But there were also a few outliers who harbored intense animosity toward the suddenly renowned swordsman. No matter how strong, can he be stronger than Master Tongtian? Honghuang, immortal, having suffered a setback at Lin Chen's hands, looked down on this swordsman with great disdain. A bunch of short-sighted fools who are like frogs at the bottom of a well. No matter how powerful the swordsman, he would be reduced to nothing before Master. He is only fit to scare the demon clan. Does he have the nerve to strike at a disciple of Jiejiao? When the three Xia sisters heard the rumors, they immediately thought of the unmatched residual sword qi that had appeared in the human realm. Sisters, do you think the swordsman who appeared in the human lands and the one in the Eastern Sea are the same person? Xiongxiao looked at her two good sisters. Apart from that mysterious swordsman, no one else could have cultivated sword techniques to such a breathtaking level. Even if they are not the same person, there must be some connection between the two. Bai Xiao nodded. Swordsmen in the primordial world were few and far between. Those who could earn Master's high praise were even rarer. If a swordsman of this caliber could join our Jiejiao, he would surely be able to inherit Master's sword Dao legacy. But it's a pity we can never meet him. The ever-playful and mischievous Bai Xiao spoke again. Lin Chen had also heard about the discussions among the Jiejiao disciples outside. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that that sword strike in the Eastern Sea inadvertently affected the demon clan with its sword qi? Lin Chen muttered to himself, somewhat bemused. At the time, he had been focused on testing the full power of his divine ability and had not expected to catch the unfortunate demon god Qiongqi in the crossfire. Cut in two by a single sword stroke. What terrible luck. Lin Chen did not take this matter too much to heart. With the system by his side, not even the quasi-sage powerhouses of the demon clan, nor even Nuwa herself, could trace it back to him. The system's ability to conceal the workings of heaven was second to none. Even the Dao ancestor Honghuang could do nothing about it. The demon clan's hope of finding the culprit and taking revenge seemed utterly futile. My current cultivation is already stable at the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, and I can handle ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortals. However, it is still difficult to achieve a one-strike kill in a head-on confrontation. The biggest problem right now is that my cultivation level is still too low. The only proper path is to raise it as quickly as possible. Using all his means without reservation, it was relatively easy to bring down a Taiyi Golden Immortal. However, if there were a few more opponents, Lin Chen would be overwhelmed. Moreover, it would expose his true strength. He would not put himself in such a dangerous situation unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Lin Chen once again began his persistent sword drawing practice. Sword Dao Achievement 50, Sword Dao Achievement 60. The constant chime of system notifications filled Lin Chen with growing confidence. When tired, he would circulate the Great Dao Burning Heaven technique a few times to restore his spirit, and when sufficiently recovered, he would resume sword drawing practice. During this time, the surroundings of his cave dwelling were very quiet. The cultivators of Jiejiao Island had been thoroughly stimulated by the mysterious swordsman, and they all secluded themselves in their respective cultivation sites to practice diligently. Congratulations, host, your Sword Dao achievement has reached 35. Reward: Heavenly Dao Maleficent Treasure, Burial Heaven Coffin. At this moment, Lin Chen stopped his practice and was overjoyed by the system's reward. It was actually a maleficent treasure. This spiritual treasure was known as the #1 maleficent treasure of the Heavenly Dao, and its reputation far surpassed the legendary Saint Falling Pill and the Six Souls banner, capable of subduing the myriad heavens. Moreover, the Burial Heaven Coffin was one of the few supreme spiritual treasures that could pose a fatal threat to saints. Once a saint of the myriad heavens was trapped inside, all their divine abilities would become null. If they could not break free within 49 days, they would face the risk of eternal imprisonment and permanent sealing. Unless the master of the Burial Heaven Coffin voluntarily released the seal, no one could breach its defenses. Of course, ordinary cultivators did not have the power to throw a saint into the burial heaven coffin, much less unleash its full potential. Lin Chen dared not even think about dealing with saints for now, but he could consider using it against cultivators below the saint level. If he could raise his own strength by another level, this treasure could serve as his ultimate trump card. The system's reward was excellent, and it did not require additional time for refinement. Lin Chen then paid it no further attention. In the following period, Lin Chen once again began his day-after-day sword-drawing practice, and his Sword Dao achievement accumulated every moment. Congratulations, host, your Sword Dao insight has reached 35 reward lower grade, innate spirit root, 7-leaf sacred lotus. Lin Chen's brow relaxed. He already had enough spiritual treasures. What he needed most were various spirit roots and precious herbs that could enhance his cultivation. With all the means at Lin Chen's disposal, he could even engage in combat against late-stage Daluo Jingxian cultivators, yet the disadvantage in cultivation realm remained irreparable. His current priority was still to strengthen his cultivation. Thus Lin Chen temporarily ceased his cultivation and returned to his cave dwelling to refine the newly acquired 7-leaf precious lotus spiritual root. Endless divine essence of the great Tao surged forth, transforming into intricate and complex runes that rapidly merged into his body. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was instantly drained, forming a spiritual vortex above his head. Within, spiritual energy swirled and misted, giving rise to countless golden lotuses that blazed resplendently, wreathed in shimmering radiance. Boom! Immediately after, Lin Chen's aura began to surge upward at a breathtaking pace, shattering through the boundary barrier and propelling him to the peak of Taiyi Jingxian. Yet it was far from over. At the very moment he broke through to the peak of Taiyi Jingxian, the 5 elements pearl ascended gracefully, the laws of 5 elements manifesting within as the power of the 5 elements surged endlessly. Comprehending the Tao, encountering the Tao, entering the Tao. In merely a few breaths, the 5 elements laws he had only just grazed had already stepped into the realm of Tao attainment. All this transformation from merely a lower grade, innate spiritual root. Any other cultivator would have been overjoyed, jumping with delight. Though it was indeed a small step forward compared to before in the primordial world, even those with profound roots measured each breakthrough and period of secluded cultivation in tens of millions of years. As for comprehending a profound great Tao law that was 1,000 difficulties compounded upon 10,000 hardships, it came down purely to competing on roots and talent. Even if one could enter the doorway, one could not instantly break through to the level of Tao attainment. This was precisely the advantage of the unprecedented Chaos Dao Body in the primordial world, when breaking through realms, comprehension of laws progressed in tandem. Yet Lin Chen was dissatisfied with his current progress. Such an advancement rate is still far too slow. This was an era of supreme brilliance in the primordial world where quasi-saints were not rare and Daluo Jingxian were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even reaching the peak of Taiyi Jingxian, so what? One could only barely possess the means to protect oneself. Currently, the paramount objective was to realize the Tao and become a Daluo Jingxian as swiftly as possible. Especially during the critical phase of the Wu Yao calamity, when the human race teetered on the brink of extinction. Without elevating his strength to Daluo Jingxian, he could only watch helplessly as the human race was ruthlessly slaughtered to extinction. Let alone the subsequent Fengshen calamity, when countless disciples of Jie sect would see their true souls enter the Fengshen list, denied freedom for eternity. Those who miraculously survived would be reduced to mounts for the Buddhist sect, subject to humiliation and oppression. Even the illustrious and mighty Saint Tongtian could not escape being confined within the Chaos Purple Heaven Palace. A cultivator at merely the Taiyi Jingxian level would have negligible influence on the grand scheme amid such dire circumstances. Lin Chen too would inevitably share the fate of the Jie sect disciples. The mere thought of these matters filled Lin Chen's heart with an urgent, pressing tension. As long as one day passed without realizing the Tao, he could never truly break free from the shackles of an insignificant ant. Rather than feeling the jubilation, he might have imagined Lin Chen's expression turned grave, weighed down by an immense sense of pressure. Strengthening his power brooked no delay. For the time that followed, Lin Chen redoubled his cultivation efforts with relentless dedication. Though the pressure was tremendous with the system at his side, there was at least some hope to cling to. Meanwhile, within the territory of Zifu continent, in the Eastern Sea, an unwelcome guest arrived. We welcome Saint Tongtian. Dong Wangong led the prominent cultivators of Zifu continent to greet Master Tongtian in person. Beyond the excitement, thick confusion lingered. Dong Wangong harbored little genuine connection with the saints so exalted. The chasm between them was too vast, their status and position separated like a deep ravine. Normally, catching even a glimpse of a saint was exceedingly difficult, yet Master Tongtian had deigned to visit Zifu continent without warning. Tongtian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. I come uninvited because I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Dong Wangong was visibly startled, deeply puzzled within, yet outwardly grew even more reverent. Whatever Saint Tongtian commands, this humble one shall follow. A saint had transcended the primordial world itself, sharing the same longevity as heaven, their accomplishments rivaling creation, knowing the past and perceiving the future. What could possibly remain unknown to a saint? Yet this one felt compelled to visit in person. Where is that mysterious sword cultivator by your side? I wish to meet them, Tong Tian asked in a detached manner. When he first encountered that vast residual sword, intent and urge to meet the cultivator had taken root, but the mysteries of heaven remained shrouded in chaos. And so he had not forced the matter, recognizing the time was not yet ripe. Subsequently, his disciple Sanshao discovered remnants of sword intent left by a cultivator of the sword path near the human race's territory. After only a brief span of time, her cultivation had advanced considerably, further deepening Tong Tian's intense interest. Most crucially this time, he had learned the individual hailed from Zifu continent, a sword cultivator rooted in this very land. He had finally traced the source of their foundation. Master Tong Tian refused to let another opportunity slip away and chose to visit personally. A flicker of complicated emotion crossed Dong Wangong's eyes. So that was how it stood. He had never imagined such an outcome. Not even a saint of the great Tao could harbor such keen interest in a mysterious sword cultivator. Dong Wangong, however, had harbored hopes of impressing Master Tong Tian and drawing closer to him. But to his distress, he himself did not know who the mysterious sword cultivator truly was. His earlier bold claims had been nothing more than an attempt to bluff the demonic tribe's forces away. Faced with the exalted saint before him, even if Dong Wangong's courage had been multiplied several times over, he would never have dared to speak so recklessly. An overwhelming tension seized him, and cold sweat poured down his face. As his mind raced, he managed to cobble together an excuse. Saint Tong Tian, this humble one is likewise unaware of the sword cultivator's current whereabouts. They only reveal themselves when Zifu continent falls into peril. In ordinary times they are like a divine dragon, visible from the tail, but never the head. Dong Wangong explained with forced composure. How could he bear his ignorance and admit he knew nothing of such a revered figure? If word of this leaked, the demon race would surely launch a full-scale invasion in a rage. By then he doubted fortune would favor them as it had before. Driven to desperation, Dong Wangong had no choice but to offer this explanation, and in doing so he had inadvertently deceived the saint. You know not either. Tong Tian's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with this explanation. He had come with hopes of taking on a disciple and had deigned to visit in person to show his reverence. Yet now he faced an empty-handed departure. Tong Tian could only return in disappointment, while Dong Wangong exhaled in relief, having temporarily deflected the immediate crisis. Lin Chen continued his daily practice of sword draws, steadily accumulating achievements along the sword path. Sword Path Achievement 20. Sword Path Achievement 40. Each notification from the system was a reward for Lin Chen's diligent cultivation. That day Master Tong Tian presided over the Bo Palace at Zhiji Cliff and began expounding upon the Tao. As Tong Tian Jiaju began to expound the Tao rhythm flowed through Bo Palace. The rules of the great Tao manifested as dense runes drilling into the ears of the disciples of the Jie sect. The disciples of the Jie sect were all in a state of ecstasy, striving to comprehend the sage's true words. Among them Lin Chen sat upright with his eyes slightly closed, listening attentively and contemplating the great Tao. Many disciples seated not far from him could not help but cast sidelong glances at the conspicuous junior brother as they cultivated. Junior brother Lin Chen is the most diligent cultivator I have ever seen, but he is indeed born with a deficient constitution. Alas, they say heaven rewards diligence, but these words cannot be fulfilled in brother Lin Chen's case. The disciples of Jie sect had little interaction with this junior brother on ordinary days. They only knew that the three Shao sisters were quite kind to him. He was born with a deficient constitution, destined to achieve little in cultivation. Hearing the incessant whispers around him, Lin Chen remained unmoved. His path of cultivation required no one's pity. It was natural for fellow disciples of Jie sect to pay attention to each other, but Lin Chen did not need this kind of attention. Just then Chang'er Dingguangxian and Ichi Xianma Yuan, who had previously clashed directly with Lin Chen, approached together. Catching sight of Lin Chen, a venomous glint flashed in their eyes immediately. Especially Ma Yuan, who had been badly beaten by Lin Chen last time, losing most of his physical body. This grudge would not be easily resolved. Junior brother Lin Chen, you are a born cripple with an extremely poor foundation. For the prosperity of the Jie sect, you should not selfishly occupy such a good position. If I were you, I would obediently retreat to the back, or else you will surely be criticized. Ma Yuan reproached him with a displeased expression. Lin Chen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the senior sisters and brothers in charge of the arrangement have not said anything about my cultivation here. What right do you have to speak? What insolence! How dare you talk back? Ma Yuan was instantly enraged and was about to teach the other a lesson on the spot. Chang'er Dingguangxian also began to chime in from the side. A disgraceful cripple with the worst talent, yet you dare to be arrogant. You're nothing but a cripple who only knows how to waste the resources of the Jie sect. What gives you the right to cause trouble here, hindering the excellent disciples from listening? Get out of the way. Ma Yuan grew more agitated as he spoke, his hostility toward Lin Chen unmistakable. Facing the aggressive provocations of Chang'er Dingguangxian and Ma Yuan, Lin Chen had no intention of backing down. Frowning slightly, he asked calmly, "What? Do you two senior brothers wish to test whether my sword is sharp?" "Humph, a damned cripple. Who gave you the courage to threaten me?" Insolent, Ma Yuan decided to no longer hold back. He would settle old and new scores together. He immediately grasped his spirit treasure and prepared to strike. "Silence. This is Bo Palace, not your cave abodes. Hold your tongues." Just as the two sides were about to come to blows, Duo Bao walked over from afar with a grim expression. He was extremely displeased with those who dared to disturb the master Tongtian while he was expounding the Tao. Seeing the senior brother Duo Bao personally intervene, Chang'er Dingguangxian and Ma Yuan could only desist for the moment. "Humph, you're lucky this time, but let's see how long your luck can hold." The unwilling Ma Yuan could not help but issue a threat before leaving. However, Lin Chen was completely indifferent to such empty words. Who was truly lucky and who would teach whom a lesson? Only a real fight would tell. The commotion at the rear of Bo Palace also caught the attention of Tongtian, who was in the midst of lecturing. Tongtian couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen a couple of times. This disciple seemed vastly different from before. But that was all. Tongtian then immersed himself once more in the lecture. The Tao is empty, yet when used it is never filled. As time passed, the Tao teachings grew increasingly profound and mysterious. Boundless Tao rhythms were outlined, and the 3,000 great Taos evolved. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and countless chains of order descended from the 9 heavens, accompanied by the deep resonant sound of a divine bell that penetrated the heart. The disciples of the Jie sect grew more devout in their enlightenment. Some fell into deep thought, some furrowed their brows, and some suddenly had epiphanies. As the 4 most favored direct disciples of Tongtian Jiaozhu, they gradually revealed their advantages at this moment. Around them, Tao rhythms flourished, and the runes formed by the laws of the great Tao were the purest, all being rapidly absorbed by them. Next were Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao sisters, surrounded by dense spiritual energy with immortal power surging. A shimmering purple light obscured the law runes, making them appear and disappear. These were the most outstanding disciples of the Jie sect. Whether in terms of foundation talent or the favor of Tongtian, they were far beyond what ordinary disciples could match. To hold and fill it is not as good as stopping. Tongtian Jiaozhu's transmission speed was steady, but the time he gave the disciples below to comprehend was merely a fleeting moment. Disciples who could not keep up with the pace of the lecture continuously fell behind, and the number of remaining disciples grew smaller. Many disciples were unwilling to accept their failure. This was an extremely rare opportunity for a sage to personally teach the Tao, but unfortunately limited by their own inadequate foundations and talents, they could only sigh in admiration. However, even grasping a little from the sage's lecture could bring great improvement. As time passed, the number of Jie sect disciples who could keep up with Tongtian's pace rapidly decreased. Until finally, even Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao sisters had to reluctantly choose to withdraw with regret. Yet no one noticed that in the middle rear position among the disciples, Lin Chen had kept his eyes closed, oblivious to the world, immersing himself continuously in the enlightenment of the great Tao. Suddenly, a change occurred. The spiritual energy above the serene and peaceful Bo Palace became extremely turbulent. Within a few breaths, most of the spiritual energy on Jiejiao Island became restless and surged toward Bo Palace. Finally, it all converged above Bo Palace, forming a massive whirlpool of spiritual energy. Jiejiao Island, as a top-tier immortal blessed land, was covered with countless spiritual energy barriers. Their purpose was to ensure that spiritual energy was abundant in every region of Jiejiao Island. What was happening now had never been seen before. The anomaly in the sky even startled Tongtian, who was in the midst of his lecture. He stood up, frowning slightly as he looked at the still-forming whirlpool of spiritual energy above Bo Palace. Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of everyone, the whirlpool, already containing boundless spiritual energy, could no longer hold it. It poured down in torrents toward Lin Chen's location below Bo Palace. Involuntarily, Lin Chen's pores all over his body opened, and he continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. In almost an instant, the spiritual energy whirlpool that had gathered within a radius of 10,000 li was nearly completely absorbed by Lin Chen. How is this possible? Why does this spiritual energy whirlpool favor him? Could it be that he summoned it? Everyone was stunned by what had happened before their eyes. Incredulous expressions appeared on all their faces. At this moment, Lin Chen had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The vast and profound celestial phenomenon serving as a precursor to his breakthrough was far too grand in scale. Most notably, the purple aura swirling around Lin Chen seemed to manifest dragons and phoenixes. Countless golden lotuses bloomed at that instant, bathed in a radiant divine light that illuminated the world. These unfolding scenes left the 3 Sanshao sisters utterly astounded, their mouths agape for a long time. It was as if they were truly seeing their junior apprentice brother Lin Chen for the first time. A strange illusion even crept in, as if what lay before them was merely Lin Chen's outer shell. When did our junior apprentice brother acquire such mastery? How could comprehending the great Tao trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon? Was this still the mediocre junior apprentice brother they had known? Tongtian Jiaozhu in particular found it utterly inconceivable. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, who was deeply immersed in cultivation, while a storm of shock and awe raged within him. In his memory, this disciple had always been at the Earth Immortal level. When had he suddenly soared to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm? Such a cultivation speed was far too rapid. Had it not been for the immense commotion caused by Lin Chen during today's sermon, even Tongtian might have forgotten that he had once accepted a disciple in the land of mortals. After all, Lin Chen's innate talent was extremely poor, and he was even born with a flawed constitution. The Jie sect boasted thousands of immortals with a total membership numbering in the millions. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu, as a revered sage, could only focus on his close personal disciples. He never imagined that Lin Chen, who had always been insignificant, would suddenly rise to prominence today. Even Tongtian, a sage, was mildly taken aback, let alone the countless disciples of the Jie sect. Junior apprentice brother has always kept a low profile. This sudden rise was likely long planned. To manifest such a phenomenon, one must possess exceptional innate talent. Junior apprentice brother was always considered flawed, yet he gained so much from listening to the master's teachings. The Jie sect disciples were not only astonished, but also somewhat envious. Among the disciples cultivating in the same sect, when it came to innate talent, they honestly knew they were far superior to Lin Chen. Yet in this profound comprehension, they had only grasped a mere surface, and they were among the first to fall behind the master's pace of teaching. On the other hand, their junior apprentice brother, whom they had often pitied, had walked a far longer path, and gained far more from this enlightenment. Even with their own eyes, many Jie sect disciples found it hard to believe. Innate talent determined one's affinity for comprehending the great Tao. For instance, the close disciples of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Duobao Jinling Wudong, and others, possessed far superior innate talent, and thus their ability to grasp the Tao was far greater than that of ordinary disciples. But this unremarkable junior apprentice brother had shattered that iron law with his sudden appearance. Lin Chen, who was still deeply immersed in his profound enlightenment, was unaware that he had caused such a tremendous disturbance, shocking all the beings present. At that moment, he had entered an extremely mysterious state of comprehension. A faint aura of chaos swirled around him, radiating overwhelming power. Tongtian, who had been observing Lin Chen's cultivation, felt a tremor in his heart. It was the Chaos Dao physique. Tongtian found it unbelievable and examined him more closely. This time he was utterly moved. Somehow this disciple had transformed into the Chaos Dao physique. How had he encountered such a fortune? The Chaos Dao physique was naturally attuned to the great Tao, allowing one to comprehend any Tao law far more easily than ordinary beings. Thus the manifestation of such a celestial phenomenon made perfect sense. Yet it was still astonishing. The sudden transformation of this unremarkable disciple caused Tongtian Jiaozhu, a sage of the Heavenly Tao, to completely forget his usual composure and calm. This disciple had brought too great a surprise to both the Jie sect and himself. After an unknown length of time, Lin Chen finally emerged from that deep state of enlightenment. This time the harvest is immense. Truly the teaching of a sage is unparalleled. Though his cultivation level had not improved significantly, his understanding of the great Tao and the laws of the universe had deepened. Before obtaining the Chaos Dao physique, he had listened to Tongtian's sermons a few times, but he could not even grasp a single thread of understanding, let alone comprehend a single word of the Tao's true essence. This transformation was entirely due to the elevation of his root constitution. Since the change, Lin Chen had also noticed a marked difference in his surroundings. Previously, the profound Tao doctrines had seemed abstruse and incomprehensible. Now he could directly grasp their meaning and even draw analogies to other concepts. Without exaggeration, if one were to compare all the disciples of the Jie sect, none could match Lin Chen's innate talent. Even combined, they would fall short. Throughout the entire primordial world, even the sages of the heavens could not rival him. Such was the profound foundation of a cultivator. After sighing with emotion, Lin Chen noticed that the entire Jie sect had stopped their cultivation. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, almost unsettling. Countless pairs of curious and astonished eyes were fixed on him, exploring his every detail. What happened? Could it be that the Chaos Dao physique caused too great a disturbance during my enlightenment? He had wanted to keep a low profile, but it seemed he could no longer hide. Lin Chen felt bitter inside. Being exposed so openly was far from his wish. However, it might save him many troubles. At least the other Jie sect disciples would no longer casually trespass near his cave dwelling, disturbing his cultivation. As Lin Chen was lost in thought, wavering between hope and fear, Tongtian, sensing that his enlightenment had ended, approached with a face full of satisfaction. Lin Chen, since you joined the Jie sect in less than 800 years, you have achieved such a transformation. Your foundation is deep and your will is resolute. With Tongtian Zhaozhu's personal acknowledgement, the Jie sect disciples were once again deeply shocked. If not for Tongtian's words, they might have forgotten a startling fact Lin Chen had been cultivating in the Jie sect for less than a millennium. In such a limited time, he had leaped from the lowly earth immortal realm to the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, an astonishing speed. Moreover, Lin Chen was born with a flawed constitution, which posed many obstacles to cultivation. Yet he had risen to prominence, effortlessly surpassing all the Jie sect disciples present with his talent and strength. When did junior apprentice brother's comprehension become so profound? The three Sanshao sisters who had always shown him much care still expressed deep disbelief in their tone. Compared to junior apprentice brother's innate talent, we seem far behind. Duo Bao was equally stunned by Lin Chen's terrifying cultivation and comprehension. At this moment, he blinked his eyes, unable to find the words to describe the complex emotions swirling within him. Duo Bao finally understood why the junior brother had comprehended the profound mysteries of the great Tao so effortlessly when he had been taught them before. Zhao Gongming also seemed to be treating this junior brother with utmost seriousness for the first time, his inner astonishment beyond measure. Unlike the astonishment felt by Duobao Sanxiao and others, Chang'er Dingguang Xian and Ma Yuan harbored deep resentment within their hearts. What right did a crippled invalid have such extraordinary talent? In terms of roots and cultivation realm, any one of them could easily crush Lin Chen standing before them. Yet during this Tao comprehension session, they had only grasped the superficial aspects, while the blind-eyed junior brother they had always looked down upon had created such a tremendous commotion, even earning endless praise from their master Tongtian. What does a Taiyi Golden Immortal amount to? He is stillborn defective. The Dingguang Xian's heart, filled with envy, could not resist mocking aloud. Sensing the shifting expressions of those around him, Lin Chen merely offered a calm smile, his emotions remaining undisturbed. To the disciples of Jiejiao, Lin Chen had merely spent 1,000 years advancing from Earth Immortal Realm to the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. This speed of advancement was truly unprecedented since ancient times. However, Lin Chen was far from satisfied, for he was in existence with cheat-like capabilities. Besides, in this era where Golden Immortals were as common as dogs, and even self-preservation remained problematic, what was there to boast about? Lin Chen's composure only pleased Heavenly Master Tongtian further. Especially considering that his disciple possessed the exceptionally rare Chaos Dao Body, Tongtian quickly made his decision. From this day forth, Lin Chen shall be my 5th direct disciple. This was an exceedingly rare Chaos Dao Body. His future accomplishments would at minimum reach the quasi-saint stage. Tongtian certainly could no longer allow Lin Chen to fend for himself as before. Tongtian's decision instantly stirred massive waves. The Jiejiao disciples present were utterly astounded. None had expected their master to hold Lin Chen in such high esteem. They could only acknowledge Lin Chen's heaven-defying comprehension, but this junior brother, who had recently joined Jiejiao, was merely a cripple. Cultivation paths held numerous restrictions. How could he possibly serve as a direct disciple of Jiejiao? Many harbored reservations, but dared not voice them openly, for this was Tongtian's decree. Lin Chen himself had not anticipated Heavenly Master Tongtian's decision beforehand. In a daze, he had suddenly become a direct disciple. He had vaguely suspected his transformation would attract Tongtian's attention, but never imagined being directly promoted to direct disciple status. This junior brother is truly too fortunate. Upon hearing Lin Chen's muttering, the Jiejiao disciples could not resist the urge to teach him a lesson. Lin Chen had not intended to be arrogant. He was simply surprised. As for the reactions of the surrounding Jiejiao disciples, Lin Chen could barely notice them, so there was no need to concern himself. Disciple Lin Chen, thanks my master for his nurturing. Lin Chen respectfully bowed, knowing that with the status of a direct disciple of Jiejiao, he could leverage his master's prestige in the future and avoid many troubles. Lin Chen, you are now formally my direct disciple. From now on, when you walk the world, you represent the honor of Jiejiao. Your magical treasures and divine abilities must not lag behind others. Today I bestow upon you the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, and one sword divine ability, 9 heavens profound sword. Such was the privilege befitting a direct disciple. The Jiejiao disciples present were once again stunned, their eyes brimming with envy. The water and fire gourd originated from one of the 7 gourds produced by the supreme grade, innate spiritual root gourd vine, possessing astonishing power. It contained the primordial origin waters of heaven and earth and the divine flames of the void. Once unleashed, it could transform into a water and fire Qilin, devouring all things in the world. The 9 heavens profound sword was a sword divine ability comprehended by Tongtian himself. Upon reaching perfection, a single strike could shatter the 9 heavens. However, this divine ability was exceedingly profound, impossible for anyone lacking deep understanding of the sword path to comprehend. In Tongtian's view, given Lin Chen's current growth and comprehension, perhaps only 10,000 years would suffice to master it thoroughly. This was a saint-level divine ability. Ordinary disciples would not even have the qualifications to comprehend it. Damn that crippled invalid, actually seizing such tremendous opportunities. Unlike other disciples who offered congratulations and envy, Chang'er Dingguang Xian's teeth ground in hatred. His inner jealousy nearly drove him into a frenzied rage. The cripple he had never deigned to glance at, regarded as a disgrace to Jiejiao, had suddenly risen to become a lofty, direct disciple of Jiejiao. This fact was truly unbearable. Tongtian's favor toward him was excessive, even bestowing spiritual treasures in public. Chang'er Dingguang Xian could not accept it. So what if his comprehension was high? He was still merely at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Perhaps all of this stemmed from the three Xiao sisters who were originally direct disciples, or Zhao Gongming, or the four great direct disciples secretly giving this crippled invalid extra tutoring behind the scenes. Jealousy completely distorted one's countenance, perfectly matching Chang'er Dingguang Xian's current state. This disciple Lin Chen thanks my master for his bestowal. Lin Chen bowed deeply, accepting the various divine abilities and spiritual treasures, then bowed once more in gratitude. A single Dao lecture had not only deepened his own comprehension, but also rapidly elevated his status within Jiejiao entirely beyond Lin Chen's expectations. After the transmission concluded, many unfamiliar Jiejiao disciples approached to offer their congratulations. Lin Chen merely responded casually, showing no signs of complacency, despite his recent promotion to direct disciple. After the disciples dispersed, the three Xiao sisters slowly approached. Congratulations, junior brother, on becoming a direct disciple of Jiejiao. Eldest sisters, please do not tease me. Among all the senior and junior brothers, the three Xiao sisters were the only ones who had shown Lin Chen consistent care and attention. Lin Chen was not an ungracious person, he had always kept their kindness in his heart. Junior brother, you have been concealing your abilities profoundly. This time you have truly stunned the world. Bi Xiao, her beautiful eyes flickering, looked at the junior brother before her. While rejoicing for him, doubt began to rise within her heart. Indeed, junior brother, your performance today was truly outstanding. The three Xiao sisters all wished to know what heaven-defying opportunity their junior brother had encountered to bring about such earth-shaking changes. Facing the continuous praise of the three Xiao sisters, Lin Chen merely smiled calmly. Eldest sisters flatter me. I never expected to cause such a tremendous stir. I was merely repeating the motion of drawing my sword. These words sounded almost heartbreaking. Merely quietly drawing his sword could create such tremendous commotion. If he cultivated other divine abilities, would he not tear the very heavens asunder? How had they never noticed this side of their junior brother before? Yet the fact that junior brother maintained his original disposition, remaining equally peaceful and gentle toward the three Xiao sisters, made them feel his uniqueness all the more precious. Within the Golden Ao Island, the disciples of the GS sect numbered in the millions, yet only 4 were direct disciples. Even the Sanxiao sisters were not qualified to become direct disciples. Lin Chen being directly promoted to the 5th direct disciple of the GS sect was not only an immense honor, but also a manifestation of Tongtian's great regard for him. Were it anyone else, they would have long put on the airs of a direct disciple, either ordering the other GS sect disciples around or acting somewhat smug. Yet the Lin Chen before them remained as humble as before, showing no emotion at all, as if the status of a direct disciple was not so important to him. Even the Sanxiao sisters, when faced with such a situation, would not be as indifferent as the junior brother. It is a pity that if the junior brother were not afflicted with the heavenly deficiency, his future achievements would be immeasurable. However, compared to the past, the junior brother's status in the eyes of his GS sect brothers was entirely different. After parting with Lin Chen, the Sanxiao sisters encountered Wudong Xingmu and senior brother Zhao Gongming. The two of them stood together, both talking about the junior brother Lin Chen. I have only met Lin Chen once, so at that time he was merely a minor earth immortal, yet now his strength has reached the profound realm, and it seems possible for him to catch up to us in a short time. Indeed, having received the special favor of the master, his path of cultivation will surely be very smooth from now on. But it is still a pity, the innate deficiency hinders the junior brother's development. I hope the master can find a way so that the junior brother will have no more worries. Both of them genuinely felt happy for the junior brother Lin Chen. With such rare fortune, coupled with Lin Chen's persistent cultivation attitude, and the master's sufficient attention surpassing the other senior brothers present, was possible. However, the innate deficiency imposed too many restrictions on Lin Chen. The passing Sanxiao sisters also sighed upon hearing this, as they were helpless about the matter. At present, the only one who could truly help the junior brother was the master himself. Lin Chen, who was at the center of the event, was unaware of the various discussions among the GS sect disciples, and even if he knew, he would not take them to heart. After returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Chen began to actively comprehend the 9 heavens mystic sword transmitted by Tongtian. The divine ability that a sage must comprehend is replete with the laws of the great Tao. For disciples below the sage level, comprehending it would take at least 1,000 years, at most hundreds of thousands of years, and this was a conservative estimate. Were it any other disciple, they might not even be able to glimpse the threshold in hundreds of thousands of years. It was only upon seeing Lin Chen's exceptional comprehension that Tongtian specially bestowed it. Lin Chen deeply believed Tongtian's words, and thus entered a deep state of enlightenment. However, after merely a few decades, Lin Chen once again released his divine sense. This divine ability is not as obscure as the master said. I have comprehended it in merely 50 years. Lin Chen smiled in puzzlement, unable to resist muttering to himself. If these words were known to Master Tongtian, he would probably be speechless. He had truly underestimated the comprehension of his junior disciple Lin Chen. This divine ability was extremely profound. Even for those with deep roots and brilliant talent, without a few thousand years, they could not possibly enter its gate. Comprehending it in decades. Tongtian had never even considered this possibility. In the following time, Lin Chen began to repeatedly draw his sword again, and his Sword Dao achievements accumulated rapidly. Sword Dao Achievement 30. Sword Dao Achievement 40. Sword Dao Achievement Progress reaches 35. Reward acquired Merit and Virtue Supreme Treasure, Honghuang Measuring Ruler. The Honghuang Measuring Ruler is the supreme acquired offensive treasure, and its attack power can even rival that of innate supreme treasures. However, after seeing this reward, Lin Chen showed little interest and did not display any surprise. Lin Chen now primarily cultivated the art of the sword, and other treasures were merely optional aids. Only the sword in his hand could allow Lin Chen's cultivation to be fully unleashed to the fullest. However, treasures as external objects were never too many for anyone, and they could always play unexpected roles at critical moments. Even if he truly couldn't use it, he could still use it to make friends with other cultivators. Lin Chen calmly put away the Honghuang Measuring Ruler and began to draw his sword again. Sword Dao Achievement 10. Sword Dao Achievement 20. Just as Lin Chen was repeatedly drawing his sword to improve his Sword Dao cultivation, Duobao came to visit again. The junior brother is still cultivating so diligently. Duobao greeted Lin Chen kindly. Even Duobao couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's cultivation attitude. Every time he saw Lin Chen, he was either cultivating or on his way to cultivate, never ceasing. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Chen temporarily stopped his cultivation and politely cupped his hands to Duobao. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you retreat. I am of mediocre talent. Aside from diligence compensating for shortcomings, I really have no other way. Lin Chen's current state of mind had also undergone great changes compared to before. He used to be like an ascetic monk, unwilling to interact too much with outsiders. The purpose was to avoid giving others the chance to pity him. But now the situation was vastly different. Having been promoted to a direct disciple of Tongtian, if he remained as indifferent as before, he might be perceived as arrogant. The change in identity brought about a different attitude toward others. Junior brother, what are you saying? Your comprehension is extremely high. After witnessing Lin Chen's monstrous comprehension twice, Duobao believed it was just the junior brother's modesty. After a polite remark, Duobao continued. This time I came uninvited, bearing the master's decree to summon you to Bo Palace. Lin Chen was visibly startled. He was quite puzzled, wondering what his hands-off master Tongtian wanted him for. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was too embarrassed to ask more, so he followed Duobao to Bo Palace. Even though his strength was low, he could feel Tongtian's gaze upon him. Lin Chen felt even more puzzled. Since he had inadvertently revealed a bit of his talent while listening to the lecture, he had been focused on cultivation and had done nothing else. He didn't know why the master had summoned him on a whim. Lin Chen, how has your cultivation been lately? Fixing his gaze on Lin Chen below, Tongtian asked calmly after a long while. The more he looked at this newly accepted direct disciple, the more pleasantly surprised he became. Unintentionally discovering that this inconspicuous disciple was actually a Chaos Dao Body gave Tongtian the feeling of finding a treasure amidst rubble. Being able to break through to the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal within just a few hundred years, this cultivation speed was unmatched not only among the Jiejiao disciples, but also throughout the entire primordial world. Your disciple is doing well. Lin Chen suppressed his inner doubts and replied in a low voice. Lin Chen spoke nothing but the truth. Each time he drew his sword, he improved. Though the progress was subtle, it accumulated ceaselessly. Tongtian nodded slightly and spoke. If you encounter any obstacles on your path of cultivation or have any confusion, feel free to come to me, your master, for guidance. You are endowed with exceptional intelligence and diligence, yet on the journey of cultivation, one still needs the guidance of a renowned master to go further. Lin Chen nodded, his curiosity growing ever more intense. He wondered what exactly his master wished to discuss with him today. Could it merely be a deliberate reminder? As for any difficulties in cultivation, thanks to the system, he had no such concerns. Although many doubts swirled in his mind, Lin Chen did not voice them. Instead, he listened respectfully. Seeing Lin Chen's composed demeanor devoid of any excitement or arrogance despite being his direct disciple, Tongtian nodded in satisfaction. Yet recalling that his disciple was born with a congenital deficiency, a sigh of lament arose within him. Lin Chen, although the talent you have displayed is remarkable, your innate incompleteness will still limit your future path. As he spoke these words, Tongtian's tone grew noticeably heavier. Duobao's eyes also flickered with sympathy. His thoughts aligned with the master's. The congenital deficiency imposed too great a bottleneck on the junior brother's future development. At present, the only one who could offer assistance was the master before him. Yet Lin Chen showed little reaction to Tongtian's words. What did it matter if he was born with a heavenly deficiency? With the system by his side and the transformation of his roots, his cultivation of the sword Dao had been unimpeded. If this continued, his swordsmanship would surely reach the profound. Of course, these thoughts were merely muttered inwardly. There was no need to voice them before the Grand Master Tongtian. Noticing that Lin Chen remained emotionally unperturbed, Tongtian grew even more approving of this disciple. Then shifting the topic, he said, "On my recent journey, I obtained the Tongming Divine Spring. Combined with the power of a sage, I shall infuse a strand of sage's origin power into your body. Perhaps it may completely heal your legs." That was precisely why he had summoned Lin Chen today. Yet there was one thing Tongtian did not explicitly state. If Lin Chen were merely of ordinary constitution rather than the exceedingly rare Chaos Dao Body, even if Tongtian wished to nurture him and restore his legs, success would not be guaranteed. Only after learning that this disciple was a genuine Chaos Dao Body did Tongtian's desire to assist him rekindle. If he could help his disciple Lin Chen make up for the final shortcoming with Lin Chen's existing comprehension, his future achievements would be boundless, potentially surpassing all disciples of the Jie sect. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Lin Chen's eyes. Yet as usual, he showed no great reaction. If he could have his legs healed with Tongtian's aid, it would certainly be a blessing. However, there was also the possibility of failure, so there was no need to be overly elated now lest he become anxious later. Meanwhile, Duo Bao was utterly stunned by Tongtian's words. He had never expected that the master had done so much for the junior brother in private. Not only had the master found a divine spring to treat the junior brother's legs, but he was also willing to personally intervene and even expend a strand of his origin power. It was evident how much the master valued the junior brother. Even Duo Bao felt a tinge of envy in his heart. Yet he wished even more for the junior brother to have fully functional legs. Given the junior brother's current comprehension, once all deficiencies were made up, his future cultivation would become exceptionally smooth. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed even him, the grand senior brother of the Jie sect. In less than 1,000 years, despite being born with a congenital deficiency and only practicing the most basic sword drawing technique, he had transformed from an Earth Immortal into a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Moreover, during the master's sermon, he had triggered various celestial phenomena. Among the millions of disciples of the Jie sect, who else but this junior brother could achieve such feats? Even Duo Bao, the foremost disciple of the Jie sect, could not hope to match him. Both Tongtian and Duo Bao believed that the congenital deficiency was the greatest obstacle limiting Lin Chen's cultivation. "Thank you, master." Lin Chen bowed respectfully once more. As for whether his legs would be healed with the master's help, Lin Chen harbored no excessive expectations. But regardless of success or failure, it was the master's kind intention, and he ought to express gratitude. "Very well, then I shall begin." Without any delay, Tongtian dipped his fingers into the Tongming Divine Spring, applied a few drops, and used his divine power to integrate them into Lin Chen's crippled legs. The spring water emitted a faint soft glow, continuously repairing and reorganizing the meridians of the disabled legs. Within a few breaths, Lin Chen's legs underwent a transformation. They turned a brilliant golden hue, radiating dazzling light that prevented Duo Bao from peering further. Tongtian formed hand seals, and a wisp of origin power enveloped Lin Chen's entire body, manifesting various visions of mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10,000 li was instantly gathered, forming a terrifying vortex of qi above the Bio Palace. This energy then transformed into the essence of heaven and earth, swiftly pouring into Lin Chen's disabled legs. The sage's power suppressed all laws of the universe, and divine chains pierced through the 9 heavens. At that moment, the entire Bio Palace blazed with extraordinary splendor. Purple clouds and rosy light cascaded from the 9 heavens, and countless golden lotuses manifested and bloomed. Sensing this phenomenon, the disciples of the Jie sect turned their gazes toward the Bio Palace. Their eyes were filled with barely suppressed shock. What had happened inside the Bio Palace? Though filled with curiosity, no disciple dared to approach without an imperial decree. They could only observe from afar. The extraordinary vision lasted for half an incense stick's time before gradually fading, and the world returned to clarity. Inside the Bio Palace, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm. Beside him, Duo Bao was tense, his hands nervously clasped together. Tongtian watched Lin Chen's crippled legs move slowly, clumsy, numb, devoid of any agility. He furrowed his brow slightly. Why is this so? A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The Tongming Divine Spring, brimming with endless vitality, combined with a strand of a sage's origin power, could instantly restore even a severely wounded quasi-saint. Yet such a heaven-defying method, when applied to Lin Chen, had failed to produce any effect. Could it be that when water is too full it overflows, and when the moon is full it wanes? It has no effect at all. Duo Bao's face was filled with disbelief. The master had gone to great lengths to obtain the Tongming Divine Spring, and had used the sage's origin power, yet it still ended in failure. How could this be? In the primordial world, If even the master's full effort could not succeed, did it mean that the junior brother would never have a chance to recover his legs? A sense of loss lingered in his heart, and Duobao's expression was full of regret. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lin Chen, however, displayed remarkable equanimity. Lin Chen, it is the will of heaven. Tong Tian cast a complex look at his disciple, letting out a sigh. In order to help his disciple recover from his lameness, Tong Tian had exhausted all his means. The power of origin is of utmost importance to any living being in the primordial wilderness, as it concerns the foundation of one's Tao. Unless forced by necessity, one would not easily part with it. As a heavenly Tao, Saint Tongtian Jiaozhu cherished his origin power even more. Yet to help Lin Chen, he still unhesitatingly split the saint's origin power. Uttering, "It is the will of heaven," proved that Tongtian had no other recourse. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, but no great ripple stirred within his heart. He was filled with gratitude for Master Tongtian's heartwarming acts, which finally melted into a faint smile. "Thank you, Master." From the very beginning, Lin Chen had not harbored high hopes for the recovery of his lame leg. Lin Chen's equanimity made Tongtian Jiaozhu value him even more. At the same time, a trace of worry arose in his heart. He feared that this setback might affect Lin Chen's future cultivation. To face adversity with such calmness, his resolute character was truly rare. If it were anyone else, they would have lost emotional control long ago. Lin Chen, rest assured, one failure does not mean eternal hopelessness. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate patiently. Your master will find other ways. Tong Tian suppressed his complex emotions and comforted him in a low voice. Tong Tian said this and truly thought so in his heart. As a saint standing at the pinnacle of the primordial wilderness, he was seen by others as an omnipotent being. If even such a small matter as curing his disciple's lameness could not be accomplished, then the lofty status of a saint would appear hollow and laughable. Hearing Master Tongtian's persistence in wanting to help his legs recover, Lin Chen could not help but speak patiently. "Master, your disciple has long been accustomed to this. Do not force what fate does not grant. My sword is my leg." When he said this, Lin Chen's expression was incomparably confident. Tong Tian was startled, feeling Lin Chen's vibrant spirit, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed that he knew far too little about this disciple before him. Born with a heaven-defying disability, he had never complained, and not only did he face the world's injustices with equanimity, but he also possessed a perpetually serene heart of a strong practitioner. Especially the last sentence, which earned Tongtian's great approval. A sword cultivator must possess an invincible conviction. This is the foundation of treading the ultimate Tao. Tongtian offered a reassuring smile and said no more. The path of cultivation is long. There is no need to rush. Everything can proceed slowly. Master, if there is nothing else, your disciple will take leave and return to cultivation. After expressing his gratitude again, Lin Chen chose to depart. Junior brother is so extraordinarily gifted, but it is a pity that his innate disability limits his future achievements. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Duobao couldn't help but sigh deeply. Master paid a great price this time, but it ended in failure. I'm afraid junior brother may never recover in this life. Tongtian heard this and strongly disagreed. Lin Chen has only been in the Jie sect for 800 years. He has never given up due to his innate disability. Instead, he has always been silently immersed in cultivation. Even the simplest divine ability, after his unremitting efforts, can shine brilliantly. This state of mind, this serenity. Who in my Jie sect can compare with him? Perhaps Lin Chen could set a precedent. Even with innate disability, he could become a sword saint who shakes the heavens and earth in the primordial wilderness. Lin Chen's final words also had a considerable impact on Tongtian. His sword is the best leg. This is the ultimate pursuit and ultimate trust in the sword Tao. With a Chaos Dao Body naturally close to the great Tao, and with heaven-defying comprehension, even a heavenly deficiency cannot restrict him. With such invincible confidence, Lin Chen also earned the utmost trust of his master Tongtian. Tongtian was moved once more, never expecting that junior brother would receive such high praise from the master's mouth. However, deep down Tongtian still felt that the master's words were mostly consolation. A heavenly deficient body imposes many restrictions on a cultivator. At the same time, Lin Chen, having left Bio Palace, returned to his cave dwelling and began to repeatedly practice drawing his sword. Sword Dao Insight 30, Sword Dao Insight 60, Sword Dao Achievement Progress 37, Reward Primordial Chaos, Divine Ability Heaven's Wrath Sword Art. When this divine ability is used, it employs Sword Qi as a killing move, traversing the 9 heavens above, sealing the firmament, severing yin and yang. Lin Chen felt a slight joy. Compared to the dispensable restoration of sight, the system's reward was the most important. Everyone believed that Lin Chen's innate disability limited his achievements, but Lin Chen always believed that as long as he kept drawing his sword when he reached the pinnacle, even if he could see nothing, he could still walk the extreme of the sword Dao. One sword breaks all myriad methods. The heavenly disability only prevents Lin Chen from seeing the world clearly, but it does not affect his cultivation, nor does it hinder the improvement of his sword Dao. Although Teng Tian's help today did not restore him, it made Lin Chen experience a rare warmth of care. Knowing the future direction of the primordial wilderness, he urgently wanted to improve his cultivation, not only to protect the human race and retreat unscathed during the killing tribulation, but also to preserve himself in the investiture of the god's calamity and even reverse the fate of the Jie sect's destruction. Especially this time Lin Chen felt a trace of care from Teng Tian and finally began to truly see himself as a disciple of the Jie sect. Dealing with the coming investiture of the god's calamity was an inescapable responsibility for members of the Jie sect. Various chaotic emotions flashed through his mind, gradually calming the joy he felt from the system reward. At present he could not waste any time, everything had to be focused on cultivation and improvement. Then he immersed himself again in the repeated practice of drawing his sword. The long sword was drawn, revealing the divine rhythm of the great Tao, flickering and dim. It severed yin and yang, cut through the void, and shattered myriad leagues of stars. Terrifying, dense spiritual energy gathered above his head, forming a sword Tao vortex. While his sword Tao insight slowly increased, his cultivation also grew steadily. Sword Tao insight reached 39 reward, 3,000 years of cultivation, obtained low-grade primordial spiritual root purple amethyst essence. This reward still greatly satisfied Lin Chen. 3,000 years of cultivation was enough to lay the foundation for the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Combined with the low-grade primordial spiritual root purple amethyst essence that could assist cultivation, it seemed he could almost attain the Daoyuo Dao. Soon after, Lin Chen returned to his cave dwelling. To ensure that this breakthrough did not cause too much commotion and repeat the previous shocking scene, Lin Chen also released the 5 elements pearls in advance, placing them in 5 different directions. At the same time, the 5 elements laws surged and swirled, with 5-colored radiance lingering around. Then he began to activate the great Tao, burning heaven annihilation, instantly causing spiritual energy to become chaotic and turbulent. Lin Chen's aura began to surge wildly, with the 5 qi coalescing in his chest. Endless spiritual energy flowed through his 365 acupoints. Chains of various laws and orders wove through the cave dwelling, manifesting myriad landscapes of mountains and rivers. Not long after, Lin Chen slowly opened his withered eyes. The vast spiritual energy within his body relentlessly pounded through his limbs and bones. Yet it did not break through the barrier of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm in one fell swoop. Lin Chen felt that his cultivation speed was far too fast. It had only been a few months since his last breakthrough in front of the Bio Palace. If he were to break through again and be discovered by outsiders, it would surely shake the entire primordial world. Although he vigorously suppressed his realm to continue advancing. But this time the feedback from the system truly delighted Lin Chen. Sword Tao comprehension progress reached 46 reward, divine ability 2 sleeves Azure Serpent. As his cultivation base stabilized, his Sword Tao achievements had actually leaped forward so much, and the divine ability rewarded by the system this time was also formidable. When this divine ability was used, the sword Qi transformed into 2 Azure Serpents. The sword stroke could shatter the sun and moon, and its fall could sever time and space. Sword Tao divine abilities were already rare, and powerful ones were even rarer. Even the 9 Heavens mystic sword bestowed by Master Teng Tian was slightly inferior to 2 sleeves Azure Serpent. With Lin Chen's current Sword Tao achievements, he could easily defeat a great Luo. The system's products are always top-notch. After calming down, Lin Chen tried to move his legs again, still limping. But Lin Chen was already used to it. His master Teng Tian had expended so much effort without success, so the results of this cultivation were obviously not going to be different. Then he tried to extend his divine sense outward again, wanting to see the results of this cultivation. The next moment, he perceived the arrangement of items within his cave dwelling. A table, a green cattail mat, a straw mat. Although the perception was still fuzzy, he could distinguish the specific positions of the furnishings. Having joined the Jie sect for nearly 1,000 years, Lin Chen had only traveled outside once with the 3 sisters of the Sanshao. The rest of the time, he cultivated near his cave. It was not that Lin Chen feared calamities during travel, but because he could not see. Even with his Sword Tao domain, he could only perceive within 100 zhang. Under such circumstances, even if he could go out safely, he might not return within the allotted time. But now it was different. He could not only discern directions, but also have a vague perception of the layout of various scenes. From then on, he could travel across the entire primordial world without any burden. Even the early Pangu 3 Pure Ones had once traveled together in their leisure time. They broadened their knowledge, honed their cultivation, and through constant adventures and battles accumulated all kinds of experience, eventually attaining the Honghuang Saint position. However, Lin Chen did not plan to leave immediately. Having just achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, he still needed to stabilize his foundation. With his current cultivation steadily improving, his divine sense perception range was also growing wider and clearer. With this discovery, Lin Chen gained deeper motivation for cultivation. Even at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, his divine sense had undergone such a great change. If he one day reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, or the quasi-saint realm, his divine sense would likely multiply exponentially. In the following days, Lin Chen practiced drawing his sword even more diligently, almost without pause. Sword Dao Comprehension Progress reached 51. Reward Supreme Grade Innate Spirit Treasure Yin Yang Precious Mirror. This spirit treasure could mobilize the power of Yin and Yang, one for offense and one for defense, with astonishing might. If infused with the power of the Grand Yin and Grand Sun, its might could even rival that of an innate supreme treasure. Having prepared sufficiently, it was time to go out and travel. Only one step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, Lin Chen conceived the idea of traveling outside. Along the way, he would seek opportunities and gather Grand Yin and Grand Sun elements to strengthen the newly acquired treasure. After packing a simple bag, Lin Chen released a flying boat to prepare for departure. Junior brother, are you going on a journey? Passing by Jie sect disciple Shiji saw Lin Chen and could not help asking. This junior brother had already made a considerable leap in status within the Jie sect. He was Master Tongtian's direct disciple and was highly valued by the master. Previously, when Shiji saw Lin Chen, she would at most stop to gaze with sympathy. Now she was completely captivated by his strength and talent. Yes, I'm planning to travel for a while. Lin Chen nodded lightly, seeing no need to hide this matter. Shiji was delighted and could not help saying, Junior brother, the outside world is too dangerous. It's very inconvenient for you to go out in your current state. The war between the Wu and Yao tribes was at a critical juncture. Even disciples of saintly lineages could be affected if they traveled alone. Moreover, although this junior brother was gifted, he was still physically impaired and not safe. I have my own plans. With the protection of a saint's lineage disciple, as long as I don't actively provoke trouble, I'll be safe. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Besides, with his current trump cards, as long as he did not encounter a quasi-saint level cultivator, he could protect himself without any problem. Add to that the identity of a direct disciple of a saint, and no reckless fool would come to disturb him. Even the mighty Wu and Yao tribes would not dare to wage war directly against the saint's power. Junior brother, how about this? I just finished my cultivation. Let me accompany you to see the outside world. Feeling Lin Chen's stubbornness, Shiji had no way to stop him further, so she proactively offered to go with him. Junior brother Lin Chen was the apple of Master Tongtian's eye. Getting closer to him would bring many benefits. Lin Chen did not object to Shiji's suggestion. Thus they flew off together from Jiejiao Island. This time their goal was clear: first go to the Grandine Star to collect some Grandine power. Along the way, Shiji chattered incessantly, trying to build rapport with Lin Chen, the most favored disciple of their master. Junior brother, among all the disciples of the Jie sect, you are the one I admire the most. Since joining the Jie sect, you have persevered in cultivation without slacking, advancing from the Earth Immortal realm to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm in less than 800 years. Shiji was truly in awe of Lin Chen, sincerely admiring this junior brother. Under heaven, even an ordinary cultivator with some talent would have long given up in despair, let alone cultivating day and night with such perseverance. Something far beyond the reach of other Jie sect disciples. Lin Chen responded modestly a few times. He cared not for anyone's opinion. Whether it was past pity or present admiration, to him none of it was as meaningful as drawing his sword to improve his cultivation. Living in a world constructed by others' words is a terrifying thing. What Lin Chen desires is to strengthen himself, striving to attain the primordial chaos saint position as soon as possible. Perhaps on that day he will truly be able to see the light again. Shiji, who greatly admired Lin Chen's free-spirited cultivation, suddenly had a thought. In the depths of her mind, she sensed that there seemed to be a fortune nearby that was highly compatible with her. Junior brother, I sense a great fortune nearby. Wait for me here, I'll go investigate. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, Shiji hurriedly left the flying boat. Lin Chen hadn't expected that Shiji, on a whim deciding to accompany him on his journey, would actually encounter what she called an opportunity. However, after waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he still hadn't seen Shiji return. So Lin Chen went to search in the direction where Shiji had gone. He tried to sense Shiji's aura with his divine sense. Unexpectedly, he discovered another unfamiliar aura in that place, which made Lin Chen furrow his brow. As he slowly approached, he faintly heard angry shouts. Taiyi Jinren, your Chan sect is far too overbearing. You shamelessly ambushed me, trying to steal my opportunity. Shiji, don't talk nonsense. This opportunity is destined for me. In the primordial world, strength has always been revered. Since we both discovered this opportunity around the same time, it's only natural for the stronger one to claim it. Taiyi Jinren snorted coldly. Then his face suddenly darkened, and he began to turn the tables. Shiji, it's fine if you insult me, but if you try to tarnish the reputation of the Chan sect, I will not let you off easily. If I don't teach you a severe lesson today, you'll truly think that the disciples of the Chan sect are incompetent. Taiyi Jinren's behavior was utterly shameless. It was clearly Shiji who had first discovered the treasure, but just as she was about to claim it, Taiyi Jinren jumped out from the side and launched a shameless ambush. Moreover, he twisted the facts and pinned the blame on Shiji, accusing her of damaging the Chan sect's reputation. On a cliff not far from the two there was a dark red bead, the very treasure they were fighting over. This time caught off guard, Jiejiao suffered a hidden loss. Not only did she fail to claim the treasure, but she was also heavily injured by Taiyi Jinren's sneak attack. With blood at the corner of her mouth, Jiejiao glared at Taiyi Jinren and said angrily, "For me, Jiejiao, to be a fellow disciple of the Xianmen with you is the greatest humiliation." Taiyi Jinren's face darkened slightly, and then he said coldly, "Enough talk. Let results speak through strength." Boom. Taiyi Jinren directly summoned his magic treasure, and a surge of immortal power swept towards Jiejiao. The terrifying aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal shook the space, crushing everything with overwhelming force. Taiyi Jinren was a cultivator at the early stage of great Luo Golden Immortal, far beyond what Jiejiao, a Taiyi Golden Immortal, could handle. Moreover, Jiejiao was already severely injured. "You despicable and shameless coward, only good for sneaking attacks and taking advantage of others." Jiejiao, who had been completely suppressed, was furious. But unfortunately, she was no match for her opponent. Apart from clumsily dodging and thinking of escape, she could only vent her frustration by cursing. As fellow disciples of the Xuanmen, he not only wanted to forcibly seize the opportunity, but also turned the tables. "Jiejiao, you mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, being able to cross swords with me, a great Luo superior immortal today, is an honor for you regardless of victory or defeat." Taiyi Jinren snorted coldly, completely disregarding Jiejiao's emotions. In his eyes, all disciples of the Jie sect were mere beasts with fur and feathers, utterly unworthy of being fellow Xianmen disciples. Especially Jiejiao, who had cultivated from a stubborn stone, was even less worthy of being a cultivator in his eyes. Taking advantage of this remote and desolate location, Taiyi Jinren not only intended to seize Jiejiao's opportunity, but also harbored the thought of capturing her original form and refining it into a spirit treasure. After all, she was a stone that had cultivated into a spirit. If carefully carved and polished, she could become an excellent spirit treasure. Jiejiao, blame yourself for being a disciple of the Jie sect, an anomaly in the Xianmen. I've long been displeased with you, and from now on, every time I see you, I'll beat you. Gaining the upper hand, Taiyi Jinren became extremely arrogant. He unleashed various divine abilities and techniques, further worsening Jiejiao's injuries. Then he even pressed forward, hurriedly activating various binding magic treasures to completely subdue Jiejiao. "You old Taoist, don't push too far. Do you really think the Jie sect is so easily bullied?" Having already arrived nearby, Lin Chen sensed the scene and felt a chill in his heart. He directly drew his primordial supreme treasure, the Dao-slaying immortal sword. His opponent was a genuine great Luo Golden Immortal. Without using the primordial supreme treasure, it would be difficult to suppress him. However, to be safe this time, Lin Chen did not choose to reveal himself directly. Instead, he secretly manipulated his sword, Dao divine ability. Two sleeves azure serpent. The powerful divine ability erupted suddenly. The sword energy transformed into two azure serpents, each as thick as a bowl. The serpents soared into the sky, ferocious in appearance, containing terrifying sword Dao laws. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the void shattered. The sudden turn of events chilled both Jiejiao and Taiyi Jinren. "What is this?" Profoundly shocked, Taiyi Jinren forgot to continue his relentless pursuit of Jiejiao. At the same time, Jiejiao also forgot her perilous situation. This sword descending from the heavens contained the power of the great Dao. Under the shocked gazes of the two azure serpents instantly crossed and attacked Taiyi Jinren. Feeling the terrifying sword energy sweeping toward him, Taiyi Jinren's face turned extremely pale. He no longer cared about anything else and frantically activated his magic treasures and divine abilities to defend. Boom. In an instant, the two azure serpents formed by sword energy with irresistible force shattered all the defenses Taiyi Jinren had raised. Then, without losing momentum, they directly sliced Taiyi Jinren's physical body into two parts. Taiyi Jinren, at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, used all his trump cards, but still couldn't withstand this sword for even a moment. With his physical body destroyed, Taiyi Jinren let out a miserable scream. This is the price of arrogance. Lin Chen coldly sheathed his sword and left without looking back. With that single strike, Taiyi Jinren was completely crippled. He left the rest for Jiejiao to handle. It wasn't that Lin Chen feared the karmic ties of the Jie sect, but he simply didn't want to be burdened by these trivial matters. Currently, Lin Chen had only one thought: to quickly improve his own strength, preparing to face the upcoming human race's calamity and the terrifying investiture of the gods' tribulation. What just happened? Jiejiao, who had just been ready to fight Taiyi Jinren to the death, was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. She didn't know who had secretly helped her. If not for this sudden sword strike that heavily injured the overwhelming Taiyi Jinren, she would have been in mortal danger today. With his physical body completely destroyed, Taiyi Jinren's origin was also severely damaged, leaving only a wisp of ethereal primordial spirit. His heart was filled with terror. He no longer had his previous arrogance, only deep fear and unease. He didn't know who had struck from the shadows. A cultivator at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, having exhausted all his trump cards, was utterly helpless against the attack. Audacious fool. Attacking from behind. Do you wish to make the Chan sect your bitter enemy? Taiyi Jinren roared frantically, his voice a mixture of fear and shock, desperately masking his inner vulnerability. His raging shouts instantly snapped Shiji back to clarity. He hurriedly suppressed the chaotic emotions swirling within his mind and cast a cold glance at Taiyi Jinren before speaking. You shameless scoundrel. You shall not leave here alive today. With those words, Shiji activated his magical treasures and heavenly arts, bearing down upon Taiyi Jinren with overwhelming force. Hadn't this Taiyi Jinren boastfully come to discipline him? The best counter was to return his own weapon, an eye for an eye, letting him personally feel the sting of being oppressed. Shiji, we are both disciples of the Xianmen school. How can we turn against each other? Taiyi Jinren began to show signs of yielding. His physical form had already been destroyed, and his primal essence had suffered severe trauma. All he could do was desperately defend himself, and eventually he was forced to flee in disarray. Shiji did not press the pursuit further. After all, he himself bore injuries, and eliminating his opponent's primordial spirit would likely demand a considerable price. Moreover, he could not allow this incident to further worsen the already tense relations among Xianmen disciples. After securing his own opportunity, Shiji fell into deep contemplation, sensing the terrifying sword intent residue lingering throughout this space. He wondered what realm of existence someone must possess to wield such devastating sword Dao achievements. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to the flying boat, and as usual, was continuously practicing his sword techniques. Sword Dao comprehension increased by 50, sword Dao comprehension increased by 60. That decisive strike released earlier was merely a trivial matter for Lin Chen. If it had been anyone else who managed to severely injure an opponent across cultivation realms, it would have been nothing short of legendary. Yet Lin Chen felt no sense of accomplishment. In this era where de Luo Jin Xian were as common as dirt, peak Taiyi Jin Xian cultivation was truly insignificant, barely enough for self-preservation. Within the Fengshen calamity, even a great Dao saint like Tong Tian could not alter his own destiny, confined forever within the Purple Majesty Palace. What then of ordinary cultivators? Beneath the saints, all beings are but ants. And even if Lin Chen could effortlessly slay a de Luo Jin Xian, he himself remained only at the Taiyi Jin Xian level. Against the heavenly Dao tribulation, these abilities were woefully inadequate. There was truly nothing worth boasting about. Junior brother, you truly are as persistent as legend claims. Hastening back, Shiji noticed Lin Chen still practicing his sword draws. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed with admiration, then eagerly recounted everything that had transpired. That mysterious sword cultivator is far too powerful. With a single glance, he annihilated Taiyi Jinren's de Luo Jin Xian level physical body. Unfortunately, that senior appeared and disappeared like a dragon, glimpsing only its tail. He never revealed himself throughout, leaving me without even the chance to express my gratitude in person. As he spoke of that mysterious sword cultivator, brilliance constantly shimmered within Shiji's eyes, revealing his profound reverence. Sensing Shiji's palpable excitement, Lin Chen could only sigh helplessly. Should Shiji ever discover that the mysterious sword cultivator was none other than himself, he wondered what reaction that would provoke. Dealing with those hypocritical followers of the Chan sect, one indeed cannot afford mercy. Lin Chen, aware of the future trajectory of the primordial world, understood all too well how mercilessly Chan sect disciples had treated Jie sect followers during the Fengshen tribulation. Furthermore, the reason the three pure ones reached the point of division was largely attributable to the deliberate targeting of Tongtian Jiaozhu by Taishang Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, simply because Tongtian freely accepted disciples. Chan sect disciples are nothing but despicable and vile cowards, putting on a show of righteousness while harboring extreme malice underneath. To share the Xianmen name with such creatures is a disgrace. Before, the three pure ones separated disciples from the great schools cultivated together, and the Chan sect followers constantly targeted them. Now that they had finally divided, encounters between them were marked by vicious verbal abuse and bullying, even more excessive than before. This time, without that mysterious ally intervening from the shadows, not only would recovering his opportunity have been impossible, but his very life would have been forfeit. After venting his frustrations, Shiji's emotions gradually stabilized. Junior brother, I've just acquired a magical treasure and need time to patiently refine it. Would you mind guarding the premises for me for a while? Lin Chen nodded, faintly genuinely glad for this fellow Jie sect disciple for obtaining such an opportunity. He casually carved out a cave dwelling nearby. Rather than departing, Lin Chen kept watch outside, maintaining his guard while continuously practicing his sword draws. As time passed, his sword Dao achievements steadily accumulated. Sword Dao comprehension increased by 20, sword Dao comprehension increased by 30, sword Dao comprehension reached 40. Reward formation Dao law. Achieved enlightenment. Lin Chen entered the system panel and chose to accept. Instantly, formation Dao law runes manifested, transforming into strands of supremely refined comprehension that merged into Lin Chen's spiritual mind. Within mere breaths the formation Dao law had achieved enlightenment. This is already enlightenment. Isn't that somewhat too fast? He fondly remembered Master Tongtian once saying that when one's formation Dao law achieved enlightenment, it signaled the approach of breakthrough to the late stage of quasi-saint. Lin Chen was still far from that realm. Through unceasing sword practice his formation Dao law had instantaneously reached the goal. If Tongtian were to learn of this his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Though formation Dao law lacked the decisive killing prowess of sword Dao law, it served excellently as auxiliary support. When utilized skillfully, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Shiji's refinement of the recently acquired opportunity would require considerable time, and leaving him alone here troubled Lin Chen somewhat. However, that concern no longer existed. With formation Dao law already achieved, setting up a defensive array outside the cave dwelling was easily within his capability. It would also serve as excellent practice for his formation Dao law, accomplishing two objectives with a single gesture. Boom. Lin Chen tossed the 5 elements beads into position at various array nodes. Instantly a top-tier defensive formation materialized. Even a cultivator at the peak of Deluo Jinxian would find it nearly impossible to break through. Having completed everything, Lin Chen, relying on his significantly strengthened divine sense, pinpointed a direction and swiftly soared toward the sun star. The sun star was abundant in true fire of the sun, one of the 10 great heaven and earth origin flames. Even Deluo Shangxian would yield to such flames. Only the Golden Crow clan among the demon race could fully master the true fire of the sun. Born and raised within the sun star itself, they drew cultivation benefits from its blazing flames. Arriving at the periphery of the sun star, Lin Chen directly cast forth the yin-yang treasure mirror. Propelled by his magical power, the boundless true fire of the sun transformed into countless fire dragons gradually drawn into the yin-yang treasure mirror. As the true fire of the sun continuously poured into the yin-yang treasure mirror, brilliant golden light radiated forth. On the mirror's front face, a faint pattern resembling the sun star gradually manifested with rivers of true fire of the sun flowing endlessly. The flow remained ceaseless. Only when the yin-yang treasure mirror had absorbed a substantial amount of the true fire of the sun did Lin Chen bring the process to a halt. Within the demon clan's heavenly court, Honghuang, Taiyi, and Jiejiao were toasting each other when suddenly their brows furrowed, a flicker of doubt flashing in their eyes. What immense audacity to siphon the sun star's solar power! Are they mocking our demon clan for being leaderless? Just a moment ago I suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the sun star's power. The solar energy was being seized by another. Who could have done this? To be so lawless and reckless. The sun star was a sacred ground of the demon clan, who aside from the Golden Crow tribe no one else had the right to set foot upon it. Honghuang Taiyi immediately summoned a demon saint under his command, issuing an order to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, the instigator of this affair had already made a feint and arrived at the moon star. Upon descending upon the moon star, Lin Chen unexpectedly encountered the 2 fairies Shiha and Changxi. Although he could not discern their exact appearances, being well versed in the primordial world, he was far from unfamiliar with these 2 celestial maidens. The innate deity born of the moon star was the lunar goddess. According to the progression of the primordial timeline, she would soon enter the heavenly court and become the empress. Bold scoundrel, who are you? What business do you have on my moon star? Shiha glared at the sudden stranger, displeasure written across her face. The moon star, as the cultivation sanctuary of the 2 fairies Shiha and Changxi, was off limits to strangers. I am the 5th direct disciple of the Jie sect, Lin Chen. A mere unremarkable cripple, yet a direct disciple of the Jie sect. The sisters Shiha and Changxi were visibly startled. Their gazes toward Lin Chen were now filled with disbelief. The Jie sect was the lineage of a saint. Countless beings in the primordial world dreamed of joining its ranks, but the vast majority lacked the qualification. Becoming a disciple of a saint's lineage was as difficult as scaling the heavens, let alone becoming a direct disciple. Could this cripple truly possess some extraordinary trait? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through the minds of Shiha and Changxi, their curiosity about the stranger growing. After announcing his identity, Lin Chen immediately stated the purpose of his visit. Today I have come to the moon star to absorb some lunar essence. I will not take it for free. In exchange for this fortune, I offer some treasures. I hope the 2 goddesses will grant permission. Hearing this, the sisters Shiha and Changxi paused for a moment, then replied, Since you are a direct disciple of the Jie sect, we sisters naturally will not refuse your request. Forget the exchange of so-called treasures. We only hope that the Jie sect might stand up for us sisters in the near future. Although the sisters Shiha and Changxi did not specify the nature of the favor, Lin Chen could vaguely guess that it was something beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Lin Chen calmly nodded without committing himself entirely. I am indeed the 5th direct disciple of Master Tongtian, but I cannot act on behalf of the Jie sect. However, if there is any way I can be of assistance, I will spare no effort. The sisters Shiha and Changxi did not press the matter. The matter they sought was far too weighty. Even a disciple from a saint's lineage would be right to avoid involvement. Having Lin Chen's earnest words was enough. This time Lin Chen did not directly reveal the yin-yang mirror to absorb lunar essence. Such a trump card could not be easily disclosed. As a seasoned schemer, Lin Chen was well aware of this. He would collect enough lunar essence, then fuse it into the yin-yang mirror back home. Though the process was troublesome, it was relatively safe. After all, the yin-yang mirror, once infused with the forces of yin and yang, would unleash a power comparable to a primordial treasure. Even a quasi-saint might be tempted, even driven to covet and plunder. Just as Lin Chen was absorbing the lunar essence, a demon saint descended upon the moon star. Spotting a man on the moon, the saint cast a cold, piercing gaze. "Bold scoundrel, was it you who stole the solar power earlier?" Seeing the sudden arrival of the demon saint, the sisters Shiha and Changxi knew trouble was brewing, their brows furrowing deeply. "It was me." Lin Chen nodded calmly with no intention of denying it. "Your words are quite defiant. Your audacity is immense. Secretly siphoning solar power is a blatant provocation against the heavenly court. Your crime deserves death." The demon saint's eyes grew colder, and waves of magical power surged from his treasure as he prepared to strike Lin Chen down. As the overlords of the primordial world, the demon clan had always been overbearing, striking down whomever they pleased. This was the first time they had been challenged on their own turf. If this brat were not subdued, where would the heavenly court's authority stand? Is the demon clan always so tyrannical in its conduct? Facing the demon saint's threat, Lin Chen showed no tension, his expression still composed. His opponent was merely a low-level golden immortal, an initial stage demon saint, yet he dared to boast of killing him. It was utterly foolish. "Who are you to judge how I act?" The demon saint snorted coldly, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. This thief, instead of repenting and pleading for mercy after stealing the solar power, dared to be so arrogant before him. It was simply beyond reason. Sensing the demon saint's fury reaching its peak, his body radiating overwhelming killing intent, Xia frowned slightly and stepped forward, declaring loudly, "This is the moon star, not your heavenly court. Since when do you presume to be the master of the moon star? Begone immediately." As the overlords of the primordial world, the demon clan had always been tyrannical and overbearing, which had long irritated the sisters Shiha and Changxi. A mere golden immortal demon saint dared to trample upon the true masters of the moon star, even threatening to kill an outsider. This was treating the sisters Shiha and Changxi as if they were invisible. Did he truly believe that because they were good-natured, he could act with impunity? Hearing this, the demon saint's expression changed, and he quickly explained, "Please do not misunderstand, goddesses. I did not come to the moon star to pick a fight. But this brat has gone too far. He secretly stole the solar power. I am here on the orders of His Majesty Honghuang." Facing the two goddesses of the moon star, the demon saint instantly shed his previous arrogance. His strength was far inferior to theirs. If the conflict escalated and angered them, he would be the one to suffer. Moreover, rumors had long circulated within the demon clan that Emperor Jiejiao harbored admiration for the moon goddess and wished to forge a celestial marriage. At this delicate moment, he dared not create any disturbance. After explaining in a conciliatory tone, the demon saint turned back to Lin Chen, his arrogance returning. "You shameless thief, come with me to the heavenly court first. Let His Majesty Honghuang decide your fate. Perhaps you might keep your pitiful life. If you dare resist, death is your only path." Even knowing that attacking Lin Chen on the moon star might displease the two goddesses, the demon saint showed no intention of letting him go. No matter who it is, the dignity of the demon race must not be insulted. This young friend before you is a direct disciple of the Jie sect, not someone you can easily touch. She frowned slightly and spoke again. The demon race was unprecedentedly powerful, but the lineage of saints was no easy target either. To make an issue over a saint's disciple absorbing a bit of solar essence, and thus provoke the saint's lineage, was simply unwise. The demon saint was visibly startled, never expecting that the audacious cripple before him had such formidable backing. A crippled disciple of the saint's lineage, and a direct one at that. He recalled that Honghuang Taiyi had once mentioned a crippled disciple from a saint's lineage who had arrogantly killed many of the demon race. When demon disciples ventured outside, they were to kill this man on sight, without hesitation. The demon saint never imagined that luck would bring him face to face with this very person today. Moreover, it was said that this man's cultivation was quite low, merely at the early Taiyi Golden Immortal stage. If he could slay this man today, he might even earn the favor of the demon emperor. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, stirring the demon saint into excitement. This was a rare opportunity to gain merit before Honghuang Taiyi, one he absolutely could not afford to miss. "You are merely a human at the early Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, nothing more than fodder. Our demon race has refrained from feasting in human lands, yet today you willingly come to us. I shall grant your wish and tear you limb from limb, devouring you whole." The demon saint grinned ferociously, licking his lips. Lin Chen's face darkened like thunderclouds as a surge of rage ignited within him. The next moment he confronted the demon directly. "From your words, it seems you have devoured many humans in the past." Feeling the suppressed fury in Lin Chen's voice, the demon saint burst into laughter. "Huh, you guessed right. I haven't devoured too many humans. No more than 10,000, but certainly no fewer than 8,000. Human bloodlines are too thin and impure, absorbing too many would taint my own. The flesh of middle-aged and elderly humans is dry and lacks chewiness. It is the newborns tender and delicious that truly delight me. The demon saint began to boast arrogantly, treating humans as mere food without any burden, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Lin Chen's fury boiled over. He was on the verge of eruption. Even if the demon saint were willing to let him go, Lin Chen had no intention of letting the demon walk away. As a member of the human race, those innocent humans devoured were also his kin. Nearly 10,000 vibrant lives had all been consumed by this demon saint. He did not even spare the newborn infants. Truly a death sentence. Lin Chen considered himself indifferent in the primordial world, but he had his own bottom line. How could humanity be so innocent? Simply because of their weak origins and talents, they were reduced to fodder for the demons. Today you will not leave alive. Lin Chen slowly drew the Chaos Dao Immortal sword, coldly uttering a few words. Killing intent. Unprecedented, earth-shattering killing intent. Only the life of the demon saint could quell this rage. Hearing Lin Chen's threat, the demon saint curled his lips and even laughed heartily. A mere cripple at the early Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, yet he spoke of killing him with such conviction. Was there a more absurd joke? The sisters Shi and Chang, she were also startled. Though they loathed the demon before them, he was after all a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even for a saint's direct disciple, the gap in cultivation level could not be easily bridged. Lin Chen, do not act rashly. Shi quickly tried to dissuade him. In her eyes, Lin Chen was a hothead. Reckless courage would lead to unpredictable consequences. With her mediating, as long as Lin Chen did not provoke the demon would not dare to act recklessly on the Taiyi star. But if Lin Chen struck first, it would be equivalent to declaring war on demon territory. Lin Chen, you are no match for him. Do not do anything foolish. We can protect you. Changxi also urged hastily. As a direct disciple of the saint's lineage, he was a guest on the Taiyi star, and as hosts they could not stand idly by. Yet they could not directly attack the demon before them, lest Dongwang Taiyi and Jiejiao and their neighbors take offense. But Lin Chen's killing intent was overwhelming, not to be appeased by anyone. Thank you for your kindness, ladies, but I will bear this matter alone. The demon saint, upon hearing this, felt relieved. He had feared that the cripple would cower behind the two immortal ladies, which would have made him hesitate. But this fool had clearly lost his mind, spurning their goodwill, utterly brainless. Since you are so eager to die, I shall oblige. Strike first, and let me see what you are worth. A mere cripple. I stand before you, I do not miss with your sword. The demon saint sneered disdainfully, utterly dismissing Lin Chen. With cold eyes, Lin Chen's hand, which had been resting on the sword hilt, finally moved. Sword Chi rolls like a dragon wall, the opening move shakes mountains and rivers. In an instant the sword was drawn, its dazzling brilliance sharp and fierce like a resplendent galaxy. At that moment the sword Chi pressed down upon the universe, and the sword intent pervaded the heavens. Countless extreme sword energies enveloped the demon saint from all sides. This is an innate supreme treasure. The smile on the demon saint's face froze, then turned into boundless terror. He had never expected a cripple to possess an innate supreme treasure. Even the sisters Shi and Chang, she were astounded. Such mastery of the sword was rarely seen in the world. This single strike had the power to overwhelm the cosmos. How careless. Far too careless. This cripple had suppressed his cultivation. He is already at the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage. The demon saint was greatly alarmed as the murderous sword Chi closed in, and regret flooded him. Without time to think, he hastily deployed his magical treasure's divine abilities and all his trump cards, shielding himself with maximum defense. The awe-inspiring power unleashed by this sword strike was too overwhelming. For the first time facing a cultivator of a lower realm, the demon saint felt the approach of death. He no longer had any thought of killing Lin Chen. All he sought was to survive, to live through this sword. The demon saint's response was swift, but Lin Chen gave him no chance. Endless sword Chi transformed into several dragons, instantly enveloping the demon saint. With the force of a devastating storm, they shattered every defense and obliterated his physical form. The mighty demon saint could only utter a single agonized scream. Under the terrifying sword technique, even a Taiyi Golden Immortal was doomed to fail. As Lin Chen withdrew his sword, he instantly summoned the burial heaven coffin and the primordial ruler. In a flash, he suppressed the primordial spirit of his opponent, which was attempting to flee from the shattered body. The demon saint reacted swiftly, aware that even though his physical form was destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit survived, he could eventually cultivate and return. But just as he felt a surge of relief at having escaped death, before he could revel in it, two formidable aura of divine artifacts enveloped him, instantly annihilating his primordial spirit, erasing him utterly from existence. In mere breaths, a demon saint at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm was completely obliterated by a cultivator at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level. Yet Lin Chen, as if it were a trivial matter, collected all his spiritual treasures with an expression of serene indifference. With a single sword stroke he had slain a Deluo Golden Immortal. Shiha and Changshi standing by were utterly stunned, their minds overwhelmed with disbelief. This was a kill across major realms, and an instant kill at that. Having cultivated for countless eons, the two sisters Shiha and Changshi had never witnessed such a devastatingly overwhelming spectacle. After a long while the two sisters finally calmed down from their shock. Reflecting on the battle, they understood clearly. From the very beginning the demon saint had underestimated Lin Chen, granting him the opportunity for a swift kill. Otherwise, even if Lin Chen could have won, it would not have been so effortless. Yet even so, this battle was astonishing enough to shake the world. At that moment Shiha and Changshi finally understood why Lin Chen had become the direct disciple of Tongtian. What they called a naturally incomplete constitution could only constrain ordinary beings, not a true genius. In an instant Lin Chen's status in the hearts of the two fairies soared. Young friend Lin Chen truly knows how to surprise. To kill a Deluo Golden Immortal across realms at mere Taiyi Golden Immortal. Absolutely magnificent. The attitude of the two fairies Shiha and Changshi toward Lin Chen had shifted. Though they were primordial deities and quasi-saints, they now regarded Lin Chen as an equal. Merely a stroke of luck, Lin Chen replied with a modest smile. For him, slaying a Deluo Golden Immortal at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm was indeed a trivial matter. Lin Chen was also fully aware that his success was largely due to the opponent's extreme overconfidence. Seeing Lin Chen's humble demeanor, Shiha and Changshi admired him even more. If it were an ordinary being, killing an opponent a full major realm above would surely incite wild excitement and arrogance. Yet Lin Chen remained detached throughout, something not everyone could achieve. Even Changshi, a quasi-saint, knew that if she ever managed to kill across realms, she would not be as calm as Lin Chen. Given Lin Chen's current temperament and talent, his future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless, albeit with a small flaw. If not for the defect in your legs, you would surely have a place in this world. The two fairies Shiha and Changshi could not help but lament. Lin Chen, however, was unperturbed and said calmly, "What does a naturally incomplete constitution matter? I pay it no heed." With an unmatched sword heart questioning the heavens only to shake the 9 provinces with a single stroke, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Almost everyone in the primordial world believed that his naturally incomplete constitution would hinder Lin Chen's progress. Little did they know that Lin Chen clearly recognized that this very defect only made him more focused, allowing him to devote himself wholly to cultivation. With his foundation and the presence of his system, given sufficient time, he would surely suppress all beings across the realms and attain the sacred position of Honghuang. Hearing this, Shiha and Changshi were utterly astonished. Such grand ambition truly befitted a magnificent man of the world. Though Lin Chen was still only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, after witnessing his swordsmanship, the two sisters no longer considered him arrogant. Instead, they felt a growing anticipation. How far would this direct disciple of the Jie sect with his naturally incomplete constitution eventually go? Thank you, fairies, for your kindness. I shall repay this karmic debt in the future. I take my leave now. His visit to the Taiyin Star was solely to collect the power of the lunar yin. Slaying a demon saint was merely a casual act, and the demon saint had provoked him first. Young friend Lin Chen, you are too polite, Shiha and Changshi replied. Their impression of Lin Chen was favorable, and they had not actually helped him in any way. If Lin Chen had not slain the demon saint with his astonishing strength, no matter how the situation had unfolded, it would have damaged the prestige of Shiha and Changshi. Thus Lin Chen had indirectly aided the two sisters. Watching his departing figure, Changshi whispered, "Sister, do you think this fellow Taoist will surpass us in cultivation in the future?" Both sisters were quasi-saints famed as the lunar goddesses of the primordial world. Those who could rival them were few and far between. If not for Lin Chen's natural defect, surpassing them would have been inevitable. But alas, the flaw still imposed many limitations. Even if Lin Chen paid it no mind, it would still have some impact. To achieve the supreme Tao, one must be perfect in every aspect. A slight deviation could lead to a vast error. Perhaps it is possible, she has said with a complex tone. Such a prodigy of heaven, yet burdened with an inherent regret. Lin Chen had become a direct disciple of the Jie sect, which meant he was highly valued by Tongtian Jiejiao. As a great sage with boundless power coexisting with heaven, Tongtian was omnipotent. Yet even under such circumstances, he could not help his disciple recover from his lameness. This indicated that Lin Chen's defect was almost impossible to remedy. Shiha and Changshi sighed, feeling pity for this brilliant genius. Then, thinking of the Taiyin Star's own predicament, they sighed even deeper. The demon emperor Honghuang Taiyi and Di Jun had repeatedly sent emissaries to propose a celestial marriage, intending to make Shiha the sacred empress. But Shiha's heart was unwilling. Now the demon clan was immensely powerful, and this marriage was recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Even as quasi-saints, Shiha and Changshi dared not resist easily. Thinking of this, Changshi said, "Sister, before leaving, young friend Lin Chen promised to repay us. Why don't we go to the Golden Turtle Island to seek him? Perhaps with the protection of a sage's lineage we can escape the constant harassment of the demon clan." The demon clan's behavior grew increasingly overbearing, and Changxi detested it. Especially after this incident, the sisters' impression of the demon clan worsened. Compared to the arrogant Dongwang Taiyi and Dijun Lin Chen, a fledgling direct disciple of the Jie sect, seemed far more admirable. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to Shiji's secluded cultivation site. He sensed that the 5 elements array was intact and Shiji's aura remained within the cave. Has it been this long, and she still hasn't fully refined it? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Shiji's recent fortune in acquiring magical artifacts was not particularly high. If it were Lin Chen, he could have fully refined it in a few breaths. However, he did not urge her. He had merely come out for a stroll, and now that the task of absorbing yin and yang power to strengthen his artifacts was complete, he had plenty of time. Time was abundant. During the time he continued to protect Shiji, Lin Chen did not idle. Instead, he directly took out the yin-yang mirror and ceaselessly infused the Taiyin power he had recently absorbed into it. As time passed, the back of the mirror emitted a profound, deep glow. Gradually, a faint image of the Taiyin star emerged. The powers of Taiyin and Taiyang echoed each other from afar. The yin and yang forces balanced each other, instantly elevating the mirror's power by more than a tier, rivaling a primordial supreme treasure. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, put away the artifact, and resumed his unwavering practice of drawing the sword. Sword Dao Insight 50. Sword Dao Insight 60. With his cultivation base, improving each sword draw granted him more and more Sword Dao insights. Lin Chen grew even more confident. As long as he kept drawing the sword, he would gain continuous enhancements. The accumulation of his Sword Dao achievements would also bring more system rewards. This was a virtuous cycle. With diligent effort, his cultivation steadily strengthened. The path of cultivation was monotonous and tedious, but Lin Chen could not ask for too much. For other beings to advance from the Earth Immortal realm to the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal would require at least 100,000 years. Yet Lin Chen had done so in a mere 800 years. Looking across the entire primordial world, there was basically no one who could accomplish what Lin Chen had. Sword Dao achievement progress reached 49. Reward primordial spirit treasure, the Xian Yuan water control banner. Under the concealment of this treasure, it could temporarily suppress an opponent's mana flow and greatly restrain the water elemental laws. This artifact's trapping effect was quite impressive. Lin Chen was very satisfied, so he continued drawing the sword. Shua shua shua. Sword Qi shrouded the void containing the infinite, great Dao. With an utterly ordinary sword drawing technique Lin Chen executed, it giving a faint hint of reaching the profound mysteries of the Sword Dao. Sword Dao achievement progress reached 50. Reward human race, supreme treasure, the Honghuang seal. The system prompt again made Lin Chen quite excited. This treasure could condense the chi fortune of the human race, enabling one to attain the position of human emperor. It was the symbol of the human emperor's status. However, according to the normal development of the primordial world, it would later be seized by Taishang Laozi to steal the human race's fortune. He never expected that such a treasure would fall into his hands. Since that was the case, he should give the human sect a taste of their own medicine and prevent them from recklessly stealing the human race's fortune. Meanwhile, Shiji finally emerged from the temporary cave dwelling she had opened. Little junior brother, I have succeeded. Her face was filled with excitement, clearly satisfied with the artifact she had obtained. At the same time, she felt a bit embarrassed, because this time she had come out to travel with her little junior brother, yet she had ended up delaying him for so long. Congratulations, senior sister, on your great accomplishment. Lin Chen did not mind too much since Shiji's matter had gone smoothly, while he himself had also reaped substantial gains. However, Lin Chen had always preferred to keep a low profile and quietly reap benefits. Little junior brother, where should we go next? Shiji looked at Lin Chen and asked. This time she had already obtained her own opportunity, but her little junior brother had wasted too much time because of her. For the rest of the journey, Shiji wanted to follow her little junior brother's lead. Now that the yin and yang powers had been fully acquired, Lin Chen had no other plans. But since it was not easy to have come out from Jiejiao Island, he naturally would not return so soon. Thinking of the Honghuang seal he had just obtained, he decided to visit the human race. He wondered how the cultivation techniques he had passed on to them earlier were progressing. Senior sister, why not come with me to see the human race? Lin Chen, who had already made up his mind, said to Shiji. Alright, I'll accompany you on this trip. Shiji nodded decisively. Then the two boarded the flying boat again and headed toward the human territories. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the human tribe was oppressively heavy. Swearenshire and Yuchaoshire faced the Xian Du before them, their expressions filled with displeasure. What do you mean? Are you really going to ignore the sage's decree? Xian Du looked down upon all the humans present, his voice cold. I said that only the golden core Dao can be cultivated in human lands. Why won't you listen? The terrifying aura of a Taiyi Golden Immortal was unmistakable, constantly suppressing the human race. Xian Du's icy voice seemed to turn the entire area into a frozen vault, causing countless humans to turn pale with fear. Not only was he a Taiyi Golden Immortal, but behind him stood the sage Taishang Laozi as a backer. Neither identity was something the human race could afford to offend. Shi and Yu Chaoshi were inwardly tense, but they managed to argue their case. Xiandu, do not speak recklessly. We of the human race have all been cultivating this method and have benefited greatly. I believe this is the hope for our race's revitalization. Shi was the first to step forward, forcibly suppressing his inner anger and speaking loudly. The golden core Dao's threshold for becoming an immortal is as difficult as reaching the heavens. How could one hope to strengthen the race with this method? Xiandu, you also came from the human race. For the sake of common blood, why can't you show leniency? Xiandu, your actions cannot compare to Lin Chen's. It was not that the human race refused to continue cultivating the golden core Dao, or to keep supplying Taishang Laozi with the human race's chi fortune. It was simply because they now had a better choice. The Taiching sage's only contribution to the human race had been bestowing the golden core Dao and nothing else. The human race had no reason to complain. The Taiching sage was far above them and had no obligation to save them. The human race could only rely on self-improvement, using their own strength to contend with the myriad races and fight for a chance to survive. Now that they had finally obtained a cultivation technique that could rapidly enhance their overall strength, the lofty disciple of the human sect forbade it. What kind of reasoning was that? Not only the tribal leader, but the billions of humans behind him were dissatisfied. The human race was not a vassal of anyone. Oh, why should they be meddled with? Even the revered human sect could not justify such interference. Faced with Shi's questioning, Xiandu was completely indifferent, maintaining his usual domineering attitude. The human sect is the lineage of a sage. As the senior disciple of the human sect, it is my duty to look after the human race and prevent you from sinking deeper into heretical paths. Everything I do is for the good of the human race. Xiandu was also somewhat annoyed within, believing that his actions were not out of selfishness, but for the greater good. Having originated from the human race, he felt he should do practical things for them. Why were these humans ungrateful? They even showed resistance, as if they were obstinately unenlightened. Who is behind this heretical path you are cultivating? And who is Lin Chen? Xiandu asked with a dark expression, looking directly at Shi before him. Xiandu, do not ask. This has nothing to do with you. Shi directly shook his head, refusing to answer. Lin Chen, to the human race that had long been trapped in despair, was a beacon of guidance. Yet having received the great grace of survival, no human could be so ungrateful as to betray him at this moment. How dare you continue to conceal? This is outrageous. Seeing the human race united as one to protect the hidden figure openly defying him, Xiandu was instantly enraged. The terrifying pressure of a Taiyi Golden Immortal instantly suppressed the three human tribes. He spoke again in a deep voice, who exactly is it? The human race's protection of this person shows that this so-called Lin Chen is the one who passed down the martial arts techniques. Only by finding him can the root of the trouble be completely eradicated. Xiandu, if you have the guts, kill me. Shi's attitude was firm. Even though he was no match, he showed no intention of revealing anything. Even if it meant death, he would never betray the savior of the human race. You are truly arrogant beyond measure. Do you really think that as a direct disciple of a sage, I dare not kill you? Xiandu's face grew darker. This time, he was completely enraged. He decided to teach the three human tribes a lesson to make them understand the consequences of provoking a sage's disciple. Don't trouble others. I am Lin Chen. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from behind, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Why has Lin Chen come? When they recognized the newcomer, all the humans broke out in a cold sweat for Lin Chen. Under the gaze of millions of humans, and Xiandu, Lin Chen stepped forward and came to the front. Xiandu, whose face was as gloomy as water, was visibly stunned when he saw Lin Chen appear. So that's it. The news that the Jiejiao sect had accepted a cripple as a direct disciple had long spread among the three sects. Xiandu never expected that this cripple was the one causing him trouble behind the scenes. Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? The human race has already received the favor of the Taiching sage, who passed down the golden elixir great way. Yet you have meddled and taught other martial arts. What is your intention? Xiandu seized the moral high ground and directly attacked Lin Chen. Could it be that you want to forcibly seize the human race's fortune, damaging my Rin sect's fortune, and thus provoke a conflict between the two sects? This damn blind man is truly audacious. Having just become a direct disciple of Tongtian, he acts so recklessly. Even Tongtian himself shows respect to the Taiching sage. He is merely a disciple, yet he dares to contend with a sage to seize the Rin sect's fortune, utterly reckless. Facing Xiandu's aggressive pressure, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but a raging fire surged within his heart. The Rin sect's fortune. This Xiandu is truly an ingrate. Does he only see the Rin sect, and not the human race? Lin Chen, who knew the course of the primordial world, understood that Xiandu was a cold and ungrateful ingrate, but he never expected the other to stand on moral high ground and speak so brazenly. Without the human race nurturing you, how could you, Xiandu, have become the disciple of the Taiching sage? Moreover, the reason you, a human, are valued by the Taiching sage is precisely because of the strong human race behind you. You are merely a bridge connecting the human race and the Taiching sage. Without this karmic bond, your position as the first disciple of the Rin sect would be unstable. Although everything Xian Du has obtained is inseparable from his own talent and fortune, the greatest reason is that the Taiching sage wanted to seize the human race's fortune. This gave Xian Du the opportunity to be adorned with the halo of the Rin sect's first disciple. And what about Xian Du? He is an ingrate, cold, and ruthless toward the human race. Absolutely heartless. Xian Du, in your eyes, the interests of the human race are far inferior to those of the Rin sect. Lin Chen suppressed his anger and demanded, "Don't forget you are also a member of the human race. Your achievements today are partly due to the human race." Xian Du sneered at Lin Chen's lecture full of contempt. "You, a born cripple, have the nerve to question me." Xian Du believed that his current height was entirely due to his own efforts and his master's teachings having nothing to do with the weak human race. "It's true that I come from the human race, but I am even more the first disciple of the Rin sect. Everything I do is not out of selfishness, it is also to protect the human race. Without the support of the Rin sect, given the state of the human race, it would have been destroyed several times over. You damned cripple, you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and preach to me." Xian Du looked down at Lin Chen, his terrifying Taiyi Golden Immortal pressure fully revealed. All for the sake of the human race. When the human race was being slaughtered as blood food by the demon race, what were you doing? You stood aloof, indifferent. To survive, the human race had to strive hard, contending with heaven, with earth, and with the demon race, never expecting to receive protection from the Rin sect. Is it a crime to struggle desperately just to survive? Simply because the human race is too weak, are we doomed to be treated as blood food and reduced to tools for the Rin sect to nurture its fortune? Xian Du, you keep saying it's for the human race, but let me ask you, what exactly have you done for the human race? And how much has the Rin sect, which you so devoutly worship, given to the human race? Lin Chen was deeply disappointed with Xian Du. He was already an ungrateful wretch, yet he forcibly claimed the moral high ground. Truly sanctimonious, displaying the face of a hypocritical villain to the fullest. He wanted to see just how thick-skinned this hypocrite Xian Du could be. "Lin Chen, who do you think you are? Why should I explain myself to you?" Repeatedly rebutted by Lin Chen, Xian Du was furious and instantly lost the composure befitting the first disciple of the Rin sect. "I don't want to waste words with you. From now on, the human race can only cultivate the golden elixir great way. Immediately abolish the techniques passed down by outsiders." With a stern face, Xian Du directly commanded. "And if I refuse?" Lin Chen shot back just as firmly. "The heavenly dragon mystic art is the most suitable technique for human cultivation." To think that Xian Du could retract it with a single casual word was a pipe dream. "Are you challenging my authority? Then for the dignity of the Rin sect, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Openly stealing the human race's fortune. Even if you are the fifth direct disciple of the Jie sect, so what? Today you must pay the price. A cripple at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm dares to openly defy me. He clearly doesn't know how to spell death. You, an insolent wretch, think you can lay a hand on me." Lin Chen sneered coldly, completely unbothered by the threat. Meanwhile, Shiji, who had been standing by Lin Chen's side, was extremely nervous, constantly clenching her hands. After all, Xian Du before them was a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Both Shiji and Lin Chen were at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Even if they joined forces, they would be no match for him. As for adding the human race's combat power, that was even more impossible. The strongest fighters among the human race were the three human ancestors who were only at the peak of Golden Immortal. It would be good if they didn't cause trouble. They were utterly unreliable. At this thought, Shiji hastily stepped forward, positioning herself between the two tense cultivators who were on the verge of a clash. "We are all disciples of the Xian school and should show mutual deference. Do not let outsiders witness our discord. If we truly fight and harm each other, are you not afraid of punishment from our respective elders? Get out of the way quickly. This is a matter among humans and has nothing to do with irrelevant bystanders." Shiji had intended to defuse the conflict by invoking the authority of their elders, but clearly her attempt ended in failure. Had it not been for their shared affiliation as disciples of the Xian school, Xian Du would not have wasted so many words. To dare steal the fortune of the human sect and openly defy its foremost disciple, regardless of who the offender was or what backing they had. Today he would teach this arrogant blind fool a lesson he would not soon forget. Well said, this is an internal strife within the human race. Let us settle it between the two of us. Senior sister, please step aside. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. After all, behind Xian Du stood the Saint Taiching of force Lin Chen could not yet contend with. If this were merely a conflict among humans, even Taishang Laozi, if he wished to intervene, would find it inappropriate. Junior brother. Shiji tried to continue persuading, but Lin Chen directly stopped her. Senior sister, rest assured. Sensing Lin Chen's unwavering confidence, Shiji could only reluctantly step back and silently watch the fight. Lin Chen, do not be impulsive. At this moment, Sui Rinshi was the first to react, quickly urging reconciliation. Although Lin Chen was immensely powerful, Xian Du was the foremost disciple of the Saint Taiching and had cultivated for a much longer time. Most importantly, there was a chasm-like gap in cultivation realms between them. Rest assured, I will be fine. Though his cultivation was far inferior to Xian Du's, dealing with his opponent would still be a simple task. But this confidence in Xian Du's eyes was nothing but arrogant folly. Since the young man insisted on courting trouble, he would reluctantly oblige. A mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, and one with a congenital deficiency at that. He could be dealt with in a single move. Lin Chen, I do not wish to fight you, but you have been relentlessly pressing. You have only yourself to blame for your lack of discernment. As the foremost disciple of the human sect, Xian Du considered himself superior, and before throwing a punch, he sought to justify his actions. But Lin Chen had no interest in a war of words. He directly cast the mystic Yuan water control banner. Instantly, the 100-meter radius around him was completely sealed. You wretch. Xian Du never expected Lin Chen to disregard the rules of engagement and strike first while he was off guard. He immediately tried to manipulate his magical treasures and skills to counterattack. However, moments later his expression changed drastically. He could not muster any immortal energy, nor could he control his spiritual treasures. What was happening? Just as Xian Du was bewildered, Lin Chen gave him no time to react. He took a step forward and appeared before Xian Du in the next instant. Dealing with such a character, Lin Chen disdained to use his innate supreme treasure and did not want to waste his sword energy on him. Instead, he simply clenched his fist and launched a fierce attack. Boom! With the sheer force of his physical body, a single punch sent Xian Du flying backward. Dust and debris rose from the ground, revealing a massive crater hundreds of feet deep. With calm eyes and a cold expression, Lin Chen never chose to draw his sword. His opponent was not worthy of his blade. He would use the most primitive method before the eyes of all to brutally beat Xian Du's detestable face. Humiliating him in front of everyone was the greatest punishment for Xian Du. Only by doing so could the pent-up anger and resentment accumulated in the hearts of the human race be vented. This scene stunned Ji and all the humans present. Heavens! What just happened? Such formidable physical strength. Was this something a human could cultivate? Lin Chen did not let Xian Du off easily after his defeat. He immediately went to the edge of the great pit, grabbed Xian Du, and rained blow after blow upon him. This proud Taiyi Golden Immortal, the foremost disciple of the human sect, remained utterly powerless to resist from start to finish. Lin Chen, you will die for this. After being pummeled with dozens of punches, Xian Du could no longer endure and directly summoned a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure to defend himself. As the foremost disciple of the human sect, his treasures were naturally of the highest quality. Even though he could not use spells or divine abilities, he could still drive certain spiritual treasures with his divine sense. With his Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation and the power of an innate spiritual treasure, he believed it would be easy to withstand Lin Chen's fists. But however rich the imagination, reality was stark. With a single long punch from Lin Chen, the innate spiritual treasure instantly lost its luster, emitted a mournful whimper, and fell to the ground. It was utterly useless. This was too formidable. The visual impact of this scene on the three human tribes was immense. They could hardly believe what they had witnessed. Humans had always been regarded as weak, not only in cultivation but also in physical constitution, which was fragile. They could not compare to powerful races like the Yao or the Wu. But the overwhelming strength Lin Chen displayed at this moment was terrifying. A single punch shattered a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure. This was at least the level of a great Wu's physical body. Compared to the sheer shock of the three human ancestors, Xian Du was both shocked and furious. He could not understand why this crippled man was so formidable. His physical body was powerful and his methods were bizarre. He had rendered Xian Du temporarily unable to use any spells or divine abilities, forcing him to passively endure the beating. This situation was utterly shameful and infuriating. With his current Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, he was being ruthlessly beaten by a blind Taiyi Golden Immortal. It was nothing short of naked humiliation. He had lost all face today. The sight of Lin Chen shattering an innate spiritual treasure with a single punch struck Xian Du with both shock and anger, but more than anything it wounded his pride. Being born of the human race himself, he knew well how frail the human body was. Even after attaining Taiyi Golden Immortal, the physical body was still weaker than that of other beings at the same realm. This was inherent to the human lineage, and even disciples of the saint's lineage could not change it. Yet Lin Chen seemed to have broken this rule. His physical strength rivaled that of a great Wu. How did this little wretch manage it? Lin Chen did not care about Xian Du's inner turmoil. He continued landing punch after punch, causing his opponent to grimace in pain. A thoroughly satisfying feeling. Without using any magical treasures or divine abilities, relying solely on a physical body comparable to a great Wu, he directly cracked the skin of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Xian Du. Xian Du's bizarre methods and bloodthirsty demeanor made it seem as if he truly intended to fight to the death. This scene thoroughly panicked Xian Du. Unable to use any spells or divine abilities, and with his treasures unable to withstand Lin Chen's ferocity, there was a real possibility that he might be beaten to death. Master, save me. In his panic, Xian Du had no choice but to urgently call upon his master, the Saint Tai Ching. His only hope now was for the saint to intervene. Within the 8 scenery palace, sensing his disciples plea, Taishang Laozi furrowed his brow. He instantly tore through the void and appeared in the human realm in the next moment. The vast saintly might suppressed the heavens and earth for millions of miles. Every human present felt their breath catch and their immortal power stagnate. Countless humans trembled uncontrollably, their bodies shaking like sieves under the weight of the saint's presence. Senior Master, it was that damned crippled bastard who passed cultivation techniques to the human race, stealing the fortune of our sect. He even used despicable schemes to sabotage me. Upon seeing his master suddenly arrive, Xian Du's expression immediately shifted from distress to relief. Deep down he knew it was utterly shameful for a great Taiyi Golden Immortal to be so thoroughly overwhelmed by a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, so he hastened to fabricate excuses for himself. Witnessing his disciple in such a miserable state, the heart of Taiyi Shengren also swelled with fury. Yet he did not let it show. After casting a cold gaze upon Lin Chen, he spoke in reprimand. Though both are disciples of the Xian Gate, you dared strike with such venomous force. What crime deserves this junior? Taiyi Shengren had attained his position as a saint precisely because he alone enjoyed the fortune of the human race, blessed with heavenly merit upon his body. Now that the fortune of the human race had been stolen, it severely impacted both the human sect and himself. That Lin Chen would audaciously scheme against the matter of human fortune. How could Taiyi Shengren possibly tolerate such audacity? Uncle, do not listen to his slander. This entire affair was provoked by him. Facing Taiyi Shengren, Lin Chen responded with composure. Sophistry. Siphoning the fortune of the human race and harming fellow disciples. These are facts. Taiyi Shengren's expression turned icy as he spoke again in a deep, thunderous voice. A mere ordinary disciple dares to oppose a saint to his face. Absolutely no sense of propriety. The human race was ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon clans. As a disciple of the human sect, I could not turn a blind eye. I passed cultivation techniques to them so that they might have the means to defend themselves. Please tell me where lies the fault. Lin Chen stood firm, arguing his case with reason and dignity. What could a saint do? Could a saint simply reverse right and wrong, disregarding all notions of justice? Shut your mouth obediently, you insolent fool who knows nothing of respect and hierarchy. You dare oppose my master? Xian Du glared coldly at Lin Chen. Now that his master had arrived to back him up, he looked ready to act and reclaim his honor. From the side, Shiji watched with utter contempt for Xian Du's behavior. This fellow, seeing himself no match for his junior brother, immediately sought the intervention of elders. Does he truly believe he is the only one in the world with seniors to appeal to? Thus Shiji offered a graceful bow toward the direction of Jiejiao Island. Disciple Shiji earnestly requests Master Tongtian to descend and uphold justice for the disciples of the Jie sect. Within Bo Palace, Tongtian, who was in the midst of cultivation, immediately sensed the call of his disciple. In an instant he tore through the void and descended upon the human race, stepping upon a golden bridge. He happened to witness Taiyi Shengren disregarding his own dignity, pressing his questions of his disciples. Tongtian's brows furrowed and his expression darkened at once. With a few calculations using his fingers, he understood the full sequence of events. Eldest brother, this is merely an ordinary squabble among the younger generation. Where does it warrant a saint's personal intervention? Tongtian looked toward Taiyi Shengren and spoke calmly. Laozi fell silent while Xian Du hastily began to complain to his uncle Tongtian about Lin Chen's vile conduct. Uncle Tongtian, it was my junior brother Lin Chen who launched a surprise attack on me first. More infuriatingly, he disregarded the bond between fellow disciples and sought to deal me a lethal blow. As the senior disciple of the human sect, Lin Chen showed me no mercy whatsoever. He is utterly disrespectful toward his elders, committing insubordination. Such wicked scum cannot be tolerated among the 3 teachings. I implore you, uncle, to uphold justice. According to Xian Du's current account, Lin Chen was nothing short of a shameless disgrace, infecting all 3 teachings. Even death would be too lenient. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could not help but burst into laughter. Xian Du's skill at twisting accusations was becoming increasingly polished. Senior brother Xian Du, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely a congenitally crippled person. You have been holding back all along. If you hadn't, you would not have been left entirely defenseless against me. Since the other party had the face to call himself senior brother, Lin Chen naturally obliged with further reinforcement. This so-called senior brother had nothing left but a tough tongue. His thick skin was thicker than the heavens themselves. Among the 3 teachings, the senior brother should be revered for strength and ability, not for whoever joined the sect first. Virtue must match one's position. Only by winning the loyalty and trust of the disciples of all 3 teachings can the title of senior brother be truly deserving. How could someone as harsh and ungrateful as Xian Du, someone who devours inside while serving outside, possibly deserve the illustrious name of senior brother among the 3 teachings? As for such a hypocrite and thankless wolf, Lin Chen would never show mercy. These words struck Xian Du as an extreme insult, making his complexion darken further. Xian Du had long harbored a desire to kill Lin Chen and feast upon his remains. Now being humiliated so openly before others only fueled his utmost rage. Lin Chen, if it were not for your underhanded tactics that temporarily suppressed my divine abilities, how could I possibly have fallen behind? He was a Taiyi Golden Immortal, a full major realm above Lin Chen. Even if he could not completely trample his opponent, defeating Lin Chen would have been more than sufficient. It was all thanks to that cursed bastard who must have employed some treacherous scheme to render his cultivation temporarily unusable, plunging him into such a humiliating predicament. The disgrace suffered today would be repaid 100-fold. Xiandu, if you are no match, simply admit it. A true man accepts defeat squarely. All these endless excuses, are you not ashamed? From the side, Shiji let out a cold smirk. He harbored no fondness for Xiandu either. Losing a fight, and then seeking comfort from elders. That was the lowest form of cowardly and shameless behavior which he despised most. When one's skills fall short, one should gracefully accept defeat. For someone who constantly bragged about being the foremost disciple of the human sect, yet possessed not even this measure of magnanimity, how utterly disgraceful. You? Unable to counter Shiji's barbs, Xiandu found himself speechless. Watching his disciple not only fall short in strength, but also suffer humiliatingly in wit, Taishang Laozi's expression grew ever darker. With Tontian present nearby, it was naturally inappropriate to act directly against the younger generation such as Lin Chen and Shiji. However, the grievances of today could not simply be let go. Junior brother Tontian, I require you to provide an explanation to the human sect. With the foremost disciple of the human sect beaten so badly, news of today's events would spread, bringing no face to their master. Naturally, he intended to reclaim his honor. What explanation? Tontian sneered, casting a calm glance at the grim-faced Taishang Laozi. As I have already said, this is merely youthful squabbling. If one loses a contest, and must seek elders to wail and reclaim face. Would a great saint like me be no different from ordinary mortals engaged in ceaseless disputes all day? This time he was defeated, that is that. When he has cultivated to a higher realm in the future, he may return and strike again. Let alone that this incident was not provoked by his own disciple. Even if it had been, Tontian would never under any circumstances personally punish Lin Chen on the spot at the mere word of Taiqing Shengren. Your disciples are treasures in your hands, but are Tongtian's disciples nothing but common weeds? Eldest brother, my disciples stand right here before you. If you truly cannot let this pass, then strike directly. Tontian casually waved his hand and said this. He simply could not believe that a great saint would deign to personally suppress a junior. Wretched creature. Seething with anger within, Taiqing Shengren knew that if he were truly forced to personally discipline Lin Chen, the dignity of a saint would be cast upon the ground. It appeared that today he would have to swallow this humiliation. At the same time, Taiqing Shengren could not help but feel a trace of disappointment toward his carefully cultivated senior disciple Xiandu. He could not fathom how Xiandu had been defeated by his opponent. He was a full major realm above his opponent, while the other party was congenitally disabled. Yet he was the one thoroughly beaten and humiliated in such a dire manner. Even in the presence of a sage, this disciple of Tontian remained remarkably composed. It seemed he was truly a master of concealment, far from ordinary. Since there was no way to restore his own dignity, staying any longer was meaningless. Thus Taiqing Sage directly departed with Xuandu. Watching the receding figure of Taiqing Sage, Tontian furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Before leaving, he deliberately instructed Lin Chen to find him upon return. Once these great figures had left, the three ancestors of the human race hurried forward, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, thanks to you this time, our human race still has the possibility to continue cultivating the martial path. This was heartfelt gratitude. Had Lin Chen not arrived in time, they would have been thoroughly humiliated by Xuandu. In the end, the human race could only stoop to compromise, choosing the golden core great path that was as insipid as a chicken rib. No need for such gratitude. After all, I am also a human. Dealing with an ungrateful wretch like Xuandu is simply my duty. Had Taiqing Sage not appeared at the opportune moment, Lin Chen would have utterly shattered his physical form, preventing any recovery for 10,000 years. He had originally planned to stay among the human race for a while to continue imparting the great path. But after such an incident, it was no longer possible to remain here. He left behind some spiritual roots that could aid cultivation along with a few simple arrays, and then departed with Shiji. On the way back to Jiejiao Island, Shiji kept stealing glances at junior brother Lin Chen. His attitude grew increasingly reverent. Junior brother, you truly are adept at hiding your brilliance. In ordinary times you remain as still as a mountain, but once you act you stir up towering waves that astonish all around. This junior brother had brought him too many surprises and shocks. He had crossed realms to battle a Taiyi Golden Immortal, overwhelming him with ferocious suppression, forcing Xuandu to the brink of life and death, eventually begging Taiqing Sage for salvation. Such a glorious feat was beyond even Duobao, the senior brother of the Jie sect. And yet this junior brother whom everyone had pitied accomplished it so effortlessly. No wonder the master had broken precedent to accept him as a direct disciple. not only for his unparalleled talent, but also for his astonishing combat prowess. It was mainly because Xuandu was too arrogant that he gave me the opportunity. Lin Chen smiled modestly. One of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, Yao Sheng, whose physical form was far sturdier than Xuandu's. Hadn't he been slain in a single move? Dealing with a mere Xuandu was utterly insignificant. Lin Chen's humble attitude only deepened Shiji's admiration. If it were Shiji himself with such dazzling achievements, he would have long spread the word far and wide. Upon returning to Jiejiao Island, Lin Chen dared not delay and immediately went to Biao Palace to meet Master Tongtian. Looking at his disciple, with withered eyes, Tongtian sighed deeply inside. Relying solely on the power of his formidable physical body, he had suppressed Xuandu, who was a rank higher in cultivation. Truly worthy of the Chaos Dao Body, both in comprehension and physique, he surpassed ordinary cultivators. Lin Chen, though you were born of the human race and cannot bear to see them fall into peril, the human race will inevitably face a crisis in the near future. From now on, live on Jiejiao Island and cultivate. Do not go out lightly unless necessary. The great calamity of the human race was decreed by the Heavenly Tao. Even a sage could not easily incur this karma. This increasingly beloved disciple, if he got involved, might perish prematurely. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, knowing that the matter Master Tongtian referred to was likely the imminent appearance of the demon-slaying sword of the Yao race. Even without Tongtian's reminder, Lin Chen understood that participating would be fraught with danger, and even quasi-sages risked falling. But Lin Chen was not a hypocritical ingrate like Xuandu. Born of the human race, he could not simply stand by and watch. Of course, to avoid worrying Master Tongtian, he kept these thoughts to himself, outwardly agreeing with utmost respect. I shall obey Master's decree. Tongtian nodded with satisfaction. Given this disciple's foundation and talent, as long as he followed his instructions, even if his eyes could not be restored, his future path of cultivation would be smooth. Privately, Tongtian had not been idle. He had been searching for various treasures to heal his disciple's leg affliction. In the near future, they might prove useful, allowing his disciple's legs to recover. Lin Chen, your talent and foundation are excellent. Do not slack off, but cultivate diligently. Moreover, training the physical body is not the true path. It is better to pause and strive to reach the realm of Sword Dao enlightenment as soon as possible. With Lin Chen's intelligence, devoting himself entirely to the Sword Dao would surely advance faster than other cultivators. Tongtian intended to have Lin Chen inherit his Sword Dao legacy, which was why he personally instructed him. Master's reminder is correct. Lin Chen agreed lightly. But inwardly he was somewhat speechless. My Sword Dao has already nearly reached the realm of Dao achievement, I simply haven't revealed it yet. In the Yao tribe heavenly court. Who is so bold as to slaughter my Yao tribe? Upon learning that the Yao saint he had dispatched was slain on Taiyin, starred Donghuang Taiyi, was extremely solemn. This was his own stronghold, yet someone had entered, as if into an empty land, stolen the power of the sun, and before leaving slain a great Yao. This was an outright provocation to the Yao tribe. Donghuang Taiyi quickly calmed down. Whether to maintain the morale of the Yao tribe, or to avenge the fallen great Yao, he had to act personally this time. After all, the opponent, this time, might be a cultivator at the quasi-sage level. Ordinary Yao saints would be utterly helpless against him. Subsequently, Donghuang Taiyi directly arrived on Taiyin Star. Sensing the astonishing sword Qi left behind, he was deeply moved. It was interwoven with the aura of the Great Path. With a solemn expression, Donghuang Taiyi searched carefully again. Apart from this startling sword Qi, there was no trace whatsoever. Nor could he determine who it struck. Whoever it is, if they touch my Yao tribe, they shall die. Donghuang Taiyi snorted coldly, cast a glance at the nearby Guanghan Palace, and then returned to the heavenly court. Lin Chen, who had been added to Donghuang Taiyi's death list, had now resumed his previous cultivation habits, repeatedly drawing his sword. Lin Chen recalled Master Tongtian's words. The Yao tribe's refinement of the demon-slaying sword might be imminent. Time was running out for him. He must accelerate his cultivation progress and strive to attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible. Once the calamity of the human race descended, his current Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation would be utterly useless. Even if he became a Taiyi Golden Immortal, he would still be too weak. At least he would have the power to fight a quasi-sage. Sword Dao Comprehension Progress 55 Reward Middle Grade, Innate Spiritual Root Wind Thunder, Sacred Fruit. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this reward from the system. This spiritual root contained the laws of wind and thunder, excellent for enhancing cultivation. So Lin Chen temporarily stopped drawing his sword, returned to his cave dwelling, and began to refine it. Within the cave dwelling, the charm of the Dao flowed continuously, streams of brilliant light radiating in all directions. The temples of order from 3,000 great paths descended one after another. Heavenly flowers rained down, and divine springs welled up from the earth. As time passed, Lin Chen gradually comprehended the wind and thunder laws hidden within the spiritual fruit. Suddenly, several whirlwinds formed around him, rotating endlessly with Lin Chen at their center. Interspersed with roaring bursts of lightning power, countless thunder serpents lurked within the storm, appearing and disappearing at will. While gaining the power of wind and thunder, Lin Chen also received an unexpected blessing. He had awakened a new sword Dao divine ability, the sword intent space. Once activated, brilliance would radiate from the altar of his spirit, giving birth to an entire microcosm. As his strength grew, its power could continuously accumulate to truly extraordinary levels. Though there was no need to display it under normal circumstances, this divine ability would steadily strengthen over time and could even carve out a primordial chaos space. This newly acquired divine ability, combined with the Xian Yuan water control banner, could very likely instantly eliminate a Taiyi Golden Immortal at the peak realm. Lin Chen was extremely satisfied with the talent divine ability he had just mastered. This was already the second talent divine ability rewarded by the system. Among the billions of living beings in the prehistoric world, those who could awaken even one talent divine ability were already 1 in a billion. Moreover, these fortunate individuals, without exception, all possessed deep roots and were extraordinary talents. As for awakening 2 talent divine abilities at once, that would be unprecedented in history. If anyone learned that Lin Chen had awakened 2 such abilities while only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, they would be utterly astonished. After his excitement gradually subsided, Lin Chen resumed his sword practice. Even with excellent talent divine abilities, there were prerequisites. If his cultivation stalled, the potential growth of these abilities would be meaningless. Since Lin Chen was promoted to the 5th direct disciple, more and more Jiejiao disciples began paying attention to him. Even after becoming a direct disciple, the junior brother showed no relaxation, continuing his daily sword practice without interruption. The disciples of Jiejiao grew increasingly admiring of him. The junior brother has practiced for 800 years without a single lapse. His determination is truly rare. Watching Lin Chen cultivate before the cave dwelling once again, Yun Xiao couldn't help but praise. Indeed, the junior brother is the person with the most resolute cultivation I have ever encountered. Beside her, Bai Xiao nodded vigorously. But it's a pity that his innate physical defect still limits his cultivation. Although Lin Chen's cultivation was advancing quickly, now the later stages demanded increasingly stringent requirements on innate aptitude and personal conditions. The breakthrough realm he might face currently was already a major obstacle. Countless beings in the prehistoric world remained trapped at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm for extended periods without progress. Without fortune or natural aptitude, they would likely remain stuck at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal throughout their lives. You 3 are quite right. The junior brother not only bears an innate physical defect, but also possesses an extraordinarily stubborn nature, which may hinder his future cultivation. Zhao Gongming, listening to the sisters' conversation nearby, couldn't resist chiming in. Despite the junior brother's exceptionally terrifying talent displayed, while listening to the Dao at Bo Palace, he stubbornly continued practicing the most straightforward sword technique available to him. Moreover, the technique appeared completely ordinary, leaving Zhao Gongming puzzled about what the junior brother was struggling with. Zhao Gongming had attempted to dissuade him numerous times, but the junior brother remained unmoved. He genuinely wanted to help them advance together. Why couldn't he understand his good intentions? As for the junior brother's obsessive pursuit of transcendent sword Dao, that was undoubtedly nothing but fanciful nonsense. Setting aside how difficult it would be to achieve transcendent sword Dao, even if sword techniques truly reached their ultimate state, how powerful could a basic sword drawing technique possibly become? You're right, the junior brother's stubbornness is truly excessive. If he continues down this path, all his tireless efforts will amount to nothing. Duo Bao beside him nodded in agreement as well. He had cautioned the junior brother more than once, but to no avail. He genuinely couldn't fathom what the junior brother was thinking. Why wouldn't he heed others' advice? I can't bear this anymore. I must go persuade the junior brother again. Unable to watch any longer, Zhao Gongming headed directly toward where Lin Chen was cultivating. The junior brother is still training diligently. Zhao Gongming greeted him with a smile. Lin Chen paused his movements and nodded calmly. Lin Chen had clearly overheard the conversation between Zhao Gongming and the other senior brothers, so he naturally understood why Zhao Gongming had come. True to his expectations, Zhao Gongming got straight to the point. Junior brother, you've been practicing the sword drawing technique for nearly 900 years, yet see no progress. Why not let me teach you another divine ability? Given your innate aptitude and comprehension, if you were to start fresh with a new technique, I'm confident you'd see results quickly. There's no need to be so inflexible. Zhao Gongming genuinely wanted what was best for Lin Chen, even though the junior brother's willpower surpassed anyone else, yet he made absolutely no progress. The cultivation path is long, but watching senior brothers surpass you day after day will inevitably disrupt your mental state. Lin Chen simply shook his head in silence. It wasn't stubbornness. He knew his cultivation differed from ordinary practitioners, and there was no way to explain this to Zhao Gongming standing before him. Junior brother, do you think your senior brother would break his word? Everything I'm saying is for your own benefit. Rather than wasting vast amounts of time on the sword drawing technique, why not try a more powerful divine ability? Seeing Lin Chen's stubborn refusal to budge, Zhao Gongming grew increasingly anxious inside. Lin Chen felt helpless, but understood that Zhao Gongming's actions came from genuine care, yet he truly didn't need this intervention. Senior brother, the sword technique I practice appears ordinary on the surface, but its true power is immense. It can sever yin and yang, cleave through emptiness, and even bisect the celestial river. Lin Chen said this calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Gongming felt a headache coming on. Fine, I'll give up then. Junior brother, do as you please. Zhao Gongming sighed helplessly and departed with complicated emotions. Not far away, Duo Bao and the three Xiao sisters also felt a sense of resignation. This junior brother was far too stubborn. Such high comprehension wasted on the wrong path. This brief interruption had no effect on Lin Chen, who continued his sword practice as usual. Congratulations to the host for completing 360,000 sword draws. Sword Dao comprehension has reached 60%. Reward Chaos Flying Dagger, a supreme Dao treasure capable of severing all fortune and karma, causing the primal spirit to collapse and the soul to perish upon contact. This is truly a remarkable treasure. Fortune and karma are things even the supreme Dao saints avoid, as they constitute the fixed order of heaven's way. Yet this treasure bestowed by the system can sever all fortune and karma. It's truly defying the heavens. With this treasure, there is a strong possibility it will play a crucial role in the upcoming Kulpas. In the Shouyang Mountain at the mystic capital cave mansion. With the aid of the elixir bestowed by his master, the primordial saint of purity, Xiando's primordial spirit gradually stabilized, and his physical body began to show signs of recovery. However, his hatred for Lin Chen grew ever stronger. You damned cripple, just you wait. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human. The fury within him made it impossible for Xiando to find peace. At the same time, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside him. No matter how much he resented Lin Chen's actions, Xiando had to admit one thing: Lin Chen's strength surpassed his own. Relying solely on his own cultivation to regain lost ground would be exceedingly difficult. Seeking his master's intervention was also futile, as Lin Chen was protected by the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, leaving no opportunity to punish him. Yet swallowing his pride and enduring this humiliation was not something Xiando could accept. Gritting his teeth, he left the cave and flew toward the 8th Scenery Palace. Master, that Lin Chen has insulted me so grievously, stolen so much of the human race's fate, and even shown you no respect. If he is not punished, I cannot accept it. My recovery is slow because my Dao heart is unstable, trapping me in a bottleneck. I beg you, master, lend me your aid. Xiando complained about Lin Chen's actions, then used his unstable Dao heart and inability to cultivate as a pretext to seek his master's assistance. It was all too obvious. The opponent was a full realm lower than him, and moreover possessed a naturally flawed constitution. Without using any artifacts or divine abilities, Lin Chen had nearly crushed him with sheer physical strength. It was only natural that this left a psychological shadow. Hearing this, the primordial saint of purity's brow furrowed involuntarily. He too felt a deep aversion toward the arrogant and domineering Lin Chen. Unable to ignore his soul disciple Xiando's repeated pleas and concern for his future cultivation, the primordial saint of purity, as his master, could not turn a blind eye. However, seeking redress from his junior brother, the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, was futile. The latter's stance was clear: strength alone would decide the matter. In his current state, Xiando was no match for Lin Chen. This time a different approach was needed. Perhaps he could involve Nuwa in this karmic entanglement. After all, this cunning Lin Chen had once declared himself not only a disciple of the Jie sect, but also a member of the human race. The conflict between Xiando and Lin Chen stemmed from their shared human heritage. Neither the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning nor the primordial saint of purity could intervene in this karma. As the matriarch of the human race, Nuwa had the authority to handle this matter. Enough. Leave this to your master. Focus on your cultivation. With these words of counsel, the primordial saint of purity left the 8th Scenery Palace and instantly arrived at the Snail Palace. Nuwa, a distinguished guest has arrived. Why not come out to greet me? Laozi said with a smile upon his arrival. Nuwa, seeing the primordial saint of purity, appeared quite indifferent. The reason was that the primordial saint of purity had acted unethically, seizing the opportunity to establish a sect among humanity, while Nuwa was off guard, monopolizing the human race's fate, and leaving Nuwa the matriarch in an awkward position. Nevertheless, as fellow practitioners of the Tao, despite Nuwa's inner discontent, she maintained a semblance of courtesy. After exchanging pleasantries, the primordial saint of purity casually mentioned Lin Chen's matter. Finally, he subtly hinted at his desire for Nuwa to step in and discipline Lin Chen. Senior brother, what punishment do you have in mind for Lin Chen? Nuwa asked calmly. He is our junior brother Tongtian's personal disciple. For the sake of our junior brother, I suggest simply expelling him from the human race as a minor lesson. The primordial saint of purity sought out Nuwa not only to avenge his disciple Xiando, but also to reclaim the human race's fate. The best way was to remove Lin Chen's human identity entirely, cutting off the root. Without this identity, Lin Chen would have no basis to steal the human race's fate. Nuwa frowned slightly upon hearing this. I need to examine the human affairs in detail before making a decision. Nuwa did not give a direct answer. The primordial saint of purity was slightly displeased by her evasiveness, but said nothing more and left the snail palace. After the primordial saint of purity departed, Nuwa immediately began to deduce the heavenly secrets. Yet she found that Lin Chen's destiny was ethereal and shrouded in chaos. This filled her with doubt. Could there be some change occurring within the human race? Furrowing her brows, she pondered for a moment, then contacted Tongtian, asking him to bring his disciple Lin Chen to the snail palace. Tongtian guessed something, but he did not act rashly. He directly summoned Lin Chen. Lin Chen, your Aunt Nuwa wishes to see you. Lin Chen was visibly startled, never expecting that the goddess Nuwa would one day seek him out of her own accord. Though he harbored many doubts, a summons from a sage was not something a minor figure like him could easily refuse. Thus, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning employed his sage arts, traversing the void, and directly transported Lin Chen to the snail palace. In an instant, Lin Chen found himself inside the palace, filled with astonishment. Was this the application of a sage's spatial laws? The snail palace lay within the chaos. Even a Taiyi Golden Immortal would face extreme danger from the endless assault of earthly wind and fire when trying to reach it by their own power. Those temporal rifts once touched would severely weaken even a quasi-sage. Only great sages could roam freely amidst the chaotic void. All beings below the sage realm are but fleeting clouds. At this moment, Lin Chen deeply felt the terrifying power of a sage. Even with his many hidden cards, even with a collection comparable to a great sage, the vast chasm between him and a true sage could not be bridged. Repressing a flurry of thoughts, Lin Chen, relying on his faint perception, bowed deeply to Nuwa, who sat at the head of the hall. Disciple of the Jie sect, Lin Chen pays respects to Aunt Nuwa. Nuwa had been scrutinizing him since the moment he entered. This disciple appeared utterly ordinary, even bearing a naturally flawed constitution, yet in a short span of time, he had broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal level and been accepted by Tongtian as a personal disciple. What extraordinary qualities did this seemingly unremarkable human possess? Had he encountered some incredible fortune? Even Nuwa, a celestial sage, found herself utterly baffled by Lin Chen's information. And I have come as ordered. Please impart your instructions. Lin Chen bowed again. Nuwa's expression turned stern. I hear you are arrogant and domineering, disrespectful to your elders, insolent towards sages, and that you injured Lao Zi's first disciple Xiandou. Is that true? Yes. Lin Chen answered without hesitation, without any evasion. Now it was confirmed Nuwa had not sought him out on a whim. She had been instigated by the primordial saint of purity. He never imagined that a celestial sage, the founder of the human sect, would stoop to such despicable means to deal with a disciple. Lin Chen's composed and dignified demeanor greatly impressed Nuwa. He was after all standing before a heavenly Tao sage, the holy mother of humanity. An ordinary cultivator would have been trembling with fear and anxiety. Why did you strike? Nuwa asked again. Uncle Master, you are a heavenly Tao sage, omniscient and omnipotent. You must have long known the full story. The human sect bestowed upon humanity a useless golden core path, then seized its fortune. Do you, Uncle Master Nuwa, also approve of this? Lin Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, Nuwa's gaze sharpened. She had clearly underestimated this Lin Chen. Observing that the sage Nuwa was not angered by his words, Lin Chen steadied his mind and continued. Uncle Master, today I wish to speak not as a disciple of the Jie sect, but as a human, addressing you as Goddess Nuwa. If you wish to punish me today merely to vent for the human sect's disciple Xuandu, I have nothing to say. But every cause has its effect. Such an act by you, Goddess Nuwa, might destroy the future of humanity and cast a shadow over your own path. Hearing this, Nuwa's face turned icy cold. When she spoke again, her voice was equally frigid. Lin Chen, are you cursing me? A vast sage's might descended, pressing upon Lin Chen like a mountain. Any other cultivator would have fallen to their knees trembling. But Lin Chen, though only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, stood unyielding under the oppressive sage's aura. Goddess Nuwa, you misunderstand again. I do not mean to provoke you. I am merely stating a fact. Humanity is destined to be the future protagonist, and one day it will rise. I believe you, Goddess Nuwa, know this better than anyone. Yet the human sect established itself among humanity, first seizing its fortune. This has placed you, the holy mother of humanity, in an awkward position. You have given so much yet received nothing in return. If not for this, humanity would not be in such a predicament. Hearing this, the sage Nuwa was stunned. She was shocked by Lin Chen's words, wondering how he knew such hidden secrets. How could a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal pry into the heavenly mysteries? Nuwa's gaze toward Lin Chen softened considerably. The supreme sage had forcibly established his sect while Nuwa was cultivating, greatly displeasing her. But out of respect for her senior brother of the Xian sect, she did not wish to sever ties, and silently allowed the supreme sage's actions among humanity. Perhaps Nuwa herself had not realized that the supreme sage's interference had made her indifferent to humanity. Unbeknownst to her, the bond between humanity and Nuwa had gradually weakened. Today, Lin Chen's words made her suddenly understand. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lin Chen continued. Now the primordial world is an age of great contention. Humanity is but an insignificant pawn. The Supreme Sage holds this pawn now, but it should have been yours, Goddess Nuwa. If humanity ushers in a great flourishing, its soaring fortune will only make the human sect more prosperous. If humanity falls into crisis, you, as its holy mother, will surely suffer backlash. The Supreme Sage, with his shallow ties to humanity, will bear far less karma. This is all I know. This crisis of humanity is the perfect opportunity for you, Goddess Nuwa, to reclaim its fortune. Lin Chen had made it very clear. If humanity thrives, Nuwa gains nothing. If humanity suffers, she as its holy mother will inevitably be harmed. No one would agree to such a losing deal, let alone an exalted great sage. Knowing the future of the primordial world, Lin Chen understood that Nuwa would not let the Supreme Sage cheat her out of humanity's fortune. During the human crisis, Nuwa had once wanted to protect humanity, but she was confined within the Nuwa Palace. If she had this intention, now she could plan ahead and leave enough contingencies preventing such great harm to humanity. Lin Chen also wanted to cooperate with Nuwa to save humanity. With the system's aid, he was confident. Meanwhile, Nuwa was still shocked by Lin Chen's words. If not for clearly sensing Lin Chen's Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, Nuwa would have thought she faced a great sage. He saw through celestial mysteries, knew the future, and showed no fear under the rolling sage's might. Was this truly something a Taiyi Golden Immortal could do? In the current primordial world, Taiyi Golden Immortals were as common as ox hair, barely able to protect themselves. Even ordinary quasi-sages would change color under Nuwa's pressure. None could remain as calm as Lin Chen. Beneath sages, all are ants. No matter how powerful, without being a sage, facing the pinnacle of the primordial world would make anyone tense. Only this Jie sect disciple Lin Chen remained utterly calm from start to finish, deeply surprising Nuwa. And his words, heavenly secrets known only to sages. Lin Chen not only knew them, but understood some details even deeper than Nuwa. Lin Chen, you are remarkable. Though born with a flaw, your heart is keen. Nuwa couldn't help praising him. Any other being would have leaped with joy at a sage's compliment. But Lin Chen remained as calm as ever. Though I am blind, my heart sees clearly. The human sect harms both humanity and you, Goddess Nuwa. The Supreme Sage wanted to use Nuwa's hand to teach him a lesson, so Lin Chen refused to sit idly and took this chance to discredit the human sect. What of a Heavenly Dao Sage? In knowing the past and future of the primordial world, who could compare to him with his current cheat? Nuwa's mind gradually calmed. Lin Chen, you've been beating around the bush long enough. What do you truly want to say? Nuwa admitted that every word struck a chord. But so what? In the eyes of an exalted sage, a Taiyi Golden Immortal was less than an ant. Whether the Supreme Sage or herself, they could punish Lin Chen with a mere thought. Lin Chen spoke solemnly. Please, Goddess Nuwa, help me abolish the human sect. I want to save humanity from crisis. I want to return humanity's fortune to you. Mutual cooperation. After risking offending two sages for so long, Lin Chen wasn't simply seeking to reclaim Nuwa's fortune. He was also laying the groundwork for his own future. Lin Chen believed that Nuwa would not miss such a fine opportunity. The sage Nuwa was utterly shocked upon hearing these words. She never expected that this young man could be so audacious. Lin Chen, do you know what you are doing? Nuwa demanded in a low voice. Abolishing the human teaching would be undermining the very foundation of the Supreme Pure Sage. The Supreme Pure Sage would certainly not let the matter rest. Even though the sage Nuwa did not fear the Supreme Pure Sage, she would not lightly provoke him. And Lin Chen was merely a minor Taiyi Golden Immortal. Where did he get the audacity to speak such reckless words? Moreover, if the Tao Foundation were destroyed, even the Supreme Pure Sage who advocates non-action would inevitably lose control. How would the situation be resolved if it escalated into a life-or-death conflict? Lin Chen nodded calmly. Lady Nuwa, I know what I am doing. Offending the Supreme Pure Sage. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Since it was fated, what harm was there in advancing it a little? If he had been afraid, he would not have intervened in the affairs of the human race in the first place, nor would he have made a move against Xiandu. Having done it, there was absolutely no turning back. Lin Chen, do you know what it means once this begins? Nuwa asked directly. This was far more than arrogance. The Supreme Pure Sage had still underestimated this young man's courage. Who else would dare to pull the rug from under the sage's feet and destroy his Dao fruit? Nuwa, as a Heavenly Dao Sage, was merely dissatisfied with the Supreme Pure Sage's actions, but had never entertained the thought of completely abolishing the human teaching. To dare to do what even sages dare not think. Truly a madman. Lin Chen gave an indifferent smile. I have long been prepared. It's up to Lady Nuwa to decide. Seated in the great hall, Nuwa gazed at Lin Chen in prolonged silence. Even a Heavenly Dao Sage could not help but admire Lin Chen's boldness. Truly a fearless newborn calf. But even with courage, it was ultimately useless. If the human teaching were so easy to abolish, Nuwa would not have been discussing this with Lin Chen until now. Even so, Lin Chen's boldness was extremely rare. Lin Chen, you are unaware. The establishment of the human teaching was granted by the Heavenly Tao and cannot be accomplished by human effort. Even if the sage Nuwa, as the Holy Mother of Humanity, was unwilling, she could not forcibly abolish it. The Heavenly Tao was clear, even sages could not change it. The blame lay with her own carelessness, which gave the Supreme Pure Sage the opportunity to take advantage of the crisis. Now that it had become a fait accompli, Nuwa, as the Holy Mother of Humanity, could only tacitly acquiesce. Hearing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Lady Nuwa, rest assured. If I were not confident, I would not say this. Although Lin Chen was currently only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, if it came to a contest of foundation, even the Lady Nuwa before him could not claim to be assuredly superior to him. The only difference was that Nuwa was a Heavenly Tao sage while Lin Chen was still a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal. In terms of magical treasures and divine abilities, Lin Chen was in no way inferior to Nuwa. In terms of origins, Lin Chen possessed the Chaos Dao Body while Nuwa was a primordial spirit. Comparing the two, Lin Chen was only stronger. Lin Chen, do you have some hidden card as well? Nuwa was once again astonished by Lin Chen's words. After all, even she, the lofty Heavenly Tao sage and Holy Mother of Humanity, could not completely sever the karmic ties between the human teaching and the human race. Yet Lin Chen, only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, was speaking so arrogantly. Seeing Lin Chen's confident demeanor, which did not seem like empty boasting, Nuwa was filled with doubt. Once you take this action, you will bear the boundless wrath of a sage. An arrow shot cannot be taken back. Nuwa once again spoke of the severe consequences that might ensue. I understand, disciple. Lin Chen nodded lightly, his stance unshakable. Seeing Lin Chen's persistence, Nuwa appeared quite cautious. Once the calamity of slaughter befalls the human race, and you become entangled, even a sage's disciple may perish in body and Tao. In less than 800 years, he had risen from the Earth Immortal realm directly to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, a cultivation speed comparable to a monster. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the Jie sect, if he were to cultivate peacefully, even with his innate deficiency, his future status within the Jie sect would not be low. To recklessly involve himself in the calamity merely because he was born of the human race was far too impulsive. Nuwa's words were also born of a desire to cherish talent. She wanted to persuade Lin Chen to reconsider thoroughly. After all, the calamity of the human race was the doing of the Heavenly Tao. Even sages dared not lightly get involved. Even quasi-sages and great Luo Golden Immortals faced the risk of perishing if they participated. Having embarked on the path of cultivation and becoming a personal disciple of a sage, his ties to the human teaching were already very faint. Is it worth giving up a bright future to step alone into this karmic entanglement? Lin Chen's will was firm and unshaken. I know all this, disciple. Lady Nuwa, are you willing? Nuwa truly found it increasingly difficult to see through Lin Chen before her. Did he truly have full confidence, or was he acting on a moment's impulse? Regardless of the reason, since Lin Chen dared to gamble, Nuwa, as a Heavenly Tao sage, might as well. Very well, since you are so confident, I will go along with you this once. After a brief deliberation, Nuwa agreed. Then she praised Lin Chen profusely. With a disciple like you under Tongtian, he is honored. Perhaps Lin Chen had not yet fully grown, but his courage was innate, utterly incomparable to the other disciples of the Jie sect. Moreover, Lin Chen was born with a deficient constitution, making it even more remarkable. Throughout it all, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. He had originally been wondering how to establish contact with the sage Nuwa. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Pure Sage had taken the initiative to build a bridge for him. Having made the decision, the sage Nuwa immediately bestowed upon Lin Chen the supreme grade primordial spirit treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, and the post-celestial merit supreme treasure, the creation whip. These two treasures shall serve as tokens for you to lead the human race. Nuwa instructed solemnly, and she held considerable expectations for Lin Chen. Thank you, Lady Nuwa, for bestowing the treasures. I, this disciple, shall not fail the mission. Nuwa nodded, and without further words directly used spatial magic to send Lin Chen back to Jiejiao Island. Inside Lin Chen's cave dwelling on Jiejiao Island, gazing at the two treasures placed before him, his heart was filled with awe. The map of mountains and rivers was a supreme grade primordial spirit treasure, excellent in both offense and defense, rarely seen in the world. Once unfurled, it could encompass famous mountains and great rivers containing a wondrous world within. The creation whip was transformed from the primordial gourd vine. When Nuwa molded humans from clay, she used the primordial gourd vine as an aid which absorbed the merit of creation and thus became a post-celestial merit supreme treasure. It could be used to control the fate of the human race and lead them. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and began to gradually refine the two spirit treasures. After achieving the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, the speed of refining treasures increased exponentially. In the span of a few breaths, both treasures were fully refined. In the 8th Scenery Palace. What? Sent him back, just like that. The Supreme Pure Sage, who had been observing the developments, calculated that shortly after he left the Hua Palace, Lin Chen had been safely sent back to Jiejiao Island. His face instantly darkened. The Supreme Saint Tai Ching humbled himself to visit Nuwa at the Serpent Palace. Nuwa agreed outwardly, but in the end did nothing. This was a blatant slap in the face for Taiyi. Deeply dissatisfied, he immediately tore through the void and appeared at the Serpent Palace the next moment. Nuwa, why do you break your promise? Taiyi, unable to suppress his raging fury, questioned directly. As fellow disciples of the Mystic Gate, why act one way in front and another behind? Did he truly think that his advocacy of non-action meant he had no bottom line? Facing Taiyi's wrath, Nuwa, contrary to her usual demeanor, replied with a voice icy cold. Lin Chen is the future hope of the human race. I cannot vent my anger on him over trivial matters. Hope? Trivial? How could this be? Taiyi clearly did not believe it. A blind man. How could he become the hope of humanity? He wondered what that damn blind man had said to Nuwa to make her so infatuated. Her attitude had undergone a dramatic reversal. Since Nuwa was so resolute, Taiyi could say no more and had to return empty-handed. Outside the cave dwelling on Golden Ao Island. Sword drawing art. The sword shot out like a flood dragon, tearing through the void with the divine rhythm of the great Tao faintly visible. Countless years in the primordial world, 100 years had passed since returning from the Serpent Palace. Lin Chen, as always, practiced sword drawing without interruption. Sword Dao Achievement 60. Sword Dao Achievement 80. Sword Dao Comprehension reached 60. Reward Great Dao Extreme Sword Dao Divine Ability, Sword 23. Another brand new divine ability obtained. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen habitually stopped his practice. This sword divine ability could destroy heaven and earth, forming its own domain of sword energy, leaving no room to retreat or evade, forcing one to passively endure. Its power was extraordinary, overshadowing the universe. However, activating this divine ability consumed the source of life force. It must never be used lightly except at critical moments. This divine ability holds great terror. Lin Chen's heart surged with excitement. In his view, this ability was far more powerful than any he had obtained before. When cultivated to the extreme, once this sword was drawn, none below the saint level could match it. It took him a moment to fully master this divine ability. Calming his excitement, Lin Chen resumed drawing his sword. The great calamity of the human race was approaching. If he could not attain the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even with Nuwa's assistance, protecting humanity would be a fantasy. Sword Dao Comprehension 90. Sword Dao Comprehension 99. Sword Dao Achievement Progress reached 65. Reward 3 Light Divine Water. An ancient pure vase rested in Lin Chen's bosom, containing 1/3 volume of 3 Light Divine Water. 3 Light Divine Water could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. It was the foremost healing holy medicine in the primordial world. When Nuwa created humanity, she used 3 Light Divine Water as an aid. Even mighty saints had little accumulation of it. The 3 Light Divine Water Lin Chen obtained, though appearing to occupy only 1/3 of the vase, was actually comparable to an entire lake. Such heaven-defying healing medicine was extremely rare. Once others learned of it, even the lofty saints might not be able to resist coveting it. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the system's reward. With such healing medicine, it could play a decisive role at critical moments. It could even directly alter the outcome. The system's rewards grew more numerous, and Lin Chen's motivation for cultivation increased. He quickly put away the 3 Light Divine Water and continued drawing his sword. Before long, relying on his increasingly powerful perception, he discovered that the long-eared Honghuang Immortal and Ma Yuan, who had clashed with him before, were traveling together. Moreover, from their fragmented words, they mentioned the human race several times. This inevitably drew Lin Chen's attention. Those two being together clearly means no good. Could they be targeting the human race this time? The thought arose in his mind, making Lin Chen somewhat uneasy. From his knowledge of the long-eared Honghuang Immortal, this traitor had always been unscrupulous and capable of anything. Unable to immerse himself in cultivation again, Lin Chen simply stopped and followed behind long-eared Honghuang Immortal and Ma Yuan down the mountain, heading toward the human territory. Standing on a flying boat, Lin Chen manipulated it while continuing to draw his sword. What he lacked most now was the accumulation of time. He could not afford to waste a single moment. Crossing the resplendent star sea and traversing 10,000 miles of void, he finally reached the human realm. Suddenly a sharp light appeared and struck the flying boat. Lin Chen's expression changed abruptly. His treasures and divine abilities surged wildly as he descended to the ground in an instant. With his faint perception, he quickly understood the situation. Some cultivators were fighting here. The residual waves from the battle had struck the flying boat. Huda, do you know what you are doing? Defying the Tao Ancestors' decree is a capital offense. 2 demon clan cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, their faces full of terror, watched Hutu approaching and couldn't help invoking the Tao Ancestor as a shield. But this was clearly ineffective. Hutu paid it no heed. We are the descendants of Pangu. What can Honghuang's decree do to me? My Wu clan does not need others to meddle in our affairs. The Wu clan had always claimed to be the orthodox lineage of Pangu, revering neither heaven nor earth, only Father God Pangu. Even though the Dao ancestor Hongjuan's power was profound, the Wu clan had no respect for him, even harboring deep hatred. During the First Wu Demon War, if Hongjun had not forcibly intervened and decreed 1,000,000 years of ceasefire, perhaps the demon clan would have been destroyed by the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, the demons still dared to use Hongjuan's decree to suppress them, which only added fuel to the fire. Moreover, Hongjuan, the dignified representative of the Heavenly Dao, would hardly bother with the life and death of two great Luo Golden Immortal demons. So it is the ancestral which Huda hunting down the demon clan. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly not expecting to encounter Huda here. This was the great power who single-handedly established the underworld. Lin Chen was quite familiar with Huda's deeds. Her temperament was much gentler, unlike the other 11 ancestral witches who were violent. Seeing that Hutu completely disregarded the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, the two demon saints who had no other recourse grew increasingly terrified. Today was truly unlucky. They had planned to leave the demon clan for a feast of delicious blood meals. Now, instead of finding blood meals, they had encountered Hutu. This was a quasi-saint level powerhouse. Escaping from her hands was nearly impossible. Just as the two demon saints were at a loss, they suddenly noticed a cripple not far away. This filled the two demon saints with ecstasy. One of them immediately threw out a treasure, trapping Lin Chen. They planned to use him to threaten Hutu to spare their lives. As long as they could delay a little, they would have a chance to escape. As for Lin Chen's identity, or why he was here, that was none of their concern. This is a feud between our two clans, why drag others into it? Seeing the scene, Huda's face turned icy cold as she shouted reprimandingly. Upon hearing these words, the two demon saints who had harbored little hope were momentarily stunned. Then joy surged across their faces. They never expected that the Hutu before them was so sentimentally merciful, caring so deeply about the life of a stranger. Hutu, if you do not wish to watch the human in our hands die, because of your meddling, best withdraw at once. We shall spare him. Otherwise we might as well go down together. Seeing a glimmer of hope for escape, the two demon saints naturally did not want to let this opportunity slip away. They immediately began using Lin Chen as leverage, turning the threat back on Hutu and forcing him to comply. Were you not the one preaching compassion? Here is your chance to prove it. See if you can seize it. What? Why do you remain silent? Is the great ancestral, which merely posturing for an audience? If you will not act, then we shall all journey together. The two demon gods sneered coldly, their magical treasures and immortal power surging around them with each word. Should Hutu refuse, they would kill Lin Chen without hesitation. He would at least take them down with him in death. Are you certain you wish to use me as a shield? Lin Chen's brow furrowed, slightly irritation rising within him. Was this some kind of mistake? Using him as a shield, truly fearless. The two demon saints who were threatening Hutu saw the leverage in their hands showing such defiance, and were immediately consumed by rage. But after carefully scanning Lin Chen's body, they both paused in surprise. Then they burst into laughter. So he's just a lame cripple. One of the demon saints grinned wildly, his laughter reckless and arrogant. You wretched cripple, being used as our bargaining chip is already the pinnacle of your human existence. You should feel utterly honored. Silence, cripple, or I'll slay you where you stand. A cripple at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm would barely warrant consideration as sustenance under ordinary circumstances. Yet he dares to come and question us. He doesn't even know how to write the character for death. After their mocking threats, the two demon saints turned their attention back to Hutu, whose expression had grown ice cold. They couldn't resist another round of sarcasm. Hutu, you truly are an anomaly. With your compassionate nature, you dare to envision challenging our demon clan for supremacy. It's nothing but fool's folly. Hutu seethed with anger, yet in the end, he restrained his urge to strike, unwilling to endanger an innocent bystander over his own grievances. Release him, and you may depart unharmed. He reasoned that two mere demon saints were insignificant. Even if they escaped, it would hardly shift the balance for the demon clan. Hutu felt he couldn't bear to involve an innocent life in the pursuit of slaying two demon saints. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was moved inwardly. Truly worthy of being the one who founded the underworld with such compassion, no other cultivator would give a second thought to a stranger's fate. Perhaps it was Hutu's innate goodness that led the Heavenly Dao to choose him as the underworld's founder. Lin Chen, intimately familiar with the course of primordial history, understood that the Hutu who established the underworld would later comprehend the way of earth. His attained position would stand equal to the Heavenly Dao itself. Yet it was precisely his inherent kindness that made him vulnerable to Hongjuan's secret machinations, condemning him to eternal confinement within the underworld. In truth, Hutu was a pitiable figure. Who could have risen beyond Hongjun to become a being of immense power only to be trapped in the underworld forever? Hutu remained unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts, but was poised to intervene at any moment to rescue him, for the demon clan was notorious for their ferocity and bloodlust. Countless beings across the primordial world lived trembling beneath the demon clan's shadow. Hutu trusted neither their promise to release Lin Chen nor their claim of retreat. Though slaying the demon clan was the natural mandate of the Wu and Yao as eternal rivals, this could not justify endangering innocent bystanders, especially a pitiful human-born with a physical defect now held captive by demon saints. Having encountered this situation, he felt it his duty to offer assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's expression remained as impassive as ever, and he spoke coldly to the two arrogant demon saints before him. I advise you to release me at once or face the consequences. So what if they were Taiyi Golden Immortals? His sword had claimed such lives before. He had held back only to grant them a sliver of mercy, yet the two demon saints showed no comprehension of this grace. You wretched cripple, daring to threaten us. One demon saint sneered mockingly. We won't release you. What can you possibly do about it? Could a crippled human at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm truly rebel against heaven itself? Were it not for Lin Chen's current usefulness, such brazen words would have earned him a fatal strike long ago. Did this fool genuinely believe Ho-Tu would come to his rescue, growing so reckless? The unfortunate cripple was blind in heart, as well as limping in body, still oblivious to his predicament. The two demon saints who had merely considered this a temporary measure now resolved in their hearts that as long as they secured even a sliver of escape, they would not let go of their hostage so easily. They intended to torment him mercilessly before his death. Such was the price of provoking the demon clan. Ho-Tu could only sigh helplessly at the scene before him. Using intimidation to rescue this human appeared to be futile. Both Ho-Tu and the two demon saints shared the same assessment, that Lin Chen was merely blustering. His cultivation stood at Taiyi Golden Immortal, while his opponents had both reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Even if he possessed some devastating trump card, the gap in their cultivation levels would be nearly impossible to overcome. Undeterred by others' perceptions, Lin Chen was already drawing his sword. Witnessing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, the two demon saints erupted into laughter. You dare draw your sword, you wretched cripple. Show us whatever tricks you have. We'd love to see them. The two demon saints found it impossible to believe a crippled human could pose any real threat. This cripple's solemn countenance and methodical approach were almost convincing, enough to frighten ordinary demons perhaps, but completely ineffective against true Taiyi Golden Immortals. The demon clan reigned supreme across the primordial world. Only the Wu tribe posed any real threat to them. As for all other beings within it, who but the disciples of the sacred lineages could possibly challenge the demon clan's authority? Lin Chen, his gaze steady and calm, paid no mind to the demon saint's brazen mockery. Once his preparations were complete, he unleashed his sword domain and instantly broke free from his bindings. What had just occurred? How could an unremarkable cripple at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm break free so swiftly? The two demon saints who had been sneering moments before saw their expressions shatter instantly. Profound dread seized their hearts. Sword opens the heavenly gate. Lin Chen's blade flashed from its scabbard, unleashing a divine ability of the highest order. A terrifying slash of sword light tore through the void, sending it quivering. Countless great stars perished within its path, entire universes reduced to ash. Where the blade's edge passed, imbued with the faintest traces of the Tao, it swept away all resistance like dry twigs. The heavens and earth seemed to contain nothing but that single ruthless strike. Gone were the initial scorn and arrogance of the two demon saints. Terror now consumed them to its utmost degree. The two demon saints were stricken with fear and unease. Though they surpassed Lin Chen by an entire major realm, they could not muster the slightest will to resist before his sword edge. What kind of profound divine ability was this? Before the two demon saints could even raise their defenses, a sword light, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, swept across them. Their pupils dilated abruptly, and then they vanished into nothingness. Even in death, they could not fathom how a crippled cultivator at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm could slay two demon saints of the same realm with a single strike. Meanwhile, Ho-Tu stood frozen in disbelief. She could not believe what her eyes had witnessed. A crippled cultivator at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal had cut down a Taiyi Golden Immortal with one sword stroke. And not just one but two. The moment Lin Chen drew his sword, Ho-Tu keenly sensed that his cultivation was merely at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Yet that single strike was so majestic that even a Taiyi Golden Immortal could hardly withstand it. His attainment in the way of the sword had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. As one of the ancestral witches of the Wu clan, she had never heard of such a formidable sword cultivator emerging in the primordial world. Lin Chen, who had slain two Taiyi Golden Immortals with one sword stroke, leisurely sheathed his blade, his expression unchanged from beginning to end. It was as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. This scene struck Ho-Tu even more profoundly. His calm and composure seemed so effortless, as if it were second nature. Could it be that he had slain more than two great demons at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level? May I ask which immortal sect you hail from, and how should I address you? Recovering from her shock, Ho-Tu immediately placed Lin Chen on an equal footing with herself. The sword strike he had just delivered was so extraordinary that it had deeply impressed her. I am a human named Lin Chen, and also the fifth direct disciple of Master Tongtian. Lin Chen did not deliberately conceal his identity before Ho-Tu. Then he expressed his gratitude to Hutu. Thank you, ancestral witch Hutu, for your kind words. Familiar with the future course of the primordial world, Lin Chen knew well that Hutu's achievements would far surpass even those of Dao ancestor Honghuang. Forming a karmic bond with Hutu this time would greatly benefit his future development. Though Lin Chen's cultivation was still modest, he had his own advantage foreknowledge of the primordial world's destiny. Even if Dao ancestor Honghuang the foremost under Heaven's Dao could not know everything Lin Chen could, knowing the future course of the primordial world allowed him to plan and lay schemes in advance. Sensing the sincerity of Lin Chen's gratitude, Hutu felt a pang of conflict within. She had indeed intended to rescue Lin Chen, yet she had never actually acted. Such thanks were truly undeserved. So you are an eminent disciple of the Jie sect. No wonder you could slay two powerful demon saints at mere Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Hutu lavished praise upon Lin Chen. It was not unheard of to kill foes above one's cultivation level, but to do so with such effortless ease and grace as Lin Chen displayed was extremely rare. Especially the rich essence of the great Dao contained in Lin Chen's sword strike was truly remarkable. Though Lin Chen's cultivation was only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, his comprehension of the sword Dao surpassed even some quasi-sages. Meeting such a sword cultivator today, he must be well befriended. Ancestral witch Hutu flatters me. It was merely the arrogance of the demon clan that gave me the chance for a fatal strike. Lin Chen remained as modest as ever. This was not the first time he had slain a Dao Golden Immortal of the demon clan, so there was nothing to boast about. Though the two demon saints had been careless, Lin Chen's achievement was already astonishing. Seeing that Lin Chen's humility was genuine, Hutu was even more amazed. With your innate deficiency to have attained such mastery in the sword Dao, it is no wonder Master Tongtian valued you and granted you the status of direct disciple. The lineage of a sage was not something anyone could join. Even though the Jie sect claimed to welcome 10,000 immortals and taught without discrimination, it still had basic requirements. Among the countless beings of the primordial world, only a few million had truly become disciples of the Jie sect. Though that number sounded large, one must understand that the living beings of the primordial world numbered in the billions and trillions. Thus the difficulty of becoming a Jie sect disciple was immense. That Lin Chen, with his innate deficiency, could still become a personal disciple of the sect spoke volumes about his extraordinary brilliance. If you have no pressing matters, would you care to accompany me to the Wu clan territory for a visit? Hutu sincerely invited Lin Chen, genuinely wishing to befriend such a sword cultivator. I have to attend to matters in the human race first. I will visit the Wu clan after I finish. Lin Chen recalled that the two Jie sect disciples Chang'er Dingguangxian and Ma Yuan might harbor ill intentions toward the human race. Before he understood the full picture, Lin Chen would not divert his attention to other affairs. Thus he politely declined Hutu's kindness. It was not necessary to forge ties with the Wu clan at this very moment. Hearing Lin Chen's words, a flicker of disappointment passed through Hutu's eyes, but she said nothing more. The human race is numerous, but naturally weak. The demon clan often hunts humans for sport. Mentioning the human race, Hutu felt a trace of sympathy. Apart from the demon clan, Hutu harbored compassion for all other beings in the primordial world. That Lin Chen, as a mere human, had reached his current level was truly extraordinary. This is nothing compared to the trials that await the human race. In ordinary times, the human race struggled to survive, often becoming prey for the demon clan. These were trivial compared to the true calamity of the human race. When the calamity descended, life would be devastated and the human race would be adrift in turmoil, on the verge of being utterly annihilated in the surging tides of the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, do you know something in advance? Hutu was startled, then asked in confusion. From Lin Chen's words, the human race, often being reduced to demon clan prey, was a minor matter. Did this mean something even greater was about to happen? In the near future, the demon clan may forge a divine artifact specifically to break the physiques of the ancestral witches, and as far as I know, it will involve the human race. Lin Chen said with a grave expression. The demon clan would use the blood and souls of billions of humans as a catalyst, sparing no cost to refine the demon-slaying sword. In their quest to dominate the primordial world and defeat the Wu clan, they would stop at nothing. Hearing this, Hutu's heart tightened. Lin Chen said no more and simply departed. By the time Hutu came to her senses and wished to ask more about the demon clan, Lin Chen had already vanished. This matter concerned the future of the Wu clan. Whether true or false, it must be taken seriously. Thus Hutu did not hurry back to the Wu clan, but chose to closely observe the movements of the human race. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the human settlement. Walking among the myriad humans, he activated his sword domain, and everything around him became exceptionally clear. The human race at this moment was full of vitality, showing signs of revival. Under Lin Chen's assistance, the human race finally broke free from the threat of the Rin sect. More and more humans began to abandon the golden core path and turn to martial arts. The overall strength of the human race had greatly improved in a short time. Feeling that his efforts had finally helped humanity, Lin Chen was also gratified. However, this burgeoning vitality also harbored a great crisis. The demon race would soon discover that the essence, blood, and soul of the human race could suppress the Wu clan. A calamity would befall humanity, shattering the current peace. The human race advanced rapidly, but there was little room for their development. Lin Chen, wandering through the human lands, was weighed down by countless worries, and the pressure within him grew immense. As he passed by a small tribe, Lin Chen's ears twitched, faint ethereal moans of pain seemed to drift through the air. His brows raised, and he instantly surged forward, activating his Sword Dao domain. Within the coverage of the Sword Dao domain, everything lay within his sight. The moment he sensed what was happening before him, Lin Chen was instantly enraged. Ma Yuan, a disciple of the Jie sect, was audaciously hunting down humans in broad daylight and devouring their hearts. Truly an abomination. As a disciple of a saint, how was his behavior any different from that of the cruel and murderous demon race? With a heart filled with fury, Lin Chen's face turned cold as he gripped his sword tightly. A majestic aura burst forth, directly locking onto Ma Yuan's position. Ma Yuan. His cold voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. At this moment, the flames in his heart surged, unleashing boundless killing intent. The demon race openly bullied the human race, but Ma Yuan, a disciple of the Jie sect who usually paraded himself as a cultivating immortal, had also committed such atrocities. He was even more excessive than the demon race. Moreover, Ma Yuan seemed to have a particular fondness for human hearts. Each time he struck, he would not extinguish the human's vitality. To keep the heart fresh, he would cruelly kill them while they were still conscious, gouging out their hearts. That agony was not merely physical, but also a spiritual torment. As a human himself, how could Lin Chen not be filled with blazing fury upon witnessing such a scene? Ma Yuan, who was savoring the delicacy in his hands, was visibly startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance. Why did this damned cripple always appear like a shadow? Ma Yuan was surprised, but he didn't stop what he was doing. He laughed recklessly as he nodded. You damned cripple actually managed to find this place. Seems you're not completely useless. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Chen, having suffered defeats at Lin Chen's hands twice in a row, a debt that had yet to be settled. It had been a thorn in his heart. Now seeing Lin Chen enemies met with blazing eyes. This was the human territory, and the Sanshao sisters and senior brother Duobao, who usually backed Lin Chen, were not around. This was the perfect time to teach his enemy a lesson. Running to this place, you damned cripple. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Ma Yuan taunted with utmost sarcasm. The damned cripple whom everyone had looked down upon had suddenly transformed into a revered direct disciple of the Jie sect, standing above many of its disciples. Such a transformation greatly displeased Ma Yuan. Within the Sword Dao domain, Lin Chen watched helplessly as the human on the ground lay, without a heart, blood pooling around him, his life slowly fading away. His eyes, bloodshot, were filled with fear, resentment, and despair. He had died with his eyes open. This scene pushed Lin Chen into a rage, and he spoke again. You are a disciple of the Jie sect, yet you are addicted to slaughter and bully my people. Today I will surely kill you. Fury. A rage that could burn the primordial chaos was impossible to quell. Only the blood and flesh of Ma Yuan before him could extinguish it. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flickered at the corner of Ma Yuan's mouth. Lin Chen, don't be so troubled. We are both disciples of saints. Oh, why care about these ants before us? Even if I don't take them, the covetous demon race around well. Ma Yuan knew that what he did was not something to be brought to light, but as long as Tang Tian didn't know, he would be fine. As for what Lin Chen thought, he couldn't care less. In fact, he had a twisted mentality. The angrier Lin Chen became, the more excited he grew. Pausing for a moment before Lin Chen could speak, he continued. Lin Chen, I really like this righteous, yet helpless frustration of yours. On Jiejiao Island, weren't you indifferent to everything around you? Now I've killed humans right before your eyes. What do you want to do? Are you going to fight a fellow disciple? At this moment, Ma Yuan had the word arrogance written all over his face. Boom. The aura of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm suddenly erupted. Sneering, he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with surging battle intent. When he was at the Golden Immortal realm, Lin Chen had ambushed him, nearly obliterating his physical body. Ma Yuan had always regarded this as a great humiliation. Now, with the aid of a secret technique, he had finally attained the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm and had been longing to settle this karmic debt with Lin Chen. Before he could even go looking for the damned cripple, the cripple had come to him. Then no one could be blamed. Today he would tell Lin Chen to his face, I killed your people, and no matter how angry you are, you can only swallow it. If you're not convinced, we can have a contest. At the Golden Immortal realm, you relied on a sneak attack to outsmart me. Now that I've attained the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, capturing you, a blind cripple, will be as easy as reaching into my pocket. Moreover, even if Lin Chen had the power to defeat Ma Yuan, in his view, he would never dare to kill him. After all, the crime of harming a fellow disciple was one that no one could bear. Besides, the damned cripple couldn't always be so lucky. Little did Ma Yuan know that he was walking to his doom. He had thought through all possible escapes, but reality was brutally cruel, sealing off every path. Lin Chen would never let Ma Yuan go. Only by utterly killing Ma Yuan, annihilating his body and soul, could he quell the fire in his heart. Sword drawing art. Lin Chen drew his sword directly, without even activating any basic divine ability, just a simple ancient slash. Where the sword energy swept, all of Ma Yuan's defenses were instantly shattered, and his body was severely wounded. How could he be so strong? The arrogant Ma Yuan of a moment ago now felt a storm raging in his heart, his face drained of all color. He had just broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Yet facing Lin Chen, he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. How could this be? When he saw Lin Chen, he had thought he could wash away his past shame. So he had deliberately provoked him, hoping to make him strike first. Only now did he realize he was wrong, and terribly so. This cripple who had always been looked down upon possessed unfathomable cultivation, far surpassing him. With an extremely dark expression, Lin Chen stepped closer to Ma Yuan. Murderous intent filled the air, and his entire body exuded an icy chill. Sensing the surging, icy killing intent emanating from Lin Chen, Ma Yuan finally knew fear this time. In terror, he shouted and screamed, "Lin Chen, you cannot kill me. We are both disciples of the Jie sect. If you truly kill me, you will not be able to bear the consequences." With no power to resist, Ma Yuan, in a desperate bid to survive, had no choice but to invoke the name of his fellow Jie sect brothers, hoping to temporarily intimidate Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved, his steps unhurried. Even if the Jie sect were used to suppress him, or even if his master Tongtian stood before him, he would still slay Ma Yuan without hesitation. How unfortunate the human race is. Simply because they are born weak, they suffer the wanton slaughter of villains like Ma Yuan. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying aura of a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal surged through the clouds, sweeping away everything in its path. The entire area was shrouded in endless sword radiance, making Ma Yuan truly feel the approach of death. Seeing that threats against Lin Chen were useless, Ma Yuan, whose heart was already filled with terror, directly begged for mercy. "Junior brother Lin Chen, I know I was wrong. I am willing to apologize to the human race and make compensation. If only you spare my life, I will agree to any conditions you set. I will give them all the spiritual treasures and spiritual roots I have collected over the years." In order to escape with his life, Ma Yuan, under the terrifying killing intent, could not muster any thought of resistance. Holding the extinguishing immortal sword, Lin Chen stopped at this moment, his face growing increasingly cold. "When you slaughtered innocent humans, did they beg for mercy? Did your heart soften and let them live, relying on being a disciple of a saint's lineage? You never regarded human lives as anything. Did you ever think that one day you would die under the sword of a human? No, you never once considered the feelings of the human race, nor did you even spare them a glance. You are a revered disciple of the saint's lineage. You believe everything you do is right. You think that with great strength you can look down on everything and act without restraint. Now you are no match for me. A mere plea for mercy, and you think I will let you go? Dream on. As for the treasures and spiritual roots you mentioned as compensation, they cannot bring back the lives of those you have harmed. What use would I have for them? Only your death can comfort the souls of those fallen kin." Rage. An unprecedented, earth-shattering fury. Lin Chen, who usually remained calm in all matters, fell into a berserk state today. He was not one for long-winded speeches, but at this moment, he could not suppress his anger. He wanted Ma Yuan to die, knowing why. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed possessed by the god of death. "Junior brother Lin Chen, please forgive me." "Shut up. A scum like you also dares to call me junior brother." Ma Yuan babbled on, begging again, but this time Lin Chen directly cut him off. "I have warned you more than once to stop early. I would have spared your life for the sake of our sect. But you killed my kin right before my eyes, an unforgivable crime. Today I will surely kill you." Without killing Ma Yuan, his heart could not find peace. Without killing Ma Yuan, how could he deter other villains? "Lin Chen, you cannot kill me. Even if my crime is great, it must be judged by the master. If you punish me privately, that is betraying your master and ancestors. You will have to be buried with me." Ma Yuan frantically begged, pretending to care about Lin Chen's well-being in order to save his own life. But while speaking these humble words, his hands were not idle. He was secretly tightening a magical treasure in his grip. A mere cripple without even basic teleportation. Even if his strength is overwhelming, what can he do? As long as I seize a glimmer of opportunity, I can counterattack and succeed. However, little did he dream that although Lin Chen was born with a physical deficiency within the domain of the sword, every subtle movement was fully revealed before Lin Chen's eyes. "You want me dead? Then die yourself." With a loud shout, Ma Yuan unleashed all his spiritual treasures and divine abilities, desperate for a final struggle. But in the next moment, Lin Chen's mind turned swiftly and countless sword lights condensed within the sword domain. Without giving the opponent any chance to strike, he directly cut him into pieces. How can this be? Are you a cripple faking your lameness all along? How can you be so fast? Ma Yuan could not accept his defeat, completely panicked, and now only thought of fleeing desperately. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for Lin Chen. His ambush also failed. The only option left was to escape. "You still want to flee? Don't delude yourself. Lin Chen snorted coldly, then swiftly pursued using the perception of the sword domain. Damn it, how is this cripple running faster than me? Frantically fleeing, Ma Yuan was both terrified and furious. Wasn't it just killing one or two mortals? Why such relentless pursuit? Fortunately, during his escape, he sensed the presence of his companion Long-Eared Immortal nearby, which filled him with ecstasy. As long as he could reunite with Long-Eared Immortal, he could not only save his own life, but also have a chance to strike back fiercely. The next moment, Long-Eared Immortal appeared in his sight, making Ma Yuan ecstatic as he shouted loudly, "Senior brother, save me." Before the words faded, Lin Chen, who had caught up, swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Myriad sword chi instantly engulfed Ma Yuan's body. Ma Yuan's voice turned into a miserable wail. His origin was instantly severed into several pieces, and his cultivation was completely destroyed. Lin Chen, you are truly audacious, harming a fellow disciple right before my eyes. The scene before him was fully witnessed by Long-Eared Immortal. Seeing someone blocking his way, Lin Chen showed no intention of stopping. Today Ma Yuan must die, and no one can save him. The sword rose and fell, shattering the sky and severing the river of time. This sword was infused with Lin Chen's towering rage, and even if a saint stood in the way, he would strike without hesitation. Master, save me. With his entire being locked by the aura of death, Ma Yuan could no longer care about anything else and roared desperately. The only one who could grant him a chance to escape was Taiyi cult leader. With a thunderous crash, boundless saintly might surged forth, suppressing the myriad realms. Taiyi cult leader sensed Ma Yuan's life force fading and instantly descended upon the human realm. Time seemed to freeze, and all things in heaven and earth were bound. Even Lin Chen found himself unable to move a single inch. Watching the sudden arrival of Taiyi cult leader, Long-Eared Immortal hastily reported, "Master, this Lin Chen has gone too far. He slaughtered his fellow disciple Ma Yuan right before my eyes. I beseech you, Master, to uphold justice and discipline him according to the sect rules." What Ma Yuan had done to provoke Lin Chen's fury to the point of killing him, Long-Eared Immortal did not care to know. He only needed to know one thing: Lin Chen was ruthlessly hunting Ma Yuan. This was a perfect opportunity to take revenge on him. Taiyi cult leader looked at the scene of chase before him. He did not explode in anger, but his expression turned extremely grim. Disciples slaying each other. This was something no saint's lineage could tolerate. Lin Chen, whom he regarded highly, had committed such an outrageous act, confusing right and wrong, expulsion from the sect. Master Lin Chen, relying on his status as a personal disciple and higher rank, completely disregards brotherly bonds. He has destroyed my cultivation and wants me dead. I beg you, Master, to seek justice for me. Ma Yuan wept bitterly, accusing Lin Chen of all kinds of evil deeds. Tong Tian's face was as dark as water. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, time and space twisted. Lin Chen and the other two felt their surroundings warp, and in an instant they appeared within Golden Ao Island. At the same time, many Jiejiao sect disciples were alarmed and hurried toward the direction of Bio Palace. From afar they saw Ma Yuan's physical form ruined and his primordial spirit listless. They were all shocked. The disciples' gazes constantly shifted among the three figures, filled with astonishment and confusion. Tong Tian turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Why do you want to kill Ma Yuan? What does this mean?" "The junior brother wants to kill Ma Yuan." At this, the Jiejiao sect disciples instantly erupted. The junior brother had always kept to himself and had a harmonious relationship with the other Jiejiao sect brothers. How could he do such a thing? It must be a misunderstanding. The junior brother has a generous nature. It's absolutely impossible. If anyone would do such a thing, it's Ma Yuan. The other Jiejiao sect disciples began to speak well of Lin Chen. They simply could not believe that a junior brother who had cultivated diligently for 100 years without meddling in worldly affairs would do something so shocking. Lin Chen had not been in the Jiejiao sect long, but his character had earned the recognition of most disciples. Despite being born with a physical deficiency, his will was exceptionally firm. He remained indifferent to others' judgments. They had only seen Long-Eared Immortal and Ma Yuan try to bully the junior brother, but fail. But at that time Lin Chen was stopped by others and never took such trivial matters to heart. How could someone with such a calm temperament commit such a rebellious act? There must be some misunderstanding unknown to outsiders. This was the thought of all Jiejiao sect disciples, all believing there must be a reason. Just as all the Jiejiao sect disciples were defending Lin Chen spoke bluntly, "Because Ma Yuan deserves to die." "Ma Yuan, what sins did you commit in the human realm?" "Master, as a saint you can easily deduce it. How much innocent blood has Ma Yuan stained his hands with to cultivate his secret arts? Not only the human race, but also other weak races have suffered at his hands. Such a demonic heretic only brings disgrace to the Jiejiao sect. Shouldn't his deeds be punished by death?" Although Ma Yuan had been very cautious in his actions with Taiyi cult leader's saintly abilities, it was easy to deduce them. Not only Ma Yuan, but even his close friend Long-Eared Immortal was a bird of the same feather. This was why the Jiejiao sect ultimately fell, though it was orchestrated by the Heavenly Dao and Honghuang. But the existence of scum like Long-Eared Immortal and Ma Yuan greatly affected the draining of the Jie sect's fortune. Chief among them Honghuang Immortal was too good at flattering superiors. Even Tongtian cult leader Asane of the Heavenly Dao was easily deceived by him, let alone the other Jie sect disciples. At first Lin Chen thought of giving Ma Yuan a chance to reform. But Ma Yuan showed no gratitude and continued his ways, even becoming more violent and tyrannical. After speaking, Lin Chen fell silent. The cause and effect of this matter had been made clear. Now that the master had personally intervened, it was up to him to decide how to deal with such a treacherous villain. You are simply talking nonsense. You are slandering me, insulting my character. Ma Yuan immediately defended himself. He used rage to cover up his despicable nature. At this moment he had to grit his teeth and deny everything at all costs. Otherwise, given Tongtian cult leader's temperament, he would never tolerate a disciple committing such heinous acts. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent, a stark contrast to Ma Yuan's frantic anger. This scene only made Tongtian cult leader's expression darker. He immediately interrupted the agitated Ma Yuan. How dare you speak lies before your master? Just a cold glare made Ma Yuan's immortal power stagnate, and his body tremble like a sieve. The words he wanted to force out in explanation stuck in his throat. Tongtian no longer questioned Ma Yuan, but directly displayed his saintly divine power before all the disciples present. The brilliant river of time flowed. The saint, overshadowing the heavens, saw through the past and knew the future. A splash of water from the river of time contained the record of Ma Yuan's past deeds. In the images, Ma Yuan not only harmed innocent beings, but also had a penchant for eating human hearts. He did not even spare babes learning to speak. The scenes reflected in the river of time enraged the Jie sect disciples to the extreme. This wretch, as a Jie sect disciple committing such heinous acts against heaven's principles, he deserves death. Ma Yuan, with clear evidence, what do you have to say? If not for the junior brother discovering your evil deeds among the humans, how long would you have hidden them? Such a villain deserves to die. Golden Spirit, Holy Mother Nodang, Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming Sanxiao, and other Jie sect disciples angrily denounced Ma Yuan. They wished they could personally kill this scum of the Jie sect. The words and deeds of a saint's lineage disciple might not represent the saint himself, but they did reflect the overall image of the Jie sect. The entire Jie sect would be shamed by Ma Yuan's actions. Even 1,000 cuts would not be enough. Honghuang Immortal, who had been hiding among the crowd, saw this, and his face turned as pale as paper. He instinctively shrank his neck, hiding behind the Jie sect disciples, trying to make himself invisible. As Ma Yuan's close friend, Honghuang Immortal was not much better. Every time Ma Yuan went on a killing spree harming countless beings, Honghuang Immortal was also involved. The saint's methods were truly mysterious and unfathomable. If Ma Yuan started talking recklessly, he might implicate him, causing the master to expand the scope of the search in the river of time. That would be a huge trouble. Honghuang Immortal was completely panicked and quickly said, Ma Yuan, why don't you admit your mistake and beg the master for another chance to reform? Honghuang Immortal thought that if Ma Yuan sincerely admitted his fault as a disciple of a saint's lineage, killing a few beings would only result in a scolding and a few hundred years of wall-facing meditation. He could still save his own life. Ma Yuan, you are hereby expelled from the Jie sect. Tongtian glanced at Ma Yuan and said solemnly. Tongtian cult leaders still considered the master-disciple relationship and did not want to go to extremes. Although Ma Yuan had acted tyrannically and cruelly, he was still a Jie sect disciple. Expelling him was enough. Now that his cultivation had been destroyed by Lin Chen, Ma Yuan had no chance to harm any more beings. Thrown out of Golden Ao Island in this state, he would most likely not survive long. After dealing with Ma Yuan, Tongtian turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you know your mistake? Regardless of Lin Chen's original intentions, the slaughter of fellow disciples was an established fact. What wrongdoing have I committed? Lin Chen responded with quiet indifference. Was it wrong to seek vengeance for the human race? If there was a fault, it lay in failing to directly eliminate Ma Yuan, thereby allowing him a sliver of chance to escape. Tongtian's expression darkened, his voice infinitely cold. Lin Chen has committed the unforgivable crime of slaughtering fellow disciples. I sentence him to confinement in the Eagle's Sorrow Ravine, facing the wall in penance for 1,000 years with no release. Tongtian's punishment caused every Jie sect disciple present to pale. Master Junior Brother Lin's actions were wholly justified. All the blame rests upon Ma Yuan. I beg you to show mercy beyond the letter of the law. Zhao Gongming, the three Xia sisters, Duobao Golden Spiritual Holy Mother, and other disciples all pleaded on behalf of Junior Brother Lin Chen. Slaughtering fellow disciples warrants the death penalty. Yet Ma Yuan's deeds were so despicable and cruel that if Duobao or Zhao Gongming had been in his position, they might well have acted likewise. Such a wretch who brings disgrace upon the Jie sect deserves nothing less than death. Everything Lin Chen did among humans was to uphold justice and purge the sect's ranks of such filth. Even if there was fault, the punishment is far too severe. Junior Brother, quickly kneel and apologize to Master. The three Xia sisters urged anxiously as they watched Lin Chen. At this moment Tong Tian was consumed with wrath. Before all these witnesses, if Lin Chen could offer a way out, perhaps the situation might still be salvaged. I have committed no wrong. Lin Chen remained as stubborn as ever. You? The three Xia sisters felt utterly drained. How could their junior brother be so inflexible? Ma Yuan has already received severe punishment, and junior brother has achieved his goal. What harm would it do to simply admit a mistake? His temperament is far too stubborn. Zhao Gongming and Duo Bao and the other disciples shared helpless expressions. They wished to assist their junior brother, but did not know how. Tong Tian regarded Lin Chen with a complex expression, then waved his hand, and the latter vanished. Though this disciple had committed no grave wrongdoing, Tong Tian had no choice but to act thus. The very next moment Lin Chen appeared within the Eagle Sorrow Ravine. Jiejiao Island was one of the premier, blessed realms of the primordial world. Yet the Eagle Sorrow Ravine was a unique existence upon Jiejiao Island, a place where spiritual energy was thin and resources scarce. Saint Tong Tian had woven various powerful restrictions throughout this area, cutting it off from the world. If any other disciple were imprisoned here, it would amount to nothing but a waste of time. But for Lin Chen, it was precisely the opposite. For other cultivators, this place was a living nightmare. Yet for Lin Chen, it was a treasure trove for cultivation. He only needed a place to keep drawing his sword continuously. This punishment meant little to Lin Chen. In a location where no one would disturb him, it may have suited his own cultivation better. He could make full use of this confinement opportunity, free from distractions, focusing entirely on drawing his sword. Piercing sword intent erupted, the profound mystery of the great Tao flickering in and out of sight. Sword Tao Comprehension 70. Sword Tao Comprehension 80. Reward innate spiritual treasure. With each rapid draw of his blade as he accumulated Sword Tao insights, the system would also provide feedback. The human race's tribulation drew ever closer, yet Lin Chen at present only possessed cultivation at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, a level with limited usefulness. He transformed his inner sense of urgency into powerful motivation. A single conviction dwelled within his mind. That was to draw his sword. He strove to attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible so that he might possess the power to protect the human race. Meanwhile, within Bio Palace, the three Xia sisters, Zhao Gongming, Golden Spiritual, Holy Mother Wudong, Holy Mother Duobao, and others gathered once more to plead for Lin Chen. Master Junior Brother Lin Chen is inherently virtuous, and throughout his cultivation in the Jie sect, he has always been a recluse who seeks no conflict. In this instance, please consider that he is a first-time offender, and I beg you to show leniency. Master Junior Brother is absolutely not such a vicious and bloodthirsty creature. I implore you to impose a lighter punishment. Junior Brother's innate aptitude surpassed the ordinary. Within the Eagle Sorrow Ravine, spiritual energy was scarce and spiritual roots lacking. Cultivation there was simply impossible. The accusation of slaughtering fellow disciples was far too grave. Ma Yuan's conduct had brought shame upon the Jie sect, earning universal condemnation. Seeing the Jie sect disciples around him unite in pleading for Lin Chen, Tong Tian felt a measure of quiet satisfaction within. The Jie sect disciples were so united. It revealed that the relationships between master and junior brethren within the sect were indeed very harmonious. Yet as a saint of the heavenly Tao, Tong Tian's actions were guided by his own reasons. The reason he punished such a remarkably gifted disciple as Lin Chen so severely was not because Lin Chen's deeds had grieved him, but for some other cause. Do you truly believe I punished Lin Chen merely as retribution? What else then? Zhao Gongming, the three Xia sisters, and others gazed at Tong Tian in perplexity, unable to grasp the meaning. Tong Tian gave a somber sigh. The human race will face a great calamity in the near future. Given your junior brother's nature, when that time arrives, he will inevitably become involved. Only after this tribulation concerning the fate of humanity has passed can your junior brother be released, thereby dodging the karmic consequences of this crisis. The human race's tribulation was decreed by Heavenly Tao itself. Even a saint like Tong Tian could only choose to avoid involvement. Lin Chen's origins and talents were of the highest caliber. Though born with congenital defects, there was still possibility of recovery. Given sufficient time to grow, Lin Chen's future accomplishments would surely be gratifying. But if he were forcibly drawn into this great tribulation, now even the status of a saint's disciples would offer no protection. He could very well perish prematurely. To preserve such a promising seedling, he had to be protected, the best method being confinement on Jiejiao Island. Upon hearing the Jie sect master say this, the disciples around him suddenly understood. So their master had never harbored any resentment or punitive intent toward junior brother. His harshness was merely painstaking care and affection. Lin Chen was unaware of the conversation between Saint Tong Tian and his disciples within Bio Palace. Even if he had known, he would not have concerned himself greatly. His most pressing concern at present was to keep drawing his sword, accumulating achievements in the Sword Tao, and striving to attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible. Sword Tao comprehension progress reaches 75. Obtained Heavenly Tao supernatural treasure, primordial Genesis mirror. This treasure can assist in deducing the secrets of heaven, ignoring all concealing methods, allowing direct revelation through deduction. Lin Chen looked upon the spiritual treasure in his hands, reluctant to part with it. This treasure held tremendous value for Lin Chen. During life and death decisive battles, it allowed him to anticipate his enemy's movements and seize the initiative every time. Compared to treasures of ferocious offensive power or phenomenal defense, this treasure's role proved most practical. At present, Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even possessing various innate supreme treasures, he could at most contend with ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivators. Now that he possessed such a treasure capable of deducing heavenly secrets, he could learn in advance who his enemies would be. He could then calmly plan and strategize. He could defeat formidable opponents at minimal cost. I wonder if using this treasure I can deduce precisely when the human race's tribulation will arrive. Now that he possessed the primordial genesis mirror, a capability comparable to that of a Saint, Lin Chen naturally wielded it with ease. Lin Chen acted immediately, using the origin source treasure mirror. Boom. As an endless stream of mana was injected, the origin source treasure mirror emitted an expanse of azure light, with Tao rhythm flowing, countless runes appearing faintly. The river of time and space revealed itself, traversing through ancient and modern eras, evolving into an increasingly clear vision of humanity's future. The calamity of the human race was less than a mere 1,000 years away. Lin Chen suddenly felt immense pressure. The time left for Lin Chen was pitifully short. A few hundred years were negligible in the primordial ages. The vast majority of beings in the primordial world would need thousands of years just to gain an initial understanding of a single law. Even though Lin Chen's foundation and talent were extraordinary, the time was still too short. 900 years to ascend from the current peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal to Taiyi Golden Immortal. No matter what, he had to go all out. In the following time, Lin Chen began drawing his sword even more frantically. Each time he completely exhausted the essence and energy within his body. Then he would circulate his cultivation technique to recover quickly and continue drawing the sword, cycling endlessly without pause. His current strength was still too low. Even with Nuwa's assistance, it would be difficult to protect all of humanity. Among the demon race, there were dozens of great demons at the quasi-saint level. The demons at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm were even more numerous. Among the human race, aside from the three ancestors of humanity who had reached the peak of Taiyi Extreme Immortal, the rest of humanity, due to their shallow cultivation time, found it difficult to make major breakthroughs. To deal with this sudden great calamity of humanity, the main combat strength was still Lin Chen. Ever since Ma Yuan was expelled from the Jie sect, Honghuang Immortal had also been well-behaved for a long time. During this period, he dared not go anywhere, staying obediently in his own cave dwelling. One day, his good friend Yu Daoren came to his cave to visit him and brought a piece of bad news. What? Ma Yuan is dead. Honghuang Immortal felt quite angry. The news of Ma Yuan's expulsion from the Jie sect instantly caused a stir. In normal times, he had recklessly offended many cultivators, rogue cultivators, and little demons near Golden Ao Island. Now, with his cultivation completely lost shortly after leaving Golden Ao Island, he fell victim to his enemy's hands. Senior brother, this grudge cannot be let go. That damned cripple is too hateful. Not only did he cripple Ma Yuan's cultivation, but he also caused him to be expelled from the sect. Yet he was only lightly punished by the master to face the wall and reflect for 1,000 years. Comparing the two, the master clearly favors him. Yu Daoren said with an angry and indignant expression. This Yu Daoren usually shared the same despicable interests as Honghuang Immortal and Ma Yuan. This time targeting Lin Chen was mainly for his own sake. After all, he had been involved in the previous matters quite a bit. If it were exposed, his own fate would certainly not be good. Junior brother is absolutely right. We absolutely cannot let him off easily. However, this matter requires careful planning and waiting for the right opportunity. To retaliate now would be too conspicuous. Honghuang Immortal's hatred for Lin Chen grew even stronger. Even if Yu Daoren had not come to him, he would have sought an opportunity to take revenge on this damned blind man. Not only to avenge his friend Ma Yuan, but more out of deep jealousy towards Lin Chen. The lame little junior brother who had always been trampled underfoot by him had suddenly leaped to become a direct disciple of the Jie sect. What qualifications did he have? The more Lin Chen was valued by Master Tongtian, the more Honghuang Immortal resented him. In his view, all of this should have belonged to him. It was this suddenly rising blind man who had snatched away all the glory. He not only wanted to retaliate, but also to directly take Lin Chen's life. Of course, Honghuang Immortal was also a person of deep scheming. He liked to plan thoroughly before acting and would never do it easily, without full confidence. After all, both Master Tongtian and the other disciples of the Jie sect were quite protective of Lin Chen. Once his ambition was exposed, the consequences would be no better than Ma Yuan's. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was regarded as the target of revenge by Honghuang Immortal, had abandoned all distracting thoughts and entered a state of selflessness. In his heart, there was only one thought: to keep getting stronger. Even if he could not attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal Dao within the stipulated time, he would still accumulate as much as possible. Sword Dao Comprehension 80. Sword Dao Comprehension 90. Reward Honghuang Spirit Crystal. A leisurely 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. While Lin Chen frantically drew his sword, he also accumulated many system rewards. Honghuang Spirit Crystals that could assist in comprehending the 3,000 Dao Principle Spirit Roots that enhanced cultivation and spiritual treasures excellent in both offense and defense. Everything was available. Although most of these spiritual treasures were not valued by Lin Chen once the Great Calamity descended, gifting them to humanity could also enhance their combat power. Sword Dao Comprehension Progress reached 80. Reward 2 Honghuang Purple Qi. Lin Chen's heart trembled with excitement. Honghuang Purple Qi, also known as the foundation of the Great Dao. This was a rare opportunity to become a saint. The 6 famous saints of the primordial world were able to cultivate smoothly and become mighty saints precisely because they received the Honghuang Purple Qi bestowed by Patriarch Honghuang. Without this wisp of Honghuang Purple Qi, countless beings with extraordinary talent and deep foundations remained stuck at the peak of quasi-saints, striving desperately without making any progress. Such rare items had long been divided up. Only one of the Honghuang Purple Qi remained kept in the hands of the good-natured Red Cloud. However, Red Cloud was too kind-hearted, a well-known, honest man in the primordial world. Because of this Honghuang Purple Qi, he was eventually ambushed and killed by the demon races Dongwang Taiyi and Jiejiao, perishing both body and Dao. Even a quasi-saint powerhouse died a violent death, showing how astonishing the effect of Honghuang Purple Qi was. Now Red Cloud was still alive and well, but in the near future, after the demon race refined the demon-slaying sword, Red Cloud's death would not be far off. Lin Chen now had 2 Honghuang Purple Qi at once. If this were known to those with ill intentions, even the lofty saints of the heavens would go mad for it. After all, this Honghuang Purple Qi was too important. Saints might not need it, but if any of their outstanding disciples were fortunate enough to receive it, they would immediately have a chance to become a saint. Alternatively, keeping the Honghuang Purple Qi in one's own hands could cut off the opportunity for other primordial beings to become saints, ensuring that one always remained at the top with no possibility of increasing competitors. Now, with these 2 Honghuang Purple Qi by his side and Lin Chen's talent and foundation being top-notch, attaining the Honghuang Saint position was practically without any bottleneck. However, Lin Chen quickly suppressed his excitement. This Honghuang Purple Qi was merely the foundation for becoming a saint. The step to sainthood was still too far away. The top priority now was to attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal Dao as soon as possible. Thus, Lin Chen put away the Honghuang Purple Qi and continued drawing his sword. Sword Dao Comprehension 100. Sword Dao Comprehension 110. Day after day, he repeated the act of drawing the sword, never resting. Now, with only 700 years left before the human calamity, he was still stuck at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal without any progress. Lin Chen's heart was somewhat anxious. Sword Drawing Technique. The sword swept across all directions, shattering the void. Each draw of the blade revealed overwhelming power that triggered the layered prohibitions laid down by the sage. The prohibitions personally set by the sage could not even be triggered by the peak of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Yet Lin Chen, merely at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, could easily accomplish this with a single draw of his sword. His sword technique had reached the pinnacle. His sword Dao Comprehension Progress reached 85, and he was rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Star Fruit. This spiritual root could nourish the primordial spirit and contain traces of Dao rhythm, exactly what Lin Chen urgently needed. He immediately sat down to begin refining it. Boom! The vast Dao rhythm symbols transformed into pure insights that Lin Chen gradually absorbed. His aura began to surge rapidly. Countless golden lotuses emerged and reflections of mountains and rivers manifested. The next moment, the aura of the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal realm burst through the clouds. No, it's still a little short. Lin Chen felt that he was only a small step away from touching the bottleneck of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. To break through as soon as possible, Lin Chen exhaled a turbid breath, restored his spirit, and continued drawing his sword. This time, he became more frantic, continuously increasing the number of draws. Meanwhile, Tantian Jiaozhu began preaching the Dao outside Bio Palace. As the words of the sage poured forth, boundless Dao rhythm appeared, heavenly flowers rained down, and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. The 3,000 great Dao rules evolved into chains of order that descended one after another, while 5-colored radiant light filled the sky, gathering above Jiejiao Island. This preaching lasted nearly 400 years. Hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Jiejiao personally attended Bio Palace to listen to the profound Dao aphorisms, reaping great benefits. After the preaching concluded, Tantian Jiaozhu returned to Bio Palace, his gaze piercing through layers of void. His gaze fell upon Yingqiu Jian, but he found no movement from his prized disciple Lin Chen. He saw only that Lin Chen was still relentlessly practicing his sword draws, which made Tantian nod with satisfaction. I hope Lin Chen can understand my good intentions. Tantian Jiaozhu valued this exceptionally talented disciple greatly. He would rather be misunderstood by him than fail to ensure Lin Chen's absolute safety. Once this matter passed with Lin Chen's comprehension and foundation, his path of cultivation would be smooth and his future immeasurable. Otherwise, the calamity of the human race would become Lin Chen's life-threatening tribulation. Even the renowned Heavenly Dao sage could not reverse the outcome. All he could do was keep his disciple away from this catastrophe. At the same time, Nuwa suddenly descended before Bo Palace, which filled Tongtian Jiaozhu with confusion. "Senior brother, how have you been lately?" Nuwa asked with a smile, looking at Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian, his brows slightly furrowed, nodded gently, and replied calmly, "Nuwa, what brings you to my Jiejiao island all of a sudden?" Tongtian Jiaozhu had always lived in seclusion. Although he and Nuwa were both among the 6 sages, they rarely interacted under normal circumstances, let alone visiting each other. So it was safe to say that Nuwa's uninvited visit this time must mean there was an important matter to discuss. "Senior brother Tongtian, I heard that you have imprisoned your disciple Lin Chen." Seeing Tongtian's cold demeanor, Nuwa went straight to the point and stated her purpose. "Although Lin Chen is a disciple of the Jiejiao, he is also a member of the human race, and I am the matriarch of humanity. Today I have come uninvited to plead for Lin Chen on his behalf. Senior brother, for the sake of the greater cause, please release him." As a fellow Heavenly Dao sage, Nuwa's statement was already a show of considerable respect to Tongtian. "Junior sister Nuwa, it's not that I am unreasonable, but Lin Chen, as a disciple of my Jiejiao, has committed a great crime. I have no choice but to deal with him like this. Making him face the wall for 1,000 years is an extra form of leniency for him." Tongtian Jiaozhu's main purpose in imprisoning Lin Chen was to keep him from being involved in the imminent human calamity that could occur at any time. For the safety of his youngest disciple, even if Sage Nuwa personally came to plead, Tongtian was unwilling to show favor. He had finally found a successor who could inherit his sword legacy, and he absolutely could not afford to lose him. As for Lin Chen's inherent identity as a human, it was not worth mentioning. Was he supposed to die together with the human race just because of that identity? Sage Nuwa's face turned cold. She had not expected Tongtian's attitude to be so indifferent, leaving no room for negotiation. However, since she had come in person today as a dignified sage, she could not give up so easily. So Sage Nuwa continued. "Tongtian, I believe that in the calamity of the human race, Lin Chen must step into this tribulation. After all, he is the only hope for humanity." The last time she met Lin Chen in Honghuang Palace, every word and action of his had deeply moved Sage Nuwa, which was why she steadfastly supported him. But she had not expected Tongtian Jiaozhu to forcefully intervene, putting the matter at risk of failure. Sage Nuwa, say no more. I absolutely cannot allow Lin Chen to face any danger by falling into the human calamity. Tongtian Jiaozhu's attitude was resolute. "Junior sister Nuwa, no matter what price you offer today, I will not yield an inch." The human calamity was already predestined. Nuwa, as a dignified Heavenly Dao sage, might only suffer some restrictions from the Heavenly Dao if she insisted on going against destiny, but the karma Lin Chen would bear was vastly different. If he became too deeply involved, he would likely face the annihilation of both soul and spirit. Therefore, no matter what Sage Nuwa said, Tongtian absolutely would not agree. "Tongtian, what if I insist on taking Lin Chen away?" Nuwa's expression turned cold as she asked. If Sage Nuwa insists on taking my disciple into danger, then let her try the sharpness of my sword." Tongtian Jiaozhu's face instantly darkened, and his vast sage might surged, causing the void to roar incessantly. Tongtian had always been straightforward and never yielded to threats. Nuwa frowned deeply for a moment, but faced with such a domineering Tongtian Jiaozhu, she could only give up. "Fine, I want to see Lin Chen. That should be acceptable, right?" Seeing that the other party was unwilling to budge, Nuwa chose to lower her demands. This time, Tongtian Jiaozhu did not harshly obstruct her, but nodded in agreement. "Ingqiu Jian." Nuwa suddenly descended upon this place. She saw Lin Chen still drawing his sword, which stirred complex emotions in Sage Nuwa's heart. This young man's temperament was truly extraordinary. If it were an ordinary cultivator imprisoned in a place so lacking in spiritual energy, how could he remain calm? Yet Lin Chen at this moment was single-minded and persevered. "Lin Chen." Nuwa suppressed the myriad complex emotions in her heart and called out. "Lin Chen pays respects to Empress Nuwa." Hearing Nuwa's voice, Lin Chen put down his long sword and bowed deeply. "The calamity of the human race is about to arrive, but your master does not allow you to leave. If you wish to go now, I will spare no effort to take you away." Sage Nuwa had come this time to confirm face-to-face whether Lin Chen still stood unwaveringly with the human race as before. If Lin Chen's original aspiration remained unchanged, even if it meant offending Tongtian, Nuwa would try her utmost to make it happen. "I appreciate the kindness of Goddess Nuwa," Lin Chen said with a respectful bow, then continued, "but I wish to rely on my own strength to walk out of this place with dignity." Nuwa looked at Lin Chen with confusion and astonishment. This was a forbidden formation personally laid down by the sage Tongtian. Not to mention Lin Chen, who was currently at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, even a Daluo Golden Immortal at the peak would find it utterly impossible. Seeing Lin Chen's solemn expression, Nuwa was filled with doubt, but she did not press further. Lin Chen had always been enigmatic in his actions. If he said he needed no help, then he truly did not. Thus Nuo found it difficult to forcibly take him away. My master was thinking of my well-being, not wanting me to become too deeply involved in human affairs, and thus invite a catastrophic tribulation. But I cannot stand idly by when it comes to the matters of the human race. Lin Chen let out a soft sigh, quickly suppressing the myriad of chaotic thoughts, and immersed himself once more in the act of drawing the sword. Both Master Tongtian and Sage Nuo had their own interests to consider, and he could only make his choices from his own perspective. No one was truly wrong, they merely stood on different ground. Sword Dao Enlightenment 80 Sword Dao Enlightenment 100 Sword Dao Enlightenment Progress reached 90 Reward Supreme Primordial Spirit Root Honghuang Li. The system's mechanical prompt sounded once more. Lin Chen was immensely excited by this reward. With the aid of the Honghuang Li, he could hope to attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm in a short time. The Honghuang Li ranked among the top 10 primordial spirit roots, holding infinite Dao essence. For those beneath the sage realm, consuming it could elevate one's cultivation by an entire major realm. Even a sage could not produce such a spirit root. The system's reward was truly a timely blessing. However, Lin Chen did not rush to refine it. He needed to make ample preparations before breaking through. He aimed to achieve a breakthrough to the Taiyi Golden Immortal in one go and condense the Taiyi Dao fruit. In the following days, Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and began drawing the sword methodically. Meanwhile, within the Bo Palace, the disciples of the Jie sect, including Duo Bao and the Sanxiao, were deeply worried about their junior brother Lin Chen. 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder how our junior brother is faring in the Yingshu Jian. But our junior brother has always been diligent. He is surely still practicing the sword drawing. However, the spiritual energy within the Yingshu Jian is scarce. No matter how hard he works, it may be futile. No matter what happens to our junior brother, it doesn't matter. At worst, he can start over. I only hope that this experience can help him avoid the human tribulation. Recalling their master's earlier heartfelt words, the Sanxiao sisters were also filled with anxiety. Within the Yingshu Jian, the hum of the sword continued to reverberate. Divine patterns of the Dao kept emerging. Sword Dao Enlightenment 100 Reward Dao of Formation Attainment. Dao Realization. The profound principles of the formation Dao continuously poured into Lin Chen's spiritual platform, elevating his formation mastery from the previous Dao entry to the Dao Realization level. Though it seemed a minor improvement under normal circumstances, such enlightenment would require at least hundreds of thousands of years. Tongtian, a grandmaster of the formation Dao, had taken nearly 100,000 years to reach Lin Chen's current level, even with his innate divine foundation. The comprehension of the 3,000 great Daos grew exponentially more difficult as one progressed. Lin Chen, who had never studied the formation Dao, nor consumed any spirit fruit containing its principles, had reached this level of attainment. If others were to learn of this, they would be utterly astounded. Lin Chen's heart was thrilled, even though the formation Dao was not as primary as his main cultivation path, the Sword Dao. Yet as a supplementary tool, it could often yield unexpected and surprising results. In the primordial world, there were no eras. Several hundred years passed in a flash. Above the 33rd layer of the Chaos Heavens, the Yao clan Heavenly Court, Donghuang Taiyi was cultivating as usual. A excited demon saint strode in and began reporting with fervor. Your Majesty, I bring good news. Donghuang Taiyi frowned slightly, asking with some impatience, what news? Your Majesty, I have discovered the secret to defeating the Wu clan. Through continuous exploration and experimentation, I found that the essence and souls of the human race can break through the terrifying physical defenses of the Wu clan. This demon saint had stumbled upon this secret by accident. While refining a treasure made from human essence and souls, he discovered its unexpected effectiveness in piercing the Wu clan's formidable bodies. The impact of this good news was immense. The Wu clan had always been renowned for their powerful physiques. During the First Great War between the Yao and Wu, Donghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao believed that with their overwhelming numbers they could easily crush the Wu clan and stabilize the primordial world. However, at the war's onset, the Yao clan was thoroughly stunned. Though the Wu clan were few in number, their physical defenses were so formidable that ordinary treasures could not breach them. In the end, the Yao clan was forced onto the defensive, and the Wu clan turned the tables. The 12 ancestral Wu in particular relied on their raw physical power to withstand even supreme-grade primordial treasures. Even when Donghuang Taiyi urgently activated the Honghuang Great Formation at a critical moment, it could not stop the ancestral Wu's assault. That battle left the Yao clan severely weakened. The Heavenly Court was nearly torn apart by the 12 ancestral Wu. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the ancestral Dao ancestor Honghuang, who stepped onto the Golden Bridge to stop the conflict, the Yao clan would have been completely annihilated. Since the end of the First Great War, the Yao clan had been pondering ways to counter the Wu clan's physical defenses, but all efforts had been in vain. Now, upon hearing this good news, Donghuang Taiyi was also greatly excited. Are you telling the truth? Your Majesty, I dare not deceive you in such a grave matter. The The demon saint nodded vigorously. Such a matter was crucial to the Yao clan's hegemony and his own survival, so he would not dare to spread misinformation. Donghuang Taiyi immediately decided to convene the Yao clan's main combat forces, several powerful demon gods, the demon master Kunping and Fuxi, all to assemble at the Lingxiao Palace. Fellow clansmen, I have found a way for our Yao clan to defeat the Wu clan in one fell swoop. The secret lies in refining treasures from the essence and souls of the human race, which can break through the Wu clan's formidable physiques. I intend to use the blood and souls of billions of humans to forge the supreme treasure, the Tu Wu sword. Donghuang Taiyi succinctly explained the situation and his proposed solution. Upon hearing this, the entire Yao clan erupted in excitement. The Wu clan's physiques had been an insurmountable obstacle, causing endless headaches. Now that a way to counter them had been found, once the Tu Wu sword was successfully forged, the Yao clan would no longer be restrained by the Wu clan, and a counterattack would be imminent. Only Fuxi frowned, deeply hesitating. Your Majesty, this matter requires careful deliberation. To forge the Tu Wu sword by slaughtering an innocent race goes against the Heavenly Dao. This must not be done. Using the blood and souls of billions of humans to forge the Tu Wu sword would generate immense karmic sin and malevolent energy, slowly draining the Yao clan's fortune. Recall the ancient war between the Dragon Qilin and Phoenix clans for dominance over the primordial world. The excessive slaughter, scattered corpses, and surging evil energy created an irreversible karmic burden that ultimately forced them to withdraw from the stage of primordial world contention. In the primordial world, strength has always been the sole ruler. The human race born weak is destined to be prey. It is an unparalleled honor for humanity to contribute to the grand ambition of the demon race to unify the primordial world. Donghuang Taiyi's expression turned cold as he rebuked Fuxi below. In the face of the demon race's ambition to unify the primordial world, nothing was too sacred to sacrifice. Especially the insignificant and utterly humble human race. Even Jiejiao, standing nearby, found it hard to bear. Fuxi, if you wish to avoid this karmic entanglement, then step aside. It is merely the weak human race. There is no need to mobilize the full might of the demon race. This was about the future of the demon race, yet Fuxi, with his misplaced compassion, was willing to destroy the easily attainable demonic hegemony for the sake of a few humans. Donghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao were deeply disappointed in Fuxi's behavior. Do not forget that the human race was created by the sage Nuwa. Should we not inform sage Nuwa of such a momentous matter? Sage Nuwa, known as the mother of humanity, would never stand idly by while the humans she created were slaughtered by the demon race. Even if the demon race could cover the sky with one hand, they lacked the power to challenge the authority of a sage. The actions of Donghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao clearly carried the suspicion of challenging sage Nuwa. But Jiejiao was now beyond caring. To utterly defeat the Wu race, he was willing to gamble everything. Regardless of whether sage Nuwa agrees or not, this must be done. My words are as gold and jade, unchangeable. Say no more. Donghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao had made up their minds. No one could alter the Heavenly Emperor's decision. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Donghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao, Fuxi realized his own weakness. He could only let out a sigh. Meanwhile, beyond the 33rd heaven in the palace of Hua, sage Nuwa was deducing the celestial mechanism and had already foreseen the impending calamity. She was pondering how to save humanity from the crisis. Just then the supreme sage arrived, uninvited. Sister Nuwa, this calamity is sanctioned by the Heavenly Dao. We sages should not interfere. The supreme sage stated his purpose directly. Sage Nuwa's expression instantly turned cold. The human race is the foundation of the human path. The human path can enjoy the fortune of humanity alone. You, as the founder of the human path, have done nothing for them, yet you come to stop me. At this moment, sage Nuwa was deeply dissatisfied with the sanctimonious supreme sage. At the same time, she began to agree with Lin Chen's assessment of the human path, that it was merely stealing the fortune of humanity. It directly enjoyed the vast fortune brought by humanity while ignoring their plight from beginning to end. Such greedy and shameless behavior was utterly detestable. The supreme sage did not argue but silently manifested the Taiyi diagram, making his stance clear. He would block her here today. The Taiyi diagram then transformed into spinning yin-yang fish, completely enveloping the entire palace of Hua. There is no need for you to worry, Sister Nuwa. I have already accepted the human Xian Du as my chief disciple. I have also passed down the golden elixir great path, allowing humanity to cultivate. The karma has been fully repaid. The karma of the Heavenly Dao was tied to the sage's path of cultivation. The supreme sage had long devised a perfect plan. If Nuwa tried to use this against him, he was not afraid. The Heavenly Dao sages were ordained by the Heavenly Dao and should uphold its will. Sage Nuwa's open defiance was seen as a grave act of rebellion against the Heavenly Dao. This time the supreme sage had descended upon the palace of Hua to prevent Nuwa from intervening in the affairs of the human race below. Hearing this, Nuwa could not help but sneer. She felt even more contempt for the hypocritical supreme sage. Nothing but a shameless thief. The Supreme Sage was truly shameless, always choosing to speak only the pleasant-sounding words. By accepting Xiandu as his disciple and teaching the Golden Elixir Great Path, the Supreme Sage had repaid the karma incurred during his attainment of sagehood. Yet after establishing the human path, he had continued to enjoy the nourishment of humanity's fortune without ever mentioning this debt. His skin was simply too thick. Without the fortune of humanity, even if you had attained the position of a primordial sage, your power would not have reached today's level. You have enjoyed so many benefits from humanity, yet when they are in danger you find every excuse to shirk and refuse to act. You are truly unworthy of being a sage. Sage Nuwa had thoroughly seen through the Supreme Sage's character and naturally would not give him a good face. The Supreme Sage, however, remained calm. No matter how agitated or sarcastic Nuwa became, he would not let her leave. Moreover, this time, he finally found an opportunity to retaliate against Sage Nuwa. He had not forgotten the previous karma. Sage Nuwa, you are unworthy of being a disciple of the Xin sect. You once solemnly swore to punish Lin Chen and seek justice for my disciple Xiandu. Yet in the end you not only failed to punish Lin Chen, but instead showed him favor and indulgence. Now you have the audacity to mock me. Do you not feel any shame? Thinking back, the Supreme Sage had personally asked Nuwa to act for Xiandu's justice. Nuwa had promised on the surface but then reneged. The Supreme Sage would never forget this karma and had been waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. What was even more intolerable was that Nuwa had not only openly favored Lin Chen, but also bestowed protective spiritual treasures upon him. This was like rubbing salt into the wound of the human path, as if the human path, which had always advocated non-action, was easy to bully. Nuwa's face turned extremely ugly as she asked coldly, "Are you truly going to stand by and watch humanity descend into a living hell without any reaction?" From the very beginning, Sage Nuwa had never expected the Supreme Sage to protect humanity. If he could have done so, he would have done so long ago. She only wished that the Supreme Sage would not interfere and stop her from acting. The demon race's plan to forge the Sword of Slaughter would inevitably cause rivers of blood and countless deaths among humanity, which was truly against the Heavenly Tao. The Supreme Sage, however, displayed the Sage's cold indifference to the fullest. Humanity was meant to undergo this calamity. Though the casualties will be severe, it will not lead to their complete extinction in the primordial world. For the Supreme Sage, as long as the human race continued to survive in the primordial world, the foundation of the human path would never be broken. Moreover, the Supreme Sage had long planned. When the calamity of humanity ended, he would descend to the lower realm, manifest as a savior, heal the wounded, and rescue the dying, and once again harvest humanity's goodwill. In this way, all of humanity would be grateful to him, and he could reverse the embarrassing situation of the continuous loss of humanity's fortune. Sages stood high above, awe-inspiring across the heavens, yet they too had their obsessions. Despite the Supreme Sage's usual appearance of having no desires, he too had his obsession to use every means to continuously improve his cultivation and strengthen the human path. The so-called adherence to the Heavenly Tao was merely a convenient excuse he had fabricated for himself. Although Taiyi Saint had seized the initiative to establish the human religion among humanity, this race was ultimately created by Saint Nuwa. Therefore, the majority of its fortune would still fall into her hands. To seize the remaining fortune of humanity from Saint Nuwa, unconventional methods were necessary. The impending calamity befalling the human race presented Taiyi Saint with the perfect opportunity. Saint Nuwa was unaware of Taiyi Saint's hidden schemes. She merely perceived his unreasonable behavior and realized that continuing this futile exchange would only play into his hands. Therefore, she sought to forcibly break through the current blockade. The immense pressure of her sanctity swept across the 9 heavens, causing the void to resonate continuously, while the magical treasures surrounding her body stirred and circled. Nuwa's expression turned icy cold. "You think you can stop me?" Since there was no room for negotiation between them, there was only one path left: to settle this with a decisive battle. "Junior sister Nuwa, we both belong to the Xianmen disciples. Let us not provoke conflict. Listen to my counsel. The affairs of humanity are predetermined by heaven. It would be wiser for us saints to avoid involvement in such matters. Provoking the displeasure of the Tao ancestor over trivial affairs would inevitably result in punishment for all of us." Taiyi Saint spoke with a genial smile, revealing no hint of hostility. His sole objective was to detain Saint Nuwa at this critical moment, preventing her from rescuing the human race. There was truly no need for a life-and-death struggle. Yet Taiyi Saint's shameless tactics deeply enraged Saint Nuwa. Faced with the present circumstances, however, she had no viable alternative. It was clear that Taiyi Saint would not strike first. If she allowed impulse to drive her into a grueling confrontation, he might invoke Tao ancestor Honghuang to overwhelm her with his authority. At that juncture, which side Tao ancestor Honghuang would favor remained uncertain. Ultimately, however, Honghuang served as the embodiment of the heavenly way itself. He would likely pay little heed to humanity, a comparatively frail race. I wonder if Lin Chen can still escape from Jiejiao Island now. Trapped within Honghuang Palace, Saint Nuwa could only pin her hopes temporarily on Lin Chen. Yet the thought of Tongtian's obstinate stance brought a flicker of helplessness to her heart. The great calamity destined for humanity seemed unavoidable. Unaware of the turmoil unfolding within Honghuang Palace, Lin Chen continued his disciplined sword cultivation undisturbed. On Jiejiao Island at Yingqiu Ravine, the sword qi surged like a dragon, its resonant cry shaking heaven and earth with echoes of the great Tao's profound essence. For days on end, Lin Chen had ceased not a moment, exhausting himself completely. He then circulated his cultivation method to gradually restore himself before resuming his sword practice. The human race's catastrophe loomed imminent, leaving Lin Chen pitifully little time to grow stronger. Not a moment could be wasted. Sword Dao achievement reached 100. Congratulations, host. Your Sword Dao accumulation has reached the level of Dao attainment. System reward package granted. Received Supreme Quality Innate Spiritual Root Heavenly Phoenix Blood Spirit Fruit. Received Honghuang Essence Soul. Received Innate Treasure God-Slaying Spear. The rewards continuously manifested in his mind, leaving Lin Chen momentarily dazzled. The system rewards this time proved exceptionally generous. Though the Supreme Quality Innate Spiritual Root, the Heavenly Phoenix Blood Spirit Fruit, could not compare with the Huangzhong Li in quality, it remained an extraordinarily rare spiritual root. It contained boundless Taoist resonance while simultaneously catalyzing bodily transformation, an invaluable treasure indeed. Even those of ordinary lineage could break through multiple minor realms simply by consuming and refining it. The Honghuang Essence Soul was a peerless spiritual fruit that even the saints of all heavens would covet. It contained the purest laws of the 3,000 great Taos. Whichever laws one sought to comprehend, its assistance yielded twice the results with half the effort. As for the God-Slaying Spear, an innate supreme treasure, it stood, without question, as the foremost weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. Its killing aura could even severely wound a saint's primordial spirit. Although Lin Chen already possessed an innate supreme treasure and was a sword cultivator, the God-Slaying Spear, as a supportive artifact, greatly enhanced his overall combat prowess. The power released upon elevating his Sword Dao comprehension to the Dao attainment level was incomparable to anything he had previously experienced. Moreover, his foundation at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal realm was now exceedingly solid. What remained was the critical moment of comprehending the Taiyi Golden Immortal Dao. Since the human race's tribulation had not yet begun, breaking through now would likely still leave him time to arrive in time. Lin Chen immediately ceased his cultivation and hurriedly set up a 5 elements formation near Yingqiu Ravine to conceal the heavenly secrets of this place. Since this location already possessed the intricate formations arranged by Tongtian Jiejiao, adding Lin Chen's casually placed arrays meant that even if earth-shattering events occurred nearby, outsiders would remain unaware. With everything prepared, Lin Chen began extracting and refining the Heavenly Phoenix Blood Spirit Fruit. His physical body gradually underwent transformation, directly reaching the level of the ancestral Wuzu. He then activated the Great Tao Burning Heaven technique to refine the Huangzhong Li. As the premier of the innate 10 great spiritual roots, even a single fruit could propel ordinary beings through several major realms. Yet Lin Chen sought not merely to comprehend the ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal Tao, but to shatter through to the 12-grade Taiyi Golden Immortal realm and achieve the utmost supreme state. Even refining all the Huangzhong Li in his possession might not suffice. As the fruit gradually dissolved within him, terrifyingly boundless Tao essence surged through his body like a vast ocean. Transformed into countless strands of exceedingly pure spiritual energy, it propelled Lin Chen to comprehend the Taiyi Golden Immortal Tao and condense his Tao fruit. Instantly, infinite Tao resonance swirled around him as the 3,000 laws of creation manifested in shimmering fragments, giving birth to extraordinary visions of mountains and rivers. In that instant, the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blossomed above Lin Chen's crown, each radiating brilliant golden luminescence. At this critical stage of breakthrough, his mana exceeded that of an ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal by 100-fold. Like an unfathomable abyss, he voraciously devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. Within 1,000,000 li, all spiritual energy was consumed, forming a swirling vortex as streams of qi poured down from above his crown. Once the Huangzhong Li was fully refined, billowing sounds of the Tao erupted from within Lin Chen's body, resounding through heaven and earth and shaking the very void. The crushing pressure swept outward in all directions, causing the surrounding formations to tremble, as though on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen had finally touched the barrier of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, and the torrential immortal energy accumulating within him had reached its breaking point. Above Lin Chen's head, the 3 flowers began to slowly bloom, scattering countless particles of golden powder like stars raining brilliance. The Taiyi Dao fruit started to gradually condense into form. The terrifying Tao resonance contained within the Huangzhong Li directly manifested its power, causing his flowers to bloom to the 9th grade. Above the firmament, a magnificent golden lotus unfurled. Emitting faint traces of Daoyuo aura, the nine-petaled flower shook the hearts of countless beings throughout the world. A ninth-grade Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Another prodigy has emerged in the primordial world. When a Daoyuo Golden Immortal condenses 3 flowers atop their head and achieves 9-grade blooming, it stirs the imagery of heaven and earth. Throughout the primordial world, only a handful of individuals have ever accomplished this. Beyond the 33 layers of chaos within the Jiejiao Palace, the anomalies of the primordial world converged. As Honghuang's eyes opened and closed, a strand of luminous radiance escaped. He immediately began divining the secrets of heaven, yet the result emerged as pure chaos. The heavenly secrets obscured by the great Tao itself. This caused Tao ancestor Honghuang's brows to knit even tighter. Who could have done this? A 9-petal bloom meant that the future immortal path would surely be extraordinary. Such a person could not even deduce a trace of themselves. It was truly strange. Lin Chen was unaware of such celestial phenomena. After consuming the surging essence of the yellow middle plum, he immediately took out the prepared Honghuang essence and continued refining it. A 9-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Lin Chen was not satisfied with this. He wanted to break the limit of Daoyuo Golden Immortal and attain the 12-petal level, becoming the most powerful Daoyuo Golden Immortal in the world. The enormous golden lotus in the void gradually transformed from 9 petals to 11 petals. All beings were astonished. What is happening? It suddenly turned into an 11-petal bloom. Tong Tian stared at the dazzling golden lotus in the void, his face full of shock. A 9-petal bloom could already compare with Tao ancestor Honghuang. As for an 11-petal bloom, it seemed no one in the 3 realms of the primordial world had ever achieved it. Tong Tian felt a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Could someone really reach the unprecedented 12-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal? In Nuwa Palace, Nuwa and the Taiching sage were in a subtle confrontation. Now they too were drawn by the immense disturbance. Who is breaking through? For the first time, a ripple appeared in the calm eyes of the Taiching sage. It was mainly because he was witnessing an 11-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal with his own eyes for the first time. The sage Nuwa was equally shocked. She did not know who it was, but their foundation and talent could rival Tao ancestor Honghuang. Their future prospects were surely boundless. Western sect. Mount Sumeru. The aura of the East is like a vast ocean. When will the West produce such a being? The 2 sages of the West looked toward the East, their faces filled with envy. If such a prodigy could be converted to the Western world, that would be. The 2 sages' minds raced, but they knew it was just talk. Such a prodigy must be a disciple from a sage's lineage. Even if not, the Western sect was in a barren land, and their speed of action could not match the other sages. An 11-petal bloom. No one in the entire primordial world had ever reached this realm. Inside Eagle Sorrow Ravine, after the Daoyuo bloom reached 11 petals, just as Lin Chen was about to make a final push to 12 petals, he felt a lack of energy. Just a little more. Lin Chen's face was full of unwillingness. An 11-petal bloom, though it broke the limit of Daoyuo Golden Immortal, was still insufficient for the present. With Lin Chen's current foundation and various powerful trump cards and divine abilities, he was only one step away from becoming the supreme Daoyuo Golden Immortal. He could not give up easily. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen ignored everything else and quickly took out a strand of Honghuang purple qi, beginning to refine it to impact the 12-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Honghuang purple qi was the foundation of attaining the Tao. Even sages regarded it as the most precious treasure. It could only be used when attaining the Honghuang saint position. But Lin Chen could not care about that now. Not to mention, he had 2 strands of Honghuang purple qi. Even if he had only one, he had to refine it quickly at this moment. Attaining the 12-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing it would be a lifelong regret. As for waiting to attain the Honghuang saint position, Lin Chen did not even think about it now, as that goal was too distant and illusory. The Honghuang purple qi was refined, and the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man once again radiated dazzling light. The 11-petal brilliant lotus became illusory again, and when the light faded, it had become a perfect 12-petal bloom. At this moment, the 12-petal Daoyuo phenomenon spread across the boundless primordial world for millions of miles. Moreover, the 3,000 great Tao laws manifested in the world, causing resonance with the Tao. For a moment, myriad rays of colorful light shone, phoenixes and divine dragons flew together, celestial flowers rained down, and divine springs erupted from the earth. The beings of the primordial world were filled with awe. Who could it be? Who could have such fortune? They had become the 12-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal, which no one had ever achieved since ancient times. The sages of the primordial world calculated with their fingers, but could find no trace at all. Above the 33 heavens of chaos, the heavenly court. The demon army gathered, with Dongwang, Taiyi, and Jiejiao leading the charge, ready to march on the human race at any moment. At this moment, they remained silent, frowning deeply. Someone had broken the limit of Daoyuo and attained the 12-petal Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm, creating an unprecedented situation in the primordial world. The primordial world had gained another prodigy, and no one knew who he was. The 12-petal Taiyi Golden Immortal was a level that even the arrogant Dao ancestor Honghuang had never reached. His future achievements would be boundless. As one of the current protagonists of the world, the demon race should logically try to find out who had attained the 12-petal Taiyi Golden Immortal. If there was an opportunity, they could try to recruit him. If he could join the demon race, it would be a great help in the upcoming struggle for supremacy over the primordial world. However, the demon race's most urgent task now was to forge the sword of slaying humans as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. For now, they could only set this aside. Set out to the human race. Jiejiao waved his hand, and a million demons moved with the wind. Inside Nuwa Palace, Nuwa and the Taiyi sage were still in a state of shock. A powerful being surpassing Dao ancestor Honghuang had appeared. As heavenly Dao sages, they naturally understood better than ordinary beings what the 12-petal Taiyi Golden Immortal represented. With such a foundation barring accidents, once he attained the saint position, he would surely surpass all other sages. Moreover, he might even trample over Dao ancestor Honghuang to ascend. The Taiyi sage's eyelids twitched. If it were not for the urgent need to stop Nuwa, he would have personally gone to search for this prodigy and see if he could take him as a disciple. If he could take this being who might surpass Dao ancestor Honghuang under his wing early, the human sect would surely be led to a new height in the future. Could it be Lin Chen? Nuwa, also unable to extricate herself from shock, suddenly had a strange thought. That audacious disciple of the Jie sect with top-notch foundation and talent. Even as a heavenly Dao sage, she could not easily see through him. Sages suppress the myriad heavens and can easily understand the past and present of ordinary beings. Except for sages of the same level, no other being can escape a sage's insight. But Lin Chen was an exception. Not only could Sage Nuwa not see through him, but she also felt an indescribable sense of trust toward him. However, this thought had just appeared when Nuwa quickly dismissed it. This idea was too extreme. Even Lin Chen could not achieve it. In the vast void of the primordial world, a huge golden lotus bloomed with 12 petals, its dazzling golden light covering billions of miles. All beings of the primordial world looked up, their hearts filled with awe and wonder. Soon the golden lotus gradually dimmed, and all the phenomena faded away. The primordial world returned to calm. But the astonishment in the hearts of the beings lingered for a long time. Such a person who amazed the entire primordial world would surely ascend to the cosmos one day. On Jiejiao Island within Bio Palace, Taiyi Heavenly Lord's brows were deeply furrowed as his hands continuously formed mudras, frantically deducing the secrets of heaven. He sought to identify the extraordinary individual who had blossomed into a 12-rank Taiyi Jinxian, a figure of unprecedented significance in the annals of the world. Yet the mechanisms of fate remained shrouded in chaos. No matter how diligently he exerted his powers of divination, he could glean nothing from the obscurity. Ultimately, Taiyi was forced to abandon his efforts with no alternative but to concede defeat. He lamented his lack of destiny to cross paths with such a remarkably gifted soul, one capable of shattering the very limits of the Taiyi Jinxian realm, possessing talents and roots that transcended even Dao ancestor Honghuang himself. It was a profound pity that he could not welcome this person into his Jie sect. Fortunately, he still had his disciple Lin Chen by his side. For now, it would be prudent to focus his attention on matters concerning the human race. The killing tribulation approaching humanity was inextricably linked to the eternal cycles of heavenly Dao. Ordinary saints of heavenly Dao could only steer clear and maintain their distance from such affairs. Yet what troubled Taiyi most was the fact that his most treasured disciple Lin Chen hailed from the human race and harbored deep affection for them. Though Lin Chen was currently imprisoned at Yingqiu Ravine meditating against the wall as penance, of vague unease persisted within Taiyi's heart. I only hope Lin Chen can weather this tribulation successfully. With a grave expression, Taiyi couldn't help but let out a sigh. Meanwhile, the one occupying Taiyi's thoughts, Lin Chen, had gradually concluded his cultivation. Thanks to the formations he had deployed beforehand, which concealed all traces of spiritual energy, no one had discovered that the mysterious figure behind the prevalent phenomena of Honghuang was none other than Lin Chen, a 12-rank Taiyi Jinxian. Sensing his own transformation, a flicker of delight appeared on Lin Chen's face. Boundless immortal power surged through every meridian and vessel in his body. With each gesture, roll after roll of divine power erupted forth. Though he had just completed his breakthrough, Lin Chen felt confident that even facing cultivators at the peak of the Taiyi Jinxian realm, he could handle himself with ease. Moreover, this breakthrough came with an unexpected boon, the awakening of an innate divine ability, the obstacle-breaking sacred technique. This ability could instantly elevate one's cultivation by an entire realm. With his current cultivation at the Taiyi Jinxian stage, coupled with numerous magical treasures and divine abilities, he could calmly face even an ordinary quasi-saint. The catastrophic tribulation befalling the human race looms imminent. There is no time to waste. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Chen murmured to himself. The demon race, unable to resist the temptation of the Wu-slaying sword, would unleash devastation upon humanity the moment they descended. Humanity was currently too weak to mount any resistance. Although Nuwa had previously promised to intervene Lin Chen, having intimate knowledge of Honghuang's future trajectory, knew Nuwa would never get the chance to act. Taiching's saint would long have blocked the entrance to Nuwa Palace. With Dao ancestor Hongjun as his backing, Saint Nuwa simply could not devote her full strength to the confrontation. If he hoped to protect the vulnerable human race and survive this catastrophe, he could only rely on himself. The road ahead was uncertain. Despite his breakthrough to the 12th-rank Duo Jingxian and his ability to contend with ordinary quasi-saints, yet entanglement in this conflict would bring countless perils, 9 deaths for every 1 life. Still, Lin Chen would never retreat. As a member of the human race, he could not stand idle while his kin were slaughtered. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chen prepared to depart from Yingqiu Ravine. Facing the vast formations deployed by Tongtian nearby, Lin Chen had long been prepared. Lin Chen himself had become a master of formation arts, his understanding of formation doctrine reaching the level of a Dao-verifying expert. He was essentially on par with Tongtian in this regard. Breaking through the formations before him was decidedly straightforward. With a thunderous boom, Lin Chen immediately manifested the laws of formation arts, activating the surrounding arrays as constant rumbling echoes filled the air. Within moments, he had deciphered all the formations. Stepping out of Yingqiu Ravine openly, he then restored the damaged formations to their original state before disappearing silently into the void, departing from Jiejiao Island. Even Tongtian, wielding the Yuan Sheng treasure mirror, would not have detected any abnormalities at Yingqiu Ravine. Above the human tribe, Jiejiao the demon teacher commanded a 1,000,000-strong demon army arriving overhead. Even an arbitrarily selected soldier possessed power peaking at the Golden Immortal realm. Fearsome demonic energy permeated tens of millions of miles of heaven and earth, suppressing the void and causing billions of human beings to feel unprecedented pressure. Sui Renqi led hundreds of thousands of human cultivators to meet the challenge, forming an implicit confrontation with the demon army. However, the highest cultivation among the humans belonged to the 3 ancestors of humanity at the forefront, those at the Taiyi Jingxian realm. The remaining human cultivators were unevenly matched, spanning Tianxian, Dixian, and Shanxian realms. Compared to the 1,000,000-strong demon army, neither their quality nor their quantity was on the same level. Yet facing the threat of the demon army, the humans wore grim expressions with no hint of retreat. It was not that they didn't wish to flee, but rather that there was nowhere left to run. This tribulation swept across every region inhabited by humanity, determining whether their species would continue to endure. Humanity has always tread carefully, maintaining peaceful relations with the demon race. What is the purpose of your massive military mobilization today? Sui Renqi gazed skyward, asking with great agitation. The human race, born weak, had long suffered constant bullying from the demons, yet never harbored thoughts of retaliation. Now, with a 1,000,000-strong demon army intent on wiping out humanity entirely, with each soldier at minimum possessing golden immortal cultivation, they were clearly aiming to exterminate the human race down to its roots. Faced with Sui Renqi's accusations, Jiejiao, the vanguard of the demon race, merely smiled carelessly. Nothing of consequence. Our demon race intends to refine a supreme ultimate treasure, and we require the essence, blood, and souls of humanity as the guiding catalyst. Jiejiao's words fell upon the billions of humans behind him like thunderclaps, draining all color from their faces in an instant. To use human essence, blood, and souls merely as a catalyst for refining a single magical treasure. This was utterly outrageous. This is an internal matter for your demon race. Oh, what business is it of ours? Why must humanity pay with their lives? Sui Renqi asked, seething with anger. Among all living beings in Honghuang, the demon race, relying on their innate strength, acted so recklessly and shamelessly. Sui Renqi's heart burned with fury. He would never stand idle while the demons slaughtered his people behind him. Jiejiao merely smiled coldly. Blame yourselves for being so frail and out of place in this Honghuang world. What right do you have? We are the overlords of this age. Is that reason sufficient enough? The weak human race had long been reduced to mere blood food for the demons. Now to be noticed and used for refining magical treasures, that itself was considered an immense honor for humanity. Not only did Jiejiao think this way, nearly all demons shared the same mindset. To contribute their meager efforts to the grand cause of demonic unification over Honghuang. What an honor that would be. Seeing humanity cowering so timidly, had they somehow harbored thoughts of rebellion? Absolutely unreasonable. Is humanity so weak that we deserve to be slaughtered? Sui Renqi offered a helpless smile laced with anger, indignation, and desolation. Jiejiao spoke so bluntly with no disguise for his contempt toward humanity, simply because the demons were far stronger than humans. The human race had always presented themselves as weak. No power in Honghuang could be offended, leaving them to survive in the narrow cracks between greater forces. But weakness did not mean an absence of the will to resist. Though our race may be frail, we will never passively allow ourselves to be slaughtered. Today, every son of humanity vows to defend our rights with our lives, vows to defend our dignity with our lives. Shuairenqi transformed his overwhelming grief into boundless hatred, glaring at the demon clan ahead and bellowing with fury. Even if the human race is frail, we still possess our own dignity. If the demon clan wishes to use the blood and souls of humans to forge a supreme treasure, they must pay the price they deserve. We will defend the human race to the death. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of human cultivators stood with unwavering determination, their faces bearing no fear of death. Billions of humans gazing upon the overwhelming dark tide of the demon army had long accepted their fate, knowing that survival was impossible. The human race had always been reclusive and cautious, ever careful not to offend any major power that could bring catastrophe upon them. Yet even so, the demon clan still refused to let them be. Yingzhao's single utterance, "Weakness is a sin," plunged billions of humans into utter despair. Even though the elite warriors selected from the hundreds of thousands of humans were willing to fight to the death, the chasm between the two sides was insurmountable. Watching the frail figure of Shuairenqi and the hundreds of thousands of human cultivators behind him all poised for a desperate struggle, Yingzhao could not help but sneer. The final outcome will not change. This is nothing but a deathbed struggle. For the sake of the demon clan's great enterprise, slaughter all these humans and prepare for the forging of the demon-slaying sword. Today let the blood of humanity be spilled. Yingzhao directly issued orders to the million-strong demon army behind him. In an instant, the entire sky roiled with magic treasures, divine abilities, and immortal power. The might unleashed by the million-strong demon army soared straight into the 9 heavens. Sons of humanity, join me in this final battle. Shuairenqi also manifested his divine power and roared at the top of his lungs. We will fight the demon clan to the very end. The hundreds of thousands of humans roared in fury as well. This battle determined the survival of billions of humans. No one could stand aloof. Only a fight to the death remained. The hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, driven by a conviction of certain death, charged first at the demon army with reddened eyes. But the moment they clashed, the human disadvantage became glaringly apparent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of human cultivators fell on the spot, their blood spilling and becoming demonic sustenance. Their essence, blood and souls, were absorbed by the demon-slaying sword, extinguishing both spirit and consciousness. It was a one-sided battle. Even with the resolve to die, the humans were ultimately outmatched. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was meaningless. Sensing that the calamity of the human race had already descended, Nuwa in the palace of Nuwa could no longer afford to ponder who had attained the 12th grade perfected Golden Immortal. She could not wait any longer, or else the human race might truly face extinction. Lousy, step aside immediately, or don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Nuwa's face turned icy cold, her gaze sharp as she stared at the Taiyi sage standing before her. But the Taiyi sage remained unmoved, still blocking all the vital paths, clearly refusing to let Nuwa go to the rescue. Junior sister Nuwa, the affairs of the lower realm are none of your concern. Get out of my way right now. Filled with rage, Nuwa had no patience for further argument. She directly summoned the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, intending to blast a path using sage-level means. Why must you be so stubborn? The Taiyi sage sighed helplessly and immediately activated the Taiji diagram to suppress her. A battle between sages erupted in an instant. The myriad beings of the primordial world were once again shocked, trembling in fear, unable to comprehend why the sages were fighting. Meanwhile, the battle of the human race continued. To be precise, it was an indiscriminate slaughter of humans by the demon clan. Is the human race truly destined to perish today? Watching the one-sided slaughter, Shuairenqi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. This time, there was no way to resist. The land of humanity would surely turn into a hell on earth. Even if they could not prevail, they must never retreat, for behind him were billions of tribesmen, ordinary mortals, without any cultivation. If they retreated, the human race would face utter extinction. A wave of sorrow swept through the billions of humans, especially as they witnessed the continuous fall of their cultivators, their hearts filled with anguish. The sky above the human tribes had long been stained crimson. The earth ran with rivers of blood. All that remained in this world were traces of red. It was the color dyed by the blood of countless human cultivators. The heavenly Tao is unjust. What have the humans done to deserve such a catastrophe? Please, Goddess Nuwa, save us. Where are you, Taiyi sage? Why do you not protect the human race? At that moment, countless ordinary humans knelt on the ground, beseeching the gods and spirits for help. They were nothing but common mortals. All they could do was pray and beg for some deity to appear and rescue them from this calamity. Today, no one can save the human race. Watching the billions of humans kneeling and pleading, Yingzhao found it utterly amusing. The demon clan was the overlord of the primordial world. As long as the sages did not intervene, no one else dared to challenge them. The pitiful humans still placed their hopes on others. Truly pathetic and laughable. Suddenly a sword beam rent the sky, its sword intent spreading everywhere, destroying everything in its path. Thousands of demons were instantly cut in half. A chill ran through Yingzhao's heart even as he sneered. That sword beam seemed familiar. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, a majestic voice came from afar, growing closer. Sword sweeps the 8 directions, wielding with boldness, slaying demonic evil, protecting humanity. Where the sword's energy points, all evil yields. Following the sound, the crowd saw a slightly lame youth holding a long sword stepping through the void. Beneath his feet, an auspicious cloud lingered. Wherever he passed, all things flourished, presenting a scene of vibrant growth. Rolling sword energy protected his entire body, extremely sharp and fierce. Even with a congenital defect, he bore the demeanor of one who could slay immortals and destroy gods, like a god of slaughter descending upon the world. Lin Chen had finally arrived. One man, one sword, standing aloof from the world. The countless demons were stunned by this sudden figure, momentarily forgetting to attack. Shuairenshi, who had been utterly despairing, was filled with ecstasy as he saw the approaching figure. Lin Chen. Lin Chen is here. He had walked out of the human race, become a disciple of a sage's lineage, and at the most critical moment of humanity, he finally appeared. Look, our prayers have been answered. The heavenly God has come. The billions of humans were stirred with excitement, believing that their desperate supplications had been granted. A heavenly God had manifested. Watching their cultivators fall one after another, these mortals, without any immortal power, could do nothing but silently beg for heaven's mercy. Now a heavenly God had descended from above. With a single sword stroke, he had slain hundreds of demons. Moreover, this God was none other than Lin Chen, the pride of the human race, whom they had longed for. He had once taught the human race the methods of cultivation, spoken out for their grievances, and even dared to defy the lofty sages on their behalf. Despite his congenital defect, he had never abandoned the human race. In contrast, the human sect also had an outstanding human cultivator, but his deeds could not hold a candle to Lin Chen's. As a disciple of the sage's orthodox lineage, Xuandu's actions have indeed brought great disappointment to humanity. Not only did he fail to protect the human race, but he also placed numerous obstacles in the path of their self-empowerment. Lin Chen's teachings enabled humanity to grow rapidly in strength, yet Xuandu dismissed them as heterodox methods and arrogantly sought to halt human cultivation. Comparing the two, Lin Chen had rendered immense kindness to humanity, far surpassing the human sect that humans worshipped. Though Shuairenshi was emotionally stirred, he maintained a calm demeanor inwardly, yet he harbored some concern for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, despite his formidable power, was but a solitary figure. How could he withstand millions of demonic troops? As the dominant force of the primordial world, the demon race boasted countless great Luo Golden Immortals and several quasi-sages. Beneath the sages, aside from the Wu clan, who could match them, who would dare to face their might? The million-strong demon army stood in solemn silence, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, each gaze filled with gravity. Primarily, Lin Chen's appearance had struck the demon race with overwhelming shock. A single unadorned sword strike had cost hundreds of demons their lives. Several demon gods, shaken, seemed to sense something, their expressions growing increasingly uncertain. This sword Dao insight felt familiar, as if they had witnessed it before. When Demon Emperor Jiejiao and Honghuang Taiyi saw Lin Chen limping toward them, their faces darkened instantly. This image seemed to match the legendary direct disciple of the Jie sect. A naturally incomplete form carrying a long sword on his back. This image fit perfectly. A sage's disciple had dared to emerge and involve himself in this karmic affair. The matter would not be easily resolved. Honghuang Taiyi frowned, a trace of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Though the demon race aspired to dominate the primordial world, they had never intended to challenge the sage's orthodox lineage. Today, a sage's disciple wanted to meddle in demon affairs without reason. What did this mean? The demon race's grand ambition to forge the demon-slaying sword and unify the primordial world allowed no room for error. But this sage's disciple Lin Chen clearly favored the human race. If hostilities broke out, and they accidentally killed a sage's disciple, they would have to endure the sage's boundless wrath. However, at this point, Honghuang Taiyi could not abandon the forging of the demon-slaying sword simply because of a sage's disciple's obstruction. This man has openly slaughtered members of my demon race. His crime is utterly unforgivable. Honghuang Taiyi cast a cold glance at Lin Chen and spoke to the demons beside him. The one who had once stormed the demon's sacred land, the Sun Star, to provoke them, was this very disciple of the sage's lineage. Though this was Honghuang Taiyi's first face-to-face encounter with Lin Chen, he recognized him at a glance. Do not act rashly, let us first see what he intends to do. Jiejiao cautioned. If they could avoid conflict with the sage's disciple, it would be best not to make enemies. Honghuang Taiyi snorted coldly and fell silent. Meanwhile, within the Palace, Nuwa sage aura slowly circulated as she stood in a tense standoff with the Taiching sage before her. Sensing the disturbances in the human realm below, she couldn't help but smile softly. Lin Chen has not disappointed me. He truly walked out of Yingzhou Gorge on his own strength and in full view of all. Though she did not know what means Lin Chen had used to break the formation personally set by the sage, it was enough to prove his extraordinary nature. With a prodigy like Lin Chen protecting humanity, the crisis would surely be weathered. Lousy, do you think blocking me here will ensure everything goes smoothly? The human race has Lin Chen's protection, the demon's cause is already lost. Nuwa smiled mockingly at the Taiyi sage before her tone dripping with sarcasm. As the sage sect worshipped by humanity, enjoying boundless human fortune, yet failing even an ordinary disciple who had little connection with the human race, such conduct only diminished the sage's renown. What use was it to believe in such a venerable sage sect? The Taiyi sage's brow furrowed into a knot, his face dark as a pot bottom. Lin Chen, again this Lin Chen. He was simply a persistent ghost. First he stole human fortune, then he ruined the foundation of the human sect's disciples. Now he dared to defy the Heavenly Tao alone to protect humanity. Utterly despicable. The Taiyi sage was extremely furious, but his words were not easily yielding. This child is far too arrogant. Have you not heard that the hardest steel breaks easily? Does he truly believe that an ordinary Jiejiao sect disciple can single-handedly turn the tide and change humanity's fate? Then shifting his tone, he fixed his gaze on the relaxed Nuwa and couldn't help but sneer. Junior sister Nuwa, do you truly place all your hope on an ordinary disciple? You may be disappointed. This time the demon race had mobilized 1,000,000 troops with several quasi-sages among them. Demon saints at the great Taiyi Golden Immortal level were as numerous as ox hairs. With such a heaven-defying lineup, unless a sage personally descended who in the primordial world dared to contend with them. Nuwa had concentrated all her hopes on a single human disciple, utterly laughable. Facing the Taiyi sage's mockery, Nuwa responded coldly. Do not jump to conclusions, the outcome is still uncertain. Lin Chen might be alone and his strength indeed ordinary, but Nuwa believed that this disciple who had emerged from humanity would not disappoint her. During their conversation in the palace, Lin Chen's words had shocked her beyond measure. This disciple born with an incomplete form and dismissed by all intended not only to rescue humanity from the current crisis, but also to scheme against the human sect itself. If he dared to plot against the sage's lineage, the demon race was nothing in comparison. At this thought, Nuwa gradually calmed and began to anticipate Lin Chen's next moves. She wished to see what surprises and delights this determined, ambitious, direct disciple of the Jie sect would bring. On Golden Ao Island in the Azure Tour Palace, Tongtian felt a stirring and waves of emotion rose in his heart. Then clasping his hands behind his back, he stepped lightly out of the Azure Tour Palace, his gaze piercing through layers of mist and peaks to rest upon the human realm. The disciples of the Jie sect behind him looked at their master's back with confusion, wondering what had caused such behavior. For a heavenly Tao sage to act so abnormally, something momentous must have occurred. Master, has something happened in the outside world? Duobao could not help but ask. Other disciples also looked forward with curiosity, eager to know what event had disturbed even their master. Tongtian Zhaozhu's expression was complex. With a sweep of his sleeve, the river of time and space manifested. A mass of white hazy chi flowed, undulating and spreading until it unfolded into a luminous screen. Within it the scenes of the human realm were reflected. When they saw the slender figure standing alone under a blood-red sky, sword in hand, the Jie sect disciples behind him were stunned. This couldn't be the junior apprentice brother, could it? Wasn't the junior disciple confined to Yingqijian for reflection? How did he suddenly appear among the human race? Lin Chen, due to the incident with Ma Yuan, had been imprisoned by his master and forced to face the wall in Yingqijian for 1,000 years, still several centuries away from his release. Moreover, judging by the current expression of the master, it seemed he too was somewhat startled by Lin Chen's presence. The disciples of Jiejiao were inwardly perplexed, wondering when exactly the junior disciple had left. What method had he used to escape Yingqijian, which was covered with the formations of sages? Not only were the disciples of Jiejiao shaken, but even Tongtian himself, a saint of the Heavenly Tao, had a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Tongtian immediately released his vast sage's divine sense, extending it to Yingqijian for a thorough inspection. The formation remained completely intact. There was only one explanation: Lin Chen's mastery of formations was on par with his own. But such a possibility was far too incredible. Tongtian recalled that he had never instructed Lin Chen in the art of formations. How had he managed to comprehend and grow to such a level? For a moment Tongtian was astonished to realize how little he truly knew about this most favored disciple. Among the crowd, Chang'er Dingguangxian, who had been silently observing, felt a surge of excitement within. Lin Chen is really courting death. Did this cripple truly believe he could single-handedly stop the million-strong army of the demon race? He hoped Lin Chen would die in this catastrophic calamity, saving him the trouble of acting. Chang'er Dingguangxian's hatred for Lin Chen had only grown over time, and he wished nothing more than for Lin Chen to meet a miserable end. Duobao's eyes were fixed on the solitary figure in the light screen, and waves of shock surged within his heart. This junior disciple truly amazed people every time, always catching them off guard. The master had punished him by making him face the wall in Yingqijian precisely to keep him from getting involved in the calamity of the human race. Yet unexpectedly, the junior disciple had stubbornly found a way to reach the human race without anyone noticing. This was not merely obstinacy, it was outright recklessness. The calamity brought down by the Heavenly Tao was extremely dangerous, and even the sages were reluctant to get involved. Yet this junior disciple, disregarding the master's warning, had persisted in his own way, using some mysterious technique to evade the scrutiny of the Jiejiao disciples and silently leave Yingqijian. Duobao was both shocked and worried for the junior disciple. This was far too reckless. The demon race was immensely powerful. Apart from the Wu clan, no other power in the entire primordial world could contend with them. Although the junior disciple was a prodigy, he still lacked cultivation experience and was far less seasoned. Getting involved in this human calamity might very well lead to his premature demise. Also worried about Lin Chen's safety were Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters not far away. The junior disciple was as stubborn as ever. Zhao Gongming was both surprised and deeply concerned for Lin Chen. The junior disciple had a gentle temperament. Despite being born with a physical defect, he had never shown discouragement, cultivating diligently every day. Though his strength was profound, he remained remarkably humble. Even after being promoted to a direct disciple, he continued to work hard as before. Both in character and talent, he was among the best of all disciples. But his one flaw was that he was simply too stubborn. Once Lin Chen made up his mind, no persuasion could change it. Now, by actively participating in the human catastrophe, even as a disciple of a sage's lineage, he could not possibly escape unscathed without incurring karmic consequences. Alas, the junior disciple's stubbornness will eventually ruin him. Xiao couldn't help but sigh in regret. Her bright eyes shimmered with worry. The junior disciple has a sense of responsibility. That's what I admire most about him. Knowing full well the danger of the human tribulation, he still stands fearlessly before the human race, shielding them from harm. Such a junior disciple is truly admirable and deserves the respect of all Jiejiao disciples. Of course, admiration aside, there was even more worry. The junior disciple's talent and foundation were rare, even among the Jiejiao. Though his innate defect might affect his future cultivation path, his achievements would still be considerable. But now, being entangled in the human tribulation, the slightest misstep could plunge him into eternal damnation. Having a sense of responsibility was good, but not to the point of reckless action. With such low cultivation, forcibly trying to participate in this great tribulation was an act of overreaching. Facing the human tribulation, even the master, a great sage, had to keep his distance. What about Taiyi sage, the leader of the human sect, who was bound by fate with the human race? He too stayed far away, eager to avoid it. Even Xuandu, the first disciple of the human sect, who was also human, had never shown his face. One wonders what the junior disciple was thinking, disregarding the master's instructions to forcefully participate. Feeling the concern of his fellow disciples for the junior disciple, Duobao's heart tightened, and he made a decision. He suddenly looked up at the master Tongtian and said, "Master, perhaps I should go down the mountain to assist the junior disciple. The demon race is vast in power. Right now the junior disciple is alone and vulnerable, unable to handle such a dangerous situation. If he has fellow Jiejiao disciples by his side, even if we cannot reverse the human crisis, we can at least bring the junior disciple back safely. The senior brother is right. We also wish to accompany the junior disciple down the mountain. Please grant us permission, master." The three Xiao sisters, Zhao Gongming and Shiji, who had always been close to Lin Chen, stepped forward to plead. No matter how the junior disciple had handled this matter as fellow disciples of Jiejiao, they could not stand by and watch him die. As for whether they would also be caught in the heavenly tribulation and unable to escape, they could no longer care. The junior disciple's talent and foundation were extraordinary. He would surely shine brilliantly in the Jiejiao in the future. They could not let him be cut short now. No. This is the tribulation of the human race. Lin Chen has already become entangled and cannot break free. I cannot allow you to be drawn into it as well. Tongtian directly denied the disciple's request. Lin Chen is a member of the human race, so his involvement, though reckless, is understandable. But Duobao and the others have no connection to the human race. They should not stir up trouble. Once they become entangled in the heavenly tribulation, even disciples of a sage's lineage could fall. Tongtian naturally understood the feelings of these brothers who shared deep bonds, but he could not allow his disciples to risk their lives for Lin Chen. Master, we cannot simply watch as the junior disciple faces the entire demon race alone. Please allow us to go down the mountain and assist him. Master. Duobao and the three Xiao sisters begged again, unwilling to give up. Absolutely not. All Jiejiao disciples are forbidden to descend the mountain. Supreme Lord Tongtian appeared to disregard Lin Chen's safety entirely. Yet within his heart he too was filled with the same turmoil as his disciples. Though his words were resolute in declaring no rescue would come if Lin Chen truly fell into dire peril, he would defy the heavenly Tao itself to save this disciple. While the heavenly tribulation must not be tainted, one must still assess the situation clearly. Given Lin Chen's current pace of growth, if his legs could be healed, his future accomplishments would rival even his master's. For such a prodigiously talented disciple, Tongtian would risk defying the heavenly Tao despite the consequences. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken among the Jie sect disciples beside him. The Sanshao sisters pouted and wished to continue arguing with Tongtian, but their senior brother Duo Bao held them back. Since Master had already made his intentions clear, further words would change nothing and might only provoke him further. Duo Bao sighed heavily and turned his gaze back to the luminous screen. Above the blood-stained void, Lin Chen stood alone, facing an army of 1,000,000 powerful demons single-handedly. Though his aura remained unmatched, he was still just one man. Yingzhao, regardless, was a powerful existence at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. How could he possibly win? And this was merely a fraction of the demon clan's displayed strength. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Yushu realm, Guangchengzi Chai Jingsheng and the other 12 Great Luo Golden Immortals watched the events unfolding among the humans with serene expressions, each wearing a subtle smile. That crippled from Jie sect is truly arrogant. Guangchengzi, the eldest disciple of Chan sect, sneered openly, his disdain for Lin Chen plainly visible. Does that fellow truly believe he can act with impunity simply because he bears the title of a saint's direct disciple, daring to provoke the overwhelmingly powerful demon clan? It is like an ant trying to topple a tree. He is oblivious to his impending doom. The eldest disciple speaks absolutely rightly. That cursed cripple acts with complete stubbornness, dragging himself alone into the tribulation with no chance of survival. Beside him, Qi Jingsheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. The Chan sect disciples, considering themselves of noble status, have always looked down on Jie sect disciples as mere beasts with feathers and fur. Especially after Taiyi Jinren of Chan sect suffered a hidden defeat at the hands of Shiji last time, which only deepened the disdain both sides held for one another. They say Jie sect disciples are fiercely loyal to their own. Yet this crippled fool goes alone to protect the humans. Where are his senior and junior brothers? Yuding Jinren said with gleeful schadenfreude. His mockery of Jie sect disciples was completely unhidden. All those Jie sect members put on a virtuous front, but when the critical moment arrives, each one retreats. They shout their slogans to the heavens in peacetime, yet when it truly matters, they flee faster than anyone else. The other Chan sect disciples burst into loud laughter at these words, deeply agreeing with Yuding Jinren's assessment. Jie sect disciples, whether feathered or shellborn, clothed in fur or armor, can never truly walk the righteous path of the great Tao. After today's events, they will surely become the laughingstock of the entire primordial world. In the human territory, Yingzhao regarded Lin Chen before him with deep solemnity and caution. His wariness stemmed not from Lin Chen's revealed cultivation base, but from his formidable background. He bore the title of direct disciple of a saint's orthodox lineage. Even with modest cultivation, one could not afford to target him lightly. Once combat erupted, magical treasures and divine abilities would show no mercy. If he were to accidentally wound or even kill this young man, Supreme Lord Tongtian would surely bear a grudge. If forced to act against the demon clan at a critical juncture, a saint's wrath would ensure that even as rulers of the primordial world, the demons would face dire consequences. Below the saints, all are but ants. Even Dongwang Tai and Di Jun of the demon clan would not dare provoke the exalted saints recklessly. As a great general of the demon clan, Ying Zhao naturally had no intention of causing trouble for his people. Though he thought this way, he maintained a remarkably calm exterior. He must never show weakness before others. All bystanders withdraw immediately. This is a matter between the demon clan and humanity, unrelated to you. Since this is your first offense, I shall not press the matter further. Ying Zhao declared imperiously. By not striking immediately, and instead issuing a warning, he was affording some measure of face to this disciple of a saint's orthodox lineage. Lin Chen had struck first, slaughtering over 100 demons before the eyes of so many high-ranking demon lords, a blatant provocation to the entire demon clan. Ying Zhao chose not to dwell on it further, granting him an enormous favor. Yet this courtesy was not for Lin Chen himself, but for Supreme Lord Tongtian standing behind him. A heavenly Tao saint commands overwhelming authority over the primordial world, living as long as heaven itself, immortal and indestructible. No present-day demon clan could possibly contend with such a supreme being. Even if they lost some face for now, as long as no conflict arises with the saint, no one would underestimate the demon clan. As long as it doesn't undermine their dominance over the primordial world, a temporary compromise remains viable. Swish! The long sword in Lin Chen's hand emitted a resonant hum, shaking the very void. Once a sword is drawn from its scabbard, how could it refrain from staining its blade with blood? Today the demon clan has unleashed ruthless slaughter upon my human kin, so I shall repay them tenfold, letting their rivers run red with blood. Lin Chen stood above the void, his words ringing with power and echoing across 10,000 miles of empty space. His stance was unambiguous. If the demon clan did not withdraw, his sword would never return to its scabbard. Countless humans had spilled their blood before his eyes, staining this land crimson. Lin Chen had come to protect the hundreds of millions of humans behind him and avenge those who had fallen in battle. As for any goodwill from the demon clan, he had no use for it. Shuairenqi's attitude was clear. He wanted Lin Chen to abandon his obsession and leave quickly. Lin Chen's appearance showed his deep affection for the human race and his desire to protect them, but his cultivation was ultimately too low to affect the overall situation. Since the demon clan did not intend to make things difficult for him and Shuairenqi's, and other humans view Lin Chen had no need to choose to live and die together with the human race. The fate of humanity was already sealed, so why make unnecessary sacrifices? As long as Lin Chen lived, humanity had hope. As for the present human race, life and death had long been cast aside. What joy is there in life? What suffering in death? The human race was weak but fearless in the face of death. If the demon clan wished to slaughter humanity, they would have to trample over the bodies of the undaunted humans. As long as Lin Chen survived, everything the demon clan did today would be avenged when Lin Chen rose to power, and it would be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lin Chen stood at the pinnacle of the sky, radiating a terrifying aura of deluo. He understood that the humans were considering his own retreat, and their words were quite practical. But since he had come, how could he simply walk away? Lin Chen had arrived prepared for the worst. Now that the sword had been drawn, he could not quell the fury in his heart without slaughtering the demon clan until they were utterly defeated, nor could he console the fallen human cultivators who had fought bloody battles. Only by killing extensively and instilling fear in the demon clan could humanity survive this crisis. Since I'm here, I never plan to leave. Brave sons of humanity, are you willing to follow this cripple and fight to the blood? Are you willing to fight for the pride of humanity? His voice rippled out instantly, igniting the blood of countless humans. Heroic spirits surged and swelled in their chests. The momentum of humanity reached its peak at this moment. One by one, the human cultivators looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled not only with deep gratitude, but also with excitement and exhilaration. Lin Chen, as a disciple of the sage lineage, had a promising future, yet today, he faced death fearlessly for humanity. How could these humans cower and retreat? Protect our humanity, fearless of death. We are willing to follow immortal Lin Chen, fighting to the death, without retreat. Fight, fight, fight. The frenzied roars of human cultivators echoed through the clouds. The billions of ordinary mortals prostrate on the ground were also filled with exhilaration at this moment. This was the disciple of the sage lineage who had emerged from humanity, descending like a celestial god when humanity was at its most desperate, dangerous, and helpless. He was even willing to share life and death with humanity to advance and retreat together. This kindness was higher than the sky, deeper than the sea. Humanity could hardly repay it. They could only stand with Lin Chen and fight together. Even if they could not change the situation, they would have no regrets staining the battlefield with blood. In an instant, the golden dragon of humanity's fortunes soared into the sky, roaring and coiling around Lin Chen. It resonated with the Honghuang seal inside his body, producing rolling sounds. If you want war, then war it is. Lin Chen's face was calm, already prepared. Today marked the beginning of humanity's calamity, but it could also be the dawn of humanity's great rise. If the weak human race could survive this ordeal, they would surely unleash astonishing talent and become the overlords of the primordial world. Watching Lin Chen's resolute attitude, Jiejiao frowned deeply, his face dark and gloomy. But in the end, he was still wary of the disciple of the sage lineage. If during the great battle he accidentally killed the opponent, how would he handle the aftermath? After all, when blood runs hot, one's strikes become unpredictable. No one could guarantee that no accident would occur. Just as Jiejiao was caught in a dilemma, Taiyi began to transmit a voice message from behind. Go ahead and act. As long as Lin Chen doesn't die, everything can be settled. The calamity of humanity was ordained by the Heavenly Tao, as sages could not easily interfere. Even though Lin Chen was a disciple of a sage, as long as he did not die and his Tao was not extinguished, Sage Tongtian could not use this as an excuse to retaliate against the demon clan. Taiyi had considered this situation and thus told Jiejiao not to worry. After all, it had been made very clear that Lin Chen was stubbornly insisting on making trouble for the demon clan, so no one else could be blamed. With Taiyi's backing, Jiejiao stopped hesitating and coldly waved his hand. Instantly, 100,000 troops abruptly appeared from the demon clan's camp. Led by several great demon gods, they surged forward in a mighty torrent. What could a disciple of the sage lineage do? If he dared to openly provoke the demon clan, he would have to pay a bloody price. Witnessing the scene before him, Shuairenqi also let out a furious roar. Brave sons of humanity, set out with me. Not to mention that the demon clan had directly deployed 100,000 troops. Even the several demon gods at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm at the forefront were not something Lin Chen could easily handle alone. Lin Chen, who could have ignored this matter, stood alone to shield humanity. How could human cultivators stand by and watch from the sidelines? No need, I alone am enough to handle it. Lin Chen slightly shook his head, stopping the human cultivators who were about to come to help. What could 100,000 troops do? They were strong, but only relative to the current human race. Even the few demon gods standing before the humans were not something the humans could easily deal with. But even at their strongest, they were merely Taiyi Golden Immortals. And although Lin Chen was only at the initial stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, he was the most powerful Taiyi Golden Immortal with 12 petal blooming. As long as those quasi-sages did not intervene, Lin Chen was practically invincible. Immortal Lin Chen, but Swirenshi below wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Chen. Watch closely. These demon clans are nothing but clay chickens and straw dogs in my eyes. They cannot withstand even a single sword strike from me. Arrogant. Unabashedly arrogant. At this moment Lin Chen gave all the demon clans a feeling that his arrogance was truly outstanding and unique. The 100,000 demon troops were all at least at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm, and at the front were several demon gods of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm personally leading them. Yet this cripple who could barely walk dared to claim that a single sword strike could stop them. They had seen arrogance, they had seen madness, but never had they seen such brainless arrogance as Lin Chen's. This was a blatant humiliation to the demon clan. You reckless cripple who gave you the confidence. Do you really think that being a disciple of the sage lineage makes you lawless? Even if we spare your life, we will beat you until you have only half a breath left. The demon clan was completely enraged by Lin Chen's words. They all looked ferocious, wishing they could devour this cripple alive. Kill. Leave no one alive. Jiejiao was also completely infuriated and immediately gave the order. Boom. At almost the same time, countless magical artifacts of all colors filled the sky, and all kinds of strange divine abilities descended. In an instant they covered most of the sky. Heaven and earth darkened. Swirenshi and the billions of humans behind him felt their hearts leap into their throats. The scene before them was too terrifying. Could Lin Chen really withstand it alone? Lin Chen planted his one leg on the ground, grasped the sword hilt, and instantly opened his sword Dao domain, enveloping a part of the sky. Having become a cultivator at the initial Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, his sword Dao domain could easily encompass 1,000,000 li of heaven and earth. Although not vast, it was sufficient for Lin Chen to handle the situation. Sword drawing, art opening stance. Invisible sword chi swirled, instantly shattering yin and yang, cutting through the void. The void began to tremble continuously, and endless Dao, sword intent roared. Those who trespass against the human race shall die without mercy. Sword aura surged in all directions, its lingering might roaring endlessly. At the very center of the sweeping sword aura stood a solitary figure, transcendent and detached. The millions of demonic beings trembled in their hearts, and for a moment none dared to advance. My, it's you. The demon vanguard Honghuang abruptly changed countenance, his mind churning with monstrous waves. He recognized the overwhelming sword aura revealed by Lin Chen when he swung his sword, identical to the astonishing sword aura he had encountered back then at the Purple Mansion Isle of the Eastern Sea. Upon recognizing Lin Chen's other identity, the demon god Honghuang also felt a surge of fear within his heart. No longer did he possess the calm and composure he had before. That single sword strike from back then had cast a massive psychological shadow over countless demonic beings. Even with Honghuang's peak Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation having unleashed all his trump cards and erected the strongest defenses, he was still caught by the sword aura, his primordial spirit wounded. At that time Lin Chen's displayed cultivation was merely at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. A mere single sword strike had been enough to cleave the Eastern Sea. Now Lin Chen's strength had advanced further. He had attained the Dao as a primary Taiyi Golden Immortal, and his overall combat power had multiplied by an unknown factor. Although he appeared to be at the primary stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, differing from the peak stage demon god Honghuang by several minor realms, Honghuang was utterly terrified at this moment. This Lin Chen was too bizarre. One could not judge him by conventional logic. A cultivator at the primary Taiyi Golden Immortal stage fighting a peak stage Taiyi Golden Immortal, even with formidable magical treasures and divine abilities, could at most barely protect himself. Yet this Lin Chen could break that limitation. At the mere Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation, he could cleave through the flesh of a Taiyi realm being with a single sword strike. Now that he had successfully attained the Taiyi Golden Immortal Dao, his strength was incomparable. He was utterly devoid of any will to fight. This was exactly the feeling within Honghuang's heart at this moment. Though he had not yet truly fought Lin Chen, he was already thoroughly suppressed by the opponent's aura. Especially upon sensing the residual Dao sword aura in this void, Honghuang was profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, at Golden Ao Island within the Azure Turing Palace, a glint of golden light flashed through Tong Tian's eyes as he stared fixedly at the light screen before him. It is the realm of Dao achievement. This child truly delivers surprises one after another. At some unknown point, his sword Dao attainment had reached the level of Dao achievement. The impact of that sword strike just now was so immense that even this unfathomable heavenly Dao saint for the first time lost his composure. The sword Dao had reached the mysterious zenith. From ancient times to the present, among countless beings in the primordial world, apart from the present Lord Tongtian, no one else could rival such a level. As a primordial spirit with a profound foundation, it took hundreds of thousands of years for Tang Tian to reach the mysterious zenith of the Sword Dao. If it were any other being to cultivate to the same realm would require millions of years, perhaps even failing to glimpse the Dao achievement realm of the Sword Dao law. The comprehension of laws grows infinitely more difficult as one progresses further. When Lord Tang Tian first began cultivating the Sword Dao, it took only a few tens of thousands of years to enter the gate of the law, but the time spent advancing from the entry level to the Dao achievement level was dozens of times longer. This was still with the foundation of a primordial spirit. If it were an ordinary being, even a million years might not suffice to comprehend the Sword Dao law to the Dao achievement level. Yet this disciple before him, having joined the Jie sect, was merely a little over 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had always appeared with a naturally incomplete form. In such a short span, he had reached the divine level of the Sword Dao. Incredible, a miracle. Only these two words could fit this disciple. Back when Tang Tian had exceptionally promoted Lin Chen to a direct disciple, he valued Lin Chen's unique Chaos Dao Body and his heaven-defying comprehension. He had already regarded this disciple highly in his heart, yet he never expected that today he would feel that he had still underestimated him. In merely 1,000 years, Lin Chen had achieved the Dao achievement level in the Sword Dao. Not only that, while facing the wall in reflection at the spiritually barren Eagle Sorrow Ravine, his cultivation had quietly reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. His Sword Dao attainment was monstrous, and his cultivation speed was dazzling to all. Having such a disciple by his side, how could Tang Tian not be astonished? Even the dignified Heavenly Dao Saint was utterly shaken to the point of losing composure, let alone the disciples of the Jie sect behind him. Is this still the little junior brother we know? Duobao's mouth hung wide open, unable to close for a long time. The little junior brother had always been a special object of his attention. As the senior brother of the Jie sect, it was his responsibility to pay special attention to those fellow disciples with slow cultivation progress and low comprehension. The naturally incomplete form and the foundation of a postnatal being had long destined the little junior brother to achieve no great success. Until one day, when suddenly, during the transmission of the Dao by the master in the Azure Touring Palace, the little junior brother distinguished himself. After being exceptionally promoted to a direct disciple, the senior brother Duobao finally felt relieved. He sincerely rejoiced for the little junior brother and looked forward to a bright future on the Dao path. But now Duobao profoundly felt that the little junior brother whom he had always regarded as weak had at some unknown point left him far behind. A single unremarkable sword strike swept away 100,000 demonic beings. For the current Duobao, it was utterly unimaginable. The little junior brother's Sword Dao achievement has reached the level of the master. Zhao Gongming stared at the imposing figure on the light screen and murmured softly. Usually he had seen the little junior brother cultivating very diligently, and Zhao Gongming had advised him more than once. Such a plain divine ability, even if cultivated to the extreme, would be of no use. Not only Zhao Gongming thought so, but all the surrounding Jie sect disciples shared the same view. Yet no matter how they advised, the little junior brother remained unmoved, practicing only the utterly unremarkable sword drawing technique every time. Before this, Zhao Gongming had repeatedly thought that the little junior brother's actions were just stubbornness, refusing to change course until he hit the wall. But now everything that had happened proved that the little junior brother's earlier words were true and believable. The utterly unremarkable sword-drawing technique, when cultivated to the extreme, could also shatter everything cleaving through the 9 heavens. Where the swords might pointed, all was invincible. This little junior brother had not only cultivated the unremarkable Sword Dao to the mysterious zenith, but had also quietly attained the Taiyi Golden Immortal Dao. And it had only been 1,000 years since he joined the Jie sect. Not to mention the current Zhao Gongming, even the senior brother Duobao of the Jie sect would pale in comparison to the little junior brother. The little junior brother's diligence and hard work have finally paid off. With merely the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, he slew 100,000 demonic beings with a single sword strike. Who else could achieve this? Jiejiao, who had always been close to the little junior brother Lin Chen, could not help waving her delicate fists repeatedly. She began to cheer for the little junior brother's deeds. Among the 3 sects, there were many cultivators at the initial Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, but none could be as stunningly brilliant as the little junior brother. The disciples of the Jie sect were genuinely delighted for little junior brother Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Those who dare to offend the human race deserve nothing but death. Sword aura surged in all directions, its lingering power roaring incessantly. Standing at the very center of the vast sword aura, he was detached and solitary. The millions of demonic beasts trembled in their hearts, and for a moment none dared to advance recklessly. Moi, it's actually you. Shangyang, the vanguard of the demonic race, suddenly changed color, and a storm raged within his heart. He recognized that the overwhelming sword aura displayed by Lin Chen when he swung his sword was identical to the astonishing sword aura he had encountered back then at the Purple Mansion continent in the Eastern Sea. After recognizing that Lin Chen possessed another identity, the demon god Honghuang also felt a trace of fear and dread. He no longer had the calm composure he had before. That single sword strike back then had cast a huge psychological shadow over countless members of the demonic race. Despite Honghuang's cultivation at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, using all his trump cards and raising the strongest defense, he was still affected by the sword aura, and his primordial spirit was injured. At that time, Lin Chen's cultivation was only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. With just a single sword strike, he could split the Eastern Sea. Now Lin Chen's strength had advanced further, having attained the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and his overall combat power had increased by an unknown magnitude. Although he appeared to be at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, compared to Honghuang, who was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, there was a gap of several minor realms, yet Honghuang was extremely terrified at this moment. This Lin Chen was too bizarre to be judged by common sense. When a cultivator at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal fights one at the peak stage, even with powerful magic treasures and divine abilities, the best he can do is barely defend himself. Yet the Lin Chen before him could break this restriction. With merely the cultivation of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, he could slash through the flesh of a great Luo realm cultivator with a single sword. Now that he had successfully attained the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, his strength was incomparable. He had no will to fight at all. This was exactly the feeling in Honghuang's heart at this moment. Before even engaging in a real battle with Lin Chen, he was already completely suppressed by the other's aura. Especially sensing the residual Dao sword aura in this void, Honghuang was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island at the Green Wandering Palace, a glint of golden light flashed in Tong Tian's eyes as he stared intently at the light screen before him. It's actually the realm of Dao attainment. This child truly gives one surprise after another. At some unknown point, his sword Dao attainment had reached the level of Dao attainment. The impact of that sword strike just now was so great that even this unfathomable heavenly Dao saint for the first time lost his composure. Sword Dao penetrating the profound. From ancient times to the present, among countless living beings in the primordial world, no one except Tontian cult leader before him had ever reached this level. As a primordial deity with a profound foundation, Tontian took hundreds of thousands of years to achieve sword Dao penetrating the profound. If it were any other being cultivating to the same realm, would probably take millions of years, and even then it would be difficult to glimpse the attainment realm of the sword Dao law. The comprehension of laws becomes infinitely more difficult the further one advances. When Tontian cult leader first began cultivating sword Dao, it took him only a mere tens of thousands of years to enter the law, but the time spent progressing from the entry level to the attainment level was dozens of times longer. And this was with the foundation of a primordial deity. If it were an ordinary being, even a million years might not be enough to comprehend the sword Dao law to the attainment level. Yet this disciple before him, having joined the Jiejiao sect, had only been there for a little over 1,000 years. Moreover, he appeared with a naturally deficient form. In such a short time, he had reached sword Dao divine mastery. It was simply inconceivable, a miracle. Only these two words could fit this disciple. Back then, when Tontian specially promoted Lin Chen to a direct disciple, he valued Lin Chen's special Chaos Dao Body and his heaven-defying comprehension. He had already thought highly of this disciple in the unseen, but he never expected that today he would feel that he had still underestimated him. In merely 1,000 years, he had reached the attainment level in sword Dao. Not only that, while meditating in the Eagle's Sorrow Ravine, where spiritual energy was thin, his cultivation had quietly reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. His sword Dao cultivation was monstrous, and his cultivation speed was enviable. With such a disciple by his side, how could Tontian not be shocked? Even the dignified heavenly Dao saint was utterly shocked and lost composure, let alone the disciples of Jiejiao sect behind him. Is this still the little junior brother we know? Duobao's mouth hung open for a long time. The little junior brother had always been his special object of focus. As the senior brother of Jiejiao sect, it was his responsibility to take special care of the junior brothers who were slow in cultivation and not very talented. With a naturally deficient form and the foundation of a postnatal being, it was already destined that the little junior brother would not achieve much. Until one day, he suddenly discovered that the little junior brother had shown his talent while the master was teaching at the Green Wandering Palace. Only then did Duobao, who had been promoted to a direct disciple, feel completely at ease. He sincerely felt happy for the little junior brother and looked forward to a bright future on his Dao path. But now Duobao deeply realized that the little junior brother whom he had always regarded as weak had at some unknown point left him far behind. An ordinary sword strike sweeping away 100,000 demonic beasts. For Duobao at present, this was simply unimaginable. The little junior brother's sword Dao attainment has actually reached the master's level. Zhao Gongming looked at the majestic figure on the light screen and murmured softly. Usually he also saw the little junior brother practicing very diligently, and Zhao Gongming had advised him more than once. Such an ordinary divine ability, even if cultivated to the extreme, would be useless. Not only Zhao Gongming thought so, but all the nearby Jie sect disciples also believed this. Yet no matter how they advised him, the little junior brother remained unmoved and always practiced with the ordinary sword-drawing technique. Before this, Zhao Gongming had thought more than once that the little junior brother's actions were stubborn, unwilling to turn back until hitting the wall. But now everything that had happened proved that what the little junior brother had said before was true and credible. The ordinary sword-drawing technique, when cultivated to the extreme, could also destroy everything with irresistible force, cutting down the 9 heavens. Wherever the swords might pointed, it was invincible. This little junior brother had not only cultivated the ordinary sword Dao to the profound realm, but had also quietly attained the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, it had only been 1,000 years since he joined the Jie sect. Not to mention Zhao Gongming, even Duobao, the senior brother of Jie sect, would pale in comparison to the current little junior brother. The little junior brother's hard work and diligence have finally paid off. With merely the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he killed 100,000 demonic beasts with one sword strike. Who else could do that? Jiejiao, who had always been close to the little junior brother Lin Chen, could not help but shake her fists repeatedly. She began to cheer for the little junior brother's actions. Among the 3 teachings, there were many cultivators at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but none could achieve such remarkable brilliance as the little junior brother. The disciples of Jie sect were all genuinely happy for the little junior brother Lin Chen. It was only upon witnessing the earth-shattering sword strike that the disciples of the Jie sect, who had previously sympathized with their junior brother Lin Chen, profoundly understood the true intent behind his daily practice of the sword-drawing art. Lin Chen demonstrated through his actions that even the most mundane path of the sword, when pushed to its limits, could attain divine mastery. While many Jie sect disciples rejoiced for their junior brother, their inner anxieties remained undiminished. Though his sword cultivation shook heaven and earth, if the great Yao clan sovereigns Dijuan and Dongwang Taiyi were to intervene, Lin Chen, with his current level of cultivation, would still be unable to withstand them. The gap between a quasi-saint and a cultivator at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm was simply too vast to bridge. The scene unfolding in the human domain not only shocked the Jie sect and the Yao clan, but also deeply startled many reclusive great beings across the primordial world. Within the 5 villages view beneath the ginseng fruit tree, the great immortal Jinyuan gazed toward the human domain and could not help but sigh. Truly unexpected that the Jie sect harbors such a prodigiously talented disciple. He was inherently flawed from birth, and his cultivation was merely at the initial great Luo Golden Immortal stage, yet a single swing of his sword annihilated 100,000 Yao clan warriors. This child is truly extraordinary. The benevolent Honghuang's praise overflowed as well. To earn the admiration of both Jinyuan and Honghuang simultaneously, Lin Chen was undoubtedly the first of his kind. The Jie sect had birthed yet another unparalleled genius. Amidst the boundless blood sea, ancestor Mingi condensed his true form, and gazing toward the human domain, let out a sigh. Having just attained the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he already possesses such astonishing combat prowess. His future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Indeed, he is a disciple of the sage's lineage. Cultivators invincible within the same realm were not rare across the primordial world, but those who could transcend realms in battle and eliminate so many foes in a single clash were virtually non-existent. No wonder this human cultivator before me seemed so familiar. The hidden great being who rescued us at Zifu Prefecture was none other than this direct disciple of the Jie sect. The multitude of great cultivators on Zifu Prefecture stared in astonishment at the scene before them. At the forefront, the Lord of the East, Dong Wanggong, watched the events unfold on the light screen, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. On the moon star within the Guanghan Palace, the sisters Shiha and Changxi also bore witness to Lin Chen's feat of annihilating 100,000 Yao clan with a single sword strike. An unusual ripple stirred within the hearts of the 2 celestial maidens. They couldn't help but recall the scene of Lin Chen's first visit to the moon star, a moment as domineering as the present. Despite his inherent flaw, he never faltered, remained unyielding in his resolve, and never retreated even in the face of countless trials. Becoming a direct disciple of the Jie sect seemed coincidental, but was in truth inevitable. Compared to the notoriously ruthless Yao clan sovereign Dijuan, Lin Chen far surpassed him in both innate talent, foundation, and temperament. Meanwhile, the Yao clan's Dijuan, observing the unfolding events, wore a face so dark it could drip water. For no reason, they had gained a formidable enemy. This added an unforeseen variable to today's forging of the demon-slaying sword. If things continued, none of the few high-ranking Yao clan spirit lords could handle him. Whereas Kunpeng led 1 million elite Yao clan troops to suppress this child. To avoid further complications, Dijuan directly dispatched his trusted advisor, the Yao master Kunpeng. Though Kunpeng was a quasi-saint level great being, he was always cautious. With him leading personally, they would surely quickly subdue the insufferably arrogant Lin Chen. No matter how powerful a cultivator at the initial great Luo Golden Immortal stage might be, they were still just a great Luo. Facing a quasi-saint like Kunpeng, they would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly incapable of resistance. Hearing this, the Yao master Kunpeng, who was always loyal and unquestioning to Jiejiao, showed rare hesitation. He did not immediately accept the decree, but instead seemed inclined to refuse. The Yao master Kunpeng naturally would not take Lin Chen, an initial great Luo, seriously. But the latter's identity was no small matter. He was the direct disciple of a sage's lineage. Given the extraordinary combat prowess Lin Chen had displayed, he was surely deeply valued by Tongtian, the founder of the Jie sect. If Kunpeng accidentally slew him on the spot, not even the Yao master could withstand the wrath of a sage. What? Are you the Yao master also afraid? Noticing Kunpeng's unnatural expression, Jiejiao's face darkened further. As the dignified Yao master of the heavenly court and a quasi-saint great being, was he actually afraid to face a mere initial great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator? Your Majesty, it is not fear, but... Kunpeng immediately began to explain himself. But Jiejiao ruthlessly cut him off. I give you my assurance. As long as you leave him with a single breath, all will be well. Jiejiao naturally understood Kunpeng's concerns. But given what had transpired today, the Yao clan could not afford any retreat. Whether for the sake of the Yao clan's honor or the grand cause of unifying the primordial world, Lin Chen had to pay a price today. Hearing this, the Yao master Kunpeng nodded solemnly and ceased his hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he led a million-strong Yao clan army surging forth. Jiejiao, his face grim, had made up his mind no matter what, the demon-slaying sword would be forged today. This was the Yao clan's only chance to defeat the Wu clan. No one, no matter who, could stop them. If even the Yao master Kunpeng failed, then Jiejiao himself would descend in the human domain. Just as the Yao leader Yang Shang was at a loss against Lin Chen's fierce dominance, the Yao master Kunpeng arrived with 1,000,000 reinforcements. A terrifying aura once again enveloped the boundless heavens and earth. Led by the quasi-saint Yao master Kunpeng, supported by 100 great Luo Golden Immortal level Yao spirits, and backed by 1,000,000 Yao clan troops, their momentum was fearsome, overwhelming the heavens. The dreadful killing aura extended to every region, leaving no escape for the humans. Though the human population numbered in the billions, their highest cultivation level was merely the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. 100,000 human cultivators represented the highest combat power humanity could muster, and among them only a few thousand had reached the Golden Immortal stage. Faced with such a terrifying array of Yao clan forces, humanity had no room for resistance. The various quasi-saint great beings of the primordial world, observing the development, furrowed their brows when they sensed Kunpeng personally leading 1,000,000 Yao clan to once again tread upon the human domain. This Yao clan is truly determined. They overestimate the humans. Among the countless races of the primordial world, humanity was the weakest, though any single faction could easily suppress them. With the lineup the Yao clan had deployed, they could even contend with formidable forces like the Five Villages View or Zifu Prefecture. Yet they sent such a powerful force merely to deal with a weak human race. Whether it was Jin Yuan of the Five Villages View, Honghuang ancestor Mingyi of the Blood Sea, or Dong Wenggong of Zifu Prefecture, all were well aware that the Yao clan's true target was only one person, the Jie sect disciple Lin Chen. The disciple of this saint's orthodox lineage possessed extraordinary strength, and his profound background commanded attention. He was not to be trifled with. To forge the demon-slaying sword using the essence, blood, and primordial spirits of the human race, one must first overcome this young man. Hidden masters like Zhen Yuan the Great Immortal held a favorable view of Lin Chen's performance, but now facing the million-strong demon army, with Kunpeng, a quasi-sage powerhouse, presiding over the situation. It seemed that Lin Chen alone could no longer cope with the situation. After all, the chasm between a Daoyuo Golden Immortal and a quasi-sage was as vast as the heavens, an insurmountable gulf. Even though Lin Chen had displayed formidable prowess before in the eyes of quasi-sage masters like Zhen Yuan the Great Immortal, it remained insufficient to alter the course of events. After all, Lin Chen's cultivation base was far too low, and he was but a single individual. As for the human race, though numbering in the countless billions, the vast majority were ordinary mortals without any cultivation. Meanwhile, the Wu clan, another dominant force in the primordial world, also detected the commotion among the human race. The Wu clan could not cultivate their primordial spirits and were unskilled in divining the celestial mechanisms, so they could not immediately discern what had transpired. However, as the matter involved the movements of the demon clan, the Wu clan paid close attention. What scheme does the demon clan have in suddenly descending upon the human tribes? Perhaps, as our younger sister had previously conveyed in her message, all of this is aimed at dealing with our Wu clan. It seems we cannot stand idly by. Upon receiving the news, Jiejiao immediately convened the 12 ancestral Wu to discuss the matter concerning the human race. Elder brother speaks truly. This matter concerns the safety of our Wu clan. Regardless of the demon clan's intentions, we must intervene. Zhurong was the first to voice his agreement. His temperament was impetuous and fiery. Whenever the demon clan was involved, Zhurong wished to have a hand in it. I am willing to personally lead 1,000,000 brave warriors of the Wu clan to confront them. The other ancestral Wu also chimed in agreement. Jiejiao did not hesitate and directly gave his consent. Half of the 12 ancestral Wu remained in the clan to hold the fort, while the other half as commanders led grand shamans such as Quafu Dai and Xingtian along with 1,000,000 Wu clan warriors to set out for the human domain to probe the situation. Regardless of the demon clan's scheme, as long as they caused chaos, it would suffice. At this moment, Hutu felt a sense of unease. She inadvertently recalled the towering sword intent she had encountered before, inexplicably linking it to Lin Chen. Could this be his doing? Back when Hutu was pursuing the two demon saints, she had crossed paths with Lin Chen. The sword strike he had displayed was exceptionally breathtaking, leaving an indelible impression on Hutu. In the primordial world, sword cultivators of renown were pitifully few. To unleash such astonishing sword chi aside from Saint Tongtian, only the exceptionally talented Lin Chen could accomplish it. No one in the primordial world paid attention to the Wu clan's current movements. All eyes were now focused on the land of the human race. A terrifying demonic aura radiated from his body, rending the void and pressing down upon the earth. Demon Master Kunpeng cast a cold glance at Lin Chen. For the sake of you being a disciple of Saint Tongtian, leave immediately, and the demon clan will spare your life. Even at this moment, Demon Master Kunpeng did not wish to fully offend Tongtian cult leader. Lin Chen, an ant, was not worth Kunpeng's leniency, but the background of the saint's orthodox lineage behind him forced Kunpeng to relent. I am a member of the human race. Now that humanity faces a great calamity, I am determined to live or die with them. Facing Demon Master Kunpeng, a quasi-sage Lin Chen's stance remained unwavering. There was no room for compromise. Not even if Dongwang Tai and Di Jun came together could they sway Lin Chen's resolve. How utterly presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Kunpeng's face darkened instantly, and a surge of overwhelming fury churned within him. As a mighty figure of the demon clan, offering Lin Chen a chance to escape was an exceedingly rare and immense favor. Yet this reckless fool failed to appreciate the kindness, spurning the step extended to him, and bluntly refusing without a second glance. Lin Chen paid no heed to the inner turmoil of Kunpeng. Instead, he turned his gaze firm and resolute towards Swearin and the others of the human race. Today we may all perish here. Do you feel fear? To defend the human race and fight for dignity, we are not afraid. Swearin and the other humans spoke with fervor, their voices shaking the heavens and earth for millions of miles. Even before Lin Chen had appeared, they had already prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Now with Lin Chen setting an example and standing shoulder to shoulder with humanity, what was there to fear? They would exchange the blood of human cultivators for the peace of future generations. Even if they fell in battle, it would be worthwhile. At that moment, the human race's fortune golden dragon roared to the sky, emitting a deafening divine sound. In that case, I will fight alongside the human race to the bitter end. Lin Chen braced himself on one leg, the long sword in his hand, trembling faintly, its sharp aura enveloping the entire cosmos. How utterly reckless. Demon Master Kunpeng's face turned exceedingly grim. Since Lin Chen was obstinately bent on opposing the demon clan, he must bear the consequences. Yingzhao, lead our 1,000,000-strong demon army to raise the human race. Demon Master Kunpeng ceased his persuasion and directly issued the battle order. Out of regard for Saint Tongtian's face, he had given Lin Chen multiple chances, but the latter had cast them aside like worn-out sandals. Even if Lin Chen were truly slain now, and Saint Tongtian flew into a rage, the demon clan would have their justification. Slay. With the quasi-sage powerhouse overseeing the battle, demon gods like Yingzhao and Shangyang had nothing to fear, unleashing their treasures and divine abilities. The 1,000,000-strong army advanced in unison. In an instant, various treasures and divine abilities clashed in the skies, and a chilling murderous intent descended upon the human cultivators. Fight to the death to defend the human race. Charge. Swearin let out a furious roar and charged headlong into the vast sea of the demon army. Bang! The 1,000,000-strong demon army and the human cultivators collided violently. The terrifying force shattered the void, sweeping away everything in its path as it reduced all to ashes. The sounds of battle echoed through the 9 heavens, and blood poured down like a torrential rain. Though every human fought valiantly, they were almost powerless against the numerically superior demon army. Blood flew and severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. The number of humans dwindled rapidly as they were devoured by the demon horde. Countless essence, blood, and primordial spirits were absorbed by the demon-slaying sword. Faced with this one-sided slaughter, the remaining humans glared with fury, their eyes burning red, yet not a single one retreated. Even if they all perished, they would fight for the dignity of the human race. Peerless sword intent. Lin Chen, standing on one leg, directly activated his supreme divine ability. The sword momentum surged to the heavens, reversing yin and yang, shattering the void. As this divine ability unfolded, it transformed into endless, overwhelming sword intent that pierced the soul and crushed the primordial spirit. In merely a brief moment, the countless demon bodies which had been in high spirits and reveling in bloodshed stiffened noticeably, then collapsed one after another. Their bodies disintegrated, and their primordial spirits perished. Along with the ordinary demons, a large number of Taiyi Golden Immortal level demon gods also met their demise. Is this truly the early stage of Deluo? The Kuanping, who had been intently watching Lin Chen's movements, shifted his gaze. His swordsmanship is too formidable. With his current foundation and talent, if he were at the same cultivation level as Lin Chen, he would likely stand no chance. Lin Chen, do not be so arrogant. I, the Lord, shall come to test you. Honghuang let out a sharp cry, activating his magic treasure to channel surging celestial power, and charged at Lin Chen. As the saying goes, enemies meet, eyes blaze with fury. From the Zifu Zhou back then to the human race later, and from the Taiyang star to the current war of extermination. This Lin Chen, whether intentionally or unintentionally, has repeatedly thwarted the grand plans of the demon race, slaying several top demon gods. Even Honghuang was among them, having once had his physical body destroyed and his primordial spirit severely wounded. Honghuang has harbored a grudge all along. Today he will settle old and new scores together, making the human before him pay the price he deserves. The terrifying pressure of a peak Taiyi Golden Immortal swept over with magical treasures and divine abilities appearing one after another, instantly sealing Lin Chen's surroundings. Lin Chen's strength was formidable, but ultimately, he could not compensate for the disadvantage in cultivation. Honghuang, already a cultivator at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, was confident he could easily suppress Lin Chen, who had only recently attained Deluo. Facing Honghuang's ferocious assault, Lin Chen did not retreat at all. With a calm expression, he chose to confront him head-on. The celestial treasure, the burial heaven coffin, suddenly erupted with terrifying might, hovering in midair. The 5 elements beads evolved the power of the 5 elements, sealing off a domain. Honghuang's terrifying attack clashed against it in an instant. Brilliant light burst forth, laws intertwined, the void trembled, flickering between light and darkness. Lin Chen, holding a longsword, swept his blade across the sky, leaving only a sharp streak of light in the heavens. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth sank. A wisp of blood mist scattered across the sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek which echoed exceptionally loudly across the vast battlefield stretching millions of miles. Lin Chen, who had just attained Taiyi Golden Immortal not long ago, emerged unscathed. In contrast, Honghuang, who had fought against him, now had an empty sleeve, one of his arms completely gone. It must be known that Honghuang was one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon race, a powerful being at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal level. In just one encounter, he had an arm severed by Lin Chen, who was at the early stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. What did this mean? He was invincible within the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Such combat prowess was rarely seen since ancient times. As for Honghuang, who had lost an arm, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot, and chest heaving violently, clearly alternating between shock and fury to the extreme. Thinking of how he had Taiyi Golden Immortal at the peak, whose fearsome reputation intimidated countless races of the primordial world, had made numerous primordial beings bow, yet today, he was defeated by a lame human. Lin Chen, you have successfully angered me. Even if you have a saint behind you, I will definitely kill you today, without mercy. Repeatedly wounded by Lin Chen, Honghuang completely lost his reason. Regardless of whether you are a disciple of a saint. If I cannot regain my face today, I fear the demon race will no longer have the name of Honghuang, the demon god. Completely maddened, Honghuang directly revealed his true form. Spreading his wings, they blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. Opening his beak, he let out a cry that intimidated all living beings. His golden feathers were extremely sharp, like thousands of blades neatly arranged, glistening under the sunlight, emitting a cold, fierce gleam. One powerful leg was particularly conspicuous, standing on a single foot, maintaining a delicate balance, and continuously hopping in a strange dance. In contrast, Lin Chen's figure seemed like an ant. Honghuang, having manifested his true form, had his aura instantly skyrocket, overwhelming all heavens and realms. Seeing this astonishing sight, the humans behind him were all silent as cicadas in winter, their faces dramatically changing. Sui Renshi and the other human cultivators, their excited emotions suddenly froze, their eyes filled with worry. This Honghuang was indeed not to be trifled with, as expected of a demon god of the demon race. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he would not be a match for this opponent. The disciples of the Jiejiao sect, who were staring intently at the projection, had not yet recovered from the terror of that one sword strike, and in an instant their faces turned pale again. Master, please allow us to descend and assist the junior disciple. Duobao, the senior brother, pleaded once again. Honghuang himself was a powerhouse at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, and now that he had unleashed his true form, his combat power could rival that of a quasi-saint. Even if the current junior disciple was extremely strong, he could not possibly be a match for a quasi-saint. The 3 Xiao sisters, Zhao Gongming, and other Jiejiao sect disciples who had always been on good terms with Lin Chen also followed behind Duobao, repeatedly begging Tongtian Jiaozhu to descend the mountain. Such a supremely talented junior disciple must not be allowed to fall in this unwarranted calamity of the human race. Tontian had not spoken at all from beginning to end because he had a vague suspicion, and this suspicion was getting closer to the truth. That was Lin Chen was very likely the mysterious person who had previously attained the 12th grade Deluo Golden Immortal. Before he was punished to enter the Yingqiu Jian for wall-gazing repentance, Tontian Jiaozhu remembered that this disciple was still a proper Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator. After he left the Yingqiu Jian, he suddenly attained the Deluo realm. Tontian Jiaozhu would not consider all this to be a coincidence. If it truly was as he suspected, then this disciple was truly remarkable. Thinking of this, Tontian Jiaozhu was also filled with anticipation in his heart. He was very curious to know just how powerful Lin Chen, who had attained the 12th grade Deluo Golden Immortal, could be in combat. In the land of the human race, Honghuang, whose body was several hundred times larger, erupted with terrifying aura, causing the void to tremble incessantly. Shuairenqi, who was extremely worried in his heart, also felt a heavy burden. Such combat power was infinitely close to that of a quasi-saint. Lin Chen was the pride of the human race. For coming to rescue the human race, this time the entire human race was already very grateful to him. Now they could not stand by and watch Lin Chen face such great danger alone. Immortal Lin Chen, we are willing to accompany you through thick and thin. Shuairenqi prepared to step forward and fight alongside Lin Chen, even if it meant perishing and having his Dao extinguished. However, Lin Chen stopped him very domineeringly. It's fine. Even if he reveals his true form, what of it? I shall break it with my sword. Arrogant as ever. Haha, truly a big talk without shame. I have already taken this seriously. Do you this and still think you can gain an advantage? Whether it was at the Zifuzhou or being cut off an arm earlier, Honghuang believed it was all due to his carelessness and being ambushed. Now that he had become serious, the Lin Chen before him could absolutely not be his opponent. With his true form revealed, Honghuang's combat power could match that of a junior quasi-saint. Cutting down a lame Deluo Golden Immortal at the early stage would be as easy as reaching for the bag. This human waste before him, who didn't know the times, and even dared to insult him, truly deserved to die 10,000 times. What? You still not convinced? A waste is a waste. No matter how you struggle, you cannot change the outcome. I will use the sword in my hand to make you understand that everything you do is futile. Lin Chen's domineering voice resounded throughout the world. The long sword in his hand emitted a humming sound, and thousands of sword chi swept all before them, like a wind rolling up clouds, reversing time and space, and splitting yin and yang. One sword opens the heavenly gate. In an instant, Lin Chen's entire being seemed to transform into a towering sharp sword. Radiant sword aura swirled around him, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Honghuang was startled. Even after revealing his true form, he could not stop trembling inwardly. As Lin Chen channeled his immortal power, manifested his divine ability, and opened the heavenly gate with his sword, he instantly shattered the primordial chaos with a single strike. It is this sword strike. Honghuang's heart trembled violently, and his face immediately fell. Back in the Purple Mansion Prefecture, it was precisely this sword that had caused him great loss. Now encountering it again, the power of this sword had multiplied countless times. The terror within made Honghuang dare not remain arrogant. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his magical artifacts and divine abilities, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The terrifying killing force charged forward, irresistibly shattering everything. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, it swept away all obstacles. The absolute defense that Honghuang had painstakingly erected was instantly reduced to paper and crumbled in a moment. With his true form revealed and all cards played under this sword strike, he did not even have time to utter a scream before his body was cleaved into two halves without warning. Even his primordial spirit within could not escape in time, instantly obliterated by the terrifying sword chi, leaving him dead beyond death. Bam! Honghuang's massive broken body fell to the earth, raising a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Kuan Peng could not help but let out a loud cry, losing all the calm composure befitting a quasi-saint powerhouse of the past. Just one sword strike, and it effortlessly slew the demon god Honghuang. Moreover, his opponent was a cripple. Such astonishing mastery of the sword Dao. Truly one wonders how he cultivated it. At the same time, the human realm fell into a strange silence. The eyes of all who looked upon Lin Chen were filled with shock and disbelief. A mere cripple at the early Golden Immortal stage, yet the sword Dao laws he displayed were so terrifying. The Heavenly Court's overseers Donghuang Taiyi and Di Jun were also stunned beyond measure. One of the 10 great demon gods of the demon race, dealing with a cultivator at the early Golden Immortal stage should have been as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Yet unexpectedly, he was instead killed in return. And it was such an easy counterkill with a single sword strike. It was a sheer disgrace. This was a naked provocation to the demon race. Di Jun's body emanated terrifying aura, clearly enraged to the extreme. The demon race, as the overlords of the primeval world, had never suffered such a great loss, even in battles with the witch race. Now merely launching a punitive expedition against a race that could not be weaker, they unexpectedly lost a powerful demon god. This was truly unbearable. Honghuang Palace. This child comes from the human race, truly a blessing for humanity. Nuwa did not spare her praise for Lin Chen, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Fortunately, she had once had an understanding with Lin Chen, otherwise the shocking scene today could never have unfolded. In contrast, the Taiyi Saint's face was ashen. A mere cripple. How could he be so formidable? The Taiyi Saint simply could not accept the truth before him. In the eyes of the Taiyi Saint, the disciples of the Jie sect were all unorthodox and disgraceful. Yet now a Jie sect disciple whom he had always despised, with only the early Golden Immortal stage in an absolutely invincible posture, had slain Honghuang, who was comparable to a quasi-saint powerhouse, with a single sword. Such combat prowess, even among the disciples of the three sects, would deserve the title of champion. Even if he tied together his own unworthy disciple Xuandu and the renowned 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, they might not be a match for Honghuang in his true form. In that case, doesn't it mean that even if the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect and his own disciple Xuandu joined forces, they could not possibly be Lin Chen's opponent? This Lin Chen was truly an anomaly. The Taiyi Saint, in addition to his shock, gained a bit of worry. The calamity of the human race was related to the interests of the human sect and himself. The Taiyi Saint had not hesitated to offend Nuwa, believing that everything was proceeding according to plan. But he never expected that the suddenly rising Lin Chen would overturn everything he had carefully orchestrated. Was this a dream? The Jie sect disciples stared at the light screen before them, dumbfounded, hardly believing that the majestic figure was Lin Chen. The junior brother, with only the early Golden Immortal stage, had forcefully suppressed the demon god Honghuang. Moreover, he did so when the opponent was at full strength, using a head-on confrontation and slaying him with a single sword. The victory was clean and decisive, beautiful. The Sanshao sisters, seeing Lin Chen's performance, were so excited that their faces flushed red. In their memory, junior brother Lin Chen was born with a defect, but after joining the Jie sect, he never slackened, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. Today's performance could be said to be the ultimate reward for his efforts. In stark contrast to the excitement of the Jie sect disciples, the demon race was filled with confusion and shock, which was gradually replaced by shame and anger. This guy actually killed the demon god Honghuang. He killed Honghuang. Looking at Honghuang's lifeless, shattered corpse, millions of demons roared in fury. The power this damned cripple displayed was too formidable. Lin Chen, however, acted as if this result was nothing out of the ordinary. He strolled over to Honghuang's massive corpse and said solemnly, "Today I shall use this demon's blood to mourn the countless lives. The human race will fight to the death. Though born weak, we can still overcome heaven." His solemn voice resounded across millions of miles, shaking the space in all directions. Swearenshur and the other humans silently savored these words, deeply moved, even shedding tears and shouting hoarsely. When Honghuang had revealed his true power, they had all been extremely worried about Lin Chen's situation. But in the end, Lin Chen was as domineering as ever, slaying the unparalleled Honghuang with just one sword. At that moment, the hope of the human race surviving the calamity greatly increased, which also contained the hope of their future rise. For a moment, the human race's aura surged, and the golden dragon of fortune grew countless times larger, neighing incessantly in excitement. How damnable! Kill all the humans. Kuan Peng, his face livid, was humiliated and enraged to the extreme. Today he had personally overseen the battle as a dignified quasi-saint, yet Honghuang was still slain right before his eyes. The millions of demon troops with eyes wide and tearing moved at the wind. Terrifying demonic chi locked onto Lin Chen and the 100,000 human cultivators behind him. The fierce killing intent made people feel helpless and terrified. Kill! Lin Chen swung his long sword again. Thousands of sword chi transformed into thousands of flood dragons. The power to tear apart yin and yang and destroy countless stars burst forth. Fight for the rise of the human race. The human cultivators behind, including Swearenshur, roared in unison, their blood boiling. For a moment, it gave the illusion that even millions of demons could not match the human momentum. This made Kuan Peng's face grow uglier and his expression more ferocious. Boom. In the sky, magical artifacts and divine powers shone together. Soon after, a torrential rain of blood began to fall. Even with Lin Chen, the absolute combat power, leading the charge, human cultivators still fell continuously. The human battle line was precarious, but showed no sign of collapse. The human cultivators would not retreat, even unto death. Even on the brink of death, they would drag the demons down with them. The fierce cries of battle filled the entire battlefield. Blood floated, staining the sky red. Human blood and the massive corpses of demons fell like raindrops onto the earth. Heaven-burning sword art. The sword Dao divine ability was unleashed. 10,000 swords shot forth, terrifying sword shadows darting everywhere, reaping the lives of the demons. Lin Chen, with his own strength, single-handedly withstood the assault of 1,000,000 demon troops. The human race, led by Swirenshi and others, likewise followed closely at Lin Chen's side, engaging in relentless slaughter. Gazing at the figure before them that dominated the battlefield, the blood of all human cultivators instantly boiled with fervor. Jinyu and Daxian, who had been drinking freely beneath the ginseng fruit tree at that moment, also set down his goblet and gazed into the distance. He was greatly astonished by the majestic figure leading the human race forward. Then he could not help but repeatedly praise. The human race is truly blessed to have produced such a dazzlingly brilliant prodigy. It was hard to imagine that without Lin Chen's sudden rise shouldering the brunt of the attacks for the precarious human race. Given the current overall strength of the human race, they would likely not have been able to withstand even a single clash. Such a display was not merely prodigious. It was nothing short of a miracle. Honghuang, the ever-benevolent elder of the primordial, also expressed his boundless admiration. This direct disciple of the Jie sect has a generous nature. Toward the arrogant demon race, he could first observe courtesy before resorting to force, only slaying when compelled. That suits my temperament, and his performance here is also astonishing enough. Relying on his own solitary strength, he could actually hold back tens of millions of demons. Such character, such cultivation, such audacity, no one could surpass him. This was the heavenly tribulation, a calamity from which even the celestial saints had to keep far away. Yet Lin Chen, disregarding his own safety, willingly stepped into the catastrophe, and with his own power turned the tide for the human race. Throughout the entire history of the primordial, apart from Lin Chen, before them no one else had ever accomplished such a feat. Moreover, who would dare to try? On the vast battlefield, human cultivators fought to the death, never retreating, displaying an unprecedented unity. With this, the overall fortune of the human race surged dramatically. Sensing the time was ripe, Lin Chen immediately activated the human race's supreme treasure, the Honghuang seal. In an instant, it resonated with the vast fortune of humanity, radiating brilliant light in all directions, temporarily elevating the cultivation of all human cultivators. Even those who had been wounded by the demon race were now rapidly recovering. All humans felt the human race's fortune grow intimate with Lin Chen. This stirred the remaining humans even more. Lin Chen, the immortal, with such presence, is truly the emperor of humanity. We swear to follow the human emperor, to fight together and protect our race. Hundreds of millions of humans began to shout in unison, honoring Lin Chen as the human emperor. What? That is the human race's supreme treasure, the Honghuang seal. How is this possible? Why has this treasure manifested so early? And why is it in the hands of Lin Chen, a disciple of the Jie sect? Nuwa and the Taiyi saint were both stunned, their eyes filled with incredulous shock. Nuwa and the Taiyi saint understood all too well what the Honghuang seal represented, the supreme symbol of authority over the human race. No one had anticipated that Lin Chen's methods would be so diverse and seemingly endless. Even such a treasure could be produced by him. Moreover, throughout this process, Nuwa, the mother of humanity, and the Taiyi saint, who had founded the human sect, had been completely unaware from beginning to end. Just how many more tricks did this fellow have hidden? From the earlier contest between Lin Chen and Shangyang, Lin Chen had appeared completely at ease, not exerting his full strength. While Nuwa was astonished, a surge of ecstasy also rose within her. Haha, wonderful. I never expected the human race to produce a human emperor ahead of time. Lin Chen has saved humanity from peril, earned the recognition of the human race's fortune, and is truly worthy of the position of human emperor. Nuwa had always harbored doubts about the extreme confidence Lin Chen had displayed when they first met. Where did that certainty come from? At this moment, all the mysteries were laid bare. No wonder Lin Chen had begun scheming against the fortune of the human sect so early. Because he held the Honghuang seal, he was destined to be the emperor of humanity. And the existence of the human sect would impose many constraints on the human emperor. Perhaps this was the true reason Lin Chen had always sought to oppose the human sect. This Lin Chen was indeed bold and meticulous. To think that with only the cultivation of a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal, he had dared to involve two heavenly saints, both falling into his schemes one after another. Nevertheless, even if Lin Chen had some selfish motives, Nuwa would not be overly concerned. After all, most of his actions were for the sake of humanity, and he was staking his own life on the gamble. Unlike the followers of the human sect, who only knew how to be crafty and cunning, they had taken advantage of Nuwa's unpreparedness to establish the human sect first, seizing the majority of the human race's fortune. Yet after achieving success and fame, they had turned a cold shoulder to humanity, remaining indifferent throughout, allowing the human race to be bullied by all the myriad races of the primordial. Lin Chen's recognition by the human race and his eventual ascension to human emperor were earned through solid, immense merits. Hearing Nuwa's words, the Taiyi saint's face turned extremely dark. Once a human emperor emerged among the human race, it would be greatly disadvantageous to the human sect, especially Lin Chen, who was already deeply entangled with humanity. First by spreading the Tao to the race, transforming their martial cultivation customs, and severing the foundation of the human sect. Then by involving himself in the calamity of the human race, he had nearly disrupted all of the Taiyi saint's plans to scheme for the human race's fortune. This infuriated the Taiyi saint even more. This obstinate fool deserves to die. The Taiyi saint cursed inwardly, but for now there was nothing he could do except block Nuwa from interfering in the fierce battle of the human race. In the Kunlun Yuqing realm, the primordial celestial venerable gazed into the distance, inwardly marveling as well. A man born with a congenital defect, a cripple, could still achieve such dazzling brilliance. Truly unprecedented and awe-inspiring. For the Jie sect to produce such an outstanding disciple was hardly good news for the Chan sect. While the primordial celestial venerable praised, his heart grew heavy. He had always looked down upon the disciples of the Jie sect, and if Lin Chen rose to prominence because of this, he would inevitably suppress the disciples of the Chan sect, leaving them gasping for breath. Let that cripple die at the hands of the demon race. The human race and the demon race were locked in a bitter struggle with heavy casualties on both sides. After a period of attrition, more than half of the human cultivators had perished, but the remaining cultivators were all high-spirited and determined to fight to the death without retreat. With Lin Chen blocking the majority of attacks at the front, the pressure on the human cultivators was greatly reduced, and the increase in human casualties slowed more and more. In contrast, the demon army of 10 million, which held a dominant advantage, sustained heavy losses. Giant demon corpses continuously crashed down from midair onto the earth. The land of the human race was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Lin Chen gripped his long sword, the 5 elements pearls spinning above his head, while the Honghuang measuring ruler's celestial burial coffin and other artifacts were also cast forth. In an instant, they shone in concert, complementing each other, suppressing the surrounding space. With every sword stroke, dazzling beams of light felled countless demons. Meanwhile, the 2 fairies Shiha and Changshi, who had always resided on the Taiyi star, could no longer contain their curiosity and wished to observe the great battle up close. Thus they left the Taiyi star using quasi-saint means to shift through space, tearing the void. The demon race was truly not worth pitying. The human race was weak and had never bullied any other race. What crime had they committed? To forge a divine artifact capable of suppressing the Wu clan, they slaughtered countless living beings, forcibly extracting their vital essence and souls to infuse into the treasure. Fortunately, humanity had Lin Chen, a newly risen human sovereign, or else the human race would have faced ruin. Lin Chen's slaughter was masterful. Sisters Shiha and Changshi had long harbored disdain for the demon clan, and watching Lin Chen carve through their ranks with unmatched ferocity, they were utterly awed by his imperious might. Meanwhile, the demon clan could endure no longer. Watching their cultivators fall one after another into the void, Kunpeng knew he could no longer delay. Otherwise, thousands of demon clan warriors would perish here. To reverse the dire tide, he had to intervene personally. As a later stage quasi-saint, Kunpeng wasted no words and unleashed his power with the force of 10,000 thunders. A terrifying presence locked onto Lin Chen instantly. Vast spiritual energy condensed in the air, forming a monstrous claw of palpable menace. In a blink, it closed the distance to Lin Chen. The void trembled, the river of space-time reversed, and yin and yang inverted. Speed had always been Kunpeng's greatest strength. He concealed his prowess in ordinary times, but when he struck, it was with lethal finality. His aim was to end the battle before Lin Chen could even register what was happening. Lin Chen was a master swordsman, so Kunpeng intended to deny him any chance to draw his blade. Yet faced with such terrifying power, Lin Chen did not retreat. He struck back head-on. If he could not draw his sword in time, then he simply would not use one. Lin Chen threw a punch. What was Lin Chen doing? This was far too reckless. It was outright madness. Witnessing what unfolded before them, everyone's hearts pounded with alarm. Lin Chen's previously demonstrated combat prowess had already been awe-inspiring enough. Even Shangyang, a Taiyi Golden Immortal, had been effortlessly slain by a single arrow. But the Kunpeng before them was no ordinary foe. This was a quasi-saint level powerhouse. Among quasi-saints, he was one of the most formidable, with very few capable of defeating him. Lin Chen had only recently attained the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Did he truly believe that merely relying on his various trump cards to kill Shangyang would be enough to stand against the mighty Kunpeng? What made people's hearts tremble even more was that Lin Chen had abandoned his signature sword path, choosing instead to rely on his physical body to withstand the attack. This was simply courting death. The Jie sect disciples who had just caught their breath now saw the scene before them and deflated like punctured balloons, their faces turning ashen. Now there was nothing they could do but stare fixedly at the light screen, unwilling to miss a single detail. They feared that even the slightest miscalculation would cost their junior martial brother Lin Chen his life. Junior martial brother Lin Chen is far too reckless. How could he choose to match his fragile physique against Kunpeng in direct combat? The anxious Zhao Gongming wished he could instantly appear in the human realm to fight alongside his junior brother. As everyone knew, humans were born with inherently frail physiques. Though this junior martial brother held the prestigious status of a direct disciple of Jie sect, his human origins remained a flaw that could not be remedied in a short time. Witnessing this scene, everyone believed Lin Chen was being far too rash and bringing about his own destruction. Kunpeng, seeing the sight before him, felt considerably relieved in his heart. This fellow truly seemed to have no concept of death, a flickering flame foolishly attempting to rival the radiant moon. Kunpeng had long prepared his counter-strategies, expecting the opponent to unleash the sword Dao techniques that had sustained him through battle. But instead, at this critical moment, Lin Chen chose to oppose him with raw physical strength. Truly, was Lin Chen arrogantly beyond measure or simply devoid of sense? However, the truth revealed itself in the very next instant. Lin Chen's fist carried wind like lightning tearing through the void. The razor-sharp claw formed from surging immortal power shattered completely under the force of his attack. That terrifying force, unreduced in the slightest, engulfed Kunpeng's entire body. In an instant, a pained wail erupted from Kunpeng as his physical form crumbled and blood streamed freely. All living beings were horrified. You are telling me this is a human? When did humanity possess such a terrifying physique? Even the ancestral gods of the Wu clan could not boast physiques this formidable. The peerless later stage quasi-saint powerhouse Kunpeng had been directly beaten until his physical body collapsed. How did this physique cultivate to such an extraordinary degree? Kunpeng's face twisted in ferocity, his bloodshot eyes locking tightly onto Lin Chen. This time, confronting Lin Chen, even without deploying his full power, the divine ability he unleashed was such that even an equal-level quasi-saint master could only respond with complete defense. Yet Lin Chen before him neither dodged nor retreated, choosing instead to resist with his flesh and blood. During their clash, he somehow broke through Kunpeng's defenses a step ahead. The psychological blow to Kunpeng was truly devastating. Beyond his shock and rage, what overwhelmed him most was sheer disbelief. For the human race to merely stochastically attain the Taiyi Golden Immortal path was already extraordinary enough, let alone having their physique cultivated to such flawless perfection comparable to the ancestral gods. The myriad spirits present watching this battle were likewise stunned, unable to articulate their inner shock. This unassuming youth, a direct disciple of Jie sect with human origins, had delivered an impact to all the beings present today that was simply too profound to express. His figure was already deeply etched into everyone's minds. Simply a monster. This direct disciple of Jie sect had effectively forged a new path for the primordial world. Lin Chen truly continues to astonish this seat time and again. Tong Tian could hardly conceal his excitement, showing none of his usual composure or detachment. The disciple before him was simply far too exceptional, exceeding Tong Tian's wildest imaginations. Possessing top-tier sword Dao divine abilities, yet also achieving the 12-rank Taiyi Golden Immortal realm through ancient and unbroken cultivation. Now he possessed a physique as fearsome as the ancestral gods, wielded the human race's supreme treasure Kongtong, and stood as the rightful human sovereign. All of this was accomplished within merely a few thousand years. How many secrets did this disciple harbor? What magnitude of fortune would it take to reach such extraordinary heights? Even a heavenly Dao saint, that omnipotent and exalted existence, would find Tong Tian feeling utterly ignorant toward this disciple before him. A sense of absurd helplessness. What delighted Tong Tian even more was Lin Chen's consistently low-key demeanor throughout. He never slackened in his cultivation endeavors. Meanwhile, a massive contingent of cultivators set forth from the eastern seas, Zifu province, their destination aimed directly at the human territory. At their forefront was none other than Dong Wanggong of Zifu province. Not long ago, they had been besieged by 1,000,000 demon clan forces led by Dong Wang, Taiyi, nearly annihilating their entire faction. Dong Wanggong had kept this grievance firmly in mind all along. Under normal circumstances, witnessing the demon clan's overwhelming strength, even the indignation within Donggong Palace could only be suppressed, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now the situation had shifted. The demon clan was locked in bloody combat, unable to overcome humanity despite prolonged effort, and their morale had plummeted to unprecedented lows. This was the perfect opportunity to exact revenge against the demons. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Acting now would not only allow them to capitalize on the demon clan's misfortune, but also forge an alliance with a sword Dao grandmaster. Dong Wanggong well understood the formidable prowess of Lin Chen, and that sword strike from years past remained vividly etched in his memory. He never would have imagined that the one who decisively slew the demon race's Yashin would be Lin Chen, a disciple of the Jiejiao. If he could seize this opportunity to forge a close alliance with the Jiejiao, the demon race could thereafter serve as his backing, ensuring he would no longer need to live in fear or lack confidence when encountering the demon race. Dong Wanggong recalled with perfect clarity how Tong Tian himself descended upon Zifu province, his primary objective being to locate the one who wielded that sword. This revealed how deeply Tong Tian favored Lin Chen as his disciple. Lin Chen's involvement in this current tribulation stemmed primarily from his conflicts with the demon race. At this moment, leading 1,000,000 cultivators from Zifu province to offer vigorous support would not only avenge past grievances, but also forge a bond of goodwill. Seizing this opportunity firmly meant forming an alliance with the Jiejiao. Such a rare chance must not be carelessly let slip away. In this battle, he must spare no effort to assist Lin Chen. Across human territories, Lin Chen's single sword strike repelled the overwhelmingly powerful Kunpeng, turning the latter's expression dark as water, while filling his heart with deep resentment. Today, before all eyes, he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. If he could not raise his hand and crush Lin Chen, what face would he have to stand before the cultivators of the demon race? I have underestimated you, it seems. Even with a physique rivaling the Wu clan, I can still easily subdue you. The dignity of a quasi-saint cannot be insulted. The infuriated Kunpeng locked eyes with Lin Chen. His actions had completely driven Kunpeng to madness. Initially, out of respect for Saint Tongtian, he had decided to show mercy and spare his life. Now, setting aside all else, he committed fully to the attack. Boom. Kunpeng summoned his innate merit treasure, the Yaoshi Palace, whose terrifying pressure instantly confined 1,000,000 li of space. This merit treasure was forged from the accumulated virtues gathered over countless years as Kunpeng transmitted his teachings to the demon race, matching the power of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. With his late-stage quasi-saint cultivation paired with such a supreme treasure, it was evident how seriously he regarded Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen faced this with complete composure, showing not the slightest sign of retreat. Countless treasures were unleashed while peerless divine abilities continuously manifested. He dared to challenge Kunpeng, a late-stage quasi-saint, with merely his early Daluo Jingxian cultivation. Boom. The treasured weapons and divine abilities collided violently, causing heaven to collapse and earth to crumble. Time flowed chaotically, star rivers shattered, and yin and yang reversed. Residual power from the clashing treasures swept in all directions, sending tremors through every heart. Why does this crippled wretch prove so resilient? Kunpeng had already deployed his strongest treasure alongside his signature techniques, yet still couldn't overcome Lin Chen. This filled him with shock and fury. Despite being several cultivation realms superior and wielding a treasure comparable to a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Could this man be concealing his true power far exceeding the mere Daluo Jingxian realm he appeared to possess? Even a quasi-saint facing such destructive power would be forced to deploy all their techniques merely to hold ground. Let's see how long you can sustain this. Kunpeng let out a cold snort as surging immortal energy surged forth once more. An even more terrifying killing aura descended, tearing through void and obliterating everything in its path. The invincible sword chi that shielded him around his body actually dimmed slightly under such overwhelming destructive force. My treasure ultimately falls short. Lin Chen sighed as his longsword struggled against an attack comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Witnessing this scene, Kunpeng's tense nerves finally eased slightly. His opponent was inevitably reaching his limit. Kunpeng, confident of victory, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. To withstand his assault this long proved Lin Chen's strength was truly formidable, worthy of pride even in death. After all, whether in cultivation or treasure quality, he stood far above Lin Chen. Any ordinary being would have perished long ago. Alas, Lin Chen's choice to oppose the demon race sealed his fate. Against absolute power, all talent and background amount to nothing. Lin Chen, die. You lack the foundation for such arrogance. Today I'll show you the consequences of opposing the demon race. Kunpeng's face twisted with hatred as he declared his intent. Today he would not only slaughter millions of humans to complete the final refinement of the two sword, but also slay this disciple of the saint's orthodox lineage to cement his supreme reputation among all races of the primordial world. Those who dare oppose the demon race face only death. Facing Kunpeng's death threat, Lin Chen responded with a scornful smile. His longsword vanished, replaced by the Zhanxian divine sword. The moment the sword was drawn, its sharp edge blazed with resplendent divine radiance. This, an innate supreme treasure. How could you possibly possess such a thing? How could a mere Daluo Jingxian cultivator wield such a supreme treasure? Innate supreme treasures predated the formation of the primordial world itself. After Pangu severed heaven and earth, only a handful remained scattered across the primordial world. Even saints did not all possess such treasures for protection, especially an ant like a mere Daluo Jingxian. Meanwhile, the Jiejiao disciples stared in disbelief, unable to hide their excitement. Junior brother Lin Chen has been hiding his trump card too well. Such an overwhelming secret weapon. Jiejiao exclaimed, half annoyed. She was clearly displeased that her junior brother had concealed this from her, yet simultaneously thrilled by the extraordinary power he now revealed. Even Tongtian, the heavenly Dao saint beside him, altered his expression. Having always held his disciple in such high regard, he had failed to recognize the depth of Lin Chen's capabilities. Is that truly an innate supreme treasure in your hands? Kunpeng's arrogance had evaporated, replaced by shock. His eyes burned with envy and jealousy. A quasi-saint of his stature had never possessed such a treasure, had never even touched one. What right did this crippled wretch have to such fortune? Sword Qi rolling dragon wall. Lin Chen said nothing, instead channeling his sword Dao ability once more. Empowered by the innate supreme treasure and compounded by an additional divine technique, its terrifying power reached unprecedented levels. The heavens and earth dimmed instantly, leaving only a pristine resplendent sword ray. It sliced through void, imprisoned heaven and earth, halted the stars, and inverted yin and yang. When the divine sword is drawn, who among the celestial immortals would not falter? The sword intent ran deep as an abyss, the sword Qi coiled like a dragon. Countless strands of sword energy surged forth in an instant. This is impossible. Impossible. Kunpeng's face contorted in panic as he frantically activated his divine abilities and treasures in a desperate last stand. The Kunpeng who had exuded such domineering presence just moments before had lost all trace of his late-stage quasi-saint aura. Only profound terror and a desperate longing to survive remained. Boundless sword Qi locked down all directions, demonstrating unmatched killing power as it pressed forward relentlessly. Infinite sword Qi instantly enveloped the Demon Master Palace. The Honghuang measuring ruler and the burial heaven coffin emerged together, suppressing it. The Honghuang measuring ruler, the foremost post-celestial supreme artifact of slaughter, trembled and spiraled in the void, emitting a hum. Countless ruler shadows tore through the void and severed the river of time. The celestial anomalous treasure, the burial heaven coffin, also unleashed its terrifying sealing might. It prevented Kunpeng from fully utilizing his extreme speed, entangling him as if in an endless swamp, slowing his movements by over 10,000 times. In a clash of powerhouses, a single encounter often decides victory. The moment Kunpeng was locked by the burial heaven coffin, the Honghuang measuring ruler above his head descended abruptly. This? Impossible. Unable to evade, Kunpeng cried out in panic. Could it be that a quasi-saint is about to fall here? The crowd who had been closely watching the battle felt a sense of absurdity at what they saw. Boom. A bell-like divine sound rang through heaven and earth, shaking the soul. A massive, shin-yellow bell appeared before them, suppressing all worlds. It was the Chaos Bell, an innate supreme treasure. This artifact was Honghuang Taiyi's enlightenment treasure, possessing the power to suppress the primordial chaos. It also had the ability to reverse time and space, evolve the mysteries of the Tao, and refine the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The surface of the Chaos Bell was inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, and the elements. Within the bell were great mountains and rivers with faint images of the myriad races of the primordial world. Five-colored radiance illuminated the realm, its might of a quasi-saint shaking the 9 heavens. Truly infinite in mystery and boundless in power. When raised to attack, it could suppress the void and imprison the river of time. When held before the chest, it could nullify any attack from divine treasures or weapons and render all magical techniques and divine powers ineffective. Balanced in offense and defense, it stood undefeated against the innate. Wherever the bell's sound passed, heaven and earth lost color, and the cosmos trembled. The full brilliance of an innate supreme treasure laid bare. Even the shocked onlookers could not help but feel fear. The critically wounded Kunpeng, protected by the Chaos Bell, barely managed to gasp for breath and narrowly escape with his life. When Kunpeng looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes were filled with terror, and he could no longer muster any desire for battle. This child is definitely not simple. Far from the mere golden immortal he appears to be. He must be concealing his true strength. The world could not possibly produce such a powerful golden immortal. If not for the Chaos Bell's timely appearance, whether Kunpeng would have survived was still uncertain. When he saw the Demon Master Palace now dimmed and hovering quietly, Kunpeng felt immense pain. His strongest artifact had lost a distinct corner. This nearly cost him his life. Kunpeng, born in the Northern Sea, had never possessed a companion spirit treasure. To forge the Demon Master Palace, he had tirelessly preached among the various tribes of the demon race for hundreds of thousands of years. Through accumulating merit and infusing it into the artifact, he was fortunate enough to elevate it to a post-celestial merit treasure. Now Lin Chen had shattered a corner of it. He had even nearly perished. Filled with shock and fury, Kunpeng no longer had the arrogance of old. Only deep fear remained in his heart. He was a quasi-saint at the late stage, unleashing all his power and revealing every hidden card, yet he still could not overcome a mere early-stage golden immortal cultivator. This wretch was clearly hiding his true strength. But thinking that Lin Chen, a human, was born from a post-celestial lineage, how could he have silently attained the quasi-saint realm? For a moment, Kunpeng was also confused, unable to express the complex emotions surging within him. Yet at that moment, no one paid attention to Kunpeng's actions. All eyes turned to the figure in a red robe approaching slowly from the sky. His presence was mighty and majestic, dominating the world. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the Eastern Emperor. Countless demons, seeing the towering figure above, bowed in reverence, utterly submissive. The newcomer was none other than the great demon-powered Honghuang Taiyi. His strength was hailed as the foremost among quasi-saints at the peak. Merely standing in the void without emitting any aura, he radiated an overwhelming pressure. Lin Chen's expression gradually turned solemn. Donghuang Taiyi, you have finally shown yourself. He was not surprised by the arrival of the great demon power. The demon race was determined to dominate the entire primordial world, and the Wu race was the greatest obstacle. Without forging the Butcher God sword, the fearsome physical defenses of the primordial Wu could not be breached. It could be said that the demon race's obsession with the Butcher God sword had driven them to madness. No matter the cost, they would not give up. Even if Kunpeng fell, the demon race would not retreat in this battle. Donghuang Taiyi glanced at the severely wounded Kunpeng, then waved his sleeve. What a useless waste. Can't even handle a mere golden immortal. You've brought shame to the demon race. Kunpeng, as the demon master of the demon race and a late-stage quasi-saint, was usually highly valued by Donghuang Taiyi. Today, before the eyes of many, he had nearly been killed by a mere golden immortal. It was too disgraceful. The entire demon race was humiliated because of him. Your Majesty, Kunpeng's throat moved as he tried to explain, but Donghuang Taiyi cut him off directly. Enough. Donghuang Taiyi had no patience for Kunpeng's excuses. A defeat was a defeat. The urgent matter now was to restore the demon race's honor. Then his gaze fell on Lin Chen, his expression serious as he looked over this human cultivator, a disciple of the saint's lineage. His face was devoid of joy or sorrow, with even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, making him inscrutable. But deep in his eyes there was a trace of mockery and disdain. A talented swordsman who had first defeated the demon god Shangyang, and then severely wounded the late-stage quasi-saint Kunpeng. Others might be shocked. However, Donghuang Taiyi was not among them. He was known as the number one under the saints, dominating the primordial world at the peak of quasi-saint, with no equal. And Lin Chen before him. He was merely a cripple with a lame leg. The gap between them was like a chasm. Donghuang Taiyi looked down upon Lin Chen, as if he were an insignificant ant, his expression indifferent. So you are Lin Chen. Alone you dare oppose my million-strong demon army. You are truly arrogant. Your performance is worthy of my recognition. Today, unless the saint behind you descends, you will die. As for whether the saint behind this human cultivator Tongtian Jiaozhu would descend here, Donghuang Taiyi had already considered it. The human calamity was a heavenly Dao tribulation. Ordinary saints would avoid it, unwilling to get involved. The heavenly Dao was the supreme existence. The exalted saints dare not defy the will of the heavenly Dao. Hearing this, Lin Chen also showed a slight smile and spoke calmly. So you are Donghuang Taiyi, the one called the number one under the saints. I would like to test whether you truly live up to that name. This attitude and tone mirrored Donghuang Taiyi's earlier demeanor perfectly. Learn from me. You a mere ant. Donghuang Taiyi laughed as if hearing the most absurd joke. A cripple born with a congenital defect dared to bluster before a dignified quasi-sage. He simply had no idea how death was spelled. Even if Lin Chen possessed the strength to slay an ordinary quasi-sage before Donghuang Taiyi, he remained nothing but an insignificant insect. Honghuang mobilizing the entire Yaozu army against the innocent and honest human race is utterly shameless. The two fairies Shiha and Changshi, who had hurried over from the moon star, rebuked him sternly. The two immortals had always loathed the Yaozu's actions, especially those of Jiejiao, whom they detested to the core. When the million-strong Yaozu army descended upon the human realm, Lin Chen stood in their way, a single longsword in hand. The two fairies' eyes sparkled with brilliance, realizing this might be a golden opportunity to break free from the Yaozu's grasp. Thus they hurried over, immediately berating Donghuang Taiyi, making it clear that they had come to aid Lin Chen. Lin Chen had never imagined that Shiha and Changshi, whom he had only met once, would rush to the human race's aid in its time of crisis, and with such a clear stance, standing by humanity. I thank both fairies for your kind intentions, but this is a conflict between the Yaozu and the human race. There is no need for you to get involved. The calamity of the human race was decreed by the heavenly Dao. Even the lofty sages dared not meddle lightly. Shiha and Changshi, though quasi-sages, would not escape unscathed if they intervened. Lin Chen gratefully accepted the two fairies' goodwill, but he did not wish to implicate innocence on his account. Taoist Lin Chen, the Yaozu's tyranny is against the will of heaven. We cannot bear to watch and wish to lend our aid. Shiha and Changshi were resolute. Having come, they were prepared to sever all ties with the Yaozu. How could they be dissuaded by Lin Chen's gentle refusal? Well said. As long as the Yaozu targets the human race, we will not leave easily. Shiha and Changshi stood firm, reiterating their resolve before all. Two divine maidens, do you intend to side with the humans and oppose the Yaozu? Donghuang Taiyi was extremely displeased with Shiha and Changshi's interference in human affairs, his face darkening. Yet he knew that his brother Jiejiao harbored deep affection for one of them, the moon fairy Shiha. If relations soured, it might jeopardize the Yaozu's grand plans. But then again, the slaughter sword was crucial to the Yaozu's hegemony. It was not something that could be dismissed by a mere word from Shiha and Changshi. If the Yaozu withdraws obediently, relations remain as before. If you stubbornly defy heaven, then enmity it shall be. Shiha and Changshi's response was icy and resolute. The Yaozu's might was formidable, and few dared to provoke them, but the two sisters paid it no heed. After all, a falling out with the Yaozu was inevitable sooner or later. Since the outcome was fixed, it mattered little if it came a little earlier. Shiha Changshi, is this your well-considered decision? Dongwang Taiyi's expression turned ashen, but he suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Shiha nodded calmly. Our minds are made up. To sacrifice millions of humans for the so-called slaughter sword was an absurdity that defied the Heavenly Tao. Had no one stepped forward, Shiha and Changshi might have only murmured their discontent in private. Now that a leader had emerged, they would not easily retreat. What a scourge! Their unyielding stance infuriated Dongwang Taiyi. The two moon fairies Shiha and Changshi were indeed renowned quasi-sage level powerhouses. But compared to the Yaozu's foundation, the gap was vast. Did they truly believe that because their elder brother Dijuan wished to contract a heavenly marriage with Shiha, the Yaozu would tread lightly and yield endlessly? Before the grand ambition of unifying the primordial world, personal feelings must take a back seat. This blind cripple must have used some despicable trick to summon the two divine maidens of the moon star to his aid. Dongwang Taiyi believed that Lin Chen had conspired with Shiha and Changshi beforehand, and his hatred for Lin Chen deepened. Boom. Rolling waves of quasi-sage aura spread outward in all directions, suppressing the entire cosmos and instilling fear in all beings. The other Yaozu sovereign Dijuan also descended leisurely upon the human realm. Heavens! Both Yaozu powerhouses converge on the human realm. The spectators were astonished. A mere cripple had forced the Yaozu to reveal their full might without reservation. Driving the mighty overlord of the primordial world, the Yaozu, to such a state was unprecedented for Lin Chen. Now that Dongwang Taiyi and Dijuan had joined forces, even Lin Chen's formidable combat prowess could not salvage the human race's hopeless situation. In this era, when sages remained hidden facing the two Yaozu sovereigns alone, aside from the Wu clan, no other force in the primordial world dared to stand against them. That this personal disciple of the Jie sect could hold out until now, even if he perished, was enough to make him proud. A crippled cultivator who made the Yaozu go to such great lengths and trouble. This was a testament to the importance they placed on him, an unparalleled honor. In the eyes of the onlookers, even if Lin Chen died on the spot, he would be covered in glory. Today the human race shall cease to exist. Those who stand in my way die, those who oppose me perish. The domineering Dijuan's attitude was uncompromising. With a single command, the nearly 10 million Yaozu army instantly unleashed a terrifying might. For a moment, the atmosphere in the human realm turned tense and solemn. The faces of human powerhouses like Sui Renshi darkened as they realized the insurmountable gap between the two sides. Without Lin Chen holding the front, a million Yaozu could easily trample the entire human realm. Now, with both Yaozu sovereigns personally descending and the tens of millions of troops behind them, how could they possibly withstand it? Though Lin Chen was formidable, he was ultimately alone. Mere self-preservation was already a struggle, let alone protecting the countless millions of humans behind him. All human eyes turned to Lin Chen. Faced with the Yaozu's earth-shattering display, Sui Renshi and the other human cultivators knew they would not even have a chance to struggle. Now it all depended on Lin Chen's decision. If he refused to yield, the humans behind him would fight to the death. If you want to slaughter the human race, you'll have to ask my longsword first. Confronting the formidable Dijuan, Lin Chen's attitude remained unchanged, showing no sign of backing down. Lin Chen had already prepared for the worst when he appeared. Dijuan's arrival was within his calculations. How could he be intimidated so easily? We are willing to follow the human sovereign and fight to the death to protect the human race. Sui Ren and the other human cultivators were once again stirred by the majesty. Lin Chen displayed their blood boiling in an instant. If even Lin Chen dared to challenge the top-tier powers of the demon race, why should they, insignificant as they were, not do the same? Then let us fight. The two fairies Shiha and Changshi, also emboldened by Lin Chen's encouragement, assumed their battle stances in turn. Regardless, now that they had come this far, there was no room for retreat. As beings of the same quasi-sage level, Shiha and Changshi harbored no fear of the demon race. This is a grudge between the demon race and the human race. Why must you involve yourselves? Leave now, and I shall pardon your transgression. Suppressing the fury within him, Dijuan turned his gaze toward the two sisters Shiha and Changshi, softening his expression as he urged them to withdraw. He was not afraid of offending the two fairies of the Taiyi Star, but rather did not wish to sour their relationship over a mere human. After all, the celestial marriage between Dijuan and Shiha was ordained by the Heavenly Tao. If you wish for us to retreat, then the demon race must make a vow to cease the slaughter of humans. The two fairies Shiha and Changshi stood firm, unwilling to yield, even if it meant fighting Dijuan. Dijuan's face abruptly darkened. For a moment, he could not comprehend what Shiha and Changshi truly meant. For the sake of the weak human race, for a crippled cultivator, they would disregard the celestial marriage. Were they mad? If it were an ordinary matter, Dijuan would not have pressed the issue and might have even granted Shiha and Changshi some face. But this matter concerned the very success of the demon race's ambition. There was absolutely no room for bargaining. Since you insist on going your own way, do not blame me for being ruthless, Dijuan said coldly. Then he turned to Kuan Peng and Bai Zhe, who stood nearby, and commanded, "You two are to hold off the two fairies and prevent them from interfering in the rest." "As you command." Kuan Peng and Bai Zhe nodded in unison. They understood Dijuan's intentions. Though displeased with the behavior of Shiha and Changxi, they were to show restraint merely tying them down. After making his arrangements, Dijuan finally turned his gaze to Lin Chen. With the air of a supreme ruler, he declared dominantly, "Lin Chen, I will give you one last chance. Do not test my patience further." Out of consideration for the sect leader Tongtian, Dijuan did not wish to make things difficult for Lin Chen. However, his patience had reached its limit. "Spare me your words. If you want to fight, then fight." Lin Chen activated his techniques, and numerous spiritual treasures swirled around him, adopting a stance ready for battle with Dijuan. Witnessing Lin Chen's display, all the onlookers were astounded. Had this man lost his mind? Was he openly provoking Dijuan? That was the supreme emperor of the demon race, a quasi-sage at the late stage. A mere great Luo Golden Immortal at the initial stage. Where did he find the audacity to be so arrogant? "Brother, spare the words. Anyone who stands in our way, kill them outright," Dongwang Taiyi said coldly. He had completely lost patience with Lin Chen. Such an ungrateful wretch deserved only death. Dijuan, his face as dark as water, gave a slight nod and ceased his persuasion. A cripple daring to obstruct the demon race's revival. It was nothing short of a moth flying into a flame. Slay. Dongwang Taiyi swept his sleeve, shaking the heavens for millions of miles. Tens of millions of demon troops charged forward with overwhelming force. Terrifying demonic energy engulfed the entire sky, and the pervasive killing intent pierced the 9 heavens. Facing the surging millions of demon troops, Lin Chen chose to confront them head-on. He threw out 5 dazzling pearls which evolved into array laws and instantly laid down several great formations, trapping the invading millions of demons within. The formations possessed 49 transformations with endless killing potential and balanced offense and defense. The millions of demon troops were bound within the array, unable to coordinate their attack and defense, stumbling about like headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen led the remaining human cultivators to charge. This scene shocked all the watching beings once more. Just how many hidden cards did this personally appointed disciple of the Jie sect still have? His mastery of the Tao of formations was also astonishingly profound. To casually lay down a formation capable of trapping millions of demon troops required an extremely deep understanding of array laws. Lin Chen's achievements in the Tao of the sword were already astounding, but his attainments in formations were equally remarkable. The most shocked were his fellow disciples of the Jie sect. This formation looks just like the one master set up at Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. The Sanshao sisters Duobao, Zhao Gongming, and other Jie sect disciples were all stunned. Their hearts trembled violently. The reason was simple: all the formations within Eagle's Sorrow Gorge were personally laid by their master. This was a sage's means. Even Duobao, who had sought to comprehend the Tao of formations, found it obscure and difficult, making little progress. Yet their junior brother Lin Chen could casually set up such arrays. Although the power of his formations could not compare with those personally set by their master, their might was far beyond ordinary formations. How did Lin Chen manage this? Within the heart of the sage, Tongtian shock surged as well. The astonishment this disciple brought today came wave after wave, each more intense than the last. As a heavenly sage, Tongtian could not recall when he had last lost his composure so many times in a single day. "Master, did you secretly teach junior brother the art of formations?" Duobao, his face full of disbelief, could not help but ask. To wield any of the 3,000 Daos with ease, one must at least have comprehended it to the level of entry into the Tao. Lin Chen's sword Tao far surpassed that of all other Jie sect disciples, which was already enough to horrify Duobao. He never dreamed that his junior brother's understanding of the array Tao would be so profound as well. Had master secretly imparted teachings to the junior brother? In daily life, he had only seen junior brother tirelessly refining his sword Tao. When had he ever had the time to polish the array Tao? The only possibility was that master had privately found junior brother to pass on teachings and had bestowed some spiritual root or elixir upon him at the first opportunity. After all, both the sword Tao and the array Tao were among the most difficult to comprehend among the 3,000 Taos. To reach the entry into the Tao level in a single Tao was already exceptionally brilliant. In less than 10,000 years, to have comprehended 2 Taos to the entry level was nothing short of prodigious among prodigies. This junior brother had shattered an unbroken record. Truly extraordinary. "I have not." The sect leader Tongtian shook his head slightly, his own heart filled with no small amount of doubt. Since Lin Chen joined the Jie sect, Tongtian had observed that his foundation was poor. Moreover, he bore a defect from birth. So he merely bestowed the simplest sword Tao technique, this sword drawing art, and then gradually forgot about him. It was not until the last sermon at the Bishio Palace that he discovered this disciple had made a stunning breakthrough. He was the legendary Chaos Dao Body, and began to pay attention. But even then he only explained the sword Tao briefly. Lin Chen flawlessly replicated the defensive formation of Yingqiu Ravine with a single gesture. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu was puzzled, wondering how this disciple had accomplished such a feat. Though its power was not as formidable as the formation he had personally laid, the ability to form a formation with a mere wave of the hand and trap millions of the demon army was nonetheless extraordinary. After all, the formidable strength of Yingqiu Ravine's mountain-protecting formation came from the personal arrangement of a sage. Yet Lin Chen was only at the early Golden Immortal cultivation level. The formation he laid could still trap a demonic cultivator at the peak of Golden Immortal and even hold a quasi-saint demonic power for a single breath. This demonstrated that the formation Lin Chen laid was undeniably powerful. Could it be that this disciple, aside from his unparalleled talent in the Sword Dao, had also achieved such mastery in the Array Dao? At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu was immensely satisfied with his disciple, unable to suppress a clear smile at the corners of his mouth. The law of the sword, the law of the Dao. This was a perfect replication of Tongtian Jiaozhu's own cultivation path. He was the ideal candidate to inherit the mantle of his teachings. Tongtian Jiaozhu's greatest strengths were the Sword Dao and the Array Dao, yet among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Jie sect, none had shown talent in both laws simultaneously. But in the disciple before him, Lin Chen, Tongtian Jiaozhu sensed boundless potential. This disciple could not only inherit his legacy, but also had the potential to surpass his master. In the past, Tongtian Jiaozhu, as an innate spirit, had spent hundreds of thousands of years comprehending the Sword Dao and the Array Dao to reach the Dao entrance realm. Yet this disciple had done so in fewer than a few thousand years. Such a disparity in talent left even a sage sighing in admiration. Amid the shock of the primordial beings, the expression of the demon lord Honghuang Taiyi grew increasingly grim. Watching the formation trap millions of demons, he had no choice but to abandon his condescending attitude toward Lin Chen. No matter how furious Honghuang Taiyi was, he had to admit that this disciple of the Jie sect possessed an outrageously gifted talent. Given the current situation, if he did not intervene personally, the tens of millions of demon troops would be unable to subdue the weak human race. Boom! A terrifying quasi-saint aura erupted from Honghuang Taiyi, suppressing the entire cosmos. In his hand, a faint light flickered, a trembling flame that radiated boundless divine brilliance. It was the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Zuiguang Liangyi lamp, which Honghuang Taiyi now wielded. He began to treat this battle with caution. Behind him, the solar true fire blazed, incinerating the heavens. The chaos bell revolved slowly, guarding his body, while the Zuiguang Liangyi lamp's flames swayed, emitting a faint luminous radiance that captured the soul. Lin Chen, to force my hand personally is an honor, even in death. Honghuang Taiyi stared fixedly at Lin Chen, his voice heavy. As the foremost figure below the sages, a cultivator at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, the only beings in the entire primordial world that could command his respect were the 12 ancestral witches, and now Lin Chen barely qualified. What? You're not planning to use the chaos bell, your innate spiritual treasure? Lin Chen asked calmly with a hint of confusion. Honghuang Taiyi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Do you deserve it? A mere ant at the early Golden Immortal level was not worthy of dying under the Honghuang bell. Boom! As Honghuang Taiyi began to channel his incantations, a colossal, three-legged golden crow phantom materialized behind him, its terrifying flame power scorching half the void. The world was left with only two supremely brilliant innate spiritual treasures, which wherever they passed crushed everything in their path. The two treasures struck in alternation, unleashing a devastating killing force that pierced through the void, shaking the stars and constellations as if the end of days had arrived. As a peak quasi-saint cultivator, Honghuang Taiyi fully unleashed his divine abilities and treasures, executing a lethal strike from the very start. So this is the might of a peak quasi-saint. This disciple of the Jie sect is in grave danger. Seeing such a shocking sight, the onlookers' expressions shifted instantly, all holding their breath for Lin Chen. A novice who had just achieved the Golden Immortal level and a veteran supreme being at the peak of the quasi-saint stage, the gap between them was like a chasm. Everyone acknowledged that Lin Chen was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the ordinary. Even the esteemed quasi-saint Kunpeng had suffered a great loss at his hands, setting a new record for cross-dire combat in the primordial world. But the difference between the late quasi-saint and the peak quasi-saint was still considerable. Now that Honghuang Taiyi was going all out, how long could Lin Chen hold out? Almost all the spectators believed that Lin Chen would be mercilessly slain, the only question being how many breaths he could survive. To withstand even a few breaths under Honghuang Taiyi's ferocious assault was enough to prove Lin Chen's strength. But to perform a miracle again and turn the tide was absolutely impossible. Honghuang, be serious. Don't be overconfident. Facing Honghuang Taiyi's decisive killing intent, Lin Chen's expression remained as calm as ever, without a trace of fear. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. Honghuang Taiyi had only used the Chaos Bell as a support, clearly not taking this battle seriously. What does he mean? This guy actually dares to provoke Honghuang Taiyi's majesty. Does he not know how to spell death? It gave the impression that Lin Chen had been in absolute control from the start, while his opponent Honghuang Taiyi was the one on the back foot. What gave a mere early Golden Immortal cultivator such confidence to face a peak quasi-saint's full-force strike so calmly? Did he still believe that the protection of a sage's lineage could keep him safe? You're absolutely right. Overconfidence kills. Today I will personally send you on your way. Honghuang Taiyi snorted coldly, his anger fully provoked by Lin Chen's repeated provocations. A mere ant who had stumbled upon some fortune dared to think he was invincible in the primordial world. A direct disciple of a sage's lineage was nothing more than a fool raised in a comfortable environment. Bang! Lin Chen immediately activated his Sword Dao domain, encompassing a range of millions of miles, granting him perfect perception. Within the domain, the law of the sword reached its peak, doubling its power. In an instant, he had evolved millions of scenarios in his mind, directly perceiving the essence of Honghuang Taiyi's divine abilities and spiritual treasures. Without hesitation, he unleashed his innate divine ability, the unparalleled sword intent. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura erupted from his body, splitting yin and yang, reversing time and space, revealing its sharp edge. This innate divine ability could not only transform the user into sword intent, but also disrupt the opponent's mind and strike directly at their primordial spirit. Honghuang Taiyi, who had been concentrating on the battle, suddenly felt a flash of dizziness, and his primordial spirit was struck by an external force, causing his mind to tremble violently. His heart shook fiercely. An immense unease surged within him, causing Honghuang Taiyi's expression to shift violently. His haughty demeanor was instantly replaced by sheer terror. Then an exceedingly indifferent voice drifted into his ears. 2 sleeves of green serpent. As Lin Chen unleashed his unrivaled sword intent, another innate divine ability was superimposed upon it. The sword chi coiled like a serpent, turning seas into mulberry fields. The universe was rent asunder. Honghuang Taiyi, his primordial spirit wounded, sensed boundless pressure bearing down upon him. Daring not to delay further, he urgently activated the Chaos Bell for defense. A formidable aura tore through the void, shattering billions upon billions of miles of starry rivers. Simultaneously, a colossal sword pierced through the void. It was the hidden killing strike of Honghuang Taiyi, the Honghuang sword, severing the vast cosmos, reversing the chaos of time and space. This firmament seemed to be cleaved in two by a single sword stroke, and a biting chill swept across the 4 directions. 2 streams of sword chi clashed violently within the void, intertwining and devouring each other. The intensity of the sword chi was continuously eroded. In the end, the invincible Honghuang sword, ensnared by the terrifying sword chi, directly disintegrated. Honghuang Taiyi, shielded by the Chaos Bell, was instantly sent flying. Wherever he passed, the void trembled and the air roared. Fortunately protected by the Chaos Bell, although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed. However, all that had transpired was witnessed by the surrounding crowd. Expressions of disbelief crept onto every face. How could this be? Honghuang Taiyi had been sent flying with a single blow. This was a mighty cultivator at the peak of quasi-saint, hailed as the #1 under the saints. Even if he hadn't exerted his full strength, suppressing a mere early-stage Taiyi Golden Immortal practitioner should have been effortless. How had this cripple managed to do it? When the crowd looked at Lin Chen again, their eyes held not only shock, but also a growing dread. Honghuang Taiyi was not Kunpeng, the demon teacher. Even if he had been careless, he shouldn't have been reduced to such a state. The lofty Jiejiao watched the scene, his face growing increasingly ferocious. A fierce conflagration blazed as if it would consume the entire void. A noble emperor of the demon race had been sent flying by a single sword strike from a mere fledgling ant at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, his proud spiritual treasure, the Honghuang sword, had shattered into countless pieces. It was utterly disgraceful. The sisters Shiha and Changxi also covered their mouths, concealing their shock, while their beautiful eyes shimmered with a complex light. Lin Chen, only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, had actually managed to gain a slight upper hand in a direct confrontation with Honghuang Taiyi. This scene delivered an immense impact to their minds and vision. Since the evolution of the primordial chaos, countless brilliant talents had emerged between heaven and earth, including geniuses who could fight above their level. However, crossing a single major realm to slay an opponent was already extremely rare. Yet the Lin Chen before them could cross 2 major realms and remain undefeated, an unprecedented phenomenon. It was also unheard of. Lin Chen had once again shattered the record for cross-realm combat in the primordial chaos. What did it matter if he was crippled? He could still look down upon all living beings. This personal disciple of the Chan sect was even more heaven-defying than Shiha and Changxi had imagined. The brutal battle abruptly ceased, and all eyes were fixed upon Lin Chen. The Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivator, who had always been underestimated, brought a profound shock to countless onlookers. With a single sword stroke, he had sent Honghuang Taiyi flying. What kind of divine ability was this? Was this the foundation of his arrogance and insolence? Little junior brother Lin Chen, how well you've concealed your true strength. Duobao, whose mind was clearly struggling to keep up, gaped once more. Sword Dao Divine Abilities, Array Dao Divine Abilities, and the ability to fight against a peak quasi-saint. Each one more miraculous and more inconceivable than the last. At this moment, Duobao had transformed into a devoted admirer of Lin Chen, brimming with boundless worship. At this moment, he realized that the gap between himself, the senior disciple, and his little junior brother was far too vast to ever bridge. Is this still the little junior brother Lin Chen we know? Zhao Gongming, who had repeatedly urged Lin Chen to cultivate, stared blankly at the light screen and murmured softly. The little junior brother Lin Chen, whom he had always considered stubborn and obsessive, had brought him shocks that grew with each passing moment. Recalling past events, Zhao Gongming wished he could dig a cave and hide away from the world forever. Haha, worthy of being a disciple of my Jie sect. Excellent. Tong Tian, equally shaken inside, could not help but clap his hands and laugh. With a disciple like this, what more could a master ask for? With mere Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation, he had forcefully repelled Honghuang Taiyi, a great power at the peak quasi-saint realm known as the number one under the saints. He had performed a miracle unprecedented and unheard of in the primordial chaos. And the one who created this record was a disciple of his own Jie sect. How could Tong Tian not be exhilarated? In the land of the human race, Lin Chen, who had just delivered a world-shaking sword strike and repelled Honghuang Taiyi, wore a solemn expression, neither joyful nor sad, as if he had merely done something trivial. In contrast, Honghuang Taiyi's face was exceptionally grave. This ant-like cripple was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a single sword stroke had shattered his spiritual treasure and forced him to retreat. To the innately arrogant Honghuang Taiyi, this was utterly unforgivable. If he could not slay this wretch today, how could he rule over the billions of demon race? How could he intimidate the myriad races of the primordial chaos? Lin Chen, you are very good, truly very good. I was momentarily careless and you seized an opening. But that is all. A Deluo is ultimately an ant, it cannot change the final outcome. Honghuang Taiyi, his face grim, spoke again coldly. The ant he had initially dismissed had displayed such astonishing combat power, dealing him a heavy blow before his very eyes. This time Honghuang Taiyi was driven to genuine fury. The vast aura of the peak quasi-saint realm erupted, its might stretching across billions of miles. Thoroughly enraged, Honghuang Taiyi held nothing back, unleashing his full power in artifacts and divine abilities. In an instant, the entire human domain was locked down by a terrifying killing intent. All living beings trembled like leaves in the wind. Even Lin Chen, who had remained composed, now began to tremble uncontrollably under the pressure of the peak quasi-saint. It was as if all the pressure of the entire region was concentrated upon him. This was the manifestation of the true gap in strength, something not easily bridged by mere spiritual treasures and divine abilities. The overall disparity in their power finally became apparent. Yet even in such an adverse situation, Lin Chen's gaze remained resolute, with no intention of retreating. Who told you I am merely a Deluo Golden Immortal? Lin Chen pursed his lips slightly. Then he activated the Tongyuan sacred art. This divine ability could temporarily elevate a major realm, though it came with severe side effects. At this moment, Lin Chen could not afford to think about that. Mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. Peak Deluo Golden Immortal. Early Quasi-Saint. In a few breaths, Lin Chen's cultivation level leapt from the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the initial stage of the Quasi-Saint. Although he was still a few minor realms behind Honghuang Taiyi, who was at the peak Quasi-Saint stage with his 12th grade, Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation and numerous trump cards, he could still contend with him. Honghuang Taiyi wished to slay him to re-establish his authority, but now it seemed uncertain who would emerge victorious. There exists such a powerful secret technique in the world. The crowd stared at the scene before them, utterly astonished. Lin Chen, with merely the initial Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, had been able to repel the peak Quasi-Saint Honghuang Taiyi, and now his own cultivation had also ascended to the Quasi-Saint stage. What terrifying combat power could he unleash? It was unimaginable. However, the cultivation elevated by a secret technique could only be temporary. Even if his strength could be matched, his comprehension of the heavenly Dao laws and combat experience could never be compared to that of a genuine Quasi-Saint cultivator. Honghuang Taiyi was after all an old stalwart at the peak Quasi-Saint realm. Once he took it seriously and unleashed his full power, no one in the era before the Saint's emergence could shake his position. Even though Lin Chen's methods were numerous, his overall strength was still slightly inferior. After a brief shock, still few had faith in Lin Chen, all believing he was merely putting up a desperate struggle. Nevertheless, this secret technique that could instantly elevate one's major realm did stir the hearts of many primordial great powers. But recalling that he was a direct disciple of a saint's lineage, any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation had to be suppressed. Such a secret technique was undoubtedly a life-saving remedy, but Lin Chen's status as a saint's disciple ensured that others could only dream of it. Sword opens heaven's gate. With his cultivation surging to the initial quasi-saint stage, Lin Chen wielded the immortal-slaying divine sword to execute a chaos-level divine ability. One sword stroke sundered the sky. The terrifying powers of the divine abilities and treasures from both sides clashed, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The void became chaotic, countless stars tottered, space-time turbulence surged, and yin and yang were inverted. In the space between heaven and earth, only the terrifying force of sword, chi, treasures, and divine abilities remained locked in mutual slaughter. Lin Chen, whom no one had favored, fought back and forth with Honghuang, Taiyi showing no sign of weakness. This is too strong. No one had expected that even with Honghuang Taiyi revealing all his trump cards without reservation, he still could not do anything to Lin Chen. The two sides were evenly matched, each giving as good as they got. The word defying heaven was insufficient to describe Lin Chen's current power. If Honghuang Taiyi were ultimately defeated, who among the demon race could still step forth to suppress this youth? Those who had been firmly convinced that Lin Chen would lose now felt a flicker of doubt in their hearts. Could Honghuang Taiyi truly suppress Lin Chen? At least the situation was still unclear. Lin Chen was unaware of the thoughts of others, and even if he knew, he would not care. Sword intense space. While unleashing a sword strike, Lin Chen activated his innate divine ability. The realm enveloped by sword intent transformed into a minor world. Within it, earth, wind, water, and fire assailed. The five elements' power circulated, and the brilliant power of stars stirred the entire heaven and earth. The boundless void instantly exploded with sound, causing Honghuang Taiyi's expression to change again. The primordial measuring ruler, the heaven-bearing coffin, and the five elements pearl were all unleashed together. They complemented each other and smashed toward Honghuang Taiyi. The powerful treasures and divine abilities collided fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. Honghuang Taiyi, having used all his trump cards, was shaken to the core. He never expected that this cripple before him was so formidable, forcing him to fully exert his immortal techniques and divine abilities without being able to easily subdue him, falling into a bitter struggle. Who exactly was this cripple? It was common knowledge that the human race was inherently weak. Even if Lin Chen was fortunate enough to join a saint's lineage, his foundation would not change in the slightest. Even if saints were omnipotent, they could not alter the fate ordained by the heavenly Tao. Utterly horrified, Honghuang Taiyi felt a faint unease rising in his heart. Even when he exerted all his abilities, he could not defeat the opponent. A losing face was a minor matter. How could this be? Honghuang Taiyi was extremely ashamed and furious, yet utterly powerless. A flicker of terror also flashed in Jiejiao's eyes, his face gloomy as water. This damned cripple dared to sabotage the demon race's grand plan. Suddenly, he detected movement from the witch race not far away. This made Jiejiao instantly anxious. Disregarding everything else, he wanted to directly attack Lin Chen. Let us join forces. His quasi-saint late-stage cultivation was fully revealed, locking onto Lin Chen before him, preventing any escape. Ganging up on one. Honghuang Taiyi's expression showed obvious astonishment. As the foremost quasi-saint, he never dreamed that one day he would stoop to joining forces with Jiejiao to deal with a fledgling great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if he could ultimately slay the youth, it would be an indelible stain on his life. The spectators also clicked their tongues in amazement, as no one had expected Jiejiao to be so crazily unscrupulous. To achieve his goal, he actually disregarded the dignity of the demon race's emperor, wanting to join forces with Honghuang Taiyi against a mere initial great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator. No, I am the noble emperor of the demon race. Hey, how could I stoop so low? With a conflicted expression, Honghuang Taiyi did not want others to interfere. He wished to defend his honor. But before he finished speaking, Jiejiao directly interrupted him. We must finish this quickly. The witch race intends to intervene. Forging the demon-slaying sword was crucial to whether the demon race's hegemony could be achieved. Compared to the trivial matter of face, the importance was clear. Upon this reminder, Honghuang Taiyi suddenly understood and no longer insisted on his own idea. No matter what, the greater picture must take precedence, and the demon race's hegemony must be given way. What shameless scoundrels, utterly brazen. The two fairies Shiha and Changxi, seeing this, couldn't help but curse in anger. Two quasi-saint level supreme powerhouses joining forces to deal with Lin Chen alone. Their audacity was simply too thick. At the same time, the disciples of the Jie sect on Jiejiao Island erupted in uproar. This demon race is going too far. Two quasi-saints bullying a great Luo Golden Immortal. They have no shame. The disciples one after another begged to fight, unable to tolerate it any longer, wishing they could fly directly to the front of their junior brother Lin Chen to support him. Master, please issue an order to let us go down the mountain to assist in battle. If this continues, our junior brother will have no chance of survival. The Sanchao sisters could not bear to watch and begged Tantian Jiajiao for permission. Behind them, a large group of Jie sect disciples knelt down in unison, expressing their stance. Master, our junior brother is exceptionally talented and powerful, but he is only one person. He is no match for the demon race. We cannot stand by and let our junior brother fall into danger without care. Tontian Jiaozhu gazed calmly at the light screen. The next moment, with a flip of his palm, the 4 immortal slaying swords appeared. This filled the Jie sect disciples before him with joy. The 4 immortal slaying swords were renowned, and together they could form the immortal slaying sword formation, which could only be broken by a joint effort of saints with unparalleled power. The 4 immortal slaying swords emanating a sharp edge breathed strands of killing aura tearing through the void. Master, are you going to help the youngest disciple? The eyes of Sanshao and other disciples of the Jie sect were shimmering with excitement. These were the 4 immortal slaying swords which even a sage would find troublesome. Never did they imagine that their master would one day deploy such a divine artifact for the sake of the youngest disciple Lin Chen. Clearly the youngest disciple Lin Chen held an exceedingly high position in their master's heart. Yet considering his unparalleled talent and fearsome combat prowess, he was indeed worthy of such wholehearted protection. Amid the expectant gazes of Duobao Sanxiao and other Jie sect disciples, Saint Tontian spoke calmly. Duobao, I order you to descend the mountain and take the 4 immortal slaying swords to the human realm. Lin Chen's extraordinary brilliance no longer needs proof. Even in the most perilous cataclysm, Tontian had to attempt to rescue his disciple. I shall obey your decree, master. Duobao's heart surged with joy, and he hurriedly accepted the task. Given Duobao's current abilities, though he could not fully unleash the power of the 4 immortal slaying swords, possessing this divine artifact would be sufficient to safeguard the youngest disciple and ensure their safe retreat. You must bring your youngest disciple back. Tontian gave one final instruction. Lin Chen's revealed peerless talent had made Tontian resolve to protect this disciple at any cost. Duobao and the other disciples gravely accepted the charge. Rest assured, master, we will not let you down. We will bring the youngest disciple back safely. Then Saint Tontian waved his sleeve, divined the river of time, and sent Duobao and the other Jie sect disciples out of Jiejiao Island. If these Jie sect disciples were to travel at their normal pace, even at full speed, they would never catch up to this great calamity. Senior brother Duobao, bearing the fearsome 4 immortal slaying swords, led the group of Jie sect disciples into the river of time, rushing toward the human realm. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, embroiled in battle, was unaware that the Jie sect disciples had set out. At that moment, he was exerting all his strength to withstand the combined assault of Honghuang, Taiyi, and Jiejiao. The sky-burying coffin suppressed the void, its terrifying pressure enveloping millions of miles. The Honghuang measuring ruler unleashed rows of ruler shadows, ceaselessly suppressing the encroaching Jiejiao. Sword light flashed, and the faint aura of the great Tao appeared, instantly piercing the void, annihilating stars and the cosmos, forcing Honghuang Taiyi to retreat again. Lin Chen propped himself on one leg, surrounded by rolling Tao sword energy, man and sword in perfect harmony. He fought the 2 demon emperors without defeat. This is too formidable. The watching beings were utterly stunned by the scene, disbelief flooding their eyes. Lin Chen, who had forcibly elevated himself to the early quasi-saint realm through a secret technique, was actually able to exchange blows with the 2 seasoned demon emperors of the demon race, showing no signs of weakness. Did that mean this direct disciple of the Jie sect, who was only at the early golden immortal level, had the strength to contend with a quasi-saint? He could even suppress a quasi-saint in return. If this young man were to continue steadily on this path and someday break through to the quasi-saint realm, would he be able to exchange a few moves with a sage? The watching beings were startled by the thought that suddenly emerged in their minds. When they looked again at Lin Chen, a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. This young man was too extraordinary. If he could survive today, his future cultivation would be unimpeded, and he would surely stand at the pinnacle of the primordial world. At this moment, the remaining human cultivators were also fighting desperately. Taking advantage of the formation laid by Lin Chen that trapped tens of millions of demon troops, they launched continuous offensives. Yet even so, the number of human cultivators kept dwindling. Their own cultivation was still too weak to be a match for ordinary demons. Blood and gore continuously rained across every corner of the battlefield. The land for millions of miles was stained a deep crimson. To seize the last sliver of hope for the human race, even if gravely wounded and on the verge of death, human cultivators refused to retreat. Some even resolutely chose self-destruction. They would drag the demons down with them, even in death. Meanwhile, Honghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao were seething with rage. Before tens of millions of demon troops, they were unable to swiftly defeat this human ant, and the 2 sides were locked in a protracted battle. This was a great loss of face. Never had they imagined that the human race, traditionally viewed as weak, would produce an anomaly like Lin Chen. If this stalemate continued, the demon race would only become more passive. They could not prolong the fight. Let us hold nothing back. Kill him quickly, Jiejiao shouted first. Even if he were a disciple of a sage, they could no longer show mercy. The demon-slaying sword was crucial to the success of the demon race's hegemony. The priority was to set aside all distractions and suppress this young man first. Boom. Jiejiao finally unleashed his signature move. A perfect scroll appeared in his hand. He chanted incantations and formed hand seals. Instantly the scroll began to rapidly expand outward. In just a moment it covered the sky, obscuring most of the void. With a raise of his hand the Honghuang formation was formed, trapping Lin Chen firmly within. Having exhausted his patience with Lin Chen, Jiejiao sought to deliver a killing blow. Simultaneously Taiyi, who was always in sync with Jiejiao, also sacrificed the Chaos Bell. Together with Jiejiao's Honghuang formation, they suppressed Lin Chen. The solar true fire blazed fiercely, sealing off all space. The void instantly crumbled, and countless nearby demons and humans were devoured by this terrifying force. Yin and Yang were reversed, time and space converged, heaven and earth split apart. Facing the strongest combined attack from Taiyi and Jiejiao, Lin Chen did not retreat, but chose to confront it head-on. He wielded his long sword, and the two-sleeved azure serpent technique unfolded again. Sword light burst forth, cutting down the stars of the heavens and soaring into the nine skies. He actually managed to block the mightiest assault of Jiejiao and Taiyi. Endless sword chi swept in all directions, and Taiyi immediately activated the Chaos Bell to shield himself. Though unscathed, his expression was grim to the extreme. He never expected that this crippled disciple of the Jie sect would be so formidable. In the end, he had to rely on the Chaos Bell for defense. Under the siege of the two demon emperors, Lin Chen transformed himself into a sword and showed no signs of defeat. In contrast, the human cultivators were retreating step by step. Before the tens of millions of demon troops, the human cultivators were like a single leaf in the vast ocean. Battered by wind and rain, they remained in a state of precariousness. Though barely holding on, the slightest misstep would see them instantly devoured by the millions of demon soldiers. As the human defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, a sense of despair permeated the battlefield. No one expected that countless humans would charge out from within, even ordinary people, without any cultivation joining the fray. Their faces twisted in frenzy like madmen, they fearlessly crashed into the demon army's lines. The battle raged with unprecedented ferocity, hanging by the thinnest thread between life and death, and none could remain untouched. My fellow human warriors shall perish as one, even those without any cultivation are willing to die alongside the human emperor. A hysterical, desperate roar swept across the entirety of human territory. Countless mortals, without cultivation, gazed heavenward and bellowed in defiance, challenging the injustice of the heavenly Tao and the demonic beast's merciless cruelty. They held a desperate conviction, willing to fight to the very last breath with no intention of retreating. Though the human race was weak, they would never submit meekly to slaughter. For a time, the human lands became the stage for another bloody melee. As the hours dragged on, innumerable humans fell one by one. Many demons also perished in the crossfire. Lin Chen, it would be wisest for you to withdraw. One person alone cannot change humanity's fate. Taiyi gazed coldly at Lin Chen, his arrogant voice shaking the nine heavens. So what? My people have long embraced the certainty of death. Today human warriors shall fight to the last drop of blood alongside me. Though the demon clan may be powerful, you shall never make us docile sacrifices. Nor will you achieve your sinister plots through the blood-butchering sword. Dream on. Even if every last human falls, we will never surrender to the demon clan. Though we are born weak, we would rather die standing than bow. If the heavenly Tao is unjust, then humanity shall defy the heavens themselves. Lin Chen unleashed a sword strike that forced both Taiyi and Jiejiao to retreat once more. His resounding voice echoed across the entire land, piercing through the clouds. At that very moment, the golden dragon of human fortune rose its head and roared, circling above. In this instant, humanity's cohesion reached an unprecedented peak. Our human clan stands united as one. Should we fall, let it be with honor. What fear do we have of battle? Lin Chen cried out to the heavens, raging like a demonic god. His domineering voice reverberated endlessly across the vast expanses of human territory. Suddenly, strange phenomena rolled across the sky. Ha ha ha, friend Lin Chen, do not be hasty. We have come to lend you our strength. This humble Taoist from Zifu continent Honghuang has come to aid humanity. In an instant, tens of millions of cultivators crossed through the sky and descended above human lands. On the brink of annihilation, the humans saw these suddenly appeared cultivators, and their hearts swelled with indescribable emotion. It seemed humanity was no longer fighting alone, finally having received powerful reinforcements. Lin Chen too was puzzled by the sudden appearance of Zifu continent's cultivators. He never expected Honghuang, with whom he had little connection, would personally come to their aid. But recalling how Taiyi had once led millions of demon troops attempting to crush Zifu continent, Lin Chen instantly understood Honghuang's intentions. Regardless of Honghuang's true motivations for Lin Chen and humanity facing certain death, this was undeniably a beacon of hope. Damn it! Taiyi and Jiejiao watched in grim silence as dense ranks of Zifu continent cultivators descended upon human lands. Their faces darkened like still water. Neither could have imagined that Zifu continent's forces would openly challenge them at this critical moment. Dongwang Gong, this is a matter between our demon clan and humanity. Why do you interfere? Dongwang Taiyi's face darkened as he asked in a grave voice. Last time their demon army failed to crush Zifu continent, sparing Dongwang Gong's life. Yet this man showed no gratitude, instead attempting to thwart their grand plan of forging the blood-butchering sword. It was simply unreasonable. Your demon clan has always been arrogant and reckless, disregarding all consequences. We in Zifu continent can no longer tolerate your wanton destruction. This time we will inevitably get involved, Dongwang Gong declared with unwavering resolve. Having harbored deep hatred for the demon clan all along, he would naturally not miss this opportunity to unite against a common enemy. You ants, since you've come, we'll deal with you all as well. Dongwang Taiyi sneered, killing intent radiating from him. He considered these mediocre Zifu continent cultivators completely delusional to think they could interfere with the demon clan's plan to forge the blood-butchering sword. Since Dongwang Gong was seeking death, the demon clan might as well eliminate him entirely. A warning to all beings in the primordial world of the grim consequences that await those who oppose the demon clan. Do not boast so arrogantly, Taiyi. Only when we fight will we know who truly prevails. Dongwang Gong sneered coldly, taking Dongwang Taiyi's threats lightly. Though humanity was born weak, Dongwang Gong knew they could not be counted as true allies. His intervention this time was primarily motivated by Lin Chen, the direct disciple of Jiejiao sect. Such an extraordinary talent. A direct disciple of Saint Tongtian would certainly never allow him to perish in human lands. Even the demon clan's overwhelming strength couldn't compare. Both Dongwang Taiyi and Dijun were merely quasi-saints in the primordial world. They were unable to directly confront a saint. Below saints all are but insects. If Lin Chen faced mortal danger, Saint Tongtian would never stand idle and surely intervene secretly. What could the demon clan do to resist? Dongwang Taiyi bore the title of the strongest beneath saints, yet against the saints' power, he was utterly powerless. By intervening to aid humanity this time, Dongwang Gong could both strike a blow against the demon clan's arrogance and forge a connection with this remarkable young genius. Truly a win-win situation he would certainly not let slip away. As for Dongwang Taiyi's threats, they meant nothing to him. Their karmic bonds were already sealed, and even if he wished to stay out of this matter, war with the demon clan was inevitable regardless. Had their confrontation come earlier, it would make no difference. Bang bang bang. The ground began to tremble, instantly drawing everyone's attention. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of Wu clan warriors marched forth under the leadership of major figures like Zhu Rong, Ho Tu, and Gong Gong, sweeping across human territory in vast formation. A primitive killing intent gradually emerged, causing the demon clan warriors' expressions to shift dramatically. The Wu clan is intervening as well. Observers were shaken by the formidable presence displayed by the Wu clan's delegation. How could they have imagined that a war between the demon clan and the weak human race would draw in so many major factions of the primordial world one after another? The Wu clan's massive army brought heaven-shaking killing aura in its wake, its murderous intent suffocating a million li of heaven and earth. Indeed, it is friend Lin Chen. When Holy Mother Ho Tu saw the tall figure standing on one leg in the void while holding a long sword, her heart stirred slightly. To have single-handedly held back the demon clan's 10 million-strong army along with 2 demon princes, the direct disciple of Jiejiao sect, was truly astonishing, growing even more formidable than when they first met. Dijun, Taiyi, you who are supposed to be the honored rulers of the demon clan, yet you bully the weak human race. How shameless you are. Zhu Rong cursed loudly in his deep voice. With your conduct, how can you claim to be great cultivators at the quasi-saint stage? You are merely clowns who only dare to bully the weak and fear the strong. The demon clan and Wu clan had always been rivals. As soon as Zhu Rong appeared, he displayed his aggressive and formidable demeanor. He longed to curse the demon clan people from head to foot. He had long sensed that the demon clan was preparing for major actions that could threaten the Wu clan. Indeed, as one of the supreme powers in the primordial world, the demon clan would stoop to attacking such a weak race. Dongwang Taiyi and Dijun could no longer maintain their composure, a shadow of unease creeping into their hearts. Today, forging the demon-slaying sword would not be as easy as they had anticipated. The Yao clan has always acted as it pleases. Since when does your Wu clan have the right to meddle and preach? Scolded by Zhurong, Dongwang Taiyi immediately retorted with fury. A bunch of reckless fools and rabble, and you dare to disrupt the grand plans of the Yao clan. Nothing but a delusion. Then Dongwang Taiyi's gaze fell upon Lin Chen once more. He spoke with pointed meaning. No wonder you've been so confident. So this is your final trump card. I thought you had grown some skill, but all you did was summon this pack of brutes to your aid. Do you truly believe that adding a few brainless fools will allow you to stand against the Yao clan? Today the Yao clan will make you fully realize that we became the overlords of the primordial world through true strength. Not something that a rabble like you can easily challenge. A terrifying pressure erupted from Dongwang Taiyi, shaking the void and pressing down upon all heavens and realms. In that moment, Dongwang Taiyi was thoroughly enraged. Only the blood of Lin Chen and the Wu clan beside him could quench the fire in his heart. Although Jiejiao beside him had remained silent all along, the equally terrifying killing intent radiating from his body showed that he too was struggling to suppress his fury. The two sovereigns of the Yao clan had come in person, leading tens of millions of elite Yao soldiers to descend upon the human race. Yet they had failed to subdue the humans whom they had always dismissed for so long. This was an utter humiliation. This very land shall be your burial ground today. Even if a sage descends, none of you can be saved. Honghuang Taiyi coldly swept his gaze over Lin Chen, Honghuang Gong, and the hundreds of thousands of Wu clan warriors, his voice dripping with murderous intent. At that moment the void twisted once more, drawing everyone's attention. The next instant the river of time faintly appeared, and an immensely domineering voice echoed through heaven and earth. Who dares to harm our junior brother? Fear not, we have arrived. Disciple Duo Bao of the Jie sect following the sage's decree to aid the human race. Jinling here to aid the human race. Bixiao here to aid the human race. Xiongxiao here to aid the human race. Voices rang out one after another. Then one familiar figure after another stepped forth from the river of time. Hearing these all too familiar voices, Lin Chen's heart eased, and a relaxed smile spread across his face. Such was the deep bond among the disciples of the Jie sect. Lin Chen had already prepared for the worst. But at the most critical moment, his master Tongtian cult leader had relented and ordered the sect's brothers and sisters to join the battle. Knowing full well that the heavenly calamity was fraught with peril, these brothers and sisters still charged forward without hesitation. With so many helping hands, even the formidable Yao clan would surely be powerless. Is Tongtian trying to defy the heavenly calamity? Honghuang Taiyi glared at Duobao Jinling and the other Jie sect disciples, his voice filled with wrathful accusation. The heavenly calamity was mandated by the heavenly Dao, and sages could not easily involve themselves. As a heavenly Dao sage, Tongtian should have abided by the laws of the Dao, yet he openly defied the heavens with such a rebellious act. It was utterly detestable. Of course, if anyone wishes to harm the disciples of our Jie sect, they must first ask whether we the disciples of the Jie sect will allow it. Senior brother Duobao stood at the forefront, displaying an extremely formidable stance. Even before his words faded, he flipped his palm and summoned the 4 immortal slaying swords. Endless sword aura coiled around the blades, spreading rapidly in all directions, leaving a trail of baleful energy and rampant killing intent. This Tongtian truly coddles his disciples. Even the primeval treasure has appeared. The Jie sect is about to completely sever ties with the Yao clan. Seeing the 4 immortal slaying swords suspended in midair, everyone's hearts trembled. This Tongtian sage truly valued his disciples to the utmost. In the Honghuang palace, the Taiching sage, who was testing Nuwa sage's patience, observed the scene below, and his expression turned extremely interesting. Outrageous. This is sheer recklessness. It was understandable for Lin Chen, a human, to join the human calamity, but for so many Jie sect disciples to follow him was nothing short of madness. In the Kunlun Jade Void Mirror, Yuanshi, Tianzuan snorted coldly. Born from moisture and eggs, such creatures are indeed beyond redemption. They only cause trouble. Yuanshi had always looked down upon the disciples of the Jie sect. He deemed them an irredeemable rabble clad in fur and bearing horns, unable to restrain themselves even in ordinary times. Now they dared to defy the heavenly Dao itself. They clearly had no idea how to spell death. And behind them stood Tongtian, a sage who, instead of upholding the order of the heavenly Dao, fanned the flames and attempted to alter the karmic cause and effect. The Taiching sage could not stand idly by. He immediately sent a telepathic message to his chief disciple Xuandu, ordering him to take the sage's decree to the human realm and persuade all the unruly Jie sect disciples to return. The human calamity was a matter of the heavenly Dao's order, and as a heavenly Dao sage he was duty-bound to uphold it. Meanwhile, the human race, which had been on the verge of collapse, finally had a chance to catch their breath. With the arrival of the Zifu continent cultivators, the Wu clan, and the Jie sect disciples, the human side's strength surged. If the battle continued, the carnage would be dozens, or even hundreds of times more brutal than before. Perhaps they would lose control, and the conflict would directly escalate into a war covering the entire primordial world. The long-awaited decisive battle between the Wu and Yao clans would be brought forward. The expressions of Honghuang Taiyi and Jiejiao were extremely grim. 2 sovereigns of the Yao clan had come in person, using every means at their disposal, yet they had failed to capture Lin Chen. This was a disgrace beyond measure. They had planned to at least delay Lin Chen for a moment. The rest of the humans were weak and vulnerable, allowing them to continue forging the demon-slaying sword. Who would have thought that at the critical moment that bastard Honghuang Gong would lead millions of cultivators to the rescue? Then the Wu clan army came to join the fray. And then the disciples of the sage's lineage appeared, even bringing Tongtian sage's primeval treasure, the 4 immortal slaying swords. What was there to fight? There was simply no chance of victory. But if they retreated now, the Yao clan would not only lose face, but also the golden opportunity to forge the demon-slaying sword. Just as Dongwang Taiyi was struggling internally, Xuandu, the chief disciple of the human sect, arrived through the air, holding the sage's decree. Why is Xuandu here? Seeing this, everyone was filled with doubt. Could it be that the human sect also intended to join in and aid the humans? It would be perfectly reasonable for the human sect to rescue the human race. After all, it was the sacred sect of humanity. Since the human race was suffering this calamity, the human sect, which they venerated, should naturally offer assistance. However, the surviving humans did not feel much gratitude toward the sudden arrival of Xuandu. Instead, their faces were filled with great resentment. Why didn't you come earlier? You only appear when the crisis is about to end. Is this to show off your presence? Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Xuandu calmly announced, I have come at my master's command to deliver the decree. The disciples of the Jie sect have acted recklessly, interfering with the cycle of the Heavenly Dao. My master, the Taiyi sage, in order to maintain the order of the Heavenly Dao in the primordial world, commands me, as the chief disciple of the Xian sect, to issue this decree. Lin Chen and all disciples of the Jie sect shall return to the Jie sect and reflect on their mistakes behind closed doors. These words sent ripples through the multitude. Hundreds of millions of the human race erupted in fury. How dare you, the human sect claiming to be the orthodox lineage of saints, turn a blind eye while humanity nearly faced annihilation by the demon race? Such blatant favoritism toward the demons is utterly outrageous. We humans have devoutly worshipped the human sect, granting it exclusive fortune. When calamity befell humanity, not only did you fail to help, but you even obstructed immortal Lin Chen from protecting us. Such despicable conduct makes you unworthy of human worship. The billions of humans were seething with rage, their eyes almost spitting fire, deeply disappointed by the actions of the human sect and the supreme pure saint. As a revered saint, such vile behavior is utterly shameless. Acts like these are beneath a saint, mere empty boasts and deceivers of fame. Why betray humanity? Since its birth, the human race has been cautious, never provoking anyone, and has held the human sect in the highest esteem, offering devout worship without any neglect. Yet what they received in return was not the protection of the human sect, but being thrust into unforeseen peril. Many could no longer control their emotions, and regardless of the stature of their opponents, they began to curse openly. At this moment, the billions of humans had lost all reverence for the human sect. This was the sect they had so faithfully supported. For the sake of the so-called Heavenly Dao, it had turned a blind eye to the lives of countless humans. No one shall slaughter the human race. Not even a saint's decree can change that. Lin Chen spoke calmly, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. His own master Tongtian had said nothing, so why was the supreme pure saint asserting himself and accusing him? How dare you defy a saint's decree? Xuandu, the foremost disciple of the human sect, sneered coldly and rebuked loudly. Lin Chen gave a mocking smile. Xuandu, you are a member of the human race. When humanity was in danger, you not only failed to help, but instead kicked them when they were down. Do you feel no shame? To be a fellow disciple of the Xian sect with an ingrate like you is the greatest insult to me. Today, even if I defy a saint's decree, so what? Last time Lin Chen had already taught Xuandu a harsh lesson, but it seemed the man never learned. He dared to swagger around again, as if he had no idea what death meant. Lin Chen, you openly defy a saint's decree and show no respect for your elders. Today I shall personally punish you and teach your master a lesson on behalf of your unworthy conduct. Being publicly humiliated by Lin Chen, Xuandu's face burned with shame, and in his impulsiveness, he forgot how formidable Lin Chen's combat prowess had become. Even the combined might of the demon races Dongwang Taiyi and Jiejiao had failed to subdue Lin Chen. Now in his rashness, he was determined to challenge him. In an instant, the supreme pressure of a peak de Luo Jingxian erupted through the clouds as his divine abilities and magical treasures swirled around him, pressing relentlessly toward Lin Chen. You think you're worthy of teaching me a lesson? Lin Chen sneered coldly, and with a single sword strike unleashed an endless torrent of sword chi that rent the heavens. This strike, infused with the law of the sword, was delivered from Lin Chen's current cultivation level of early quasi-sage. Even a late-stage quasi-sage would not dare to underestimate it. Xuandu, who was merely at the peak of the Luo Jingxian, was utterly defenseless against this blow. The aura of death locked onto him, and his face twisted in terror. Gone was his earlier arrogance. Instinctively, he activated his magical treasures and divine abilities, pouring all his power into resisting Lin Chen's overwhelming sword aura. Yet even with his strongest trump cards, he could not withstand the onslaught of the sword chi. In a single moment, his physical body was shattered by the strike. Not even one exchange. The foremost disciple of the human sect, peak de Luo Jingxian, was utterly crushed. You fiend! How dare you! Xuandu howled in fury and dread, his heart trembling with fear. This cripple actually dared to kill him publicly. Utterly lawless. For someone as heartless as you, I wouldn't even blink before killing you. Lin Chen said coldly. If he killed, he killed. The fault was Xuandu's for having a hard mouth, but a soft strength. Lin Chen, how dare you, you insolent brat! The supreme pure saint who had been obstructing the sage Nuwa at her palace could no longer hold back. He tore through the void with his saintly power, stepping into the river of time and descending upon the human realm in the next instant. He stood directly before Xuandu's primordial spirit. The boundless saintly might suppressed all heavens and realms, causing billions of humans to tremble in fear. When a sage is angered, heaven and earth change color. No one had expected Lin Chen to be so audacious. He had attacked the saint's personal disciple without hesitation, without even a blink. And now he had even stirred the great sage himself. This was an existence as ancient as heaven, omnipotent and supreme. Did Lin Chen not understand the dire consequences of angering a saint? His past actions had indeed been heaven-defying. He had stood against the two demon emperors without showing any sign of defeat. This shattered the record of cross-realm combat in the primordial world. But beneath a saint all are mere ants. No matter how brilliant Lin Chen was, he could not even struggle against a saint. Even the onlookers who believed Lin Chen could defeat the demon race now couldn't help but worry for him. His current actions were akin to seeking death. They wondered how the saint would punish him for provoking such wrath. The supreme pure saint, his face dark with fury, stared at Lin Chen and rebuked. Lin Chen, as a disciple of the Xian sect, you have repeatedly attacked your fellow brothers. This is an unforgivable crime. His voice was as cold as ice, freezing the entire world and chilling everyone present to the bone. Boom. The heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. From Nuwa Palace erupted a terrifying saintly might that swept across billions of miles. Countless voids collapsed, myriad stars flickered into and out of existence, the Milky Way reversed, and oceans turned to mulberry fields. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure broke through the layers of mist and clouds, flying backward from the 9 heavens. It was the primordial Heavenly Venerate. What has happened? The exalted saint who suppressed all realms had been cast down from the heavens. The visual impact was immense, and the crowd's hearts shook violently. The saintly might spread again, suppressing all heavens and worlds. The beautiful sage Nuwa descended upon the human realm, her exquisite face cold as ice. Lousy, you have already failed. Did you think you could stop me? Nuwa looked down at the primordial Heavenly Venerate, her clear voice echoing across billions of miles. Among the heavenly Dao sages, who was stronger and who was weaker was now clear. Nuwa, you. The primordial Heavenly Venerate was furious and humiliated, wanting to retort, but finding no words. In the end, in the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. You had better step aside obediently, or I shall suppress you. Nuwa, in front of the multitude, spared not a shred of face for Yuan Shi Tianzuan. A merciless declaration of suppression. It revealed utter contempt for Yuan Shi Tianzuan, a heavenly Dao saint. Nuwa, do you intend to directly initiate a saint war? Yuan Shi Tianzuan refused to be outdone, erupting in a furious roar. Being publicly humiliated by Saint Nuwa was an unfathomable disgrace. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan had completely lost his composure, stripped of all his former calmness. A saint war? Do you consider yourself worthy to participate? Saint Nuwa sneered, utterly dismissive of Yuan Shi Tianzuan's threats. With his cultivation base, he dared to speak so arrogantly. Truly a laughable spectacle. Even if a saint war were to erupt right now, Nuwa would fear nothing. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression shifted between pale and flushed. For a moment, he was overwhelmed by the urge to strike at Nuwa regardless of consequences, but reason ultimately prevailed. He was not unwilling to regain his dignity, but lacked the confidence to make a move. As fellow saints of the myriad heavens, the disparity in power between him and Nuwa remained substantial. Without Taiyi Saint at his side for support, even if he sought to strike at Saint Nuwa in anger, the outcome would only be more disastrous. He would fail to reclaim his honor and suffer greater humiliation. Now 2 more saints have arrived. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers struggling to keep pace. The situation had escalated beyond all measure. 3 saints had assembled among the mortal race of the lower realm. Such a gathering could only occur when the Jiejiao Palace opened. Today these great powers had all been drawn here, and the one who orchestrated it all was Lin Chen, the direct disciple of Jiejiao. No one could have imagined that a mere Jiejiao disciple would stir up such turmoil. What had begun as a one-sided massacre of the human race by the demon race had now evolved into a tense standoff between several saints. Standing alone, he turned the tide and held his ground against 2 demon emperors without yielding. It was a feat that would echo through the ages. Yet the one who triggered this chain of events, Lin Chen, remained but a crippled cultivator at the early stage of Golden Immortal. As Jinyuan, Daxian Mingi, Laozu, Hongyun, and other quasi-saints witnessed this battle, they felt a deep sense of admiration and acknowledged their own inferiority. This disciple of Jiejiao is truly audacious beyond measure. Jinyuan Daxian exclaimed in astonishment repeatedly. This youth disregarded even the personal disciples of saints, executing them without hesitation. Whom else could he possibly respect? Especially the shocking power Lin Chen unleashed only intensified Jinyuan Daxian's astonishment. Should he himself clash with Lin Chen, he feared he could not guarantee victory. Is this truly the cultivation of an early Golden Immortal? If I possessed such backing and strength, I might well have chosen the same path as Lin Chen. The benevolent Honghuang saw nothing transgressive in Lin Chen's actions. Though his conduct appeared somewhat impulsive, he nevertheless had formidable strength and backing to rely upon. With saints absent, who could possibly stand against Lin Chen? Even the two demon emperors, shamelessly ganging up on him through bullying, could not ultimately overcome him. Taiyi's saint cast a glance at Nuwa's saint, but said nothing, instead directing his focus once more toward the composed Lin Chen. Before all witnesses, you have slain fellow disciples, defied your superiors, rebelled against the heavenly Tao, your sins so grave they cannot be fully recorded. You have disgraced the orthodox Xianmen lineage. Do you realize your wrongs? What wrong has this disciple committed? Lin Chen replied without subservience or arrogance. With no trace of deference, he faced Taiyi saint directly. The demon race has slaughtered the human race indiscriminately. As a member of humanity, should I not protect my own kind? Is that also a crime? Both being creatures of the primordial world, by what right does the demon race act with such arrogance, seeking to dominate the fate of an entire species? You wish to decide the destiny of humanity with a single word: impossible. You are a noble saint of the heavenly Tao, yet you cannot represent its true will. If anyone is at fault, it is the human sect that erred first. Your disciple Xian Du bears the primary responsibility. As a member of the human race, he stood by and watched the demon race humiliate us without lifting a finger to help. Rather than offering aid, he whispered accusations, stoked the flames, and threw salt into wounds. Yet still had the audacity to claim himself a disciple of a saint. Are all saint disciples truly of such questionable character? If so, then the human saint sect deserves nothing but the label of charlatans deceiving the world, and can only be regarded as an insignificant minor sect. Xian Du emerged from humanity itself, yet at no point did he consider the interests of his own kind regarding humans as mere ants and weeds. For him to level baseless accusations against us, I am ashamed to share the title of Xianmen disciple with such an ungrateful traitor. Someone who forsakes his ancestors in this manner is utterly unworthy of being called human. His impassioned words echoed across heaven and earth, causing the millions upon millions of humans behind him to clench their fists in unified defiance. Lin Chen's words gave voice to the true sentiments of the countless humans behind him. The human sect no longer deserved to be worshipped by humanity. Xian Du was least entitled to claim kinship with the human race. Truly a wretched obstacle. Dong Wanggong, a mighty being at the quasi-saint realm, felt equally unsettled within. He never expected that such a minor tribulation of the human race would actually draw forth saints. Taiyi Shengrun did not even bother to preserve his dignity, condescending himself to intervene directly. What should they do now? Previously, he had solemnly pledged to assist the human race, and his aid to Lin Chen was merely motivated by the prospect of easy gain. It was only because they were joining forces against the demon clan, beating a dog when it was already down. If he had foreknown that a saint would be involved, he never would have allowed himself to be drawn into this. There was no point mentioning Sanshao and the Jie sect disciples like Zhao Gongming. Even Dongwang Taiyi and several other quasi-saints at the quasi-saint stage were ruthlessly suppressed. Being no stronger than Deluo Jin, Xian, they were utterly incapable of resistance. Senior uncle, I beg you to desist. I implore you to show mercy toward your junior brother, this, once remembering we are all disciples of the Xian sect. Duo Bao and the other Jie sect disciples seethed with indignation in their hearts, yet dared not voice their true thoughts as they beheld Taiyi Shengren's dark and frowning countenance. An awful oppressive pressure descended upon the entire space, compressing all beings under heaven and earth until they could scarcely breathe. Only at that moment did those present truly comprehend the saying, beneath the saints all others are nothing but ants. Whether it was the Wu clan, one of the overlords of heaven and earth, the demon clan, or Lin Chen, who rose with overwhelming force, all appeared so insignificant beneath that rolling Shengwei. Lin Chen, standing at the forefront, bore the brunt of the saints' heavenly wrath most heavily. It seemed as though countless stars and vast seas rested upon his body. The surrounding void writhed and twisted violently. That terrifying pressure bore down upon his physique, causing his body to crackle and pop incessantly, as if it might crush him into complete collapse at any moment. Yet Lin Chen's body remained rooted as though welded in place, standing firm, without the slightest hint of retreat. You wretched creature, facing death itself, and yet still so audacious. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked toward Lin Chen with utter contempt as he spoke. The reason he had suffered such humiliation before all present today stemmed entirely from that crippled pariah of the Jie sect. Had not this wretched creature forcibly drawn himself into the human race's culpa tribulation, attempting to interfere with the heavenly Tao's will and launch a lethal strike against Xuandu, perhaps all subsequent events could have been averted. Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored resentment toward Saintess Nuwa for striking without sparing his face, and even more toward Lin Chen, a mere ant, who dared attempt to alter the heavenly Tao's rules and challenge the established order. Standing on one leg upon the ground, Lin Chen's expression remained utterly calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. Within the rising sword domain, he was an absolute powerhouse. Facing Yuanshi Tianzuan's mockery, the calm Lin Chen fired back in anger. When elders lack virtue, why should juniors show respect? How should I show respect when my senior uncle has trained someone like Xuandu, a traitor who betrays his own? Yet now you fail to discern right from wrong. You both take and demand endlessly from the human race. At the critical moment you abandon them decisively, even turning your blade against them. Could it truly be that those of loose virtue harbor no loyalty? As the rightful master of the Rin sect, you preach righteousness and morality day in and day out, yet at critical moments you transform completely, disregarding the human race's survival, instead aiding evil forces and perverting justice. Now that your faults have been exposed, you fly into a shameful rage and strike at your juniors. Your every action lacks even a trace of a saint's demeanor or a teacher's magnanimity. How dare such despicable and shameless conduct demand respect from others? Hearing these words, Taiyi Golden emitted a cold snort. Lin Chen, you were born physically crippled. The Xian sect showed compassion and took you in as a disciple. Through meticulous cultivation, you reached your present achievements. Fine. If you lack gratitude, so be it. Why would you act so rebelliously? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's contempt for Laozi deepened. This old man's shamelessness truly knows no bounds, flattering himself without restraint. What exactly is decency to him? Senior uncle, you speak wrongly. The one who meticulously taught me was the Jie sect, not the Rin sect you founded. My cultivation comes from day and night of relentless sword practice. What does it have to do with your Rin sect? Why should I thank you? Lin Chen, thoroughly enraged by Laozi's blatant shamelessness, began recklessly enumerating the Rin sect's numerous failings. Our senior uncle seized the moment when Saintess Nuwa completed the creation of humanity and was resting hastily establishing the Rin sect to plunder the human race's fortune. Now as the demon clan slaughters humanity with frenzy. Yet you appear in your lofty, saintly demeanor attempting to forcibly drive me, a member of the human race, away, clearing obstacles for the demon clan's massacre. What rationale justifies this? I transmitted the path of martial cultivation to humanity, yet your Rin sect's foremost disciple forbids its practice under the pretext of heterodox methods. Seeking to sever humanity's path to prosperity, what sense does such conduct make? When the human race faced crisis, Saintess Nuwa wished to aid them, yet you joined with Uncle Yuanshi to obstruct her, showing utter disregard for our plight. What logic governs such behavior? Lin Chen, initially composed, grew increasingly agitated and enraged as he spoke, showing neither of the two saints present any measure of respect or consideration. The demon clan regarded human lives as worthless. The Heavenly Dao treated humanity as mere chess pieces. The Rin sect turned a blind eye, and Yuanshi Tianzuan added insult to injury. Witnessing Lin Chen's impassioned state, everyone around felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Taiyi Golden's expression grew progressively darker, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Chen, with a killing intent flashing in his eyes. This truly was as if someone were overturning the heavens themselves. A mere lame nobody dared publicly condemn a great saint. He simply has no understanding of how to spell the word death. Upon hearing these words, Saintess Nuwa felt a flicker of guilt cross her heart. Though she harbored intentions to protect the human race, it was not purely out of sympathy for them, but rather consideration for their fortune and planning for her own foundation. Compared with Lin Chen, a saint seemed somewhat inferior. Lin Chen originated from humanity, yet having joined a Saint's Dao lineage, his connection to the human race could be said to be entirely severed. The two now shared nothing in common. Yet his descent to the mortal realm this time showed him devoted wholly to protecting humanity, seeking no reward whatsoever, even willing to share their fate unto death. Hutu Xingren, whose heart similarly admired Lin Chen's deeds, observed this as well. The first time she saw Lin Chen, she had been captivated by his unique aura. Now Hutu felt even more profoundly that Lin Chen surpassed her expectations. Not only was his cultivation remarkably heaven-defying, but his character was truly unprecedented in the world. Faced with humanity's current tribulation, he could have remained detached, yet he chose to intervene for the greater cause, even to the point of openly confronting saints. Throughout the entire primordial world, who else possessed such boldness besides Lin Chen before her? His unfiltered cries of conviction echoed endlessly between heaven and earth. Behind him, hundreds of millions of humans trembled slightly. Before he knew it, his eyes had grown blurred with a veil of moisture. The human race is weak by nature, yet never blames heaven or others for their plight. They have always upheld the conviction that human determination can overcome heaven itself, diligently cultivating their arts, fully aware that only by growing strong can they truly take root in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. But now all their so-called efforts and sacrifices have come to naught, and humanity faces a devastating crisis of extinction. Even knowing they cannot prevail, human cultivators have not retreated an inch, for immortal Lin Chen stands alongside them in battle. The human race believes they will ultimately alter their fate. just as the clouds were about to part, and the moon shine through the demon clan's defeat became evident. However, the foremost disciple of the Rin sect, Xian Tu, who was devoutly worshipped by humanity, openly brandished the sage's decree forcing Lin Chen and other Jie sect disciples who protected humanity to leave first. The exalted Taiyi sage, disregarding his status and dignity, forcibly intervened to sever humanity's last hope. This was the Rin sect that humanity had yearned for and devoutly worshipped. Enjoying the nourishment of humanity's fortune, yet when humanity fell into crisis, they added insult to injury, even willing to push humanity into the abyss of extinction. What use is such a sacred sect? Recalling the various despicable acts of the Rin sect in the past, anger, resentment, and despair slowly accumulated in the hearts of billions of humans. Humanity has done no wrong, it should not be treated like this. Sui Rinchi roared hoarsely, and the billions of humans behind him, infected by his emotion, clenched their fists. Although there were many grievances against the Rin sect, it was after all founded by a sage. No matter how angry or aggrieved humanity was, they could do nothing. All the resentment and anger finally turned into two turbid teardrops rolling down their cheeks. Lin Chen stood at the forefront without turning back, but within his sword Dao domain, he could clearly sense the sorrow, anger, and grievance of humanity, as well as their deep despair toward the Rin sect. This somewhat comforted Lin Chen. Humanity could still be saved, they had not lost the will to resist. Weakness was not the original sin, it was passively accepting fate, completely giving up, and not knowing how to resist. Open your eyes and see the corpses all over the ground. These were people who devoutly believed in the sacred sect. May I ask the exalted sage, did you ever feel any compassion for their deaths? Beneath the sages all are mere ants. Humanity is ultimately no different. Since that is the case, we humans can only save ourselves, relying on no one else but ourselves. The Rin sect wished to stand aloof, and humanity had nothing to say, but they actually aided the tyrant, becoming accomplices in humanity's destruction. Truly abominable. May I ask the Taiyi sage, are all these acts committed by the sacred sect? What do you have to say? Lin Chen's words were like pearls, each sentence striking a chord in the hearts of human cultivators. Then the human cultivators shouted in unison, the Rin sect does not deserve to be called a sacred sect. The Rin sect is unworthy of the title of sacred sect. Billions of humans erupted in a thunderous roar at the same moment. They vented their long-accumulated resentment. The Taiyi sage's actions had completely lost the hearts of humanity. They no longer held any expectation for the Rin sect. The Rin sect was merely a name without substance. They were nothing but opportunists who stole humanity's fortune. Then the fortune golden dragon of humanity circled in the sky, emitting a startling dragon roar. The Honghuang seal also broke free from Lin Chen's control, rising into the sky and bursting with brilliant light, resonating with the fortune golden dragon of humanity. It began to continuously strip away the foundation of the Rin sect. Sensing this change, the Taiyi sage's face changed drastically. This little wretch openly incited humanity to abandon the Rin sect, an offense deserving death. Wretch, you are confusing right and wrong. The Taiyi sage was utterly enraged. Seizing the foundation of the Rin sect was something he could never tolerate. First you harm your fellow disciples, then you show no respect for your elders. Such a morally deficient and corrupt person, if not punished today, would the orthodox Taoist tradition not be defiled? The Taiyi sage could no longer maintain his previous sage-like demeanor. He even chose to directly strike in full view of everyone. Boom! A terrifying sage's might descended instantly, and the surrounding void began to collapse rapidly, reversing yin and yang, overturning heaven and earth. The power of laws and divine abilities intertwined in the void, instantly forming a massive hand that blotted out the sky, smashing down toward Lin Chen. Lousy, what do you mean by this? You are unworthy of being a supreme sage attacking a junior. Where is the dignity of a sage? Nuwa sage's expression turned cold as she threw the red embroidered ball, blocking the Taiyi sage's terrifying attack. Heaven and earth began to shake violently. The endless void was shattered by the powerful sage's force. The Milky Way poured backward, stars fell, wreaking havoc across billions of miles of the primordial world. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, as if he had long anticipated the Taiyi sage's attack. He gently waved his hand, and the Honghuang seal fell into his palm. The Rin sect is morally deficient, greedily taking humanity's fortune without ever giving back. It is no longer worthy of humanity's worship. I, Lin Chen, today, in the name of the human emperor, declare to all humanity, hereby I make a great vow, from this day forth the Rin sect shall be abolished and completely expelled from human territory. Standing on one leg on the human land, Lin Chen, holding the Honghuang seal, solemnly proclaimed in the name of the human emperor. Boom! As Lin Chen's voice fell, countless thunderclouds churned in the sky, and the world darkened as if it were the end of days. Expel the Rin sect. From now on we humans will rely on ourselves. Countless humans shouted in unison, their voices complementing the human supreme treasure, the Honghuang seal. The next moment the fortune golden dragon roared skyward, transforming into a chillingly cold guillotine of the great Tao, suddenly slashing through the void. The invisible ties of karma were completely severed. Countless statues of sages on the human land cracked simultaneously and then shattered. The Rin sect was completely expelled from humanity, virtually existing in name only. Lin Chen, you have such audacity to destroy the foundation of my Rin sect. If I do not annihilate your soul today, I am unworthy of being a sage. The Taiyi sage could no longer remain calm. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying sage's pressure swept across all realms, shattering stars and the Milky Way. However, the next moment, the Taiyi sage's face turned pale and his throat convulsed. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His sage's Dao fruit was damaged. His foundation was injured. His cultivation was reduced by 3 levels on the spot. The Taiyi sage had been granted merit by heaven and attained sagehood because he established the Rin sect. Now the Rin sect's lineage had been completely expelled from human territory, virtually existing in name only. Thus the Taiyi sage suffered a severe backlash. Although the position of a heavenly Dao sage was already established, immortal and ageless as the heavens, the damage to his foundation made it extremely difficult to make any further progress. One can imagine how aggrieved the Taiyi sage felt at this moment. Too ruthless. This move by the boy was like pulling the firewood from under the cauldron for the Rin sect and the Taiyi sage. Lin Chen is too bold. Lin Chen's crazy act shocked everyone around to no end. He openly abolished the foundation of the Rin sect. The Taiyi sage would surely be furious. No one had expected that this disciple of the Jie sect would commit such a shocking deed. Sages are exalted above all, and all beings are mere ants. In the hearts of all beings in the primordial world, sages were unattainable. They dared not even harbor a single thought of blasphemy. After all sages suppressed, all realms were omniscient and omnipotent, but once discovered by a sage, the consequences would be dire. But Lin Chen before them had no such concerns. Not only did he dare to point out the Taiyi sage's faults to his face, but he also directly destroyed the foundation of the Rin sect's fortune right in front of him. Could he truly be unaware that the Taiyi saint might shatter him in a fit of rage? A wave of terror swept through all living beings in the primordial world, for none could bear to believe what they were witnessing. Junior brother Lin Chen, that is far too domineering, Master Duobao murmured, swallowing hard. His inner shock had reached its zenith, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. That was Senior Grandmaster, the foremost elder of all disciples in the Jiejiao. Such an existence commanded respect. Even Master Tongtian himself would show deference. Yet the junior brother before their eyes had undertaken such an audacious deed, sending chills down their spines. Is this truly the junior brother we once knew? He seems like an entirely different person. The 3 Xiao sisters fixed their luminous eyes upon Lin Chen, their hearts already stirred by tremendous turmoil. In their memories, junior brother had always lived in seclusion, devoting himself wholly to cultivation, never once paying heed to worldly disturbances. Yet the junior brother before them had single-handedly intervened in the human race's tribulation, battling ferociously against the 2 great demon emperors, Dongwang Taiyi and Dijuan, and had slashed down Xian, Du, the foremost disciple of the Rinjiao, with a single sword stroke. What he had done was truly terrifying. The figure standing on one leg seemed utterly majestic in the eyes of the 3 Xiao sisters. They could only look up to him from afar. The junior brother they had once watched over had at some point surpassed them all. He had pulled far ahead, leaving everyone else behind. Born with a physical disability and yet having achieved such extraordinary feats, no one in the primordial world could match the junior brother before them. Zhao Gongming was equally astounded. They had naively assumed he was merely an ordinary cultivator who lacked flexibility and progressed slowly in his cultivation. Now he had grown powerful enough to slay a quasi-saint with his sword and stand equal to a true saint. It turned out that he himself had been the truly rigid one all along. The title of human emperor is well deserved. Saintess Nuwa gazed at Lin Chen before her and nodded repeatedly, deeply satisfied with his performance. Even when Lin Chen first revealed his plans, Saintess Nuwa had regarded him with newfound respect. After all, such actions amounted to declaring war on the Taiyi saint, and the consequences were impossible to foresee. All Saintess Nuwa had hoped for was to curb the influence of the Rinjiao among humanity and reclaim some of humanity's fortune. She never expected Lin Chen to completely sever the Rinjiao's foundation in one decisive stroke. He had forcibly driven the Rinjiao away from humanity itself, a notion Saintess Nuwa had never entertained. Only Lin Chen at the early stage of Daoyuo Jinxian had not only conceived such a plan, but executed it. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, Nuwa felt a touch of sympathy for the Taiyi saint at this moment. Both had climbed their path to sanctity step by step through cultivation and countless encounters. Saintess Nuwa understood best the arduous nature of achieving sainthood. Now the Taiyi saint's foundation had been shattered and humanity's fortune withdrawn. His cultivation had plummeted by 3 entire realms. The backlash of such magnitude was practically impossible for the Taiyi saint to recover from. Meanwhile, high-ranking Wu tribesmen such as Hutu and Zhurong looked upon the scene before them with murmurs of astonishment. They had come specifically to disrupt the demon clan's malicious activities in the human territories, yet never anticipated witnessing such a rare phenomenon in the primordial world. A mighty saint reduced to ruins by a mere Dayuo Jingxian cultivator, still new to the world. The visual and psychological impact on the Wu tribesmen present was overwhelming. The Wu tribes had always defied heaven and earth, regarding themselves as the orthodox descendants of Pangu and venerating him as their ancestral god. Yet they had never witnessed such audacious acts, as Lin Chen had openly humiliated a saint. Such thoughts were beyond imagining. His courage knew no bounds. Hutu was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's deeds. Hutu believed herself to possess compassion, having aided numerous weaker races along the way. But compared to Lin Chen, her efforts were negligible, like comparing heaven and earth. If Hutu had stood in Lin Chen's position today, she doubted she could have been so resolute and selfless in defending humanity's plight. She could only act within her limited capacity to support humanity. Never would she have gone to such extremes as Lin Chen, sparing no cost. Such arrogance, rooted in deep loyalty and righteousness. Hutu's gaze toward Lin Chen softened like autumn waters, and she found herself yearning to forge a bond with him. Humanity is blessed to have produced you, friend Lin Chen. The way Jinyuan de Xian addressed him signaled that he regarded Lin Chen as an equal rather than a mere quasi-saint. Even in secret comparison, Jinyuan de Xian found no common ground between himself and this direct disciple of Jiejiao, neither in talent nor in courage. The frail humanity had stood helpless against the demon clan's full assault as the overlords of the primordial world. Yet Lin Chen's presence had made all possibilities accessible. The demon clan had suffered devastating losses, and even their saint's lineage faced unprecedented retribution. If friend Lin Chen survives today unscathed, his future achievements will surely surpass our own. The cultivation and courage displayed by merely a Dayuo Jingxian could not be compared to that of Jinyuan de Xian or Honghuang. With more time, Lin Chen surpassing them was inevitable. Once he achieved the Honghuang saint position, he would undoubtedly become the mightiest saint. Karmic force surged like waves over the churning netherworld blood sea. Ancestor Mingi condensed his Dharma body and gazed from afar at the mad Lin Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment. This youth is truly formidable. Though Ancestor Mingi was an experienced quasi-saint of the primordial world, even he felt a trace of fear toward the young Dayuo Jingxian Lin Chen. To openly provoke a saint and sever the Renjiao's foundational lineage, Ancestor Mingi admitted he had never harbored such thoughts. It would be fortunate if this youth had appeared in our western realm. Truly a pity. He adds another pillar to Jiejiao's strength. Saint Jane and Zhuanti of the West gazed toward the horizon, their hearts heavy with envy at Lin Chen's sudden emergence. They harbored a faint desire to recruit him. The Western sect, situated in a barren and desolate land, could never naturally nurture such outstanding disciples. Over the years, the two saints of the West, Jane and Zhuanti, had poured countless efforts into revitalizing their sect. They had traversed the primordial world extensively, recruiting promising youths through gentle persuasion or coercion, claiming that fellow Taoists share a karmic bond, and bringing them all to the Western sect. Witnessing Lin Chen's combat prowess and extraordinary talent, now Jane and Zhuanti's ambitions reignited. They longed to rush to the human realm and recruit him immediately. This is most auspicious. With a disciple of such remarkable talent joining our Western sect, the day of our revival is near at hand. The two saints of the West reached an agreement instantly. To revitalize the Western sect, they would employ every means necessary, brooking no obstacles. This rising star of the Jiejiao had already been etched firmly into the minds of the two saints of the West. However, the two sages were well aware that the chance of snatching a morsel from Tongtian Jiaozhu's mouth was exceedingly slim, yet even the slightest possibility could not be easily relinquished. The sisters Shiha and Changshi were full of admiration for Lin Chen's performance. This time their gamble had indeed paid off. The talent displayed by this direct disciple of the Jiejiao sect was beyond the realm of being described as heaven-defying. Sister, this time we owe it all to your keen insight. Changshi looked at Shiha and said with considerable excitement. The reason they had traveled all the way from the Taiyin Star to defend the human race against the onslaught of the demons was primarily to forge ties with Lin Chen, this rising star. The heavenly marriage between Shiha and Dijuan had already been acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, and even if discontent lingered in their hearts, they were powerless to alter the outcome. However, the appearance of Lin Chen gave them a glimmer of hope that things might yet change. Lin Chen's domineering aura and formidable combat prowess bolstered the confidence of the sisters Shiha and Changshi. I have a feeling that fellow Taoist Lin Chen will surely lend us his full support. Shiha nodded calmly, unexpectedly developing a sense of reliance on this suddenly arisen golden immortal stage disciple of the Jiejiao sect. How dare this cripple act so insolently? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face darkened as he stared at Lin Chen, utterly unable to fathom how a naturally deformed cripple had the audacity to dismantle the foundation of the Renjiao sect in plain view of all. Such sheer madness. while Yuanshi Tianzuan was both shocked and enraged. Anxiety also swelled within him. Lin Chen's excellence was all too evident, all but eclipsing the brilliance of every other disciple of the Xianmen. Fortunately, his suicidal actions had thoroughly enraged Taiyi Sage. Even if he did not die, he would surely have his cultivation crippled and be cast down to the mortal realm. With that freak eliminated, the disciples of the Chan cult could still suppress those of the Jiejiao sect as before. A bunch of beings born from moisture and eggs. Even if they had a moment of stunning brilliance, it was bound to be fleeting. The most shocked of all was none other than Lin Chen's master Tongtian. His eyes were fixed intently on the light screen before him, and his body began to tremble slightly from overwhelming excitement. How precise was Lin Chen's scheming? How deep his cunning? It was at this moment that Tongtian finally understood why this disciple had insisted on involving himself in the calamity of the human race. It was not merely to protect humanity from the slaughter of the demons, but also to have the ambition to replace the Rinjiao sect, gather all the fortunes of the human race, and strengthen himself. In one fell swoop, he would lay the foundation for becoming the human sovereign. Tongtian could never have dreamed that this disciple harbored such grand aspirations. Truly worthy of being the disciple I favor. Tongtian could not help but throw back his head and laugh heartily. Although Lin Chen's actions were somewhat extreme, the general direction was not wrong. That one of his own disciples should emerge as a human sovereign was a great honor for the master. In contrast to Tongtian's excitement, the demon lord Dijuan's heart was filled with bitterness. The situation was no longer within the control of the two sovereigns of the demon race. Lin Chen had declared in front of the crowd that he would destroy the foundation of the Rinjiao sect, and Taiyi Sage would surely retaliate in fury. Niwa Sage would do her utmost to protect Lin Chen, and Lin Chen's master Tongtian might also join the fray. As a result, the demon race, once one of the hegemons of the primordial world, was gradually being pushed to the sidelines in the events that might unfold. Things unfolded exactly as Dijuan had expected. The roar of Taiyi Sage shook heaven and earth. This child is so insolent, openly provoking a sage, betraying his master and ancestors, and severing the foundation of a sect. Even if the Dao ancestor himself were to descend today, you would die, without a doubt. Junior brother, you ensure to uphold the order of the Heavenly Dao you, and I must act together to purge this scourge from the Xianmen. Enraged to the extreme, Taiyi Sage summoned the power of his treasures and divine abilities, and with a raise of his hand, he struck to annihilate Lin Chen. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded solemnly, and immediately activated his own divine abilities and treasures to assist from the side. I am the holy mother of the human race, and Lin Chen is a member of humanity. You shall not act rashly. With a light rebuke, Niwa Sage likewise summoned the power of her treasures and divine abilities to meet the assault head-on. In an instant, rolling sage might surged in all directions, shattering the 9 heavens. A great star fell, and the heavenly river poured backward. Yin and yang reversed, time and space shattered. All living beings were stunned. The source of it all was this Lin Chen. For his sake, a war among sages had been sparked. Boom. The vast sage might descended once more as Tongtian Sage stepped forth from the twisted void. Two fellow senior brothers, do you truly think the Jiejiao sect is weak and easily bullied? Rolling with sage might, Tongtian Jiaozhu looked coldly at Taiyi Sage and Yuanshi Tianzuan as he demanded in a deep voice. Even if Lin Chen had committed a grave error, it should be his master who administered the punishment, not others who overstepped their bounds. Tongtian, this is the fine disciple you have taught. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared angrily. Lawless, disrespectful of elders, wolf-hearted and ambitious. Are you still going to shield him? After all, Taiyi Sage was the senior disciple of the Xuanmen, and Lin Chen was a junior. Not only was his speech disrespectful, but he went so far as to sever the foundation of the Rinjiao sect. Such a disciple who betrays his master and destroys his ancestors, stubborn and incorrigible. Yet Tongtian still has the face to defend him, which is utterly shameless. No matter what, Lin Chen is my disciple, and you cannot bully him as you please. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my disciple must first ask if my sword is sharp enough. Without further words, Tongtian directly summoned the green lotus sword. The vast sage might swept across all heavens and shattered the void. Tongtian, do you still have any regard for the bonds of brotherhood? Upon hearing this, Taiyi Sage was even more furious. The 3 pure ones of Pangu had been together since birth. Even if they later parted ways due to differing ideals, the mutual affection between them should still remain. Yet now his junior brother Tongtian was willing to raise his hand against him for the sake of a crippled disciple. This clearly showed that he no longer cherished the old brotherly bonds, and had not placed this senior brother in his heart. Lousy for a sage to bully a junior like this. Do you deserve to be called senior brother by others? Before Tongtian could speak, Niwa Sage could no longer contain herself, and spoke first. The Heavenly Dao sages were hypocrites. When Lin Chen, a junior, exposed the hidden truth behind the facade, they did not repent, but instead tried to suppress him with their status. It was utterly laughable. Such behavior bore no resemblance to a senior brother's role. It was downright contemptible. For a time, the slaughter between the demon race and the human race seemed to be deliberately downplayed, directly escalating into a standoff among the four great sages. Junior sister Nuwa is absolutely right. Senior brother is unworthy of being a heavenly Dao sage. Instead of repaying the fortune of the human race, he lashes out at the Jiejiao sect's disciple who protects humanity. Utterly unreasonable. Then don't blame this junior brother for being ruthless. Tong Tian faced them coldly. The green lotus sword was drawn, and endless sword chi swept across the heavens, smashing stars and the Milky Way with irresistible force. Tong Tian, you still want to protect such a wicked disciple? Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Even if you try to stop it, this child must die today. Taiyi sage, consumed by rage, cast aside all restraint and struck out, intending to suppress Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuhua sage. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was not idle, channeling his divine abilities and treasures to attack Yuhua sage from the side. He sought to wash away the humiliation he had suffered earlier at the hands of Yuhua sage. The mere aftershocks of the war among saints swept across the three realms of the primordial world, annihilating countless billions of stars, leaving all living beings in the primordial world in a state of endless dread. The two sovereigns of the Yao clan, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, no longer bore the arrogance they had displayed upon first descending upon the human race. Their faces were etched with terror as they witnessed the ongoing battle of the saints, their very breaths nearly frozen. They deeply understood the truth that all beneath the saints are mere ants. Even the most renowned Wu and Yao clans in the primordial world could only cower in corners, trembling before the saints. Suddenly, the Taiyi sage seized the opportunity, using the Taiji diagram and the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda to block Tong Tian's interference, and then struck at Lin Chen. Lousy, how dare you! Tong Tian cried out in fury. With a thought, he summoned the four immortal slaying swords which Duo Bao of the Jie sect controlled, causing them to hum and attack toward the Taiyi sage. Little junior brother, flee quickly. This is terrible. Zhao Gongming, the three Shao sisters, and other disciples of the Jie sect changed expressions, wildly shouting warnings at the top of their lungs. Alas, all efforts come to naught in the end. Even such a heaven-defying figure cannot escape the fate of perishing body and Dao extinguished. A wave of regret surged in the hearts of the onlookers, who were almost certain that Lin Chen faced certain death. How could the power of a saint be compared to that of a mere golden immortal of the great Luo? Even someone as heaven-defying as Lin Chen, when faced with a saint, ultimately revealed his true nature, nothing more than an ant. Yet Lin Chen remained calm throughout, gripping the Zhanxian divine sword tightly as the surrounding air currents suddenly accelerated. In an instant, man and sword became one, leaving only a peerless divine sword in the world with the might to pierce the heavens and sever the Dao. I single-handedly held back millions of Yao, fought two great Yao sovereigns, and never once used my full strength. I conserved my power for this very moment. Lin Chen murmured solemnly under his breath. These words startled everyone. Is this child speaking truth or falsehood? He hasn't even unleashed his full power. Those who came to their senses felt a numbing chill on their scalps. Just how formidable was Lin Chen? What level could his limits truly reach? Donghuang Tai and Dijuan were seasoned powerhouses of the primordial world. One at the late quasi-saint stage, the other at the peak of quasi-saint, each bearing top-tier primordial spirit treasures as their ultimate safeguards. And even when they fought together, they still failed to force Lin Chen to use his full power. Did that not imply that if Lin Chen exerted all his strength, he could slay the two Yao sovereigns? If those words were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Though his claims seemed incredible, no one dared to question them at this moment. After all, Lin Chen's previous deeds had already numbed those around him, repeatedly challenging the limits of what their minds could bear. Time and again, he turned the impossible into reality. No one dared to say whether this time Lin Chen could still create a miracle. For his opponent this time was the pinnacle of primordial world power, a heavenly Dao sage. Even if Lin Chen possessed the battle prowess to slay two great Yao sovereigns, he was still far from the level of a saint. This sword condenses all my insights into the sword Dao enough to slay a saint. This sword technique shall be famed throughout the primordial world today. I name it Sword 23. This was Lin Chen's final killing move, requiring a tremendous price to execute. He had to burn his life essence, gather all his Dao methods, and unleash this astonishing sword strike. A strike that would be a one-way journey, annihilating everything. When the divine ability was unleashed, it manifested a chaotic sword Dao world, freezing time and space with no defense possible and no retreat, ending all in a single sword stroke. Its power was boundless, capable of destroying a heavenly Dao sage. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen drew his sword and swung it. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to contain only this one unadorned sword stroke. Lin Chen's life essence burned rapidly, and his vast immortal power, along with his profound insights into the sword Dao, poured into the strike. Instantly, infinite sword intent surged across the heavens and earth, piercing through the void and extinguishing billions of stars and galaxies. The heavens and earth dimmed. Wherever the sword light passed, space was split into two. The Milky Way reversed, and chaotic void currents raged for billions of miles. This sword, it's too powerful. Seeing this, the crowd was seized with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the mere sword aura that leaked out stirred immense waves of shock in their hearts. Lin Chen had gathered his strength for this sword for a long time, and now, with no reservation, he unleashed it. In the heavens and earth, it was as if a meteor streaked across, and wherever it passed, all things fell silent, leaving only boundless, terrifying killing intent. At a certain moment, man and sword merged into one, transforming into an unremarkable glimmer of light that shot directly toward the Taiyi sage. He turned his body into a sword, charging forward without hesitation, piercing toward the saint. The Taiyi sage's face had already turned stern, and an immense fear arose in his heart at this seemingly ordinary sword stroke. He immediately activated his treasures and divine abilities to raise a powerful defense. But it was all in vain. The sword light passed through everything as if through empty space, destroying all in its path with irresistible force. The Taiyi sage's pupils suddenly dilated as a sword flash swept by stirring ripples of the great Tao. You insolent brat, how dare you! The Taiyi sage let out a thunderous roar. His hair and beard stood on end, his face pale. He clutched his arm where only emptiness remained, leaving a smooth cross-section. The sacred blood of the saints spilled everywhere, drifting through the void. Lin Chen reappeared before the crowd, holding his long sword as the saint's blood dripped from the tip. With one stroke, he had severed the saint's arm. A mortal body rivaling the gods. Lin Chen had done it. Everyone stared at the towering figure in the void, utterly stunned. A cripple born with a deformed leg alone, with a single sword, making his own judgments. He continuously performed miracles, single-handedly holding back millions of Yao. He fought the two great Yao sovereigns without being defeated. Now, with his unparalleled sword Dao, he had severed a saint's arm. A feat unprecedented since Pangu created the heavens and earth. The sword Dao aura lingering in the heavens shattered the void and severed yin and yang. The witnesses of this momentous event were overwhelmed with tumultuous waves of shock. Is this still our little junior brother? He actually cut off a saint's arm. Duobao's expression froze completely, his gaze only drifting repeatedly toward the towering figure in the void. This was utterly staggering. That was a heavenly Dao sage who lived as long as heaven and earth and suppressed all realms. Just a moment ago, they had been worried about his safety. The next second, he turned from defense to offense, directly severing a saint's arm in front of everyone present. The impact of this scene was far too immense for him. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still felt a deceptive sense of unreality. Not only Duobao, but even the three Shao sisters who were always close to Lin Chen shared this feeling of unreality. This is just too strong. Xiongxiao's mouth remained agape, and she let out an extremely exaggerated cry of astonishment. Little junior brother's deeds are truly monstrous beyond our reach. Bi Xiao clenched her small fist vigorously, making no effort to hide her admiration for her junior brother. Though she was still Lin Chen's senior sister, compared to this junior brother, she was like a firefly vying for brilliance with the bright moon. He had severed a saint's arm. This was a thought that ordinary cultivators dared not even entertain, yet this junior brother not only thought it, but also accomplished it. Yin Xiao nodded repeatedly, her eyes likewise filled with admiration for junior brother Lin Chen. The shock that junior brother brought to the disciples of the Jie sect was simply too great. Now junior brother is the goal we pursue on our path of cultivation. Zhao Gongming was now utterly convinced by Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen appeared to be at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his true strength rivaled that of a saint. Perhaps Zhao Gongming could never reach such a height in his lifetime. Even a peak quasi-saint great power could not manage to sever a saint's arm. Little junior brother, you've hidden it too well. So it was you who secretly helped me back then. Shiji looked at Lin Chen thoughtfully. The stunning sword strike before him involuntarily reminded him of the ambush by Taiyi Zhenren during the trial down the mountain with junior brother. That peerless sword strike was now countless times more powerful than before. The inwardly astonished Dongwang Gong was so startled by the scene that he nearly fell from the void. This is the combat power of a quasi-saint, right? No, looking at fellow Lin Chen, he should be at the initial Golden Immortal stage. Truly remarkable fellow Lin Chen, you are heaven-defying. Dongwang Gong became so excited that he stammered. The sword strike Lin Chen had just displayed made his heart race and his mind churn, unable to calm for a long time. If that sword strike had been aimed at him, even a late-stage quasi-saint great power would have fallen on the spot. Soon the terror in Dongwang Gong's heart was replaced by ecstasy. He was the first to stand up and declare his stance in defending the human race. He believed that given Lin Chen's character of valuing loyalty and righteousness, he would surely remember this favor. If the Purple Mansion continent encountered any crisis in the future, he trusted that seeking help from him would yield a satisfactory outcome. Shiha and Changxi, the two sisters, also had their eyes sparkling with extraordinary brilliance. They sighed inwardly, never expecting that this close disciple of the Jie sect had such a hidden card. Fellow Lin Chen's displayed strength is too formidable. He alone deserves the title of the strongest under the saints. Shangxi was so thrilled by Lin Chen's performance that she blurted out, "Well said, but it's somewhat unfair to Lin Chen that Dongwang Taiyi, who has now stepped down to the second place under the saints, is ranked above him. As for Dijuan, there's no need to mention him." She pursed her lips. Comparison is odious. The two demon emperors Dongwang Taiyi and Dijuan together could not subdue Lin Chen. When Dongwang Taiyi saw the saint, his legs trembled and his body shook like chaff, no different from ordinary mortals. In contrast, Lin Chen far surpassed both Dongwang Taiyi and Dijuan in cultivation and bearing. In fact, there was no need to compare them at all. Their displayed strength was too far apart, and their courage was even more lacking. What achievements did Dongwang Taiyi and Dijuan have besides bullying the weak human race? They dared not even look directly at a heavenly saint. This sword art is profound enough to reach the Tao. A single sword strike severed a saint's arm. Sword 23 is truly astonishing and shocking. Zhenyuan Daxian also lost his usual composure as a great power. His inner shock made his hand tremble constantly. I too feel ashamed of my inferiority. The good-natured Honghuang was also filled with emotion. Recalling when he listened to the Tao at Jiejiao Palace, he was fortunate enough to obtain a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Thus he was also a person favored by the heavenly Tao. However, after obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi, the other six attained sainthood one after another after a period of cultivation. Only Honghuang remained stuck at the peak quasi-saint realm without even touching the barrier of the primordial saint position. It seemed that achieving the saint fruit was far off. It was one thing to be inferior in cultivation talent to Panga's three pure ones, the western two saints Jane and Junti and Yua. Now even this rising star Lin Chen was surpassing him. Who could understand his feelings? Over the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor Mingyi was also shocked. With such a child appearing in the Jie sect, it is destined to flourish. With a disciple like Lin Chen comparable to a saint who among those under the saints could defy his edge, one person was enough to intimidate all beings under the saints. At this moment, even this great figure from the blood sea could not muster the courage to fight him. Looking at the distant horizon, the Queen Mother of the West had a solemn expression. After a long while she sighed leisurely. This newly emerged close disciple of the Jie sect is more worthy of the title first disciple of the three religions. Neither the Rin sect's Xuandu nor the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals could match him. How did he cultivate? As a heavenly saint of the same realm, she was well aware of the means among saints. A saint whose primordial spirit resonates with the heavenly Tao can perfectly utilize the power of the Tao laws in every move. Even if standing motionless in the void, it would be difficult for a quasi-saint to break through the defense. A mere pseudo-quasi-saint, a cripple born with a defect, unexpectedly severed the arm of the supreme saint with a single sword strike. How could this not astonish people? Even if there is the slightest hope, we must welcome him to the Western world. The Western Saint Junti secretly vowed to do everything possible to make Lin Chen join the West regardless of the means. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's heart was churning with monstrous waves. He found it hard to believe the astonishing power Lin Chen had displayed. He could never have imagined that a mere cripple could become so powerful. Although the Supreme Saint had been somewhat overconfident, a saint was still a saint. How could an ant overturn the heavens? Yet he had his arm severed by a single sword strike. Lin Chen has not disgraced the reputation of my Jie sect's close disciple. I am proud of you. After a brief silence, Tong Tian burst into excited laughter. A disciple of his at the mere golden immortal realm had severed the arm of the Supreme Saint. Such a feat had never been seen since Pangu created the world. Nothing could stir his emotions more than having an outstanding disciple. Meanwhile, at Jiejiao Palace beyond the 33rd heaven of chaos, with furrowed brows, Hongjuan's expression was stern as he continuously deduced the heavenly secrets. Why is the heavenly secret entirely chaotic? Even the venerable Tao ancestor could not deduce the variable that was Lin Chen. This filled his heart with a vague sense of unease. A human born with a physical defect who had encountered some unknown fortune had grown to such an astonishing extent. Lin Chen, who had become the center of attention, felt far from comfortable. His face was slightly pale, for this strike had exhausted him immensely. By burning the very essence of his life, he had delivered a full-force blow, yet it merely managed to sever one of Taiching Sage's arms. Truly the ancients were not deceived. All beneath the sage are but ants. Such was the chasm between a sage and other beings. Even with all his hidden cards exhausted, he had only inflicted a minor nuisance and a negligible wound upon Taiching Sage. Lin Chen had no time to overthink. He swiftly retrieved the three light divine water and consumed it to restore his expended celestial energy. Though his life essence could not recover in a short while, at least he now had enough strength to endure for a brief moment. Taiching Sage, seething with fury, radiated a terrifying killing intent that shattered the void and annihilated countless stars and galaxies. To have an arm severed before the gaze of the multitudes was an unparalleled humiliation for Taiching Sage, a celestial sage. In his battle with Lin Chen, Taiyi Sage had not deployed the Taiji diagram or the Honghuang Linglong pagoda, for he was confident, believing that all beneath the sage were mere ants. Yet the ant he had scorned dealt him a fatal blow, actually severing an arm. Nourished by the three light divine water, Lin Chen regained some vigor and spirit. Then he spoke with calm indifference. A sage is nothing extraordinary. If one day the opportunity to achieve sagehood arises, I shall slay a sage to prove my Tao. With that, Lin Chen sheathed his longsword. Now the rest would be left to fate. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit of what he could achieve. Before the assembly of celestial sages, he declared his intention to slay a sage and attain the Tao. This young man was as audacious as ever. The onlookers at some point had grown accustomed to Lin Chen's words and no longer found them arrogant. If anyone else had spoken thus, it would be overreaching and boastful. But coming from Lin Chen, it was a different matter entirely. For Lin Chen had every right to say so. In the mere early Great Luo realm, he had severed a sage's arm, a feat no one else in history had accomplished. Yet these words only fueled Taiyi Sage's rage. You aspire to the primordial sagehood. How utterly presumptuous. Lin Chen had first publicly severed Taiyi Sage's arm, then declared his intent to slay a sage to prove his Tao. All that had transpired was a grievous insult to Taiyi Sage. If he could not slay Lin Chen before everyone present today, the esteemed Taiyi Sage would lose all face. I will surely slay you this day. Taiyi Sage, abandoning all pretense of sage dignity, roared with a twisted visage. A thunderous burst of sages might swept forth, divine powers and treasures rippling in all directions. He pressed down upon Lin Chen. Old man, do you think you still have a chance? Tongtian Patriarch bellowed, unleashing the 4 immortal slaying swords. Tongtian, if you persist in obstructing and shielding your disciple, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately activated his divine treasures and celestial arts, intending to join forces with Taiyi Sage. You ensure your opponent is me. Do not only bully the weak. Today I shall teach you this despicable wretch a lesson. Nuwa intervened, blocking Yuanshi Tianzuan, unleashing a barrage of sage techniques to suppress him firmly. The battle among sages raged once more. In an instant, the entire primordial land trembled ceaselessly. Rivers reversed their flow and seas turned to mulberry fields. Suddenly, a radiant purple light swept across the 8 directions, and celestial music resounded from the heavens. A terrifying sage's might descended, freezing everything in this realm. It struck great fear into the hearts of all present. All of you are exalted celestial sages, yet you brawl over such trivial matters. Where is your dignity as sages? A voice of immense authority rang out, instantly shaking the primordial heaven and earth. Then a great Tao divine bridge appeared in the sky, and the Tao ancestor, clad in a purple gold robe, slowly descended upon the human realm. Cease at once. Honghuang gazed calmly at the 4 sages still locked in confrontation. Greetings, master. Penga Sanqing and Nuwa Sage had no choice but to desist and respectfully bow to Honghuang. Though they were celestial sages, none dared to act recklessly before Honghuang. Honghuang had opened the Jiejiao palace 3 times, imparting various celestial arts to the world, and was nominally the master of the 6 sages. Moreover, Hongjuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle. He was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. In every aspect, all celestial sages had to show him utmost respect. Even the Tao ancestor has been stirred. Watching Honghuang Tao ancestor appear on the human land, the crowd was deeply shaken. No one had anticipated that a cripple born with a deficiency would not only trigger a chaotic battle among sages, but also ultimately draw the attention of Honghuang Tao ancestor. Taiyi Sage, burning with humiliation, was naturally unwilling to let Lin Chen go so easily. So he directly petitioned the Tao ancestor. Master, this child has interfered with the cycle of the heavenly Tao, betrayed the identity of a Xianmin disciple, acted perversely, shown no respect for elders, harmed his brethren. In short, he has committed every conceivable evil. In Taiyi Sage's words, Lin Chen was nothing but a degenerate among Xianmin disciples. If he were not executed, the damage to their reputation could never be undone. What is the truth? Honghuang Tao ancestor frowned slightly. Master, what my elder brother says is entirely true. I can bear witness. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately stepped forward. Is that so? Then I must indeed investigate thoroughly. Honghuang Tao ancestor had long noticed Lin Chen as a variable. Taking this opportunity, he sought a pretext to eliminate him. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, he could not allow any pawn beyond his control to exist. Master Lin Chen is a disciple of my Jie sect. Though his actions are extreme, they are grounded in reason. Our Jie sect will discipline him according to its rules. Tongtian had always been protective of his disciples. He would never allow outsiders to interfere. Even if that person were the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, it was unacceptable. Master, what Tongtian says is right. Even if a Jie sect disciple has committed a grave error, it should be determined by the Jie sect itself. Nuwa Sage also spoke up, defending Tongtian. How dare you? Do you defy the master's decree as well? Taiyi Sage raged, appearing as if he would strike to uphold Hongjuan's dignity. This cripple of the Jie sect had first destroyed his disciples' foundation, then cut off the lineage of the Rin sect, and recently severed a sage's arm. His misdeeds were too numerous to record. How could he be let off with a single sentence? A celestial sage repeatedly humiliated could not allow the offender to go unpunished without losing all face. Lousy, this is an internal matter of my Jie sect. Spare yourself the trouble. Tong Tian remained as resolute as ever. Even if Hongjun issued a decree to punish Lin Chen, he would fight to the end. Seeing the two on the verge of conflict, Hongjun Dao ancestor's brow furrowed even deeper.